And I said, man, I'm so sorry, but my instructions came in and they told me to cut you out. I apologize. He's like, you guys are doing this to us in every country in the Middle East. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We just don't want you guys to get a foot. Wow. It was brutal. And now we're jumping up and down over Syria because about a week and a half ago, Bashar al-Assad went to Moscow. You know, there of course are Russian troops in Syria. He went to Moscow and he asked for additional troops, 2 more temporary bases, and he offered up a permanent base to the Russians. Now they've had a small Navy base in northwestern Syria for decades. And we went crazy. The State Department released these statements like, this is an affront to peace, it's going to ensure continued war, blah, blah, blah. No. Our presence in Syria is illegal. I think I mentioned this the last time I was on the show. There are only 3 ways that you can legally be in another country. Your military can legally be in another country. If that country has attacked you, number 1. Number 2 is if that country's government has invited you. And number 3 is with the approval of the United Nations Security Council. We don't have any of those. But we have special forces troops in Syria, quote, to protect the oil fields. They're not our oil fields to protect. The Russian military is there at the invitation of the internationally recognized legitimate Syrian government. Just because we don't like that government doesn't mean that we can just send troops and occupy their oil fields.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. Sure.
So you think there's a possibility? Do you really think there's any possibility that China can negotiate peace between these 2 countries? Because I just don't see it. China's behind it. I don't think the U.S. will accept it.
We'll never ever accept it. Absolutely not. The Turks will tolerate it. Our relations with the Turks are not good right now. But because they're members of NATO, we sort of de facto have to accept the fact that they can play a role in this.
And I also heard that part of the effort with this war is to basically deplete Russian supplies and ammunition and war materials.
That's right. Which is why we were so upset 2 weeks ago when Xi Jinping said that there is no limit to China's friendship with Russia. We read that to mean there's no limit to Chinese arms sales to Russia. Right. Which then would prolong our cost and pain significantly.
Aren't they just, I heard also they were just selling their stuff back to them. Because Chinese bought stuff from Russia and they're basically selling it back to them.
Oh, yeah, that's happening. And on the U.S. side, the Ukrainians don't know how to use American systems, right? So we're training them on things like surface-to-air missiles or radar or artillery. We can trade them at Fort Hood or wherever. Most of them are at Fort Hood. But they just don't know how to fly F-16. They just don't know how. And it's complicated, and it's going to take them 9 months, 12 months to learn how to fly an F-16. And then, what are they doing then? If we send F-16s to Ukraine, and they keep them at Ukrainian Air Force bases, the Russians are going to bomb them and destroy them. But if we have them fly out of Poland, that's an act of war, because Poland is a NATO country. Right, so we can't do that either. So what we've done is we've gone to the Moroccans, to the Cypriots, to the Indians, to the Israelis, and we've said, we want to buy all of the MiGs that you have, and we'll give you F-16 to replace them. The Cypriots said no. The Moroccans said gladly. The Indians said, we'll think about it, but the answer is probably going to be yes. And the Israelis said, we don't want these MiGs anyway. We bought them just to have them. You can have the MiGs.
Oh, man. Yeah, I have a hard time sort of picturing how this whole thing ends. It's just so hard to stay on top of it.
And you know, we should be watching Capitol Hill too, because at the first, the only opposition was the right-wing fringe. You know, the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene. And it's becoming far more mainstream now. You know, we have a defense budget that is $880 billion. That's more money than the next 9 biggest countries combined. We can't keep this up. You know, we wonder why we have bridges that fall down into the rivers below them, why our interstate highway system is in a disastrous condition, why our airports are international embarrassments that anybody who travels internationally can see, right? Why our hospitals are all second-rate and falling down. It's because we spend all our money on the military. You know, the Chinese have these high-speed trains that would be able to get us from New York to Chicago in 3 hours. How come we don't have those things? The technology's out there. The French have them. The Germans have them. How come we don't have them? Because we've chosen to spend our money on the military, not on infrastructure. That has to stop at some point. And then we're spending so much more now because of Ukraine. Where's that peace dividend we used to talk about? You know?
The thing about China is it seems like the narrative is sort of shifting away from kind of like trying to be like, oh, you know, China, like it used to be considered like, don't talk bad about Chinese people, it's xenophobic. Well, in the beginning of the pandemic, it was like that. And now it seems like the narrative is slowly shifting the other way. Maybe not so slowly. It seems like people on the left now, maybe not so slowly, yeah. People on the left now are taking a strong stance against China. You know, and me and a couple of friends of mine were even laughing when the Chinese spy flew across the United States. And we're talking like, there's somebody at the CIA just sitting here chuckling right now at their desk, thinking that like this is just some sort of narrative shift that they're trying to put on the media. Like, yeah, there's no way they don't know about these spy balloons going across. Why would they pick one out and just like focus like that on the news about it? That is so suspicious. Oh my God.
And you know what's funny? This is kind of a pet peeve of mine on this issue. Who was it that called it a spy balloon? Right? The media. Yeah. Nobody's ever confirmed it was spying.
Yeah, what happened after they shot it down? Didn't they take it apart and figure out like?
They said that they likely wouldn't be able to find it. They got pieces of it, but for the most part, it's just sent.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But nobody in any position of authority in government ever said that it was engaged in spying. The media did. It's the media that call it the Chinese spy balloon. We don't know if it was a spy balloon. What do you think? I think it was probably a weather balloon. I do. Listen, the whole planet is ringed by satellites that are so sophisticated that they can read license plates on individual cars. You don't need an impossible to control balloon to spy on anything. You already have all the satellites up there spying on it. Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
No, it really doesn't.
One time I was flying from DC to LA, and we were over Arizona, and the pilot came on the intercom and said, folks, above us and on the left is a weather balloon. He said, I've been flying for 25 years, I've heard about these weather balloons, I've never actually seen one until now. So I'm going to tip the plane, and if you look out the left side of the plane, you'll be able to see this weather balloon. Wow. So he tips the plane, I happen to be on the left side, I'm looking out, I'm looking up, I don't see anything. And nobody saw it. So the pilot comes on a minute later and he says, the flight attendant tells me that you can't see this weather balloon. You have to look really high up. To give you an idea, he says, we're at 30,000 feet, and it's at 150,000 feet. So I unbuckled my seatbelt. I got down on the ground. He tips the plane, and then you could see it. It's enormous, and it was silver. And he's like, isn't that an amazing sight? I've never seen one before. This is one of these NASA weather balloons. Okay. I think that's what it was.
So why?
We're not the only ones that happened.
But did the Pentagon never officially qualify that as a Chinese spy balloon? Didn't the government say it was that?
No.
It was only the media?
Yeah. They said it was a Chinese balloon. Yeah. But nobody ever said this is what it was doing. It was picking up signals intelligence. It was floating over American military bases. It was checking out the defenses of NORAD. None of that. None of it. Just flew like this, like in the shape of an omega, and then it went over here and then
So you don't think spy balloons are technology that's being utilized by any agencies?
No, I don't think they're necessary, except for DEA and the border CPD, the Customs and Border Protection. They use them to look for drugs and for people crossing the border illegally. They're mostly tethered, though, and instead of being at 150,000 feet, they're more like 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet. You see them in Puerto Rico. You see them all along the border in Texas.
And what kind of stuff are they taking, like photos? Are they trying to intercept communication?
It's video. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Although communications, I would expect that the ones in Texas are communications oriented.
Right.
Yeah, like.
Oh, it does? What does it say? Can you zoom in on it at all? It's too small, I can't read
So
it.
the alleged Chinese spy balloon
Alleged Chinese spy
was likely capable. Those are mealy mouth CIA words, disqualifications. That's how we used to write at the CIA. Likely capable. That means we don't know.
Right.
Likely, possibly, presumably, reportedly.
That's CIA language.
Oh yeah, that's CIA language. Those qualifiers. If you were absolutely positive, you would say almost certainly. That's what they taught us in CIA writing things. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So do you think there was any sort of nudge from intelligence to tell these media companies to go with this?
Oh my God,
yes.
Okay. Absolutely, because the timing fits perfectly into this new anti-China narrative that we have.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Is this anti-China narrative justified at all? Can you make an argument that this is a good thing?
I can't, and I'll tell you why. The Chinese spy on us as much as we spy on them. The Chinese are all over the United States, especially on university campuses and in U.S. defense contractors, trying to recruit sources of information, or they've sent Chinese PhD candidates to study in the United States, hoping that they'll be recruited into the defense contracting industry, and then report back to Beijing. They're very, very sophisticated. So it's not like, oh, we're beating up on the Chinese. No, the Chinese are the bad guys here. But it's no more now than it was 10, 20, 50 years ago. They've always done this. Another thing, too, this is something that I just don't understand as a part of American policy, is the Chinese own so much U.S. government debt. They are the biggest investors that we have, or one of the biggest investors that we have. Our economy is intricately intertwined with Chinese economy. If we fall apart, they fall apart, and vice versa. So why pick a fight? Shouldn't we be looking for areas in which we can communicate with the Chinese, rather than to send Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, and now Kevin McCarthy's going to go to Taiwan, which was another thing. I'm sorry to get a little bit off the subject, but when Nancy Pelosi announced that she was going to go to Taiwan right before she left the speakership, a reporter asked if she was going to take a military aircraft, and the Pentagon said, we don't know anything about any trip to Taiwan. And then the White House said, we haven't been informed of any trip to Taiwan. That was a lie, because there's a process by which members of Congress go overseas. The process is, you send a memo to the State Department liaison on Capitol Hill. There's one in the House and one in the Senate. You say, Speaker Pelosi and the following people want to go to Taiwan. The State Department liaison sends that to the appropriate desk at State, in this case, the Taiwan desk, or the Office of Chinese Affairs. And then they write a cable to the U.S. intersection in Taiwan, requesting country clearance. So usually it's an ambassador. We don't have an ambassador in Taipei. It's an intersection. So the consul general would issue, this is just formality, issue country clearance, giving permission for this delegation called a CODEL, congressional delegation. If there was no member of Congress, it would be a staff del, congressional staff delegation, allowing them permission to go into the country. So Nancy Pelosi can't just decide one day on how it works. Well, when they're not going to go to Dulles Airport and take United to Seoul and then transfer. They don't do it like that. They go to Andrews Air Force Base and they get on an American jet and they take an official flight. So everybody knew about it in advance. Not just knew about it, everybody approved of it in advance. The State Department, the Defense Department, and the White House. They all denied it. They were all lying.
Why? Did they have any good reason to deny it?
Yeah, because then the Chinese would say, well, this wasn't an official visit. She's an outgoing speaker, and the White House, the State Department, and the Pentagon didn't want her to go. So it's not as offensive as it otherwise might have been. Well, it is as offensive because they're lying about this commission. There should be a policy where we don't send senior U.S. officials to Taiwan. We should allow Taiwanese officials to visit the United States for diplomatic meetings. But it's so provocative when a senior American goes to Taiwan, especially if they talk about military equipment. But the Chinese flip out of it. Like, why poke the bear when you don't need to? I'm not saying don't ever do it. Sometimes, a country needs to slap down another country. It's just a part of the diplomatic give and take. But why now, when we're so focused on Russia and so worried about Russia, and we so don't want the Chinese to supply the Russians, then why are you pissing off the Chinese if you don't want them to get in bed with the Russians?
Do you get the feeling that Russia's not a big enough enemy for us?
Yeah.
You need China, which is a much scarier enemy.
Because you need an enemy around which or against which to rally so that you can justify the military spending. Since 9/11, we've entered into a permanent wartime economy. And if we were to cut defense spending, we would immediately go into recession. And we don't want to risk doing that.
Right. That's something I just learned watching an episode with my buddy Andy Bustamante. He was explaining that how we would officially be in a... I'm going to forget the details now, but that was the implications of it, that if we stopped these wars, our GDP would fall below a certain level and we would be officially in a recession.
That's right.
That is wild.
That's right. It's not an accident, but there are now more millionaires per capita in the Washington, D.C. area than anywhere else in America, including Silicon Valley. That's news since 9/11.
Another great quote from Andy is he said he was undercover. He didn't say it, but I could gather from what he said. He said he was in East Asia, undercover for, I think it was close to 10 years, and he speaks fluent Mandarin. Wow. But he couldn't officially tell me he was in China. Right. But so he basically, one of his great quotes that he recently said was, a 5,000-year-old country doesn't move quickly, they move slowly. And you don't realize you're caught in a mudslide until it's too late. And he was explaining what they're doing with buying, with sending people over here, learning our law, buying land here, the Belt and Road Initiative all over the world. And one of the scary things he said about the Belt and Road Initiative, they had these ports, and they had these airports and all these roads and stuff all over the world, that can be converted to military bases.
I'll tell you a funny story. When I was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee staff, I made an official trip to Stackdale to Yemen, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Somalia. And when I was in Djibouti, I went to the U.S. base. It used to be a French base, and the French decided they didn't want to be in Djibouti anymore. And so they sold half of the base to us, and half of the base to the Chinese. It's the only Chinese military base in a foreign country anywhere in the world. So,
I didn't know that was Djibouti.
Djibouti, yeah.
Oh, Matt.
DJIBOUTI.
It's a terrible place. Really. I'll tell you a story about this. You gotta zoom out a little bit. Okay. It's been,
Can you see that deep bay that cuts into it?
yeah.
So the U.S. ambassador asked me one day if I wanted to go to Somalia instead. And I said,
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
So we got a car with the ambassador. It was the head of
How are you? Hello, how are you? That's okay, it happens. Are you ready for me now?
Yeah, we can play now. Let's play two games and then I'll take a nap. So that's my bathroom.
Sounds like a plan.
How was your day?
It was good, thankfully. All right, here we go.
Ready. Yeah, I got one. Come on, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
You got me. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Hey. Ooh. Come on, Rabbi. Get this through. Get this through. That's
Got
fair.
him. Got him. Get it.
Yeah.
Great strike. Great strike.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, another strike. Good, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh. All right. Get this one for the lead.
I don't know. Okay, yeah.
You got it. Now get a strike.
Nope.
Oh, but that makes it.
Rabbi.
You made it, so it's you might win.
No, Rabbi. I'm on strike.
Oh, that did it. That did it.
They hit it. Go, Rabbi. You did it. Oh, yeah. Get it.
All right. I'll take it. That's a good score. Get it. I'll take it.
Yay.
All right. I win, you win.
Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. This is your game. I'm gonna go.
Yes, no.
I'm gonna go normal on you, but you're gonna win.
No, you got it. You got it.
If I win, it'll be my 200th win.
Yeah, if you win, it's okay. Because you win, I win. Don't matter.
Get it. Oh, you almost
That's
hit it.
right. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Oh, for sure. Oh, come on. Okay, this is a tough split. Not even close. Not even close.
Oh.
Oh, good spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get it.
You got it.
For sure. This is easy. Got it.
Yay. Yes, babe.
That's what I'm talking about. Nice strike. That wasn't just nice. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're
Come on,
welcome.
Rabbi. Come on.
I matched you.
Good strike.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a tough one.
Ooh, almost.
You can take the lead. Let's go, Rabbi.
That was terrible. That was terrible. But this,
You got this.
ooh,
Okay. You got it. So you lead it.
it all comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't care. You win, I win.
That's right. It would be my 200th win. That's a big number.
That's good. Milestone.
Milestone is right.
No, wait, you got this. You got it. Just win your 200 milestone. Let's go.
Ooh, I'll take
Yeah,
it.
you did it.
Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. It's only 196 wins. That's all right. We still have the milestone upcoming.
Yeah, we do.
I win, you win. You win, I win. All right, Miss Aquarius.
I got 80 coming up, I think. I think I got 80.
Yes, you
I think
do.
80's coming up for me.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right, it's
Okay, I'll see you later.
nap time for you. Take care.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
Security, the defense attaché, and me. Okay, you see that lake, what's that say, Quebec?
The first lake or the second lake?
The first lake,
Okay,
on
yeah.
the right, yep. So, the road goes from Djibouti City, which is on the very far right, and you follow the water and then go around the lake.
Okay.
And then it cuts south to Djibouti. So the municipal dump for the whole country is right by the lake. So as we're hugging the lake, before we cut south to Djibouti, at the dump, we saw this family digging a hole, and there's a body next to the hole in a shroud, right? So they're burying grandpa in the dump. So we went to Somalia, we met with some tribal chieftains there, and we drove back up to Djibouti, and as we passed the dump, there was a pack of wild dogs digging up the body. And I said to the ambassador, where but for the grace of God? You know, like, thank God my grandparents said, you know, we should emigrate to America, not we should emigrate to Djibouti, right? So anyway, I was on the bait, and it was funny because there's this long line of hangars, and all of them had their doors open. They were all Chinese fighter jets. And then there was the same number of hangars. There's a fence down the middle, and then there's the same number of hangars on the American side, and all of the doors were closed. And I said, how come all the doors are closed? I knew why the doors were closed. And the guy's like, yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about that. I go, why not? I was just kidding. I go, why not? What's going on in there? What kind of secrets you guys have going on in there? He's like, come on, man, don't bust my balls. Then I went to Yemen, and I was in a cab, and I said to the guy, so how's the war going? And he's like, oh, the war's going actually pretty well. The Houthis are very tough, but the Saudis are using their drones, and they're fighting with the Houthis with the drones.
How are you?
And I thought, sadistic. Djibouti, which is 16 miles across the water from Yemen.
Excellent. Feel free.
Yeah.
Feel free to
If you
chill.
can make the map smaller a little bit, take a look at Yemen.
Oh, it's literally right there.
16 miles. It's called the Bab el Mandeb.
I don't know. He said he was getting something to eat, never came back. The other thing I see going on that throws a lot of people off these days is thinking, I've got to make as much money as I can.
You're right. That's
I
right.
personally
Oh,
believe
sure.
the real game
Thank
is
you.
I want to have the coolest job.
Yeah.
When
But
I
actually,
started
it's
out
such a
as a
crazy
comedian,
part
I
of the
did not
world.
think I was
It
funny.
really
I
is.
thought
What
I
I
was
saw
funny.
that you just
Maybe I
reported on
wouldn't have to
something
be that funny. I
recently
just have to be
about
funny enough to feed one person,
Iran and
and I can do
Saudi.
that with a loaf of
Yeah.
bread and a jar of beer.
Wow, this
I
is
just
such an
wanted to have this
important
super cool job and cool
development.
is a word not
It's
easy
crazy,
to
and
find.
they have to
It's
be
really
going
just whatever
crazy
you
in the
think
State
is
Department.
cool.
Right.
So just
Because
know
remember, the
what you
policy
think
from the
is the
beginning of,
coolest
you know,
money will be
of
made.
the post-World War II era has been to keep the Russians and the Chinese out.
So much.
Well,
I
the
see
Russians
this
out,
pissing
the
people
Chinese
off.
after
Put it to the
after
side
the
a
rise of
little.
Mao. Keep
Don't
them
think
out
about
of the
having,
Middle East,
think about
right?
becoming.
The Middle East
Having is fine,
is
but
solely
focus on
our
becoming. That
domain.
is where it's at.
It's always been. Well, the thing is when you take extreme positions, like on Syria, for example, or on Yemen, then you put yourself in a policy corner that you can't get out of. And then, you know, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, The president called him what is it, genocidal murderer, which he is. Who called him that? Biden. Oh, yeah, he deserves to, be deposed. He chopped up Jamal Khashoggi. All of that's true, but there's going to be some pushback from the Saudis. And so what the Saudis did is they decided to make nice with the Chinese because they knew it was rather few. Now, the Saudis have always had a terrible relationship with the Iranians. Always. Right? Since the 1979 revolution. Why is this? Because Iran is the world's biggest Shia Muslim country. Okay. And the Saudis are Sunni Muslims, but beyond that, the king's actual title is king and custodian of the two holy mosques, Mecca and Medina. Right. So the Saudis, because they're the guardians of the mosque, the custodians of the holy places, they have to issue visas every year to everybody who wants to come into the country. Right? The Saudis were in the midst, the Iranians were in the midst of their revolution, and Iranian gunmen took over the Holy Kaaba in Mecca and held it, at gunpoint by force and killed a bunch of people, and then the Saudis sent special forces in, and they killed a bunch of people, and the Saudis broke off relations with the Iranians. So they patched the relations together again in the late 80s, the early 90s, but they were always difficult. And then the Iranians supported Shia Muslims in Saudi Arabia's eastern province. Most of the Saudi citizens in the eastern province are Shia. The problem for the Saudis is that's where all the oil is too. And so they're very, very sensitive to any meddling at all in the eastern province. Well, there was a pro-democracy demonstration. So what do? You immediately blame the Iranians. You kill everybody. They executed, I think it was 88 people in one day, or 82 people in one day, something like that. With the crimes mostly being participating in a pro-democracy demonstration. And then he breaks diplomatic relations. Well, we're perfectly happy when the Saudis don't have diplomatic relations with the Iranians, because if the Saudis don't, neither do the Bahrainis or the Emiratis. And it's good for us. Because we tell them, oh my God, the Iranians are so dangerous. You need this new $50 billion system to keep you safe. And the Bahrainis are going to need one too, and they're poor, so maybe you should pay for that. And then the Emiratis, they have all the oil in the world in Abu Dhabi, and they have all the trade in the world in Dubai, so they have plenty of money, so we're going to sell them systems too. And we'll give you F-35. And if we can't, we'll give you F-18. Special protection. Well, now that Mohammed bin Salman is the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, he said, I'm tired of being under the thumb of the Americans all the time, and they disrespect me by calling me a murderer and, coming here hat in hand and begging for oil and then yelling at me when I cut production and make prices go up, and screw the Americans. So what happened first was about 2 months ago, the Saudis entered into an oil sales deal with the Chinese, and for the first time ever, and I mean literally ever, they didn't pay in dollars. The Chinese didn't pay in dollars. All oil transactions around the world won, and the Saudis accepted it. So that set the precedent. It broke this long string going back to the 1930s. Well, now that the Chinese have been paying yuan, the Brazilians said, you know what? If the yuan is a legitimate international currency, we should join with the Argentines, the Chileans, and I think they said the Mexicans, and we should make a Latin American currency. And we should stop using dollars. Well, what this means is little by little, we're being pushed out of the place where we've been king of the hill for almost a century. Now the Saudis, now the Chinese have brokered the resumption of diplomatic relations with the Saudis and the Iranians. Now they're offering themselves up to the Russians and the Ukrainians. They've got Belt and Road, so they're building new ports all over Africa, in like 24 different countries in Africa, and they're financing airports. They went to Greece and they bought the port of Piraeus, the biggest cargo port in the world. They bought the port of Irakli on Crete.
I've heard say that the thing about China is they're this communist dictatorship, but at least they don't push communism on everyone else.
Never.
But look at Australia, right? Look at Greece. My buddy Julian, his friend, just got like a $5,000 ticket for walking his dog somewhere after hours in Greece. I think it was right. It was near a port, near a Chinese port.
Oh man! Wow.
So how do you explain that's
the Chinese have
so
been
big.
so much smarter in the way that they spend their money than we have. You know, an African leader once told me. It was here in Washington. It was at a conference. He was the vice president of the Congo, and he said, you know, the Americans always promised us democracy, but the Chinese always gave us food. Like, what do you think we needed? We didn't really need democracy. They sure needed the food.
Mm-hmm. A thing I've been thinking about lately is by learning more, I'm talking to people like yourself, people who are educated, and people who have been in the government, left the government, have a very comprehensive understanding of geopolitics and the history of these countries and conflict, is that it seems like a general consensus is we might not be the number one superpower in the next 50 years.
It really is going to be a multipolar world. I really believe that. There's nothing we can do to stop this work of genius.
Yes, it seems like they do so many things so much better than right, I mean, I'm not trying to say like a communist dictatorship.
No.
I don't like communism. I like capitalism.
They spend their money very wisely.
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
And it just seems like our government, on the other hand, it's like the Olympics for narcissist sociopaths.
Yeah.
Who can figure out how they can make the most money, get the most power.
Isn't that the truth? Yeah,
and I agree. Something else I was talking about. This other guy I had here, I don't know if you're familiar with Mad Dog, Jim Lawler.
Oh yeah, sure.
He was telling me that, he was telling me basically the story about how he got recruited to the CIA. And he was telling me, because I guess he was out in Iran, a bunch of other places recruiting people. And he says when he was recruiting people, he would look for people that had these narcissistic traits. Absolutely. Narcissists are 100%
Wow. Because they're so arrogant. They conclude, well, yes, of course the CIA would want to recruit me because I'm so important that they can't do their job for me. That is absolutely true. Absolutely true. You know, what they teach you in training is you have to look for somebody with a vulnerability. But the word vulnerability means a whole lot of different things. For example, let's say you are Iranian. No, that's too hard. We don't understand that. Let's say you're Indonesian, right? And I'm just making this up, so I'm not revealing any secrets or anything. But what they teach in training is everybody has a vulnerability, so you have to go through what's called the asset acquisition cycle: spot, assess, develop, recruit. So I spot you. I meet you at a diplomatic cocktail party, or I meet you at a dinner somewhere, or I meet you in a meeting at your foreign ministry. So I assess you. Does this guy have access to something that I might want? If you are the officer responsible for, coffee exports, I'm not. No. But if you work at the port, in the part that's off limits to everybody else, yeah, I'm interested. I mean, I'd like to know what's coming into the port. Is it weapons? Is it precursor chemicals for cocaine? It could be anything. The third part is develop. That's when we get to know each other. I take you out to dinner. Our wives become friends.
Right.
I start spending money on you because I have an expense account and you don't. You mentioned that all your life you fantasized about seeing New York. Well, I'm going to send you and your wife on an all-expenses-paid trip to New York. Or you love fishing, but, you could never afford one of those charters. They're $10,000 a day. No problem. You want to go charter fishing? Let's go catch a sailfish, or a swordfish, or a tuna. No problem. I've got plenty of money. And then once I've understood your vulnerability, I'm going to recruit you. Now, the vulnerability can be one of many, many different things. Maybe you've got a kid with a cleft palate, and you can't afford the surgery. I'll send your kid to the friggin' Mayo Clinic and pay cash. Or maybe you so love your kid, and he's really smart, but he's going to go to the local school, the local college, because, and nobody wears shoes, because everyone's poor. No. I'll send him to Boston College, or Harvard, or UT, wherever he wants to go. Pick a school. We have relationships with all of them. Happy to get him in, we'll pay for everything. Or maybe you got passed over for promotion and you want to fuck your boss, right? You want to eat him back because you're the smartest and hardest working person in that office, and they screwed you and they passed you over. You want to get revenge. Come and talk to me. I'll help you get revenge. I'll pay you handsomely for it, too. Or
so wild that people can build these relationships. Like they're like, at what point do you draw a line between like becoming friends with somebody, getting to know somebody, being friends with their family, and just trying to do a job and manipulate somebody?
I think I may have mentioned to you the last time we talked that the CIA actively seeks to hire people who have sociopathic tendencies, not sociopaths.
2 and 5.
It works. It works for them. Sociopaths are impossible to control. They slip through the cracks because they have no conscience, and they pass the polygraph very easily because they don't feel guilty about anything at all. And they tend to rise to the highest levels of the CIA. People who have sociopathic tendencies do have a conscience, but are still perfectly happy to work in moral, legal, and ethical gray areas. I'll tell you, a guy that I work for, a very senior CIA officer that I work for, told me that he had 5 recruiters over the course of a 30-year career. And he said he remembered every detail of those 5 recruitments. I was fortunate in that I had 5 recruitments in 4 years at one stretch. It was because we were fighting multiple wars. I was in poor countries where it's easier to recruit somebody because money goes so much farther, more vulnerable. And 95% are going to do it for money. Another 4% are going to do it for revenge. And 1% is going to do it for patriotism. They just love the United States. They watch those Tom Clancy movies and they want to see it. And what you do is you dummy up an award. You just do it on food and Microsoft. You make a fake award. You put a gold seal on it. You sign up the CIA director's name. You frame it, and then you take it to one of the meetings and you say, listen, this person did this award. You can't keep it because you're in public. So we're going to keep it in a safe. They're like, one guy started crying when I gave him the fake award. Started crying. God bless you. God bless you. God bless America. Yeah, God bless America. Now, what about the plans for that Russian tank? So, a long way of saying, my actual point was, so you admittedly have sociopathic. I was perfectly happy to break into people's houses and plant bugs and cameras, because we were good guys. I had convinced myself that we were the good guys. My country needed me, right? And then after 9/11, I was like, you know what? We're all fucking war criminals. Every one of us. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, but anyway, out of all the people I recruited, there were 2 to whom I said, you know what, in a different life, you and I would I'd like to meet you. Yeah.
Sorry about your luck. This is not that life.
This is not
Cut
that.
it, bro. How many people like you that are working covert overseas in an obscure country, how many people have these CIA officers have to kill? And how many of them, are all of them trained to kill?
No.
No.
The average CIA officer will almost never find himself in a position where he
Almost never.
almost never. I mean, we had a situation back in the 90s where one of our, you think how I'm going to say this, one of our case officers had recruited a third country national in a European country. Okay, so he's in Europe, but this guy's from some terrible enemy country, and he's given information, and the information's good. And one of the analysts at headquarters says, "Wow, whoever the source is," because the analysts don't know who the sources are. The analyst said, "Wow, whoever this source is, his information's really good. Can I come out and debrief him?" So the station said, "Sure. Come on out, TDY. We'll set up a meeting." So the analyst and the case officer went to the predetermined hotel to do the meeting. When they walked into the room, the source pulled out a gun and shot the case officer, tried to shoot the analyst and missed, and then ran. The analyst saved the case officer's life by staunching the bleeding, but it was a setup from the beginning. It turned out this source was actually an officer in that enemy country's intelligence service and was running a double agent with the point being to kill our officer. Now, the officer should have been armed. He wasn't, because he thought he could trust the source. And in a situation like that, he ought to have had a moment to pull out his weapon. I was always armed in the places where I served. Not in Bahrain. Nothing ever happens there, but in the other places where I was an active ops officer, I was always armed. Usually with two weapons. I had one in a tearaway fanny pack, and I had one on my ankle. You know, clips, and you got 6 more shots in your ankle. So, yeah, save one for yourself.
U.S. intelligence, CIA, Mossad, MI6, and Chinese intelligence. Like, oh, yeah, I mean, who is like the most secure?
Good question. There's no easy answer to that. You know, I'm gonna say overall, they're all good. They all have problems. The problem at the CIA is post 9/11, we got away from traditional human to a paramilitary organization, which is not what we were set for. There are units in the CIA whose job it is to go around the world and kill people or kidnap them. So you don't have the average CIA getting an assignment to go out and kill somebody. That just doesn't happen. There are these dedicated teams. And
yeah, like the Bin Laden team.
Exactly. So the Bin Laden team was active duty special forces on loan to the CIA for that specific operation. They also have former special forces from all the branches who leave the military, and you leave on a Friday, and on Monday you're at the CIA for your second career. So they do very specific high-risk operations, so that the rest of us don't have to go through that training and screw it up.
Right.
Yeah, but they don't recruit anybody. They just they're snatch and grab teams or hit teams.
You were telling a story. There was a video I watched where you were explaining to an audience the difference between, or it was just like the State Department's relationship with Israeli intelligence and the Arabs, and you were explaining how vicious and this circumstance that the Israeli intelligence officers were towards these people that were, who were those people, and they were stationed in Israel for something.
Yeah. So the State Department and the CIA have this program called the Analyst Overseas Program. So there are, I don't know, dozens of these positions all around the world. And if you're a kind of a mid-level young CIA analyst, in order to get promoted into the higher levels of the CIA, the Senior Intelligence Service, you have to do rotations in another directorate and in a policy position. The State Department, of course, is a policy organization. So we all wanted to do rotations in the State Department. I did two myself. And these two analysts that I work with, husband and wife team, they get assigned to what was then the American consulate in Jerusalem. Now, because this is not a secret program, this is totally above board. You really are on assignment at the State Department. We went to the Israelis and said, you know these two as CIA officers. They're not going to be here as CIA officers. They're on loan to the State Department doing legitimate State Department work. So one of them went to work as just sort of a normal Foreign Service officer, and the husband took a 2-year sabbatical to get a master's degree in Arabic, right, at one of the local universities. So they're not harming anybody. Well, the Israelis, because this is what the Israelis do, harass them. And they harass them in a very cruel kind of way. First, there was one night where they were invited to a party at the ambassador's residence, which is quite common. You go to more than you can even count. I can't even remember how many dinner parties I went to the ambassador's residence. And when they got back to their house, all of their living room furniture had been rearranged. All of it. With the message being, we can do anything we want. We can come in your home anytime we want. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, the next day they reported to security, like, we went home from the party and all the furniture was rearranged. And security's like, okay, thanks for telling us. We'll make it work. But then they went to another party. And when they came home, they always give us houses for apartments that are way bigger than we would ever need, because you have to entertain us. So they came home from the second party, and people had taken shits in every one of their toilets and left them unflushed. They had like 4 bathrooms in this house, and people had taken shits in every one of the bathrooms. Again, with the message being, there's nothing you can do. Then finally, the third time, it was the ambassador's Christmas party. They go home from the Christmas party, they go into the house, and they can hear the dog crying, it's whimpering. And somebody had cut off its tail and then wrapped the stub with gauze and metal tape. So then, the embassy has to go to the Israelis and say, cut it out. Why are you harassing these people? They haven't done anything to you. We've been totally above board with you. Just leave them alone. And you have to torture the poor dog? What's the matter with you? And then like, all right, sorry. Okay. And then they'll let 3 or 4 years go, and then they'll start doing it again. There was another incident where the ambassador was in his limousine with his driver on his way from the embassy to the residence. And they had a blowout. But the odd thing was that 2 of the tires blew out on one side of the car. So as soon as they drift over to the side, this car pulls up, and these 2 friendly guys get out. Oh, we see that you've had a blowout. Can we help you? Let us help you. Oh, no. We're going to call the embassy. They're going to come and pick up this is the American ambassador. You can come and pick them up and take them home. So these guys get back in their car and they drive away. Well, it turns out that the 2 tires had bullet holes in them, which is why they blew out. And, oh my goodness, the ambassador's briefcase is missing. And God knows what he had in it. How many classified documents were in there? Or personnel reports? But this is what they do.
But why did they do that? Like, did they just assume that the U.S. is lying to them about these people, and they wanted to?
An Israeli Mossad officer once told me that the mentality in Israel is that they can't trust anybody, including us, that if they're going to survive as a nation, they have to rely only on themselves. So if that means that they have to spy on the Americans as actively as they might spy on the Egyptians or the Jordanians, then that's what they're going to do. And that's what they do. My very first briefing, when I was first hired at the CIA, was a Mossad officer and a Shin Bet officer. And he was at an off-site location. And I thought that was kind of funny. Like, why don't we just go to the conference room? That's where everybody else gets briefed. They said, no. Israelis are not allowed inside the building. We used to allow the Israelis in, but then they brought a gift one time. It was a big CIA seal. And it had a transmitter embedded inside with enough batteries to last a year and a half. And they were like, oh, you should put this in your conference room. So we x-rayed it, and we find it's a listening device. So no more Israelis allowed in headquarters. So we meet at this offsite location. And it's a whole bunch of analysts. This was like right as we were getting ready to attack Iraq.
What country was it in?
It was in Washington.
Oh, in Washington?
Yeah. And because I was the most junior analyst, I was the last one to speak. So everybody's like giving their briefings. And my boss said, go ahead and use your real name because you're not undercover, which I wasn't at the time. So he's like, they're cleared up to the secret level for the information. Don't give them anything top secret. But there wasn't much to give that I would have given them anyway that wasn't at the secret level. So it comes to me. I'm the last one to speak. And I said, John Kiriakou from the Office of Leadership Analysis. And the guy said, spell it. And I spell it K-I-R. I spell the name. And he looks up to me and he goes, you are Jewish? And I said, I am not recruitable. And that's how I left it. Like, how dare you try to develop me 5 seconds into our first conversation? You think I've never been trained? Shame on you.
5 minutes from Langley.
5 minutes from Langley. Exactly. You are...
Do you think they're the most ruthless intelligence agencies out of all of them?
Absolutely. Have you ever seen the show Fauda? Oh my God. Listen,
What's that one about?
whoever is listening to this or watching this, you got to go on Netflix. F-A-U-D-A. Fauda. It is about Shin Bet. And it's a special unit inside Shin Bet and how it fights the Palestinians with the help of the PLO. So it's a completely true-to-life, based on facts show written by former Shin Bet officers. If you want to see how Shin Bet and Mossad work, you got to watch this show. I got chills just now. I got chills thinking of it. Because the balls these guys have. The stuff that they do that we would be like, oh my God, I would go to prison for the rest of my life if I did something like that.
Right.
And they just do it and then move on. Like it's nothing.
This seems like a good opportunity to bring up Jeffrey Epstein. What do you think about him? What do you think he was? Intelligence.
I'm confident he was intelligence. Yeah.
This is a thing that I've had debates with people too, is that I've had people tell me that blackmail is not a real thing. Blackmail is useless. That there's no reason that this guy would be bringing scientists and politicians to some island to get some sort of dirt on them for some sort of to hold blackmail over their head for favors.
I agree with that.
You do.
Blackmail is effective in the very short term, right? If you need somebody to give you something and you have information that you can really hold over his head, he might end up confessing to his own side. He might end up killing himself with it. I don't think that was necessarily the case with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm convinced that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. And I'm convinced that he was working for Mossad at the profile, I'll put it that way, of what we would call an access agent.
Access agent.
Yeah. So, classified information. That's not why he would have been working for Mossad. A former president of the United States, a member of the British royal family, the greatest minds on Wall Street, who are willing to talk when their guard is down and their pants are off about the people that they know and the people that they're talking to. You think Bill Clinton didn't talk to Barack Obama? Of course he did. Presidents and former presidents talk all the time to get advice from one another. All the time. So you're going to get somebody who loves Israel, and you're going to get him to invite all these people down to his private island, and then you report back everything. Because the people that the guy has access to. I'll give you another example. When I was in training, one of our ever had in his life was copy machine repair. He said, now, does the copy machine repairman have any access to classified information? Of course not. But what happens when the copy machine breaks in the Prime Minister's office? They got to have it fixed. So you recruit this guy, goes to repair it or to service it. He puts in a device that every time somebody makes a copy, it sends another copy back to Langley. And so you see literally everything that the Prime Minister is seeing. That's access. The repairman's not, you're not going to win a medal because you recruited a repairman. You're going to win the medal because you got the repairman to compromise the Prime Minister.
But why all the scientists and physicists?
Oh, yes. The Chinese are really, really focused on hard sciences. Because those are the guys that are working on nuclear programs. Those are the guys that have access to DARPA scientists. They're working on things like microwave weapons. They're working on things like Havana syndrome, maybe, whatever that turns out to be. They're working on things like anti-battlefield.
Yeah, I'm talking about like Jeffrey Epstein having those scientific conventions on his island.
Oh, the same thing. The same thing. Listen, that whole island, going back to the Mossad, so that they can see the Mossad has never, the Israeli government has never trusted that we give them the best of our technology. I mean, I would always assume that we did, but they are convinced that we don't. So if they can steal it, or you steal it by gathering the information from the scientists who are working on the systems. And at the very least, even if this Epstein convention, and he doesn't really say anything, there are going to be 10 Mossad agents attending that convention too, pretending to be scientists. And that's a develop recruit cycle. It's a long-term operation. This is not something that happens overnight. I remember operational training class saying, well, a cold pitch takes 5 seconds. You knock on the door and say, hey, CIA, I want you to work for me. That almost never, ever, ever works. In my whole career, it worked. To ingratiate yourself with the person, to make this person think that you are their best friend, to the point where you're going to be able to safely make the pitch. Sometimes it'll take 2 years. So, you got to meet them at some point. And then once you meet them, and if you exchange business cards, then that slow development begins.
Yeah, what's up, man? It is Monday, June 30th.
Is going to happen with, like, because of the trial is doing that.
Yeah.
And that was really weird because it was in, I think it was not videotaped, but it was in federal court, right? Like, how a weird rule. Exactly. I don't know why that rule exists. That seems weird. But there's a lot of stuff, a lot of like crazy conspiracies that say that he was murdered because he had dirt on people, and that we knew about that and we didn't want to let that out. That people like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton would have had him. I'm sure you're familiar with like the whole Clinton kill list. Yeah. There's stories of like people that have worked with them that have ended up like committed suicide with a shotgun in the chest, right? Things like that. Like, what do you make of that whole conspiracy?
I don't. The Clintons aside, because most of the Clinton deaths,
Yeah,
have been debunked. Yeah,
they've been debunked.
Oh, most of it. Yeah. Like even surviving family members of people who died or committed suicide said, look, it's a disservice to the memory to say that the Clintons had anything to do with this. Like, the guy was depressed for 6 months and suicidal, and he had attempted suicide once before, and then he ended up committing suicide. It's not Hillary Clinton. Now, on Epstein, man, I've looked at this from every angle. I did a podcast about it. And I think I was able to come to this conclusion only because I've been in prison myself. Most prison guards have their heads up their asses. Sorry, hate to say it, but these guys are flunkies from the military, or flunkies from the local police academy, or they were too stupid to get into the police academy in the first place. Right? Number two, the cameras never work. Right? Cameras in prisons break, and nobody ever fixes them. So that's how people get away with things in prison. I think what happened was Jeffrey Epstein was suicidal. He clearly told people around him that he was suicidal. He should have been in solitary confinement. And when you're suicidal, what they do is they strip you naked, and they give you a paper smock to put over, right? So you can't use it to tie a knot and hang yourself. They never did that. They put him in with this cop, right? He just got convicted yesterday. That guy just got convicted yesterday. Yeah, it was in the news. Really? Yeah, 4 counts of murder. This guy was a beast. You see that guy? Yeah. He looked like a fucking gorilla. I don't think I've ever seen anybody so huge as this cop. I don't remember his name. Maybe we can find a picture. Yeah, by the name of the cop who was the prison cellmate of Jeffrey Epstein. And that's another thing. Why would they put him in a cell with that guy? Right. Maybe they wanted the guy to kill him. So another thing was the guards of this fucking guy. Look at it from the left. Go to the one on the top left, black and white monster. That's the one that was in the New York Post yesterday. That guy is a mammoth of a human being. Yeah. That's got to be all steroids. Oh yeah, 100%. Go to the one where it shows him in the black shirt on top left, which is next to Jeffrey Epstein's face. Yeah. His neck is wider than Jeffrey's whole body. Seriously. So the cops, one of the cops was working a double shift. You're not allowed to work a double shift, right? You get too tired. And so they had him on a double shift anyway. They were supposed to go by Jeffrey Epstein's cell every 15 minutes. And he didn't. He was at least 30 minutes because he was probably sleeping in the guard booth. So I think that rather than Jeffrey Epstein being murdered, I think he did commit suicide, or was allowed to commit suicide, in part because of the incompetent boobery of the Bureau of Prisons, and in part because pretty much everybody in that case wanted him to commit suicide. They didn't want him to talk about the Clintons. They didn't want him to talk about Alan Dershowitz and the Trumps and all these people that have been to China.
But it isn't that kind of like everyone in the case wanted him to commit suicide? Isn't that just like evidence that they could have killed him? Like, they all want him dead. Like, if he wasn't a Saudi, and did have all this money and had all this contacts, the guy is obviously a narcissist, a sociopath.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He didn't seem to me like a guy. He seems to me like, I'm ignoring a lot of this stuff, obviously, but he seems to me like a guy who thinks he might have it out. He seems to me like a guy who thinks he has, you know,
and then
powerful people.
Yes, and the powerful people walked away from him. So what is there to live for? I mean, he got by the skin of his teeth in 2006, right? How did a convicted child sex predator end up making a comeback after 2006?
After that.
And Alan Dershowitz, you know, and Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates.
For some reason, I'm blanking on who Alan Dershowitz is again.
Oh, the Harvard Law professor, one of Trump's attorneys.
Oh, okay, yes.
Dershowitz was a lifelong Democrat, and he flipped to Trump, but he's like probably the most important attorney in America. So
yes. I know who he is now. I'm gonna get fucking roasted.
He's the guy that like kept his underwear on.
Right. He is probably also one of the only guys now who defends Epstein.
Yes,
he defends Epstein too.
Yes, he does. Yes,
one of the only guys, right? And he's like the Michael Jordan of lawyers.
Yes, he is. Very much so.
He even has a book published. He published a book with the same publisher as Robert Kennedy.
Oh, Skyhorse. Yeah, they're my publisher too.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I've done 5 books for them.
Really?
Yeah.
You're coming out with a new book, aren't you?
Yeah, June, first week of June.
What's this one?
It has nothing to do with intelligence. It's funny. My second book was published by Rare Bird Books. They're with Simon & Schuster. So,
give us a list of your books.
Sure. So the first one was The Reluctant Spy, My Secret Life in the CIA's War on Terror. Dang it, which I meant to bring for you. I'll send it to you. Okay. The second one was Doing Time Like a Spy, How the CIA Taught Me to Survive and Thrive in Prison. The third one was The Convenient Terrorist, Abu Zubaydah, and the Weird Wonderland of America's Secret Wars. And then they commissioned 4 books. So I did a series. The CIA Insider's Guide to the Iran Crisis. The CIA Insider's Guide to Surveillance and Surveillance Detection. The CIA Insider's Guide to Lying and Lie Detection. And the CIA Insider's Guide to Disappearing and Living Off the Grid. And it's always been interesting. And that nobody else has ever written. So, I can't tell you how many times I look at my watch and it's like 6 o'clock in the evening and I start writing. And then I look at my watch and it's 2:30 in the morning. And I'm like, oh crap, I gotta get up in 4 hours. Yeah,
I wish I had that talent.
Bang this thing out in 6 weeks. It's called Remains of the Day. The Ultimate Guide to Washington, D.C.'s Historic Cemetery. So I called the guys at Rare Bird, and I said, listen, I know you don't normally publish books like this, but my first book with them won 2 literary awards, including one of the big 4. I won the Penn First Amendment Award, which with the Penn Faulkner, the Pulitzer, and the Edgar Allan Poe are the big 4. So I'm a serious author. And I had written 7 books back then. So I said, I know you guys don't do books like this normally, but this one's actually really important to me. Would you take a look at it? And he's like, well, we really don't do books like that, but okay, send it to me, I'll take a look at it. He calls me 2 weeks later, and he says, this is the best book you've ever written. And I said, really? And he said, the editorial board liked it so much, they want to commission 2 more. They want the mafia graves of New York City, and they want the historic cemeteries of Chicago. And I said, okay, send me a contract. So then he sends me the contract, I sign it, I had finished the Washington book. I'm about a third of the way done with the Mafia book. And he calls me and he goes, what do you think of the country western graves of Nashville and Memphis? And I said, relax. Let me finish these next 3 books. And then we can talk about this.
So what made you want to write about the cemetery?
You know, when I was 9 years old, we lived not too far from the cemetery. When I was 9 years old, I was in the cemetery looking for salamanders under rocks. And I found a salamander. And the rock that I found it under was next to this small tombstone. Had some guy's name on it, and it had a medallion of the Congressional Medal of Honor. Now, I never heard of this. I was 9. I didn't know what the Congressional Medal of Honor was. So I went back home. I had this shoebox with my salamander in it. And my mom said, "Did you have a good time?" I said, "Yeah, I found a salamander." And I saw a gravestone and it said Congressional Medal of Honor on it. What is that? And she said, "Oh, that guy's a hero. We should go to the library and see what his story is." Everybody has a story. So we went to the public library. We were regulars at the library when I was a kid. And we looked him up. And he was a farmer in our town. And he fought in the 4th Pennsylvania Infantry. And he captured the Confederate battle flag at the Battle of Petersburg. And got the Congressional Medal of Honor, returned to Newcastle, Pennsylvania, and farmed until his death in the 1890s. And I became fascinated by cemeteries. Like, I would go back to that cemetery, and you see the giant obelisk that has the name of the local hospital on it. So the Jameson family made Jameson Memorial Hospital, and that's where the Jamesons are. Or, the guy who owned the tin mill is in that giant mausoleum over there. The guy who had the steel mill or the coal mine, they had these big 19th century memorials. I wasn't interested in those. Like I said, this guy was just a common farmer who did something very, very great. And so, especially when I joined the CIA, no matter where I was in the world, I went to a cemetery or 2 or 3. Ceausescu, and everywhere I go, Oscar Schindler, there are just so many interesting stories. There's this wonderful website too called findagrave.com that will give you a little hint if somebody's interested, and then you can do your own research. So what I wanted to do is write a book. Nobody had ever written a book about, there are a million books about Arlington Cemetery, but there are none, literally none, about the months just wandering around cemeteries, and I found 250 of the most incredible things. I won't waste your time, but it's so much fun. There's this guy, a little tiny stone with his name and the dates. The dates are like 1787 to 1852, right? And so I'm wandering around, and I have my phone with me all the time, and I'm on this Find a Grave, well, who's this guy? He's probably nobody. 90% of them are nobody. So I look at this guy. He was a mid-level nobody in the Department of the Treasury. Okay? A nobody. We would call him a cubicle drone today. And in 1812, White House on fire. They set the Capitol building on fire across the Potomac. The First Lady, Dolly Madison, grabs the portrait of George Washington and she flees to Loudoun County. It's chaos this night in Washington. This guy has the presence of mind to say, "Oh shit, the British are burning the whole city. I wonder if anybody's rescued the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution." So he goes to the National Archives, everybody's fled, and he takes the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and George Washington's military commission, and he rolls them into a sheet. And he takes them to a barn in Leesburg, Virginia, and hides them in the rafters of the barn until we push the British out. And then he returns them to the National. So he's treated as a hero. He never told anybody that he did this. When the coast was clear, he came out with, hey, I've got these documents I saved. So he's greeted as a hero at the Treasury Department. But the fact of the matter is that he was actually a dick. And nobody liked him. And so that kind of lived a little bit of a hero complex after the fired. And so as not to, set a bad precedent and humiliate him, they said, we're not firing you, we're transferring you to a job in the National Lighthouse Service. Well, this is a total dead-end job. So he's just sort of sitting there. He's supposed to manage all the lighthouses. And he was bored. And so in his spare time, while he was bored, he invented the refractor light that we still use today in all of the lighthouses.
Wow. This guy was a genius.
Yeah, he's a genius.
And nobody would have remembered him.
No, nobody knows him.
It's incredible. It's so true how when you start picking up rocks and looking under rocks, you find some of the most interesting things.
You just never know.
People are lazy, they don't like to do that.
Very little known, small cemetery in very far upper northwest, not even, so another block and you're in Maryland. And it's called the Old Soldiers and Sailors Home National Cemetery. During the Civil War, for people who had lost legs and couldn't care for themselves, and when they died, they were buried in the cemetery next to the nursing home. There are 23 or 27 Congressional Medal of Honor winners there. They weren't very interesting because you go on the Medal of Honor website and it's like killed lots of Indians, killed lots of Indians, killed lots of Indians. Well, that's just not interesting. So I'm wandering around the cemetery, and there are about 15,000 burials there, which is quite small for a cemetery. There's one woman. One. So I was like, who is this woman? Agnes Picasso. Maybe she was just married to the guy in charge. Maybe she's nobody. So I started to research. Oh my God, what a fascinating story. It turns out she was married to the guy who ran the place. That's why she's there. But that has nothing to do with her story. She was born in 1897 in Washington and wanted to become a librarian. And the First World War broke out. And her parents said, maybe you shouldn't be a librarian. Maybe you should be a nurse. She said, yeah, that's probably a better idea. So she goes to Bellevue Hospital in New York City, the famous Bellevue Hospital. Now it's a mental institution. They had a nursing program, and she became a nurse. And as soon as she graduated, she joined the Red Cross, and they sent her to Italy to care for severely wounded American soldiers. And as soon as she arrived, she was assigned to care for a severely wounded American ambulance driver by the name of Ernest Hemingway, who she called Ernie, 19 years old. And they immediately began a torrid affair that lasted for 4 months. And then she broke up with him. And she married an Italian lieutenant. Well, by then, Hemingway had recovered and was transferred out. They never spoke to each other ever again. But in 1926, he wrote his first short story. He published his first short story, The Sheep Character. And then in 1932, he published The Stones of Kilimanjaro, and she's the lead character. And then his masterpiece, A Farewell to Arms, she's the lead character. And it turned out that she's the lead character in 6 of his books. She later went on to divorce the Italian, and she married this American colonel who was in charge of the nursing home. Ernest Hemingway committed suicide in, it was 1958, 62, something like that, 62 maybe. And a year later, his brother called her and said, I'm writing a book called My Brother Ernest Hemingway, and I'd like to interview you for the book. She said, how do you know that I knew your brother? I never told anybody. I never even told my husband. And he said, that Hemingway never stopped talking about her. That she was the only woman he had ever loved. He had 4 failed marriages. He was a notorious alcoholic and he was abusive to all of his wives. But she was the only one that he had ever loved. And so the brother went up to Washington and interviewed her. She gave him pictures of them sitting on his hospital bed while he was recuperating, and love letters in exchange. And she had kept a scrapbook. Every time he was in a newspaper, she would cut out the article. And she said her husband just always thought she was a picture. The love letters and the scrapbook are now in the Hemingway Museum in Key West, Florida. And now people know who Addis is.
Fascinating, man. Oh, and you just stumbled upon it.
I just stumbled. Like, I wonder who that is. I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time, but I'm telling you one more story.
This is amazing.
Oh, thanks. I was walking around Rock Creek Cemetery, which is really the nicest and largest cemetery in Washington. And there are important people buried there. When you first pull in, on the right-hand side, there's a little cul-de-sac, and there are monumental mausoleums all around it, with all the most important names of the 19th century business families. Like the Hecht Company, the big department store, it's the Hecht family. And there's a beer family, and have you ever heard of Woodward and Lothrop, another big department store chain? It's the Woodward family and the Lothrop family. I'm not interested at all in any of those people. Yeah, there you go.
What are we looking at?
Rock Creek Cemetery.
Oh, this is Rock Creek Cemetery.
You see the one up and over one? Right there. I'll tell you about that in a second. So I came upon this mausoleum that is on a tract of land. So this is prime real estate cemetery. And it was a name that I didn't recognize. It was Boyd. Like, I don't have any idea who that is. Probably just some rich guy from the 1800s. But I wrote it down. Like, when I get home, I'll take a look. So I looked in, and instead of being marble or granite, it's all glass inside. So you can see the coffins. And it was like 6 of them. There was, Mr. Boyd. His name was Israel Boyd. And then his wife and his kids and one of his grandchildren. So I just made a little note. So when I got home, I had actually gone to see that. That sculpture is by August St. Gaudens, the greatest sculptor in 19th century America.
That's a spooky looking sculpture.
Yeah, it's an important one too. That is John Quincy Adams' grandson, John Adams' great-grandson, and his wife. The grandson had that sculpture made by St. Gaudens because his wife had just killed herself, and he wanted that grief to be expressed in a statue. People come from all over the country to look just at that statue. It's incredible. There it is. So anyway, I get back home, and I look up this guy, Israel Boyd. It was a story you're never going to believe. So this guy Israel Boyd and his brother, born and raised in Washington, and they wanted to be chemists. And their parents are like, no, you're going to be bakers. We don't have money to send you to college to be scientists. You're going to be bakers. They didn't want to be bakers. But the father's like, no, you're going to be bakers. So they open up this little bakery. And they feed them. Kneading the dough every day. It's hard work. You have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So they said, you know what? Why don't we invent a machine to knead the dough for us? So they invented the first mixer. Okay? So you just pour it all in this big tub, and the mixer goes like this, and it mixes all the dough. And that worked really well. And then they said, you know what else we should do? We should invent a machine that cuts the dough so every loaf is exactly the same size, shape, and weight. And they did that too, right? And other bakers are like, wow, look at these things that the Boyd brothers are inventing. We want to buy those. So they started selling this equipment all across the country. And then one of them said, I wonder what it would taste like if we put milk in the mix instead of just water. But that made it fluffy. Nobody had ever thought to put milk in the dough. And then they said, You know how paper boys deliver the paper every day? We should hire an army of boys to deliver bread. So if you call in your order by 3 o'clock, the boy will deliver your bread in time for dinner, and it's still hot. Well, by the time of the First World War, they had the biggest bakery in America. It took an entire city block behind Union Station, and they were rich beyond their wildest dreams. So they decided, time to retire. We're going to sell the whole business. So the business, their flagship product was this bread, and it had a terrible name. It was like Mrs. McGillicuddy's Delicious Bread, right? It's a stupid name. So they sell the business to the National Baking Company, Nabisco, National Baking Company. And Nabisco loved the whole setup. They hated the name of that bread, Mrs. McGillicuddy's Delicious Bread. So the only change they made was they changed the name to Wonder Bread.
No way.
It's flavor intensive.
How many people did you have to dig through their lives?
Oh, thousands. Thousands. Yeah. The research takes forever. The writing, I just blow right through it. Blow right through it. Yeah, there's one in Congressional Cemetery. You know, J. Edgar Hoover's buried in Congressional Cemetery, and about 30 feet away from him is his alleged boyfriend, Clyde Tolson. So, I mean, everybody knows the stories about J. Edgar Hoover. But what they don't know is that there was a guy who's acknowledged to be the first gay activist in the military, right? He was even on the cover of Time magazine. He's in uniform, and the title just says, "I am a homosexual." He was the first person to come out. And he led to, in the military, he led to the gay rights movement, founded the gay rights movement. So he thought it would be kind of funny to buy a plot as close to J. Edgar Hoover as possible. He said in an interview that it was his last fuck you to the system. Well, after he died, because he became such an iconic figure, hundreds and hundreds of gay people began buying the plots. My fault. Began buying plots around him. So now J. Edgar Hoover is in the very center of the only officially gay section of any cemetery in America.
That's incredible. I didn't realize it was a gay section.
Yeah, nobody does. That's amazing. And everybody's gay, and everybody's important in the gay movement.
Isn't it so funny how people they put so much value on what happened after you die?
Isn't that the truth?
You know, I don't know if you're aware, but like the cemeteries, some of the cemeteries in Mexico that like worship these narco warlords.
Yeah, they do.
They're insane. They spend millions and millions of dollars on these little houses built on these cemeteries. They walk in, they have music playing 24/7. They'll park cars in there. And they go there and like have parties in these mausoleums for these these legendary Mexican narcos.
Nuts. It's nuts. Yeah, you'll see a lot of plots from the 19th century where, for example, there's kind of a famous one in Massachusetts. I went once to see it, but it's a grave, and then immediately next to the grave is a set of stairs that goes down to be alongside the actual entombment. And it was because the grave is for a little girl. She was 8 years old, and she was afraid of thunderstorms. So every time there was a thunderstorm, her mother would go down there and sit next to the casket so her daughter wouldn't be afraid. You know, and you see a lot with steel grates on top of the grave because they were rich people who were afraid that grave robbers would take their bodies and hold the bodies for ransom. You see a lot of that. I saw one funny one. It was in Princeton, New Jersey. I went to find there was a handful of graves I wanted to find there. I forget which president was, like Tess Brown Arthur or somebody like that, some obscure president. But the Menendez Kitty Menendez, I forget her husband's name. Their sons murdered them in L.A. Remember the Menendez murders, the Menendez brothers in the 80s? Anyway, you're too young. But I found one gravestone, and all it said was, "I told you I was sick."
Told you I was sick.
Yeah. That's all it says. There's no name, no dates, no nothing. That was like her last communication. I told you I was sick.
It's so funny. It's also so weird that we like to bury our dead in boxes.
That's right. And not just boxes, but then concrete vaults, and they're lined with lead. Like, why? Why do we do this? Let nature take its course.
Have you ever heard of a Tibetan, what's it called? It's called a Tibetan sky funeral.
No.
Well, I guess in Tibet, what they do is they take the dead up to the top of this mountain, and they let the vultures come, like, rip the carcass apart. Because I guess it's like a part of, like, letting the human body go back into the
circle of life.
Like, in the rainforest, if something dies, or like in specifically the Amazon rainforest, if something dies in the rainforest, there's so many different types of animals and insects and bugs and fish and probably strip it down to nothing. Something dies, it is literally nothing. It's dust in a matter of hours because of all of the animals that will consume it, and it just gets absorbed. Wow. I feel like the fact that we don't like let our bodies go back into the earth is a weird thing.
It is indeed.
We got a little bit off track. What were we talking about? Killing. No, we were talking about something else. Epstein. I know what I want to know. We're talking about Epstein. Did you know about going back to Epstein? Are you aware of the bone in his neck that broke?
Yes.
The hyoid.
What's it called?
Hyoid.
Hyoid, that's it. Yes.
That was always a weird thing to me. That seemed like
because that's common in strangulation, right? I don't know how common it is with a sheep,
right?
But it is with strangulation, manual strangulation.
So it's really hard to break that bone. Yeah, I think out of all the autopsies that were done from hangings, I think it was only like 40%. I'm definitely getting this wrong. You probably looked this up. But look at this statistics, if you say, on hyoid bone fractures, and it was like 40% of hangings. I think so. It's really hard to break that bone unless you got so much.
Right,
violent force.
And then maybe the cop did it.
Right, that's the argument for the cop, for the hyoid bone being broken, is that maybe the cop killed him. Which is fishy. I never really. That's possible.
Otherwise, if you don't believe one of the elements of the conspiracy with Epstein,
it was like 17 to what?
76%.
I can't read it. Too small. John, yes.
Yeah, it says injuries to the hyoid bone are rare. The most commonly reported injury is fracture, yet this is often a post-mortem finding with an incidence of between 17 and 76% in victims of strangulation and hanging. In survivors, it's more often associated with a trauma other than manual strangulation. Okay. So anyway, if you believe the official story, you have to believe that at every step of the way, something was wrong. The cop was too tired, the cameras weren't working, the cop didn't make his rounds, somebody fell down at every step of the way.
Yes.
Or he was killed.
Then why do you believe that he was killed himself?
Because every one of those guards has his head up his ass. Every one of them. They're all morons. So when they say, well, the cop fell asleep. Yeah, I used to see him sleeping in there all the time. The cameras didn't work. Yep, none of the cameras worked.
Yeah, but the guards being morons doesn't support suicide any more than it supports him being killed, right? Like the guards should still be morons.
Right, yeah. Yeah. We shouldn't discount also that Epstein asked to be killed. Maybe the cop killed him because Epstein asked him.
That's possible.
I don't know. We'll never know what happened. We'll never know.
Another thing I really wanted to talk to you about, which I've been fascinated with lately, I'm reading a book all about it right now, is DARPA. I'm reading the Pentagon Brain book right now.
Yeah.
I'm about halfway through it. Right. I had these two guys on here, who I think you had on your show as well, about 6 months ago. One of the guys' name was Len Bear, and the other guy's name was he was a Harvard graduate who was recruited to a think tank to work on some stuff for DARPA. And he was talking about this directed energy stuff. Yeah. And this guy was claiming, you know, he had this Russian accent, which was funny.
Yeah.
And
Len?
yeah, yes. And you know, he was claiming that he was being actively targeted by some sort of directed energy weapons that were coming from satellites or something. You know, not something that somebody's hanging out in front of his house, like pointing something at him, but it's some sort of like switch that's going off in his head. Yes. But he has no history of working with any government. He worked. I forgot what he did. He was a medical doctor. He was a medical doctor, right? He was like a hormone doctor.
And he's a safety inspector for a food company.
Right. So there was no plausible reason why anyone was targeting him. You talked to him. Yes. What did you make of that stuff? Do you think that's anything that you think what they think it is?
I have kind of a history on this issue. Because I'm out there as a CIA whistleblower, I attract a lot of people who have this complaint. I happened to be on contract with the American Psychological Association back in 2015. And we were at lunch one day, and I said, hey, guys, it was like a dozen psychologists. I said, guys, I got a question for you. Not a single day goes by that I don't get at least one email from somebody saying that the government is being some sort of waves at them, and it's painful, and it's making them, vomit, and they have dizziness and whatever. And I said, does any of this make sense to you? And they looked at each other and started laughing. And one of them said, this is a very common form of mental illness. They have found in their studies that when people feel overwhelmed, their brains default to the most easily explained reason, and that is a dark outside force. Well, that's why everybody blames the CIA. Now people know more about DARPA. They're talking about DARPA. But then I talked to a New York Times reporter about this. And he said, so many people are quick to blame mental illness. But he said in his research, he found that there are some people who are just incredibly sensitive to the millions of waves that are flying through the air at any given time. Cell phones, radar guns, anything. If we could see the waves, we wouldn't even be able to see each other. There's so many, right? And then I talked to Bill Dean, who used to be the number 4 at NSA. He was the chief technology officer at NSA. And I said, Bill, is this mental illness? Or is this like sensitivity to microwaves? Or what is this? And he said, I think that there's science behind it. I think that DARPA is doing something that we don't fully understand. He said, we do know that DARPA is working on these, not just next generation battlefield weapons, but 2 generations battlefield weapons. Lasers that will temporarily blind you so that we don't have to kill you, but it'll take you off the battlefield. Crowd control is a perfect example. Yes. He said, we don't know if it's DARPA that's doing this kind of thing. But, he said, I can tell you how you can tell who is insane and who's not. Ask them if the waves follow them when they come. He said, there is no technology to beam this stuff from satellites. It's not possible. No. But he says, if it just happens when they're at a certain location, it just happens when they're at home, or it just happens when they're at work, that's a problem. It's either a sensitivity or somebody's doing something to them. But if it happens like everywhere they go, or they went to their brother's house and happened there, and then they checked into a hotel because they thought they were going crazy, it happened there, no, that's a mental illness.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's what this guy Lemon thing is happening to them. So yeah, airport right here.
Yeah, well, but it doesn't happen to anybody else around us. That doesn't make any sense.
Right.
This guy sent me. The guy sent me an email one time, and he said this was happening to him. And I said, well, here's a link to this New York Times article on wave sensitivity. Here's an article from the website of the American Psychological Association saying, just see it there. And then he sends me back an X-ray. Like he'd scanned an X-ray and attached it, and it clearly had a chip, like in the head. And I'm like, no way. So I did a reverse search on Google. It's just out there, like a Google image. Yeah, it's a Google image. Somebody planted it on the internet, and it's used 100,000 times. So I'm like, look, sorry. If you're not going to be honest, there's nothing I can do to help you. But no, I said the CIA doesn't give a shit about you. They're not using you as an experiment. They're not beaming waves at your head to see what happens. If they were going to do that, and I don't think that they are, that wouldn't be the CIA. It would be DARPA and NSA. But
It wouldn't be the CIA.
yeah, they might use it once it's finally developed as a weapon. But in terms of experimentation, that's got DARPA written all over it.
And NSA?
And NSA.
Why NSA?
Because NSA is the one that deals in the signal all the time. Like, for example, NSA, the Pentagon in general and NSA are the ones that control all the satellites. So if we did have the technology to use satellites to beam these waves at people, NSA would at least know about it. DARPA would have been the one to develop it.
Right.
Let me add one other thing. There's a county in far western Virginia,
Yes.
Highland County. I told him about Highland
Oh,
County.
did you really?
Yeah, because there's an incredibly sensitive military listening site there with these enormous dishes. They're like 5 stories tall, right? All pointed up at the sky, trying to pick up signals from other galaxies and stuff. Well, because it's so sensitive, I don't mean in a classified way, I mean like in a technological way, they forbid any outside electronics, right? There are no cell phone towers. The houses in this county, nobody lives out there, it's just farms.
Right.
But they don't even have cable TV, right? No Dish Network, no nothing.
Right.
Well, a lot of people who have exhibited this sensitivity, when they go there, it ends. That's why I think a lot of this is, I think they're genuinely suffering, and I think they really genuinely believe that they're being targeted. But I think it's that they're sensitive to cell phone signals and radio signals and TV and walkie-talkies and all the other crap that's flying through the airway.
This leads me to the same topic of UFOs and the shit that we're seeing in the sky.
Yeah.
It's all
How
about that.
fascinating is this? Oh,
It's incredible.
with bated breath, I await these releases. I actually saw one.
Oh, really?
With my dad.
No way.
Yeah.
Where?
It was in Amish country in western Pennsylvania.
Okay.
We lived in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, and my dad and mom owned a restaurant in a town 20 miles away, Sharon, Pennsylvania. My dad and I were working the midnight shift over the weekend. So we got the car at 11, we're going to start working at 12. And we have 5,000 Amish families in our county, Lawrence County, so it's dark, right? It's dark. So we're on State Route 60, going to Newcastle to Sharon, and there's this brilliant flash of white light, like blinding, brilliant flash of light in the sky. And we both looked up. My dad's driving. I was 17. And then there's a second flash and a third flash. And he said to me, "What is that?" And then this orange trapezoid lit up. Right? It wasn't like saucer shaped. I mean, it was saucer shaped, but with hard edges. And it was just floating there. And it had an orange light in each of the 4 corners. So we pulled over. And we got out of the car. And we're standing there looking at it. And this guy pulls up behind us. And he gets out of his car and he goes, "What is that?" And as soon as he said it, it just went whoosh, and it's gone. At this fantastic speed. Never made a sound. Like there was no buzzing or Not that it was silent. It was just floating. Gone. I'll never forget. I said to him, we go back in the car. And I said, so what do we do? Do we, like, call the cops or something? And he said, to tell him what? Right. We saw a spaceship and it flew away. So we didn't tell anybody.
What year would that have been?
1981.
Okay. So, you were back.
I can't imagine in 1981 that. I mean, the speed with which this thing vanished was, it's unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what it is.
Another scientist that was studying anti-gravity is just and I wonder how much of that stuff went into DARPA.
I wonder.
But like if you look at the modern stuff, like the stuff that these fighter pilots picking up on their
right,
new radar,
which is amazing to them. I mean, you listen to their communications, and they're amazed by what they're saying.
Yeah. But then I've had other people tell me that DARPA does like hologram technology to like throw off enemy radar. So I don't know what to think. You know, there's lots of those technologies that they mess around with and experiment with. And you know, why wouldn't they experiment with it? Right, with our own people.
Right.
So,
although it would be arrogant of us. I don't want to sound like a nut, but it would be arrogant of us to think that of the billions, maybe more, limitless number of galaxies and planetary systems, that we're the only ones that are technologically advanced.
Oh, right. I just at the same time, you know, I would wonder why, especially our government is putting it in the light, like is elevating it to the level.
Welcome.
Right. That,
how are you, Cobalt?
Two things. Either they think it's aliens, or it's
what's up,
so
Cobalt?
highly classified DARPA that they want to throw everybody off.
Right. That's what I wonder. So you don't think it's DARPA?
I don't, because I think that if it were DARPA, we would at least be using some elements of the new technology in the systems that we have. You know? Like the F-35 wouldn't be crashed into the ocean like it does. Like we would be going half to the speed of light, you know?
Well, that's what these things do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But we would be doing it on the battlefield right now. Instead of having 8 different companies designing the F-35, and then, oh no, it fell apart. Oh, it fell off the aircraft carrier. Oh no, what are we going to do? And everybody hates the F-35. Like, oh, can't you bring the Warthog back? Can't you bring the F-16? We would be doing spaceships.
Well, maybe we're not there yet. Maybe they're just testing it. Or maybe we, you know, obviously DARPA works with a lot of contractors, right? So a lot of these military industrial complex contractors with Boeing and all these places could be testing this stuff and not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. Do you remember when John Podesta said that if Hillary Clinton were to be elected president, the first thing she would do on her first day as president would be to release all the UFO files? Podesta, this is like a hobby for him. He's fascinated by it. And I guess Hillary loved the idea too.
Yeah, for the reason that none of them do. A lot of them say that.
Like, and then they don't do it. Like, it's like the Kennedy assassination.
Bill was famous for saying something. Yeah, Kennedy assassination.
Yeah, like, listen, if you're going to release it, just release it. Stop talking about it and just release it.
Right. But they probably don't know that. Like, maybe imagine if they told Trump about aliens. You think he could keep that? Oh, not for me. Not for me. It's got to be above their heads. You would imagine. Have you ever worked with anybody in DARPA? Never? Never. I know a lot of these former Navy pilots do. They talk about like doing work for DARPA or like being contracted by them to do certain things.
Yeah, imagine the brain power in a place like that. Like, you know, a lot of different organizations claim to have the best and the brightest. These guys are bright.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, too, they're geniuses that are also rich, making a lot of money, and like they're motivated by getting their budgets ramped up, and you know, trying to sell these new technologies and these new new war game technologies and all this stuff, and it's just, I don't know, it's fascinating. The book's great. I don't know if you've ever read it, but
No.
it's called The Pentagon's Brain by Amy Dickinson. It goes back to like the early nuclear tests and stuff that they did off of Bikini Atoll cases. Like one of the first guys that worked on the first thermonuclear bombs. He was able to bring one on a commercial flight in his briefcase. Brought it to Washington as a test.
Can you imagine?
No, it's dark shit, man. Is there anything else that you're working on that we haven't really talked about? I know we talked about your book.
Well, you know what? I'm on Substack now, which has been a lot of fun. Yeah. John Kiriakou. What is it? JohnKiriakou.substack.com, I think.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Is it true that they're not putting? I heard that just recently they stopped putting like the like and the retweet on Substack links on Twitter. Elon's like doing some crazy shit right now. Yeah, I saw that was part of this whole Matt Taibbi thing.
You know, somebody hacked into my Twitter account 2 weeks ago and took it over. And I did everything I was supposed to do. I reported it to Twitter support. They hacked in. They changed my password, and then they changed my recovery email address to some email address in Brazil. So, can you give me my Twitter account back? They said, please send supporting documents. I'm like, supporting documents? You're the ones that informed me that. I'm like, okay. So I forwarded the emails from Twitter saying, the password's been changed, the recovery email's been changed. This is the new, all they do is like, .com.bz or BR or whatever Brazil is. So then they sent me another email last Tuesday, and they said, oh, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. We recommend that you just start a new Twitter account. And I'm like, no, I've been on Twitter for 13 years. I'm verified with a blue check mark, which I earned. I didn't pay for. I have 50,000 followers. No, I'm not going to just start a new Twitter account. So they just didn't bother me. So I was going to call Matt Taibbi this morning. I was doing this. No, I did it in the cab or in the Uber on the way over here. I was going to call Matt, and I got a text from Katie Halper, and her Twitter account was hacked, and they stole her address too, and she just got it back. So she was texting me to say she's back on Twitter. I said, I'm still not back on Twitter. I was going to call Matt this morning and ask if he could recommend somebody. And she's the one who told me what I told you. And she said, no, here's a woman at Twitter support. Just send her an email directly and say I sent you an email address. So I'm hoping I can get my Twitter account.
So you know it already?
No, not yet. I'm going to do it on the way.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this is how you have to do it now.
Didn't you? Do you think that's intelligence fucking with you?
No, I think it's Louise Mensch fucking with you.
Louise. Oh yes, that's that crazy lady who said a bunch of shit about you being a Russian. What did she say about you?
Yeah, she said, oh man, I was in Cuba a couple of months ago.
Really?
And my first book was included in the permanent collection of the National Library of Cuba. So there was this ceremony for authors.
I bet you they got some crazy cemeteries there. Really?
Yeah, gorgeous. That's a whole nother conversation. But
how long were you in Cuba?
A week.
Okay.
So I couldn't sleep one night, and so I went on my email, and a friend of mine said, buddy, you need to check Twitter. So I go on Twitter, and here's this Louise Mensch, former member of Parliament in the UK. She describes herself as an unhinged British witch. That's her bio, right? Yeah. And she says, and I've never met the woman. Never met her, never interacted with her. No idea who she is other than she's a former member of Parliament. So she says, John Kiriakou, convicted of espionage for spying for the Russians, has something to say about, like I tweeted something about Israel Palestine. And then a minute later she tweets, John Kiriakou, convicted traitor, hashtag treason, hashtag death penalty. And I was like, what the fuck is this? I called my attorney. It was 2:55 a.m. I woke him up. He's also a friend of mine, so he wouldn't go nuts. And I said, I'm so angry right now, I feel like flipping out. I said, I'm going to send you 2 screenshots, and I sent them. And he's like, oh yeah, we got to sue. This is called defamation per se. She knew it was a lie, and she tweeted it anyway. So I filed a suit. And I did a lot of research before we filed. She does this to everybody. Everybody from the entire leadership of the FBI to the entire leadership of Congress to half of the non-Fox news personalities in the country. Anybody she doesn't like, or she doesn't like the politics, you're a traitor and espionage and a Russian propagandist and a Russian stooge, and she's just a bomb thrower. But I'm a litigious prick. So we FedExed papers and said, you have 48 hours to retract and apologize. And she retracted and apologized.
And this all happened while you were in Cuba?
I had just gotten home from Cuba by the time we filed the papers. Yeah.
What were you doing in Cuba, by the way?
My book. So they included it in the National Library of Cuba, the first book. So it was me and like a dozen and a half other authors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they translated my first 2 books in Spanish. And so they were sending them around to bookstores.
That's incredible.
It was nice.
What's it like down there? I heard, is the internet? What's their internet and like their television and the communication? I heard that like everything is completely. What I heard was I watched this documentary about this like Caribbean island band who went down there to do a concert, and they needed to let everybody know who they were because apparently they don't have any access to music or the internet or TV or anything like that.
No. In fact, I wrote a column about this.
Oh, did you?
I was so surprised. In fact, the day I went to Cuba was the day that Joe Biden gave his State of the Union address. So here's Joe Biden's State of the Union address. It's carried live on every Cuban network. And there's a simultaneous subtitle in Spanish. I couldn't believe it. So I'm flipping through the channels, and it was everything. CNN, BBC, RT. I saw my own show. Really, my own show is syndicated by Ora TV. It's a Mexican network. And here's my show. It's me talking to. Is it Len Bird? I think it was Len actually.
Really?
Yeah. But I had no problems watching anything that I wanted. I'll tell you what's especially popular in Cuba is ESPN. Because they're all about baseball 24/7. Right. So no, I had no problems with the internet either. Although people on the trip who had been there before said that it's markedly better now than it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Markedly better.
Yeah, the story I heard was that there's this kid who started this thing called the Paquete, where he had this little hard drive that he would ship it from the United States or bring it from the U.S. and he would load up all that month's like top hits on music, top documentaries, movies, and news. Put it on this little hard drive, bring it down there, and then they would pass it from neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood. Everyone would download everything.
Wow.
And that's how they would gather information.
Well, I'll tell you, a friend of mine asked me if I would check out AM radio while I was there, and could I hear any stations in the United States. So there are radios in the rooms. We stayed at the Hotel Nacional, and I got like stations, not just Miami, obviously, but like as far as Chicago, like every station is available in Cuba.
Really?
Yeah, I listened to a Cubs game.
Was there anything you couldn't get? Like, was there anything that was being censored there?
No.
Nothing.
Not much. The only thing that they warned us about before we arrived is they said not to bring in any pornography. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, nobody had pornography. It's free on the internet. There's no reason to like bring it in. And they said that they're really sensitive about pornography.
What's the deal with Cuba and the U.S. and presidents taking a stance against this embargo? And
Yeah.
can you explain that?
That's a very topical question. Yeah. So, one of the crown jewels of the Obama administration was opening relations with Cuba, something that they worked on for years. And it looked like things were really going well. We reopened embassies. There were cultural exchanges. we were providing visas, they were providing visas, and you didn't need a reason to go to Cuba. If you just decided, hey, I'd like to go to Cuba today, you could just get on an American Airlines flight and go. Then Donald Trump ended, like completely, utterly ended it. No more travel at all.
Why did you do that?
Because Cuba's a bad guy.
There's no other reason behind that?
Nope. And
Wouldn't it benefit us?
Very, very much. Yes. We would get much more out of that relationship than the Cubans did. Yes. So then when Biden was elected, everybody just assumed that because this was such an important part of the Obama administration, that Biden would just re-implement what Obama had agreed to. And he didn't. What he did was he opened the door just a crack. So you can go back to Cuba if you have a specific reason for doing it that's been approved by the Treasury Department. So because this was an official event, allowed to go on my U.S. passport. Frankly, I would have gone anyway through Cancun on my Greek passport. So it was no skin off my nose. But you can go from Miami, from Orlando, from Tampa, or from Fort Lauderdale.
Really?
Yeah. And if you don't have a reason to go, you can go through Cancun, Mexico City, Nassau, or Santo Domingo. Yeah. Yeah. But I'll give you another example of how rough it makes things. You know, it's like stepping back into the 50s. Every cab is 57 Chevy. It's crazy. I took so many pictures because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was a woman in our group who was, she got bitten by a mosquito and got dengue fever. So at breakfast the next morning, she's like, I just didn't feel very well. By noon, she had a raging fever, and she was like, so we took her to the hospital. Well, dengue fever is endemic to Cuba. They know how to deal with it. They gave her an IV, they gave her an antiviral, and she felt better.
So you were, what's it called, the horse page.
Yes.
Why am I forgetting the name of it? What's the famous pill for
the one that people,
that Joe Rogan was taking and he was talking about everyone else?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's used for dengue.
Yeah. So she felt better the next day. They released her from the hospital. So she was a night in the hospital. She had a doctor assigned to her and 2 nurses assigned to her. She said she was never without help. Right? And the next day she felt great and they let her go. Her bill was $65. So how do you pay it? Because of the embargo, can't use any credit cards. Any. Zero. No credit cards. And they don't take cash at the hospital. They only take credit cards. But Americans aren't allowed to use their credit cards in Cuba because of the embargo. Every other country in the world can use credit cards. Canadians, Mexicans, Canadians, any Europeans, not Americans. So this became like an entire day thing. Well, because we were an official delegation. The Minister of Health paid out of his pocket the $65.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it like that? Is it the same thing in China? If you go to China, you can not use your credit card?
No, you can use your credit card.
But not in Cuba.
Not in Cuba, not in Iran, not in North Korea.
Those are the only 3.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you something else. When I came home, I wrote a long, like a 4,000-word article about this for this year post in Los Angeles. And they paid me for it. So they sent my money by Zelle. And in the memo line, it said, article, a CIA officer's trip to Cuba. I get an email from Zelle saying I'm suspended from using Zelle for violating Cuba sanctions. So they said, you can appeal your suspension by answering these questions. Why were you in Cuba? What were you doing in Cuba? Where did you stay? So I'm like, none of your fucking business. None of your fucking business. None of your fucking business. That's how I answered all the questions. So then they were like, well, now if you want to appeal, you have to go to, they gave me some address in Arlington, Texas. I live in Arlington, Virginia. So I wrote back and I said, and you're too stupid to realize, after 13 years of banking with PNC Bank, that I live in Arlington, Virginia, not in Arlington, Texas. So I don't know. I can't use zoning.
That is so fucking bananas, man.
It's crazy.
You know, you said earlier, you said something about there. You mentioned that there should be or could be one day a balance between all these superpowers and all these countries.
I believe we're coming to that.
Do you think that, you know, obviously the word globalism or like a one world government is a very, very, it's a thing to say that it's scary, especially when you think of things like the World Economic Forum, you think of like, you know, eat bugs and not own anything. It's scary, dystopian sounding. But nationalism, obviously, is nothing better than that. Like, there's something in between there that's good, between globalism and nationalism. What do you think it would take to have some sort of harmony?
Yeah, I think that multipolarity is a good thing because it's going to force the United States to engage in diplomacy, where we walked away from diplomacy during the Bush administration. And except for this brief period in Obama's second term, we just haven't utilized diplomacy like we always did in the past. I remember complaining at the CIA and I was complaining about the George W. Bush administration, that I had never seen people work so hard to not talk to our enemies. Like, sanctions, we need sanctions, more sanctions. Well, how much more could you possibly sanction? And what have we achieved with our sanctions? We haven't brought the Cubans down, and the country's this big, right? I mean, do you think that more sanctions are not going to force these other countries into the embrace of the Chinese,
right,
or the Russians? So we need to let diplomacy do what it's supposed to do. And I think we don't have the stomach for that. I think we like being the only big kid on the block. But the Chinese, the Belt and Road, and the fact that they're swimming in money is kind of forcing us to that position. I think that's where we're going to end up.
What do you think about Trump going and talking to all these people? Like, wasn't he the first president to go and talk to Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, one of the
personally,
yeah,
and all these people. Like,
one of the only good things that I can say about Trump is he was right on North Korea. He really was right, and I only regret that he seemed to, not even he wanted to do it, but his North Korea envoy seemed to back off in the second part of Trump's term. And the Democrats were just waiting to kill it anyway. So Trump was right about North Korea. He was wrong about sanctioning the Chinese because that began the slow deterioration of our economic relationship with the Chinese. And it was something that the Biden people wanted to jump on because you remember in the 2020 election, Biden was accused of being pro-Chinese. Do you remember that? Trump was pro-Russian and Biden was pro-Chinese. I remember talking to this old lady in my hometown. She's a friend of my mom's. She's probably 80, 82, whatever. And she said, some election we're going to have. And I said, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And she said, I don't like Biden. And I said, really, why not? And she goes, he's with China. And I said, what do you mean by that? She just kind of looks at me, what do you mean? And I said, well, no, what do you mean? He's with China in what way? And I said, come on, SEC, you gotta stop watching Fox News. You throw these grenades into the middle of the room and you keep passing out. Right. But yeah, Biden wasn't with China any more than Trump was with Russia. It was just all nonsense. So instead of lying about each other, why don't we maybe try to build some diplomacy like we used to?
A lot of people think that, you know, that he was really good on foreign politics, foreign policy. Trump with like dealing with people. Yeah,
I never did.
You don't think so?
I get that a lot from my friends who are conservatives, but I'll tell you, I talk to a lot of foreign nationals, and I travel a lot. I made 6 foreign trips in the last 12 months, in the last 10 months, and people hated him and feared him. Yeah.
They didn't like him at all. People in other countries, yeah.
He was so unpredictable.
Yeah.
One guy told me, actually, he was a senior official in the Luxembourg Foreign Ministry. I went to Luxembourg to sit on a panel, and he sat next to me. And he's like, as crazy as it became, he said, the first thing I would do when I opened my eyes in the morning is I would reach over, get my phone, go onto Twitter, and see what craziness Trump was saying.
Right. I feel like the media secretly wants him back in office.
I'm trying to get the same
I
deal.
think it's weird that, don't you think, like, the timing, right, of Elon getting Twitter and letting Trump back on Twitter, and now this whole thing of him getting indicted and having to go to court in New York, and, like, I'm just thinking, like, imagine this motherfucker gets a mugshot that's gonna outdo Escobar's mugshot. That's gonna be his campaign poster, and he's gonna win in a landslide if that happens.
Well, listen, I'm addicted to polls, right? I talk about this on my radio show every single day. I go through like the statistics and I go through everything in every poll that's released every morning. And Joe Biden can't beat any of the Republicans running for president. With that said, none of the Republicans can beat them.
Exactly.
You know, the week before Trump was arrested, the week before Trump even said he was going to be arrested, he was leading Ron DeSantis nationwide from between 5 and 13 percentage points, depending on the poll. Now the polls are consistent that he's beating DeSantis by 30 to 35 percentage points. Yeah. Nobody's anywhere in the same orbit. Yeah, it's only
the thing about him that sucks is the worst. I mean, there's a lot of things that suck about him, but the worst thing is like the divisiveness and how he breaks people, and I think China likes that. China I think they just want to throw fuel on that fire. They want us to be just more divided.
Absolutely, it makes their job easier.
Exactly. They just love the chaos.
Yes.
And something I've been hearing recently about DeSantis is that they're saying he's a Trojan horse for globalism.
Yeah.
This is good news.
I think Rosa Miller said that. Because there's some sort of like act that he's trying to put in place in Florida. You hear about that with bloggers? He's trying to make political writers have to register with the government before they're allowed to write about politics.
Oh, see, we have this thing called the Constitution.
Yeah. But this is a real thing. It's all over the place. I mean, people are writing about it. That if you're in Florida and you're a blogger, a political blogger, or a journalist, you have to register with your local government authority and let them know what side you're on. And you have to, or else you get fined like thousands of dollars.
Oh man, I would beg for them to arrest me. I would beg them.
So what would John Kerry-Oakley do if the United States was no longer the world superpower? And China is now the #1 superpower, and the United States is brought to its knees. Where would you go? What would you do? What sort of CIA spy tactics would you use to survive and thrive in the world?
I'll give you two different answers, depending on how much on our knees we ended up being.
Right.
I'm a patriot. I love my country. I want it to succeed. I think that it's making a lot of mistakes, which I write about and talk about every single day.
By the way, that's amazing for someone like you to say. After what happened to you, after the CIA systematically dismantled your entire life.
Well, see, I see them as the criminals. And so that's what I write about. Yeah. You know, there was one night, the night we captured up as a baby, we captured dozens of al-Qaeda fighters. And we had we captured so many people that night that we didn't have enough space to interrogate them all. And so the Pakistanis were bringing them over in groups of 10 in a paddy wagon, bringing them to our safe house. And we were splitting them up and interrogating them. So the first load of 10 came in, and they were being led in by this fucking idiot that was working for me. And they all had hoods on. And I said, why do they have hoods on? And he says, we didn't want them to see our faces. And I go, are you seriously telling me that you have never registered with conviction? Seriously. It's a war crime to put hoods on them.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't put hoods on them. Take the hoods off. And he goes, guys, if you take those hoods off, I'm reporting you to headquarters. And I said, no, I'm reporting
Working on
you
robots.
because you've committed a war crime.
I said,
So
how are
I grabbed the
you?
hoods.
Oh, I thought you said, what am I doing? I'm well, thank you. How are
We
you?
reported each other too. And I got in trouble.
I got your message.
They said I had displayed a shocking
It was
lack
great.
of commitment to counterterrorism. And I'm like, it's a war crime. It's a treaty that has been approved by the Senate. It has the weight of law. Anyone hear it? And I said, look, we can't just ignore the laws. We can't just pretend that they don't exist. If you want to torture people, God bless. Go torture.
You know how to do it. Go to settings,
You
change the
can't just
picture.
pretend that we don't have an anti-torture statute. You can't pretend that we're the authors and the original signatories of the United Nations Convention Against Torture. Change the law. You think torture's so great? Put your name on it. Let's have a vote. Oh, you don't want to do that? Then you're a war criminal. So I'm right, they're wrong, and I can sleep at night.
But you don't put the CIA in the same basket as you put the United States of America.
No. Like I said, we have a lot of problems. But I see myself now as kind of an activist for the things that I believe in and the things that are important to me. I'm opposed to Ron DeSantis because he was in the Judge Advocate General's office in Guantanamo and sat in on torture. Why are we talking about that?
I don't know.
For what he did.
I'll do what I can.
Nobody does.
When was he there?
2005.
Wow.
Yeah, he's the
So back to my original question.
Yeah. Oh, my second answer is I'm a Greek citizen, and all my children are Greek citizens. They have dual citizenship, and I love Greece. It's my second.
And what is Greece's relationship with the rest of the world? Why would Greece? Is that just coincidence that you have a Greek citizenship, or is Greece strategically a good place to be?
Well, my grandparents all came from Greece, and when I got arrested, I'm kind of famous in Greece. Like the last time I went, there was a camera crew to document my arrival at the airport. And they're like, "Welcome home, Mr. Kyriakou, welcome home." I'm like, I looked, I said, "Oh, there must be somebody famous on the plane." And I looked, and they're like, "No, welcome home." I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed." My hair was like, I slept, propped up against the side of the plane. And anyway, so when I got arrested, the Greek ambassador called me, and he said, "What can we do to be helpful?" And I said, "You can give me citizenship." And bang, like that, I got citizenship. Now, I qualified for it anyway, but it's going to take 3 years for it to work its way through the bureaucratic process.
I'm actually
just like that.
in a Discord known as Fish Tank.
And then once I had it, I got it for all 5 of my kids.
It is.
So we're all citizens.
That's amazing.
It's awesome. All right, Greece is a NATO country. It's an EU country. It's strongly pro-American, but
Yeah,
it
so
doesn't
Fish
get
Tank is a
involved in
website that
these
basically
high-level
live streams people
entanglements.
24/7.
It just sort of sits
And
down.
I'm trying to get on it. It's like a TV show.
Citizenship.
So I just do my best to always be streaming in there so that the people who are interested in the show get interested in me.
I'm going to get my Twitter back. I'm
But yeah,
optimistic.
Next time you come here,
you're not the first person to say that.
Oh, I still have this one.
It is. It's a lot like a fish deal. I mean,
we're in the SpongeBob
Fish
Trip episode 3.
I'll do
can't
it.
generally
All right,
leave
cool,
his
man.
tank.
Thanks again,
Thank you.
and goodbye, world.
But I do.
Well, yeah, okay. A fish has to leave really clean.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good power.
Yeah, that's true. Were you able to figure out how to change the picture?
I was just saying that, I put it there, I'm not really pleased.
Alright.
So I'll get to this when I get to it.
Yo, welcome, Six. How are you?
someone does podcasts on here with people that
What
have
are you
never
talking
done
about?
podcasts before. Well, it's good to know. So it's gonna be a fun one. All right. I just got done watching it, so I wanted to like give myself a better
Nobody wants to
understanding
hear
of
that.
what happened in the part of the world that you're from. Because I've never gone super deep on it. Like I had that guy, Scott Glover on here. You saw his episode. He's from Kosovo. He's from Albania. Yeah, he's part of that whole Kosovo war. He's explaining
Cool story,
what life
dude.
was like over there. I just watched a 30 for 30 on these two basketball players that are from there. And one of them was from Croatia, and the other one was from another country over there, but it was when it was Serbia. Yeah, maybe it was Serbia, but it was when it was Yugoslavia, right? And they won the Olympics together. And I guess a guy walked out onto the court with this national Croatian flag, and he grabbed the flag out of his hand, like, no, we're Yugoslavia. This is not. They're just like they wanted to push out all like the dissenting sort of nationalistic movement over there, and it drove this crazy void in these two people's friendships.
Well, Yugoslavia was a strange country to begin with because we always said that, so the president of Yugoslavia was Tito, and we always said that he always does a little bit of here and a little bit of there. So whatever is good, he went with that. So he was a capitalist and he was a communist. So basically, Yugoslavia was a country that parted
What's on your agenda
sometimes
for
with
today?
the Western system and sometimes with the Russians.
That's
So
great.
basically, it was a conglomerate of Yugoslavia. Was like several countries. It was Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Hrvatsko, what is Croatia,
Yeah,
and
basically
Kosovo was
that.
part in there. I'm not very familiar with this history because we always learn this Yugoslavia, and the Bulgarians and the Serbs. So we're kind of like the same kind of people. We use the same alphabet. It's actually the Bulgarian alphabet or the Cyrillic alphabet. It's the same alphabet that the Russians use. And then the other side, like I said, I'm not very familiar. I think the Croatians, they use the Latin alphabet. And that was one of the things when Yugoslavia fell apart. They started also like what we're going to teach the children here and there. And I think that
There you
was
go.
more of a kind of like separating them and turning against each other. That's what I think. But again, like I'm not. It was a country that there was not much information about it because it didn't belong to any of the blocks actually. It was kind of separate by itself.
With your background in your early life in that part of the world, seeing the shit that you saw, what kind of perspective does that give you on all the shit that you see happening now, like Ukraine and Russia and that whole part of the world?
Well, on contrary of many people maybe always complaining about their past life or anything like this, I can say that I grew up in a communist country, but it was a nice country. I mean, I was a kid, so what do you know about communism? You don't know anything about it. You find out later. So when I was growing up, I had a great family. We had a house. Actually, it was an apartment. You know, we lived there. My parents, my grandparents, and my brother. So 6 people in the same place. It was a decent-sized place. It was right in the downtown area. It used to belong to my grandfather, the whole building. And then when the communists came, they kind of like took parts of the building away. And they left only my uncle, who was on the 2nd floor, and we were on the 3rd floor. The apartments. And the other 3 apartments they sold off to some other people. And I think they were communist people too.
Yeah, you told me you kind of surprised me the other day. You were like, "Yo, yeah, I got my neighbor mowing my lawn back in Bulgaria." I was like, "What? You guys have lawns there?"
Well, that's in the mountain house. That's not. That's now. Back then, no, there was no lawn. There was no lawnmower. There was no real estate agency. There was no car dealership. So you couldn't just buy a car.
So you sold a house there?
We just got a house there. Yes, my brother got a house. He has a couple of houses there. Yes, in the mountains. It's actually in a. It's close to a lake. It's an old house. It's a beautiful house, and I'm planning to retire there. Actually, I want to build my own little place in the same yard because it's a huge yard.
Why do you want to retire there?
Just because of the life, you know, the more of a normal life, more like connected with people, like a spiritual life. None of this materialistic things, and you know, once you find out that materialistic things are not actually the things that make you happy, then you don't need them anymore. You have to always think that there's always a better and faster car out there. So if you buy a car today, tomorrow is another one and another one. And for some reason, the way people are brought up here is you know, they're go-getters. They want to go get it, and you have in your mind, I want to get this, and I want to get a bigger truck and a bigger boat.
Very competitive.
Well, I don't know if it's competitive. Maybe it's more of a consumers. I mean, it's competitive as well, but also consumers, I think. So you got to stop consuming because you really don't need those things. I mean, if you think about it, you sit in your truck and you're driving the same speed going from here to Treasure Island, for example. If you're sitting in a McLaren, you're going the same speed. The difference is one is $500,000, $1 million, and the truck is like 50,000. But you're driving the same speed. Now, maybe there is a feeling that when you're sitting in the McLaren, people are watching you and you're getting excited because they're watching you. But is that the feeling you want to live for? What other people think about you? I don't know. It's not exciting for me.
Right. Maybe you should give people listening a background of like your childhood and where you were, where you grew up, and what it was like when you first came to America.
So basically, I was born in Sofia, Bulgaria. That's the capital. And I lived in one place. We didn't move. I mean, it wasn't like in the U.S. where you move from place to place. You know, you're born in one place and you live there. Your grandparents live there. Your parents live there. That's the house. You know. And I was there till fourth grade. And in fourth grade, my dad got a job in East Germany, and he was an interpreter from German to Bulgarian. He was also a welding engineer.
What year was this?
This was 1970, about 1974. Okay. So in 1974, he got a job in East Germany, and the whole family, my mom, my dad, and my brother, we moved there, but we stayed the house that we lived in Bulgaria. My grandparents kept on living there and staying there. So we lived in Germany only 1 year, but during that 1 year, I went to school there. And when I was a little kid, my mom used to speak to me and my brother in German because she was a German major, and she was just teaching us another language as babies. So we spoke Bulgarian, and she taught us German, and you didn't remember anything, but obviously it was somewhere in your brain because when I went to school, we were fluent in like 6 months. I mean, everything just came from somewhere. So we were actually put in a school with German people. Like you take a guy that doesn't speak any English and you put him in school here with a normal school. And you adopt it, and all you have to know is ask, learn how to ask. What is this? How do you call this? The next time you use it. And every day you learn a new word. It's even now in English, I will sometimes every day learn a new word. Because there's so many words, you know, and every day you come up with a word, you hear it, and then now once you learn it, you start hearing
Bulgarian or something.
So anyway, long story short, so we went to Germany, came back. I was in 5th grade when I came back. Then I lived there from 5th to 8th grade, and in 9th grade we went back to Germany, and I finished high school there. So I finished high school. It was 1983 when I finished high school, and I had to go back to Bulgaria after high school to go to the Bulgarian military. So going to the military you had to go. It was obligatory 2 years. And there was no excuse about it. All the boys, you had to go.
And how old were you?
I was 19.
19. So what was going on in that area of the world, right? Like in that time? Were you paying attention to like what was happening between countries and like?
Not really. I was a kid. All we did is we played, you know, and we had a good time. And I remember my grandfather. He was an engineer as well, and he would listen to the Voice of America at night and like very light because of course the neighbors cannot hear it because it was considered propaganda. And it was a country that all the communist countries, people snitch on each other. So they listen to you say something. And then if they don't like you, they say, you know what, I talked to Danny, and Danny's like, he's talking against the president, this and that, you know. And they'll come and visit you and start messing with you.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So that happened? Oh, it happens all the time, yeah. So you couldn't tell anybody what you're planning if it was something that was not legal, you know. For example, when I left Bulgaria, I couldn't tell my best friends that I was leaving.
How old were you when you left?
I was 27.
And what inspired that?
Well, when I was a kid, we watched a lot of American movies.
Okay. So you guys was America sort of like this big, shiny
It was
city on the hill to you guys?
It wasn't like the shiny thing. It was like California, and we were watching. There was this movie Stunts. I don't know if you remember it, an old movie. And there was a bunch of stuntmen in Hollywood, and there was like some kind of intrigue on the inside, and they were driving these cool muscle cars and motorcycles. It was kind of appealing. It was a different world, you know. It was the movies, was the fantasy world.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what made you want to come here?
Well, it started like thinking like, hey, what's going on over there? What's going on over here? But then when I went and lived in East Germany, we were able to watch West German TV. So the East Germans could not block the over-the-air TV, and of course there's a lot of propaganda on TV, but you also see the truth. Because when you go to a communist country to school, they tell you that in America it's terrible. So the kids, they have to sit in this. They used to show us this movie where they sit in a conveyor belt.
You want to play literati?
It's like a black and white movie, and these little kids sit on a conveyor belt and they make sandwiches. So the bread will come and you put the mustard and it slides over and they put the cheese and the next one puts the ham and the next one wraps it. And they told us that you have to be like, when you're 12 years old, you have to go and work for your family to earn money and things like that.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was all propaganda. They didn't. And if you couldn't see it, how can you know? Because you perceive the world from the things that you see. So basically, everybody gets information that could be visual, could be from, like audio information or nature. And then you start making a picture in your mind. And then through all the things that you learn, you start like dissecting that picture and start thinking how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
And if they give you only this kind of information, the world works the way they tell you it works. Like Americans, for example, not to offend anybody, but extremely brainwashed.
Mm.
Extremely brainwashed.
So you were in East Germany, but you were getting some of the entertainment or news from East Germany, or from West Germany, rather?
Right. So I lived in Brandenburg, but it's only maybe like 50, 60 miles from Berlin, West Berlin. And the West Germans, on purpose, of course, they were sending a strong signal so you can actually watch. There was only 3 channels. There was no cable. So there was like 3 East German channels and maybe 3 or 4 West German channels. Mm-hmm. And on the West German channels, you can watch some American movies and, maybe some shows and something different, Of course, there was news. We didn't care about the news. We were kids, but we didn't care about the news, But, there was some entertaining stuff, some Westerns and some action movies. And then the East German station or in Bulgarian TV, you watched Russian war movies and you were over with. I mean, you watched so many of those that you didn't want to watch anymore. So it made kind of like, I started maybe that bug of going to a different country and living in a different country and seeing that there's a different world out there that wanted me to ask for more. And I decided to, I can't say I decided because I really don't decide anything. Things actually they fall in place in life. You decide something and go one direction, then things just expand and do their own thing, So I figured, hey, why not? There's nothing to lose. I mean, the plan was, I go there, if I don't like it, I come back. So where's there to lose? So
you guys were just allowed to migrate to the United States, and what year was this?
Well, no, this was in 1990.
1990. Okay.
So in 1989, in September, the Berlin Wall came down.
Right.
So this was the crack into the communist bloc. That was the time when
all right,
Russia was
just give me a
falling
moment.
So was it 15% of the Russian population took down or basically ended the Soviet Union? It was 15%.
It could be. Like I said, again, we were very excited about it. What actually happened is after Brezhnev died, they had a bunch of other presidents like the Chernenko and Andropov and then the alcoholic with Yeltsin.
Yes.
And the reason they had all these people is because when the Soviet Union started falling apart, they kind of like, there's a bunch of oligarchs that started taking like advantage of this, and one of these presidents will support one guy, the other one the other guy. So it's become kind of like a banana republic, It's what happened when all these countries, Ukraine came out of it, and Latvia, Litva, Estonia, and all these all separated all these republics that Russia had, and they created the Russian Federation. And then Putin came back. Actually, Putin worked in East Germany. Right. He was an attorney, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
and he worked for the Russian Secret Service as an attorney. And then when he went back from Germany to Russia, I mean, don't quote me on this, but this is what I read. And we always get the information from somewhere. He actually drove a taxi cab in Russia, in Moscow.
Never heard that.
Yeah, well,
Where'd you read that?
maybe we'll double check it. So.
Where did you read that?
I don't know. I read it somewhere. Can we check it?
Oh yeah,
drove a
yeah,
taxi cab?
you can check it.
Yeah.
So you were there when the Berlin Wall when it came down.
So the Berlin Wall came down in 1989 in September, and in November, then after that was Romania that fell apart. And when Romania fell apart, the president of Romania was Nicolae Ceausescu, and he was a vicious dictator. He actually, when he was going down, he hired his Secret Service people to go to homes, and they were murdering people left and right. Just for they asking you, are you with us or against us? And if you're against them, they took you off.
Vladimir Putin says he resorted to driving a taxi after the fall of the Soviet Union. You published this, The Guardian.
Yeah,
Huh. You're right. Look at him.
I did it a long time ago, but I just wanted to verify it. So yeah. Actually, he drove himself. He was in. He just went to Ukraine and he drove himself around in his SUV when he was visiting. Now, just last week. Yeah, last week he drove by himself.
There's photos of him driving himself.
Yes, him driving the truck, and there's a couple other guys in there.
That's wild. That's funny. I wonder if that's because he just can't trust anybody to drive the car.
They're all the same car. What is there to trust?
Right.
You hit a mine, the whole car goes.
Still, people are willing to kill themselves just to get rid of Putin. There were I saw like some videos of some attempts to kill him, of guys like crossing the median on the highway, like trying to hit his car. There was one specific video I saw, but he wasn't in the car. They actually hit one of Putin's cars, but it was like one of his guards driving it.
I'm sure there is all kinds of attempts, but actually I believe he's a person that is actually loved in Russia. So.
Really?
Not only in Russia, there is a lot of people that support what the Russians are doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's a driver.
He's a driver. There he is. So,
and then explain to me what it was like when you first came to the U.S.
Well, let's back it up a little bit because basically the way the story started. So then at 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, I was in Germany, finished high school there. It was a great time, you know. The German ladies are great, you know, and their philosophy is totally different. And it's not like here is kind of like really difficult with dating, I think, because it's always this, hey, what do you have, what do you do, what do you work, where do you live, you know, it's like it matters, you know. It matters to meet the person first and see if you like him, and then if there is something. And what does it matter what I do? I mean, in Europe it's kind of like actually, especially in Italy, it's almost extremely offensive to ask somebody if you don't know well what they do for a living. It's none of your business. What does it matter what you do for a living? Are you going to be a different person if you don't do this for a living? I mean, let's say you were begging groceries at Publix. You're still Daniel. I mean, you're not going to be a different person.
Yeah, but girls don't want to be with somebody that can support them and support a family.
Yeah, but when did that story come up that the girls have to have somebody to support them? I mean, I think
I don't know. Since I've been alive, I think.
Right, but didn't we say that women and men are equal, and so if we're equal, then they can support themselves?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. It's a cultural thing.
I guess it's definitely a cultural thing. Definitely a cultural thing. And it's a materialistic thing too. And then in 1983, I went to the military, and Bulgarian military is. I mean, it's not fun. That's what it is. It's not that you go there and you go during the day and you do some kind of exercises, and then you go back to some kind of a nice barracks, and you can go out in the town. No, you go in there, and you go in there for 2 years. The first day you go in there, they shave your head all the way down, and they stick you in this bathroom that is like a huge room, and then they get a couple of hoses and start hosing off everybody in there. And then they give you this stinky uniform that you have, and you wear this damn thing for like 2 years. And they don't let you go home, they don't let you do anything. So you stay there at this area wherever you are. And I was on the Romanian border. I actually am a medic. So I went to medical school in the military. It was a 10 months to become a medic, military medic. And then while I was training for a medic, I got poisoned by poison gas. Well, we used to have these gas masks, and they used to make us get up in the morning at 5 a.m. and summer, winter, whatever, and they blow the alarm and say gas attack, and then you put the gas mask on, and they make you run like 3 miles with the gas mask. And it's really hard to breathe with a gas mask. I mean, especially those old ones. They had the hose, and the hose was going in a little bag on the side, and they had a little valve on the bottom. We used to pull the valves out so you can breathe easy. Well, when they did this chemical attack, they stick you in this room like this, and they open the room, they kick you in there, and you get your gas mask.
So it's a drill, but they use real chemicals.
It's a drill. They use gas. Yeah, it's called iprit. What they use. It's a chlorine-based gas.
Iprit?
Iprit. Okay. And
Okay,
I went in there, and a lot of people will panic when they go in there, and they will knock on the door, and there's a window, and you can knock on the window, and they think you're panicking, you know. Well, I didn't have the valve in there because I took it out, and I didn't even know where it was, and it was an alarm, so it wasn't like you can prepare, you know. They blow the alarm, you get dressed, and you go, and they tell you what's happening.
You should have it.
So I went in there, and I started coughing, banging on the window, and nobody opened the door, and I just passed out. And they took me out, and I woke up in a hospital, and I could not talk when I turned to the left. So I had a paresis or a paralysis of my voice box on the left-hand side. So it was from inhaling those gases, and then they let me go home. You know, they sent me actually to the military hospital.
Do you have the invitation?
Where I'm from. And I remember going home and hitchhiking home, and it was a rainy night, and it was like really cold, and I'm coming out there with my uniform, you know, and when there's a soldier, as soon as you go on the street, they will take you, you know, they're nice people. So I was coming, and this big truck stops, and I opened the door, and I looked at the guy, but I cannot say anything. Where are you going, you know?
Do you have an invitation?
Sophia. And he's like, what are you talking with? And I had to turn around and explain to him that I cannot talk on the left-hand side, you know. So how long was it like that?
Oh, you got a different account?
Yeah. And then I went to the hospital. In the hospital, they did all kinds of, you know, like tests and things like this. And then they knew that they messed up. But you cannot sue the military in Bulgaria. There's no such thing, you know. So they kind of gave me a better position as a medic later on. So I was in the Balkan, in the mountains, in a really nice area.
I'm done. Rabbi.
It was nice, yeah. And well, anyway, it was an upgrade to cabinet, you know, where people come in, like a little room where people come in, like pills and stuff like that. You know, you have a headache, here's an aspirin.
Okay, so I need to look up your Audi, YOURAUDDIE.
And we used to play cards in there and move around and all kinds of things, you know. And after 2 years in this nonsense of wasting time,
we couldn't find anyone with that Play-Doh ID.
And started working for a company, long story short. And then when communism started fell through in Bulgaria in November. So on November 11th, 1989, our communist president, who was elected in 1956 and won every election.
Just add me, Rabbi.
1989. With 96% plus, and I never voted for him. I was a kid. I never even
just
knew
sent me.
You should be voting or whatever you're doing.
Well, so it says that your Audi doesn't exist.
And they took him down, and things started to change. So now suddenly you put
YOURAUDDIE.
My mom worked for the airline.
Yeah, that right here.
And she told me it was
Underscore.
December.
There's an underscore in
In
between.
December, I went to this Christmas party.
Okay. Well, that's different.
People, they were actually
okay, you'll have an invitation in a second.
But, you know, kind of distant. And he said, hey, you're going to Canada. Canada. Where are you going? We're going soon. What's going on? He said, well, you know,
now
you can fly to Canada.
Or no, I just
and you can ask for political asylum. And then they will take you in. And then what? And then you start learning the language, get a job, and whatever you want to do, you know. And I'm like, well, that sounds
good.
So I asked my mom. I said, hey, do you know anything about this? I do. Well, she worked for the airline.
Great.
And she wasn't very happy. And I said, what do you mean you do it? And I want to go. I want to do it. And I I asked her, do you want to go? And she said,
All
yeah,
right.
I want to go.
Do you have my invitation?
And I remember was
Is that
Saturday.
your picture?
Actually, today is my anniversary. Today is the 23rd. I came in 1990.
Did you
March
take that
23rd,
picture?
I came to Canada. I left Bulgaria and went to Canada.
Did you take that
Same day,
picture?
actually. Wow. And so in order to go to Canada, I asked her, how are you going to do this?
Gotcha.
And she said, well, first of all, you have to pay for the ticket. Well, how much is the ticket? And the amount of the ticket for me and my girlfriend back then was 2,100 leva, LEVA, that's our money. So it's hard to explain it how much it is, but I can explain it in the way, let's say the average salary here for,
All right.
what's the
Did
average
you get my
salary for one
invitation?
person? Is it 40 grand or something like
that,
that?
probably.
So let's say it's like 40 grand. Let's say it's 40 because back then it was less anyway. So
Okay, so you're not going to use Audiduski anymore?
was the average salary. I was making probably 2.5.
Okay, so I'm going to remove that friend.
A year from our. So it was a whole annual income for the two tickets. But it's kind of hard to come up with, like it's hard to come up with 45 grand, especially when you're like 25 years old, I mean, unless you have a good career and whatever.
There you go.
Bulgaria,
all right.
Unless you're a communist. Maybe.
So let me send you an invitation.
And so I came up with the money we rented out my girlfriend's apartment. She was actually an orphan, had her own apartment. And we rented it out. Everybody had their own apartment. Nobody rented in Bulgaria. Everybody, you bought it from, you got a government.
You should have it now.
You paid it off within 30 years. And
Do you have it?
There was no real estate office, I told you.
Then how do you purchase it? Where do you purchase
They
it
just
from?
tell you. They just when you apply, I want to get an apartment, and they look at you and see who you are and who your parents are, and if you're a party member, you get it faster. And if your parents are, it's kind of like a hierarchy, Yeah. And then once you apply for that apartment, they look and see where you live right now. I mean, if you have an apartment already, they're not going to sell you another one. So, but when she got hers, her parents passed, so obviously it was her parents' apartment. And so I rented that apartment to a friend of mine for a whole year in advance. So we got some money from there. And this friend, she was a painter, so they made actually a studio out of this apartment. They were painting in there and all this stuff. And it was also hard to get anything to rent because nobody was renting. Good money for this apartment, rented out for 12 months in advance. They paid me the money for the 12 months in advance. And actually, I let them stay forever there because, I never came back. Wow. And so we got that money and bought the tickets. And my mom told me, sometimes when you board the Bulgarian plane, because the plane was going from Sofia to Belgrade, that's in Serbia, and then from Belgrade to Paris, and from Paris to Havana, Cuba. So at the time I bought my ticket, you still could buy only a ticket going to another communist country. But my mom knew that the plane lands in Newfoundland, Canada for a refuel landing, where actually the Russians rent the airport to be able to refuel their plane. Newfoundland, Canada. Gander. Okay. So the plane, she said, do not take the plane going on this date from Sofia to Belgrade. We're going to take the train the night before and go to Belgrade. And we're going to board the plane in Belgrade. So I don't have to go to the Bulgarian customs. Because the Bulgarian customs really knew about this scam, that people are leaving the country, and they were giving you a hard time. Sometimes they delayed the plane so much that you missed your connection.
Why do they care so much about people leaving?
I don't know. It's like it's control. You couldn't do anything. You couldn't have a private enterprise. There was no private enterprise. Everything belonged to the state.
Except for you could rent your apartment, right?
Well, that was after it collapsed.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and that's not an enterprise. You cannot have your own butcher shop or your own podcast or whatever, Or maybe you can have a podcast, but back then there was no stuff like that. You cannot open a business and start selling things or producing things. There was no such thing. So you got a job, you went to school and said you looked for a job and you got a job and that's it. And everybody made the same amount of money, no matter what you did.
And you can only go to other communist countries.
And you can only travel to other communist countries. So in other words, if you were a doctor or a garbage man and you started at the same age, you made the same money. Okay. You got more money when you hit your tenure. Let's say you worked 10 years in the business. Then they gave you the next step up. I think it started at 120, 160, 220 was after that. 250 was, I think, was the boss. Okay. My dad was a boss. He was making 250 leva per month. It wasn't enough for anything. But we had no mortgage.
Right.
So basically all you bought is food. And it was like 90% of the money went for food. We didn't have a car ever.
And the only people that were like wealthy were people that were connected to the state.
There wasn't even no wealthy people.
There's no wealth.
No, there was no. There was the government employees later on that through corruption or whatever, they maybe had a fancy car, but as far as a fancy house and like here houses and yards and pools, no, not at all.
Okay. So you take the train to Belgrade.
So I took with my girlfriend. Her name is Katya, or Kate or whatever, and then we went to Belgrade, and in Belgrade we went to the airport, and at the airport we stood in line and got on the plane, and there was a bunch of young people on the plane my age, and some of them, they were talking, we were kind of like staying aside, we don't want to tell anybody anything, and then the plane, when we boarded the plane, they came in and collected all our passports after the plane took off. And I don't know what they did with the passport. We didn't know what they were going to do with it. But long story short, when we landed in Paris, they put you in a special room, like a transit room, until you wait for the plane to go from Paris to Havana. And so you could not ask for political asylum while you were in Paris.
Paris to Havana?
Yeah.
I thought you went from Paris to Canada.
No, from Paris to Havana. But it refuels. It stops in Newfoundland, Canada to refuel. It's not a scheduled stop for you to get off.
So there's a pit stop in Canada on the way to Havana.
In Newfoundland, Canada. Yes.
Okay. Got it.
So, and they, we boarded the plane in Paris. That's when I understood why they took the passports. Because you cannot leave, you don't have a passport, the passports are with the pilots. Got it. So you go on your plane and you move on. They didn't want any refugees out there. So basically this iron curtain that first the communists didn't let you travel turned to the iron curtains where the Westerners didn't let you come. The communists said, you can go wherever you want, and then the Westerners said, we don't want no immigrants. So they blocked you. So you could not go anywhere. So that's why going to Cuba. So communist country, you're allowed to, there is the Warsaw Pact countries, 7 countries, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, East Germany, Bulgaria, Romania, and so on, Poland as well. And you could travel to those countries as much as you want. You can take the train, you can take the plane, whatever you want. Nobody cared. But if you want to go to West Germany or Belgium or Holland, no way. You have to go to the embassy, you have to apply. 99% of the time you were denied. Wow. So we're taking off, approaching Cuba, and now we start talking, and the people on the plane, half of them are Bulgarian, the other half are French tourists from the typical in France. And the Bulgarians start you start kind of looking at people, and you start thinking, hey, this is a cool guy, he's probably cool in length, I guess. So I started talking to one of the guys, said, what's the plan? He said, well, so usually they have a cop on the plane, and he might prevent us from coming down or whatever. I mean, they were just, I don't think there was a cop on the plane, but that was the cop going to do on the plane. The plane is in Canada, man. You have to leave it for security, for safety reasons. You have to leave the plane while you refuel it. So you cannot be on the plane. So they were saying, if somebody tries to stop us, you jump him, and then you guys go, and So we land over there, and as soon as you land, I was told, you see this first cop, he's down there, and you tell him, I'm looking for political asylum. And this was March 23rd, and in Paris was 74 degrees. I had a short sleeve shirt. We landed in Newfoundland, You could not see. I mean, there was white and ice, and there was the guy with the big muffs doing the plane thingy, and it was so freaking cold, and you had to walk from the plane to the terminal. They didn't have like a bus or anything like this. And it wasn't a long walk, but it was probably like, I would say, 25 degrees. And you were so excited, I mean, that you were not cold. Short sleeve shirt. I just remember like somebody hit you with a steel frozen hammer right in the forehead. I mean, you were so cold in here, but you were like, I gotta get in there, I gotta get in there. So I got in there, and we asked the first cop, and he just took us to a separate room.
How many of you?
62
62 of you.
from one plane. And nobody was saying anything until we were probably like half an hour away. Nobody was saying we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that.
Right.
No trust at all. You can never tell what's going on. I mean, there immediately somebody's gonna go and snitch for benefits.
Do you think this was something that was happening every day? People escaping on these planes?
Well, actually, I know because my mom worked for the airlines. It started.
Tell you about it?
It started like sometimes in November. Somebody figured it out, and it was stopped sometimes in April.
Okay.
So I just got out.
So what happened once you talked to the cop and they took you guys away?
I mean, it was just like in a movie. They came in. They were cops, just like in the movies. Like the cops look like our cops. And we said, we're looking for political asylum. He said, this way. And I was told not to bring any luggage with me, so I had only a carry-on. And in the carry-on, I was told, of course, you listen to people that don't know anything about things, that they said you have to bring a suit because you have to go to court and you have to be presentable. So all I'm packing is, I'm going to Cuba, and all I'm packing is a toothbrush, a nice suit, and a wool overcoat going to Cuba, kind of like sketchy. Nobody looked at the luggage anyway. And I don't have any luggage on the plane because you don't get your luggage off. It stays on the plane. They don't go and get it for you, no matter what happens. It's lost.
Right.
So I had this. I had $300 in fake Visa traveler's checks. They weren't fake. I think they were stolen. They were real checks, but they were with an Arabic signature on it. And I had no idea that you have to sign. I signed on the top and you have to sign. Have you ever seen a traveler's check? No. Well, back in the day, if you wanted to take money from one country to another, instead of going, there was no exchanges.
Right.
That you can do as easily as you can do them now. So basically, you bought from Visa or Master or American Express, you bought this paper that looks like a banknote. And it was traveler's checks, and they were accepted anywhere in the world. So I bought them with Bulgarian money, converted whatever they said is so much in US dollars.
And it was 300.
And this was three $100 checks. And on one side on the top, you sign as the buyer. And when you have to sign the same signature as the spender. I didn't know that. They were signed on both places already, but it kind of makes it stupid because if somebody finds it, they can spend it.
Right.
But that was the idea behind it. And I had stashed another probably $200 that my brother gave me. And my brother escaped before me. He went to West Germany before me.
Oh, okay.
So he caused a little trouble for me, but very little. It was kind of like at the end. And so, anyway, so we're at the airport. And just to back up a little bit on that. So I traveled on Wednesday. So on Monday, I was still, but that Monday prior to the Wednesday, I was in Bulgaria. And I'm walking down the street with my girl. And I go, hey, what's going on? And he's like, oh, I see you're taking a couple of days vacation. I said, yeah. What are you up to? I said, no, nothing. And that was it. So on Wednesday, I landed in Newfoundland, Canada. And my colleague works for immigration, for the Canadian immigration, because he speaks Spanish and Bulgarian. So they pick him off the plane the same day that he comes off of the plane, and he starts interpreting for them. And he's questioning me. Oh my!
Aloha.
And I'm sitting
What a
here.
great word.
It's like, so why didn't you tell me that you're coming here? And I said, why didn't you tell me that you're coming here? He said, well, I couldn't tell you. I said, well, I couldn't tell you either. So he goes like, so when they ask you to smoke, you're smoking and your girlfriend is smoking. Why? Just shut up. I know the game. All right. So So they take you in this room and then they give you the search, get anything on it, things like that.
Yeah.
And some people had brought some food, like they would bring like a loaf of bread and a can of meat or like some kind of a lunch meat or whatever. They took everything away and asked me, "Why did you bring this with you?" Well, we were worried we forget nothing to eat. It's like, what loaf of bread? What are you going to do with that?
Right.
But they didn't know, so people didn't know what to bring with them. I mean, I like I said, I brought a suit, so that suit had no purpose at all at the end. Got thrown out probably.
Right.
And so we go in there and they ask, "Do you smoke?" I said, "Yeah." "Did you smoke?" "Yeah." I said, "All right, so here's $60 for cigarettes. Here's $60 for cigarettes."
Wow.
Yeah, the Canadians were very nice. So, and now they processed us as much as they can. They took your passport. So they kept possession of your passport. They didn't check it. They just kept possession of it. Gave you some kind of a written note, paperwork, and told you just wait outside. I mean, there's going to be a cab, and and you're like, we were 5 of us. Yeah, 5 of us. Said, you all go with cab number, blah, blah. We go outside, and just like in the movies, there comes a yellow cab. I've never seen a real yellow cab in my life. It's a Chevy Capri, like just in the movies. And you're like, am I dreaming? Or you're super excited, super afraid, and totally confused. Emotions all over the place. So we sit in, and I remember 4 people sitting on the back seat. This is how big that car was. For us, that's big. Because if you go to Bulgaria, now most of the cars that look like a limo, they're the size of a Toyota Corolla. Nobody drives in Europe big cars like here, these huge cars. I mean, there is some people do, but 99% do not. So they take us with this cab and they take us to a motel. And that motel was called the Fox Moth Motel. It had a hanging airplane in the lobby, like one of those biplanes, like a really cool plane. And it was a brand new motel. Nobody was there ever. And they just opened it for us. So we go in there. I get a room with a king-size waterbed. Never seen a waterbed in my life, only in the movies. Just the movie continues. And wrestling on TV. You ever watch wrestling on TV?
Like WWF?
Yes, I've heard of it. We're in heaven, We're laying in the bed, like this is so cool watching the thing. Phone rings. I am sorry to bother you this late, but we usually close our restaurant at 9:30 at night. But the chef stayed for you guys and made some food if you want to come down and have something to eat before you go to bed. Lord answers, hamburgers and Coca-Cola.
Cooking hamburgers.
Ooh, God, no. So,
How good of an English speaker were you?
probably half of what I'm now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were cooking hamburgers because
No, that was the only thing that you can.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they had made in fries. They had Coke, fries, and burger.
All right.
Hey, always complain.
Right.
It was delicious. So we ate, and the next day, we waited and spent almost like a month in Gander. And then they moved us to a different place. Was a fly fishing resort, and that was in the mountains in Mikanda. Beautiful area. The weather was cold, but the kids, as soon as it gets like the sun comes out and it hits like 45, 50 degrees, kids are with shorts and tank tops riding their skateboards.
Wow.
I mean, they're excited, It's kids,
Yeah.
You see kids here swimming too. Mm-hmm. And over there, it doesn't get much warmer, so your body actually adjusts to that. So it's not a big deal. But for us, it was cold, I mean, it's kind of like cold. So we were bored all day, so we were in this resort, and they had like freaking moose in the resort. Have you ever seen a moose in real life?
Yeah, but not that close. I was probably like 50 yards away from it.
We had one that was right in front of the door. And we opened the door and you look up, and this thing is like 13, 14 feet high. It's just a huge animal, And we were scared shitless, so we called the guy at the reception and go like, hey, there is a moose here. What should we do? He said, just wait inside and then look out in a little bit, and he just gone and then come. And that was exactly what happened. They come here all the time. It was some kind of an Irish guy running this place, and he likes to drink, and all the Bulgarians like to drink. So it turned out to a party place. So we were partying like for probably like a month or so. And
A month.
But we waited for paperwork.
So you're just in limbo waiting for paperwork to be
Waiting
done.
for paperwork. And I had my best friend has moved to Montreal. Long story short, he went through the China route. So he went to school in China for porcelain. He's an artist. And he married his English teacher who was from Canada. And then they came together.
Okay.
He escaped from through China.
Right. Wow.
And he was living in Montreal, and I was excited that I have a friend in Montreal, and I'm going to go check him out, and we're going to have a great time, and he's going to show me the ropes, and life is going to move on. So I had enough money to buy plane tickets for me and my wife to fly to Montreal. But then I befriended these people that actually we rode in the cab together, and we also stayed in the same chalet. They put you in these chalets, and there's like 5 people or 6 people that sleep in there. Separate rooms, very luxurious, very nice. And they were like, hey, can you help out? Can you all go on the train and the bus and you help us out and I'll give you the money back? And I'm like, all right, whatever. So I did it, and that caused us to go on a 52-hour bus trip from Gander, Newfoundland to Montreal. And you go through the whole Newfoundland, and it was snowing, and this guy was going like 80 miles an hour in the middle of the night. Then you go to...
Can you pull up a map of Newfoundland?
Then you go... Yeah. Can I have some?
Yeah.
Some water.
Austin, you grab him you got some liquid death.
Is it water?
I think it's sparkling. I think we're out of water.
Yeah, whatever it is, as long as it's not alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. And, thanks.
Yeah, we're all out of regular water. We just drink sparkling now. It's good, right?
So there is Newfoundland. Let's see. Oh, there you go.
Okay, way up there. Holy
just
cow.
as the smaller island, the bigger one is Labrador. So just can you zoom in on the small island? No, it's the small island. We were in the small. There you go. So St. John is the capital. We stayed at St. John.
Okay.
And we actually we started from St. John and went to Port aux Basques. See where Port aux Basques is on the bottom south and to the left. Go left, right, left. That's Port aux Basques.
Okay.
So the bus went from St. John to Port aux Basques. And then from Port aux Basques, we took the Queen Mary boat that actually crossed the canal.
Right there, that little strait right there.
Yeah, it's not a little strait. It's pretty big, though.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah. And then we ended up in Halifax.
How long was that boat ride?
I think it was 6 hours. The whole trip was 52 hours.
Okay.
So we ended up actually in Truro. See where Truro is? On the Prince Edward Island where it says Truro, like underneath there where it says Prince Edward Island.
Yes.
Right there.
Yep.
This is where we landed.
Okay. Right north of Nova Scotia.
Right, exactly. And then from there, we took a train going to Montreal. And that took probably like 27, 28 hours, maybe more to Montreal. So, see what Montreal is.
So you're just visiting friends in Montreal.
Well, it was my first destination because I knew somebody. It was somebody that I grew up with. I trusted him 100%.
Right.
It's really great if you have somebody to just give you a little bit of a hint here and there, so because you can go the wrong way real fast.
Were you pretty paranoid during that whole time?
No, I was really excited. I mean, it was like a huge adventure, very like, hey, and then you know what things, if you worry too much, those things that you worry about, this is what happens. But if you're just excited, all exciting things happen. So I remember going from Newfoundland where it was probably like in the 50s, like warmest, and at night in the 20s. And we took all this huge ride going over there. And in Montreal was 78 degrees. It was hot as hell. And I had this jacket on, like a down jacket. And we were not a single penny left. Couldn't even afford to take the metro to go to the stop where I wanted to go. So we had to walk to go to the YMCA. So they had hooked us up to stay at the YMCA in downtown Montreal.
Okay.
And we had to present ourselves. So we got over there, and I called my friend, and then we met up. And the story was a little bit different. So his wife was a total bitch, and she was so upset at me because when I landed in Gander for the first time, I called him from Gander, collect, and he accepted the call. And because this call was like $9 or something like that, she was so upset that I called collect that I was done. I didn't exist anymore. I was a user. I was going to use him. I was going to take his money. He called you collect. I didn't know what the big deal was, but it didn't work out. He got divorced anyway. But yeah. And and then I found out that he's pretty much of a kept man, So I mean, he did give us a few pointers here and there. We did hang out a little bit together, but it wasn't like the old times, like every day and all that stuff. We did hang out quite a lot and had some mutual friends, and things were starting to grow. So once we got there, they gave us welfare. So I got $460. So did my wife's girlfriend, and we rented a place for $300. You could rent back there a place for $300. It was in the student area in it's in Montreal. It will come up. It's a decent area. It's a student area. It's not like there's a lot of young people. There's a lot of cool things happening. It's not like a high crime or anything like this. And I got up, and the next day, we met some other people there. There was some guy from Czechoslovakia there. We became friends. He was married with his wife. Became friends, and we started talking. And he said, "Hey, we gotta go. It's Wednesday. We gotta go." So we're going. He said, "Wednesday is garbage night. They put, like big appliances and sofas, and this place was not furnished. So we go, and we go in the back alleys, and there's a sofa. Looked at it, looked pretty decent, picked it up, put it upstairs. Wow. Then we found a TV, like one of those old console TVs. Yeah. And we wanted, I lived on the third floor and there was no elevator. And this thing was half as the size of this desk, with a console and all that stuff. Not that it was like an old wooden thing, with the columns on the side and a small screen in the middle. So there was this Canadian guy, Mike, that lived on the first floor, and he saw us struggling with this TV. On the way, when we found the TV, we saw a little baby carriage. The baby carriage broke apart from the weight of the TV. And he goes like, "Hey, let me plug it in. I'll tell you if it works, so you don't have to drag it all the way up." So we plugged it in, and then he looks at it, and it was all getting green, and he kicked it a couple of times, and it warmed up, and it came on. It was a color TV. It was like you had to wait 5 minutes to warm up and start getting color, but it worked. So we got furnished from the garbage. And then, bought the utensils for the kitchen and whatever it is, garage sales, and got a household going on. And then I wanted to get a job, even though I was making money.
So you just kind of drifted. You really didn't have any kind of plan.
Yeah, I drifted, yes. I waited to see what life is going to show.
Okay. But you still had your girlfriend back in...
She was with me.
Oh, she was with you.
She was with me. And so... I said, "I'm going to go and look for a job. You should do the same." And she said, "Okay." So I go down the street. It's Rue Saint-Jacques was the main drag. There was a strip joint. There was a grocery store, a couple of car washes. And I'm going like, "Oh, I'm going to ask here. I'm going to ask there." And I went to the car wash, and I said, "Hey, I want to get a job." He said, "All right, I'll hire." It was a guy from Panama, Carlos. He goes like, "Yeah, I'll hire you." I said, "How much you paying?" It's like, "It's $6 an hour." That was good back then. And then we shared the tips at the end of the night. Wow, that's pretty dope, yeah. And it's only like right to the house. All I have to do is if we had a bicycle, I go with the bicycle. I just walk over there, So I go over there, and it was a tough job, but it was car washes that you wash by hand. And we washed fancy cars. So stations, when you do the wheels, the white walls on the wheels, the shittiest job, you scrub all that stuff, and there's a guy spraying and the other guy doing this. And every time they wanted to put armor roll was a big thing there. And Carlos will announce, "Armor roll!" Okay. And then he goes one time and says, "Armor roll inside." want to put armor all on the dash and all that stuff. And I'm like opening the door, and he looks at me, he's like, pulls me on the side, and says, "You never open the customer's door." I said, "Well, I was going to go do the armor roll." He said, "You don't do armor roll. Armor roll inside is only me. I'm the only one that does armor roll inside." What? Well, turns out that was a code for buying cocaine.
Oh,
So this fancy car comes in, armor roll inside. He goes, does the armor roll. Obviously, the money is somewhere, puts stuff somewhere, done.
wow. What a clever way to do it.
Absolutely. And one of the
This
guys,
guy was a coke dealer.
Carlos was the one doing it. It wasn't the owner. The owner was Italian.
Okay.
So I think they busted him at the end, and the whole thing fell apart. But it was a big, there was some people with some fancy cars, some Tonys and Ferraris.
What year was it now again?
This was 1990. Okay. So, some real fancy cars and this and that. And there was a black guy that I was working with dreadlocks, and he was singing that song. It's a song from Lisa Stainsfield. Been around the world with my baby. Do you remember it?
Yes.
And he was singing it so good, and he was singing it all day long, so you couldn't get this freaking song out of your head, He'll spray and sing. I guess they were all high, I didn't know anything going on back then. I didn't even know what high means because we never had drugs in Bulgaria, ever. And I was a street smart kid, and I left there at 27. I didn't know what drugs are because there was no drugs. Nobody had drugs, and nobody wanted drugs. But we drank.
How could you want something you didn't know existed?
And we didn't know anything about racism either.
You guys had alcohol, you said.
We had alcohol. You could buy alcohol anywhere you want to. Nobody prohibited it to you. I mean, you could find it if you were tall enough to go in front of a bar. Not that we had bars, but they don't have bars over there like here. You don't go to the bar. And
so everybody there looked the same?
What do you mean by that?
You said there was no racism, so there's
there
no
was, first, we're all Caucasian.
Right.
We had some gypsies.
Right.
And, maybe some people don't like the gypsies or so, but I remember when I went in school, we had a black guy, one black guy, his name was Yum, and he was from Angola. He was the son of the king of Angola.
Wow.
So the son of the king of Angola had 7 children, and they took each child, because when they took Angola over, the communists took Angola over.
Pull up Angola, Austin.
They
I'm getting geography lessons.
It's in Africa. So they put all these kids in every 7 communist countries. They separate. And this guy Yum, he was a tall guy.
Okay. Oh yeah, right north of Namibia.
Yeah. Namibia is a great place. I've been to
I want to go to Namibia. I have a lot of friends that have been there.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, German. Really good surf there too.
My brother just went to Marseille.
In Namibia?
No, in Marseille.
Oh, right.
But anyway, so this guy, he was a tall guy, and he had a basketball team, and he was in a basketball team. He was the best fucking guy ever, So everybody, he was a fucking celebrity,
He was a celebrity.
Oh yeah, it's like in the school, right in high school, and he had a fat ass, but he was tall, so he couldn't do anything about it. We were kids, what's he gonna do? It's like just dumb shit or whatever, and so that's what I'm saying. We never had racism or anything, because you don't know anything about it. You're just a different looking guy. He was cool, and we respected him, he respected us. And that's why I think life was good in Bulgaria, because people were respectful. If you're respectful and well educated, and you know how to behave, without bothering other people and be polite to the elderly, that actually communism did not do anything to it. The people were still friendly, and nobody was stealing, nobody was robbing you. There was no murders, there was no crime at all, zero crime. Seriously, zero crime. And everybody had to work. You could not work. They would stop you on the street, and you had a passport with you, and in the passport you had a stamp if you were working in a company. And if you didn't have a stamp, they took you in.
Took you in where?
They took you in and questioned you, and then they made you get a job.
And what happened if you refused to get a job?
Never. I always had a job.
You never heard of anybody who never had a job?
I'm sure you can hide if you want to or whatever and get in trouble, but
they put you in jail if you put somebody who's like a dissenter?
Absolutely. They could do whatever they want to with you. There was no right.
Right.
I mean, you didn't know anything about it because if they want to come and arrest you, they'll take you.
Right.
So they took my grandfather's apartment, just took it away from him because he had too many apartments. They didn't buy it off of him. They just said they confiscated it. Yeah, they said you're a capitalist, and they took it away from you. But when you're a kid, you don't know that.
Right.
You know, all your worries are, hey, what am I going to eat? And, no, I never worried about that. But you're excited. You know, you go to school, you have something to eat, you have something to wear, you have some cool friends. So what do you care what happens? So anyway, back to Canada. In Canada, Montreal.
You're a guy slinging coke out of the car wash.
Yes, that was the first job that I got. I remember every time you came home from that job, your clothes smelled so bad because they get wet. I had this, crappy suit, not a suit, but like baggy pants, that you wear. And they get wet all the time. You couldn't wash them all the time. And the shoes never dry, and they smell terrible, You put the stuff on and you go and work. And you earn a little bit extra money, and that extra money was great because we didn't have anything. And if you're getting like 800 from the government, and you bring another 400, 500 in, it's a lot of money, And life was cheap back then. You could buy a dozen eggs for like 88 cents. Wow. So I asked my wife, my girlfriend, she was still my girlfriend, and I said, "So did you find a job?" Yeah, I went down the street. I asked here, I asked there. They don't have anything. Maybe better luck. I said, I found a job. So I worked a few more, months at Carl's. And this other guy came in. He was from Iran. And he was driving a big Mercedes. And we started talking, while we were washing the car. And he said, you want to work for me? I said, what? He said, I'm going to open a car wash over there. I want you to come and tell me, the logistics of the car wash. You've been here for a while. What they do. And I'm like, well, how much you paying? He said, I'll pay $6. I said, well, I get $6. Hey, I'll give you some. I'll take care of it. Okay. So I quit there, and then I started working for this guy. So, and we actually built the car wash. It was all get like it was a warehouse. And he made it like a drive-through and put a couple of sprayers in there. And then I said, you know what, I'm going to make a sign for you. When I was a kid, we used to make T-shirt, like the shirt that you have.
Yeah.
So, because you couldn't buy shirts with any kind of writing on it. Right. So we used to cut them out of cardboard, make a stance.
A stencil.
Like a stencil,
yeah.
And then
spray
put it on the shirt now with a little sponge and textile. And you textile it out. We used to make the shirts, the NHL All-Stars, the red shirts with a white star, and then you put the flag in the front, and then put a name in the back. My brother and I used to make shirts like this, just for us, not for sale.
Oh, wow.
Or write down band names like Sticks and Kansas and stuff like this, and make shirts like this. So we were making our own shirts.
So you helped this Iranian dude build his own car wash, build business.
So the same way we were making the shirts, I cut out the letters, and then it was spray paint. Spray was on the building, the whole building, huge building. The letters were as big as the wow. Lavea Man meant like wash by hand. It was like this fluorescent green. Turned out really good. Business started going. So we did start a business, and they closed them after that for some reason. This was just temporary jobs, and I cut the grass and this and that. But my girlfriend never found a job. She always said, no job, no job, no job. And all she did, suntan on the balcony when the summer was around. Unfortunately, she didn't cook, she didn't wash, she didn't do shit. But when I lived in Bulgaria, I made enough money, and that wasn't something that she needed to do. So we would go out, or we lived at the house, my mom was cook, things like that. So anyway, and things started to go like south with her, between me and her. And we got very constantly bombarded by this unknown what's going to happen, because they started deporting some Bulgarians. Bulgaria turned suddenly democratic on paper. We got a new president, and now they said they're not going to prosecute you if you go back. You're not gonna get in trouble. It's a friendly government.
So that caused other countries to start deporting
that
Bulgarians
caused
back.
like Canada. I don't know about other countries because I can't speak to that. But Canada started like sending some people back, and
Hey, it's fine. You can go back.
yeah, they said, hey, it's fine now. You have a democratic president, so you can go back. And they were looking for me and her, and I was not going to go back. That was in 1992.
Okay.
And in the meantime, in 1990, my mom passed away. So I got a phone call from my brother, and then I couldn't even go back to the funeral. I couldn't go. But my mom was happy because she wanted me to go somewhere, and I did go somewhere. But my dad didn't want me to go anywhere, and he was upset. But then 2 years later, he was very happy that they went somewhere because Bulgaria went south, got all messed up, be it hyperinflation and all that. So, now I lost my train of thought.
They were looking for you.
Oh yeah, they were looking for me, and they had my passport. I never received my passport.
Okay.
And I went. I know now. I've been like almost 2 years in Montreal. I know a bunch of people. I know a bunch of people that do some, like shady people, good people, bad people, any kind of people. I'm pretty much friends with everybody. Not much enemies that I try to make or avoid. No matter if you're, a bad guy or a good guy, I somehow can find a way to talk to you and just, be real with you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to criticize you. I'm not going to tell you what to do. It's just a conversation. So I asked, hey, listen. So these guys are looking for me. And I have to go on this date. And what's going to happen? I said, don't go. I'm like, why? So-and-so went over there. They put the handcuffs on him, put him on the plane, and shipped him back. I'm like, okay, good to know. So what do I do? He said, we have a guy that can smuggle you over to the United States. I'm like, sure. How much is it? And we can do it for $400. So I'm like, where's the guy? It's an Indian guy. I'm like, okay.
How did you know the U.S. wasn't doing the same thing, though?
I didn't.
You just thought that
It was the only country you can cross. There was no other countries. It's going to go south from there, maybe Mexico, the next one. Right. So, and I'm like, all right, so where do I find him? So we go over there, and it was the Kanawaki reservation. So we go over there. In the meantime, I made money. I bought a car. I had my first $400 Renault Alliance. Do you even know what a Renault Alliance is?
How do you spell it?
Grew up a 1983 Renault Alliance, like Alliance.
Alliance.
Yeah.
What's the first word?
A Renault. The French cars. Renault.
Oh, Renault. Okay.
Renault. 1983 Renault Alliance. Piece of shit. But the car.
$400.
$400. Yeah. So it's my first car ever. How can you forget it? That's the car that I trust.
Oh,
there you
hell
go.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's actually...
What color was it?
That's a newer one. Try a 1980. This looks way too new. I mean, I bought it in 83. Maybe it was in 1980. It was actually older.
I like that thing.
It was older than that, actually.
So you cut the top off, cut a drop top.
Yeah. I mean, it was moving, so going from A to B, so who cares? So I bought it from another Bulgarian, so he was, he was going somewhere. Yeah. And so I go if my wife was going to, she still wasn't my wife. Yeah, I think by then she was my wife. So anyway, I had an attorney. I have to back up a little bit. And this attorney was a French guy. His name was Francois de Couteau. I still remember him. He was a fucking crook. So if I see him, I'll beat his ass. So he took all these Bulgarians as clients and made us pay $1,000 retainer for 60 of us. And he never helped anybody. He took the money and just skipped. And you could not do anything about it because he had no fucking status. You couldn't complain. Nobody believed you and the whole nine yards. So he told us, he said, I was already splitting up with my girl because she went to work, things were different, it was a different world. I couldn't do this, back in Bulgaria was, we could do whatever we want to, and I was making good money, and she was making some money, and it was okay, In the real world, you have to work, pay the real rent and all the good stuff. So we go to the Indian guy, and Have you ever been on an Indian reservation?
I don't think so.
I mean, this is the first one. I don't know if they're all like this, but you go and you go down the street, and there is a gate, like a regular gate, like the train, where the train crosses. And there is a little hut where the guard stays. There was a guard with an AK-47. That was actually good.
Indian
Just a
guards?
regular, yeah, an Indian. I mean, just not dressed in a uniform. Just
Right.
guy.
Okay.
And he stopped the car. He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to see Hot Dog." His name was Hot Dog. Okay. You go down here, go left, go right. Once you go in the reservation, it's like you're in a plane, like in a house. It doesn't look any different. I mean, maybe it's not as decorated, But you go, there's the home here, a home there, and the next street. It's like similar to here. Not as pretty as landscape. Right. So we go in front of the house. I park the car, knock on the door, and this guy opens the door. Have you ever seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Oh, yeah.
That guy opened the door. I woke up and I was like, shit. So I get to see Hot Dog. She said, "I am Hot Dog." Okay. So-and-so said you can help out. Yeah, no problem. Come on in. So we walk in, and you walk through the room, and there's cartons of cigarettes from the floor all the way to the ceiling. And you're just walking in this little hallway between the cartons. This guy smuggles cigarettes on a fast boat to Lake Ontario. He brings them from the U.S. to Canada. Because cigarettes in Canada were $6.76. That's why I stopped smoking when I moved to Canada. For a pack of cigarettes. And back then in the U.S., a pack of Lucky Strikes was 99 cents at the 7-Eleven. Yeah. So they just bring them over here.
On a cigarette boat, no less.
No less. Yeah, no pun intended. Yeah,
That's great.
So I go in there and I sit at the table with him, and he's a very nice guy, introduces himself, says, "What's the date? When are we going to go?" And I'm like, "This day, that." He said, "Don't worry about it. It's going to be fine." I said, "Do I give you any money right now?" He said, "No, you don't give me any money until we cross." I'm like, "Well, that's really fair, So he came outside, looked at the car, said, "Make sure all your lights are working, no broken windows, don't have anything on the back seat. Just look like you're just going for a date." Okay.
You still didn't have your passport.
I don't get it. That's why I didn't get it. Right. So, and if I had my passport, I would have gone. I could have walked up to the border and crossed, by asking for political asylum, because the U.S. back then didn't care. Actually, you could just walk into the U.S. This was before 9/11.
Was that still Bush Senior?
No,
Was it Clinton?
No, it was Bush Senior.
Okay.
Clinton was just up and coming because he deported me later. That's why. So basically, the Canadians had a deportation order against me, and I skipped the country before they deported me. So I went to the Indian guy, and we met on the date when we were going to cross. And I think we crossed somewhere around Plattsburgh. I don't remember. I was so, crazy going on in my head. And I had bought my first color TV in my life. I was 28, and I was very proud because you could not buy a color TV in Nigeria. So I had this piece of shit 20-inch color TVs, real big ones. There was no flat screen TVs. It wouldn't even fit in the back of my Renault Alliance. And I had it in the back seat, and I go to the Indian guy. He said, "That TV got to go." I said, "No, it cannot go." I said, "We'll put it in the Cadillac." They had a Cadillac. So we'll put it in the back of the Cadillac and then give it to you on the other side. I'm like, okay. I didn't want to part with my TV yet. And
Rather die.
well, it's my first freaking TV. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
I don't know if you can even imagine a 28-year-old guy getting excited about a color TV.
Yeah, no, I couldn't imagine.
It's just a thing, And so I go like, okay, so and we're driving now. And I'm driving with my wife, and he's driving in front of us. I'm following him. He pulls over and he says, "Okay, we're going to switch cars." I'm like, okay. So your wife goes with my wife, and I'm driving your car. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, it was a small car. So he basically kind of like squeezes in. He starts going, and he said, I said, "Give me a cigarette." He said, "You cannot smoke because you smoke this way." I'm like, "Just I want to smoke because I'm nervous." He said, "Don't smoke. just breathe normal, try not to talk. If they ask you to say yes and no, very clearly, try not to talk. So they don't get so, I mean, I'm telling you, where I park my truck is where we switch cars, and where the border patrol was around the corner of the building. This is how close he stopped to switch cars. So he sits in the no now, he's going to the border. Where you guys going? I want to go play bingo across the border here. I'm like, oh shit. So he pulls through, he leaves the gate open, and waves us through as well. We didn't have to stop. And this guy has never driven a stick. So he's now in the first gear, he's like, he goes like 400, 5,000. I'm like, I'm gonna blow the engine. So what do you want me to do? I said, you gotta shift. He said, we're almost there. I said, just back off of the gas. So he goes, and he turns around, right around the corner, got out, didn't even put it in second gear. Wow. And got out and said, all right, we're here, deal is done. I'll take the money, here's your TV. I gave him the money, here's your TV. She was really nice. I said, I need to go to Lido. I had a friend in Lido there. Okay. I had to go to Chicago. The destination was Chicago. Because the people that I befriended in Montreal, they had friends in Chicago. But those friends would not help us. So we go, jump in the car and start driving towards Toledo, and I remember going to the gas station somewhere over there, and there was an armed guard at the gas station. Like a guy with a shotgun. I came from Montreal, where there's no crime, there's nothing. And I asked the clerk, so what's going on? Oh, people steal shit, so you just look freaking out. That's great. So anyway, we ended up in Toledo, and I spent my first night over there, and then I went to Chicago. And in Chicago, I met those people. They were elderly people. They were in their 60s. Really nice people. And she co-signed for me on the apartment. We stayed one night at her house. And I was met with my wife, and then she co-signed for me to get an apartment. I had saved a couple of bucks. We got an apartment, I think it was like $400. Right next to us, they had shot somebody because there was a chokeout line that they just had to move. And they cleaned it up, and the Mexican rented the place. So it wasn't the best neighborhood. And this was actually in Hoffman Estates, but it wasn't a bad area, but there was some bad places. It was by Shambles. Okay. So I got this new apartment, and I needed to get a job. Now, the United States gave me Social Security card. After I settled down in the beginning, and we went to your registration, and she said, so how can I help you? And I said, well, I present myself as being really to the United States, and it was like I said, I go outside, and if you look to the right, there's a line, and go in that line. Because there was 300 people there. 90% of them Mexican. This is 1992. In Chicago. Stood in line, by 17. I didn't have a passport. I had a different Bulgarian ID that was in Bulgaria. They took some information from that, and then they wrote down, all the vital information. And they gave me this little card, not just the social security card like you have, but it has a stamp on it that says not authorized to work without employment authorization. So when you went to get a job and they asked you back in the day to show me your social security card, you showed they didn't hire unless they wanted to hire at the table. So of course I found a job on the table.
So explain that again. They wouldn't let you take a job.
They don't let you take a job until you get an employment authorization from the U.S. So you basically apply for this employment authorization.
So you are not allowed to take a job.
Not allowed to.
But do they tell you can go find a job in front of the table?
That's the dumbest thing.
So you have to be unemployed.
Well, they didn't say that, but they said that I cannot work in the United States because I'm not a U.S. resident. So I cannot work. I mean, I'm applying for political asylum, so I'm kind of like in limbo.
So how long did it take for you to get the?
I think it was about 6 months before I get my employment.
Okay.
But it's crucial if you don't have any money. I think about 6 months to work.
Yeah,
That's a long time. So that's why I find a job under the table.
Right, which I'm sure every single one of the people in line did.
Yeah, but they were. I mean, I got a job in.
They were Mexican, so they probably had like 16 jobs each.
Right, and they're like more into the landscaping and whatever. Well, I did some landscaping. Yeah, I mean, all of these people are doing jobs every day. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. So I started actually. I started cutting grass for this guy from Hungary. He was a Hungarian guy, was an older guy, he ran his own landscaping business, not a business, but maybe like 30 clients, and usually the 30 $35, $6 an hour. So that was the first job I got, and then the Mexican that moved next to us, was Fernando, was guy. And one day he was out there, and I told my wife, "Oh, yes, I have a job. I cannot. This is not working." And she goes, "Yeah, I'll find a job, but I don't have any papers." And he's like, "This Mexican guy, oh, papers? You make papers? What kind of papers do you need?" I said, "Well, she needs to work." I said, "Well, I can just work like for $50, I can make a green card, and you cannot show it to the police or anybody else, but it's a green card, we get it for it." Oh, wow. I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." So she got a green card. She went to his husband's house somewhere, I don't know what it was. There's a bunch of people drinking beer in there. And obviously, this is not the first client that is coming in. They're like, come on over here, and they pull this sheet of whatever, white glue, whatever. Stand in front of it, they take a picture, they plan an ADID and all that stuff. I mean, they were pretty efficient, you know? Right there. You get it, $50 done. It was, I mean, it was good looking, but if you were a cop, you could have figured out it's not real. Now they open the whole thing. And
I know that people looking to hire people don't give a shit. They're just like, they need people to work.
Hey, if you're applying for any kind of a job, they ask you always.
You're right, but they're not like inspecting the thing. They don't really give a shit whether you're legal or illegal, right?
No, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I always don't know. Long story short, then I got a job at Mark Sales, exclusive men's store. How I would get these people.
Okay.
They had me as a stock boy. I was instructing sellers and taking out shirts and stuff like that. And this guy came to the store, and all the salespeople were busy. And he goes like, "Hey, you work here?" I said, "Yeah. Can you show me some cruise wear?" I don't know if you remember, but back in the 90s, there was cruise wear. People used to go to cruises and wear these polo shirts.
Yeah.
And they're white. They were like $30 that.
Okay.
So they're saying, you know, you would sell all the colors and all the sports and all the socks and stuff. Expensive store.
Yeah. Like South Beach type wear.
Exactly. And
South Beach and
Scotty Pippen used to shop in Mark Sales.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So back then, they were exactly that was the time that they were changing. And she was coming in the store a couple of times.
You guys were the big and tall. So
they had everything. They made custom for him. Those suits were $5 so and so this guy, I said, well, maybe this shirt or that shirt or this or that. I'll put a couple of things. And I said, oh, I like this. I'll take all these. And what about this? And what about that? And I went up like a $9,000 sale. These clothing, you know, that's a lot of freaking clothing. They were expensive. And they were paying 6% commission on the clothing. And He said, well, I'm ready, so let's go and ring it up. And I'm like, I'll get somebody to ring it up because I didn't, I get register and like that. And this old man came very healthy, Jerry guy, beautiful. He goes, I'll help you ring it up. But he took it to ring it up. But the boss let him do it. He somehow that window and then he said they gave me like half of the commission. Myself and my wife. And then you had me still. So I, started as a salesman, worked a little bit there, and this guy came back, the guy that I sold the food for, and he said, I need to do this, and he goes like, I said, where are you going this time? He said, oh, I'm not going anywhere, we have a little place in Treasure Island. Treasure Island? That's my favorite book, what are you talking about? Like, it's a little island in Florida. Have you been there? No, I never been to Florida. Oh, let me show you. I'm getting back to remember they didn't have like so I pulled a couple of postcards. With an aerial of the one's house. And palm tree. I'm like, what the hell am I doing in Chicago? Yeah. And he goes like, was there a bridge there already? There was the old bridge. I wonder what year, because there didn't used to be a bridge there. No, there was a bridge. Like the pass didn't always used to be a pass. No, but that was 92. It built that. Like 92, 92, 93. Well, there was a bridge. I know the bridge. But it was a different bridge. It was actually two bridges passed before this one. Two bridges. Yeah, two bridges. It was a real dinky, bridge. Yeah. It was like the Nine Bridge, like the Sierra Verde. And what? The Nine Bridge, but now it's $1. Oh, yeah, exactly. So I'm like, oh, this is a really nice place. And I wrote it down, Treasure Island. I think there was no computers to look it up or anything, but this was like embedded in my mind how this thing. It looked like Tom Sawyer's Adventures, whatever it is. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, this is really cool. There was a few things happening in the meantime. My dad visited me, and there was other things, but maybe another time.
What was the process of your green card? Were you trying to get a long one? Were you trying to get citizenship?
I was trying to get it.
And what did they tell you the timeline was for that?
The timeline was that at least 2 to 5 years. 2 to 5 years.
Okay. But you were allowed to work. So just wait it out, work, and
right.
5 years into your green card, right?
Well, if you have to go to a court case. So the court case is you came illegally to the United States, so why did you come illegally? And you say because I am for Bulgaria. So they listen to your case. Why are you looking for political asylum? I give them a case, and then they say, the judge said, well, now you say Bulgaria is now for the bad, we can go back. There's all those bad people that wrong.
Specifically measure the radiation and the radiation belt should have.
I got the 4 day one. So that's exactly what happened right now. Right. So I went to, from Chicago, I went to Florida. No, I didn't, before I went to Florida, I already had screwed up with a girlfriend. And I had purchased a new car, so now I had another Renault. The amount of radiation they had an amplifier, but it had
Yeah.
Dollars. Oh, yeah. The windows vibrating. Now, this is a 90. The whole car was moving like and was a little bit newer, and when my dad came and visited me, I had 2 cars. I had a computer and all that. $700 for the new one, and the old one was $400. And he thought I was making
son, good job, you know. Yeah. But what was his, at that point when he came to visit you, was he trying to get you to go back to Bulgaria? What was the situation in Bulgaria?
I actually, the situation in Bulgaria was getting, well, the situation in Bulgaria never got really bad, but it deteriorated for a while and then recovered.
Did you think about moving in with you?
No, he was too old.
Okay.
He came, I wanted him to come and visit, you know, because I couldn't go back, and then he agreed to come and visit. Let us travel, you know, at this time. I think it was in 93, maybe. Okay. And then I introduced him to these people that were actually his age, you know, the mental health, and they became friends. And it was a nice thing, actually. It was a real nice thing to be, you know, because this was, well, then I went back and but anyway. So now I'm going down to Florida, and I told her after the wife, I said, well, I'm going down to Florida, and we already got divorced in Chicago. But I put on the door, we do it special. And I said, I'm going down to Florida, and, you know, and you're, you know, and she started crying. I'm going to die here. It's like people would say, if I was stealing any possession, I would say, all right, so here's the deal. You come with me, you go in the car, I'll drive you down there. I'll find a place for myself. You're welcome to stay the first 2 nights there. And then you're out of it. You know, you go find your own place, and you go from there. And she's all right, fair enough. So we drive down from Chicago to Chip Days. I don't know if you remember what Chip Days is. So we went to really? We went to Triple A, and you told me that you want to drive to Florida and give me 50 days. Maybe we have told them. No way.
For my time.
For free. So I drive down there and I come here. And I pull up right where Bob's house.
Yeah.
Somehow I end up right there with Bob's house.
Yeah.
There was a little house right in the corner of the beginning of the lane. I don't know if you remember that. The guy, Mike, like one of those corner roads, you know, like one of those big roads with a cabbage trailer up front. If you live right on the corner where the green lane, you know, goes down and then turns into the bridge. Okay. Right in the corner. That was the lot. And he was, I drove by there, and it said for rent. And he was basically like with 6 rooms that he was renting, a little apartment for military efficiency.
Yes.
And they were fully furnished. And I think mine was $450. That was the bigger one, and was on the bottom floor, underwater, $450. Now it's probably $45. It's what it's gone now. That the condos there. Oh, there's 4 condos, and each condo is $1.4 million. So it's $4 million for
Just for inflation.
Yeah, it's about right. Right, $5.6 million. Well, anyway, so I go over there, and he goes, well, I'm a commercial fisherman, so rent is this, you pay the first, this, that's included, this. Okay, cool. And he goes, on Saturday and Sunday, I go out on the boat. If you want to earn a couple extra bucks and a couple of 50 days, you're welcome to come and help. Instead of just being transparent. Wow, was it paper fishing? He was fishing really. He was catching everything. There was fish everywhere.
On long line?
No, off the boat. Okay. It was a small boat. It was probably like I would say like 24 foot, 50 foot.
Okay.
And we'll go out, and there was another guy, Dean, that used to live there. And him and another guy, all 4 people, we go out, and we climb on the roof on the boat, with a hard top roof, and jump on the roof. I had a bowl, man. I mean, when you go, and if you get paid, you used to pay like $20-30 or something to go with you. And then you do like 3 or 4 fillets, like hogfish, grouper, whatever, you know. It was great.
How many days you guys go out for?
Just for 1 day.
Okay.
I only went when he was once a day.
So it wasn't one of those like true commercial boats.
No. He was just for it. I think he was doing it for himself, and then the other side he was doing construction. I mean, they owned the house and they rented it. That was a business, you know. So 6 apartments and they lived in the same. It was a little hotel.
Right.
Yeah, and then he was doing this on Sunday.
Okay.
He was selling some of the fish.
So how did this all lead up to you getting deported?
Actually, but Bob and I were coming from somewhere. It was after midnight. We were trashed and we were looking to pick up something at the beach. Go see a beach.
Oh.
So we go over there and there's this girl and she's fucking hard as shit. She's the best. The bar with this other girl and some guy and I'm looking at her, she's looking at me, and it's like really a thing going on, you know, and just in the looking, you know. And then she starts suddenly kissing this other girl in the mouth, you know, like, and I'm like, wow, this is crazy, you know, let me go and check it out. So I walk by, and I go right behind her, and we just finished kissing. And I go like, all right, it's my turn now. I said, okay. We started kissing. And then she goes like, where are you from? And I started talking. And the other girl goes like, hey, don't talk to my sister. She's married. She has 3 kids. That was the girl that they were kissing. They were sisters. They were kissing. Just messing around.
Yeah.
Cool girl. Pretty cool.
Typical Tuesday night in Florida.
Yeah, something like that.
Treasure Island at least. You guys don't see that much over in
Ah, no, we're pretty good at it. We don't know the crazy, but more real stuff.
Right.
Yeah. And so, you know, we started talking, and next thing, one thing led to another, and she goes like, well, just follow us, we're going to my friend's house, to a hot tub, we're going on the hot tub. That was a one-night thing.
What happened to Bob?
No, I mean, it was a rule if you found somebody, you know, there wasn't, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, so I met this girl, her name was Carrie, and I really fell in love with her. And over this weekend, real love, you know, like, on the phone, you know, like a teenager, I mean, you hang up, I hang up, you hang up, half an hour phone calls, an hour phone calls, you know. And she told me she was getting divorced, but I wasn't expecting that. I did get divorced, but and everything is this is the sister that actually was married. The sister that wasn't married, she did come and she got married later on. But I married the older sister. She was actually like 7 years older than me. Beautiful girl, looks like Paula Abdul. Remember Paula Abdul?
Yeah.
Kind of like me, young like this, nice to have her. Great girl, great woman. And long story short, talking on the phone, this, that, and she said, why don't you, she flew me to Germany. She flew me to Pittsburgh in September. Not even like 3 weeks after we met. And she had a clothing store in the town. She flew me in and we had a great time, you know, all this stuff. And somehow there was a pair of pants that somebody came to this hotel and had a pair of pants on a dry hang, you know, the dry cleaning stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it must have slid off and the pants must have fallen down right behind her car. It's nice pants, you know. Whatever. And some hotel worker went and found that those pants were there and decided to call Terry on the phone. And the phone that was given or whatever the registration of the car, I don't know how, and they somehow called him and asked him if he had left his pants at this hotel. And that created some suspicion in him, you know, it's like whatever happened. I'm not going to get into many details on that, but eventually in November, she came down again with my friend's wedding. So I saw her almost every month. You know, I met her in August, September, October, November I saw her. And then in January I was like, I gotta move there. But I was in love. I had to move. And if you ever been in love, it's an amazing feeling. It's just amazing. The world is just amazing when you're in love. So she felt the same way. So I packed my shit and I moved to Pittsburgh. In 1994, I believe, was February, and Pittsburgh was on the front page with a winter storm and 4 feet of snow. And I moved there. And Bob was showing me the paper. Are you really want to move there? Have you looked at the paper? Do you see how much this white stuff is there? No. I didn't move there. And moved there, got an apartment, got a job. She did get divorced. We did get married. We kind of got married on a hush-hush. And then after we got married,
So does that mean you get citizenship?
yeah. So I got married. I moved. We lived together already in her house.
Okay.
I had a job, a real job. Everything was registered at her house. We went together to Vegas. We went on vacations. And one day I received a letter that I present myself with immigration. She was amazing. It wasn't her. Our relationship was top notch. I'm going for the first, we were married for 10 years. The first 8 years was wow. And even this infiltration made it even more aggressive. I mean, like one of those books, you know, and pretty much all the comments within the first 24 hours were trashing YouTube until Rogan's people realized that he put out a tweet clarifying exactly what had happened. I had an attorney because there's so many conspiracy theories about the Tucker podcast on YouTube. I called him and I said, so I have to go to immigration. What does that mean? And he said, that means that you're gonna probably get deported. They're gonna actually open up a case. And I said, well, what can we do? I don't get deported. I am married. I mean, I have a wife. She has 2 children. I'm married. So I'm already in the family. And I'm, you know, it's kind of like a typical thing to deport. I have a job. I pay taxes. I have nothing. And he goes, well, just come on down here and we'll go to immigration. So I go to his office. And he's called immigration to his office. Actually, his office was downtown Pittsburgh. So we call, and they said, we need you to come to the office here. And he's like, well, what's going to happen if you come to the office? Well, his order for deportation is going to happen. And he's like, we have to postpone it. And I said, well, you can postpone it for 2 weeks or 3 weeks away. So we postpone it. And then my wife, that's like American wife, she goes like, I gotta do something. I know this mail pass from California. Get it over here. And she was black hat. She really good. She got mad. She believed in black. She's married to black people. I'm like, I don't believe in this shit. We're going. So we go. So we go over there and it's this pickety old house. And Matt has a daughter in a wheelchair. She pushes her around and parked her somewhere. I asked her, can I record? I never recorded. Can I record what you're saying? If you cannot record anything, you can't take any pictures. You can write down what you want. Just write it down. I asked her, so later on I can compare. So she goes like, so what's going on? You have to explain the situation. He says, oh, for this stuff, when is the hearing? I said, well, I have to call on the phone. It's going to be a hearing over the phone. It's next week on Tuesday. It's going to be in Philadelphia. And they're going to, you know, ask me questions over the phone. I don't have to be present there. And that's how it's going to work. And she goes like, okay, what date is it? Okay, so she writes down. So, well, what we have to do is we have to do some river work. Well, river work is we go down to the river and we do some, you know, chant. Now, how much is river work? Like, that's expensive. It's about $250. No, like, hey, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to do this, you know. But no, we're doing it. We're doing it all the way. So she does her river work and comes up and says, I see you next week in a white man with handcuffs. I also see you going to jail. You must spend some time in jail. What else did she do?
She reading your palm.
No, she did some rocks and whatever.
Some rocks.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Whatever. Something. Okay. And say, this is what I want you to do on this day. On the day before. So before the judge, before the hearing. So you're gonna go home. You're gonna write the judge's name and his paper. You're gonna put some white candle wax on the receiver. And okay. Here you write it down. I know what you're gonna do. You're always teaching you write down the name and then put it in an ice tray and then freeze the ice with the name frozen inside. And you go into the bathtub and put some vinegar, and then after you're done in the bathtub and soak just a little spoon of vinegar or whatever, and then you take a bath and then you come out and you do something or you know, the shit. Say, yes, you are there, so I'm doing this shit. You know, the wife says, I have to do it. Good. You say like a witch doctor? Something on that. Like a voodoo kind of, like, black magic. And I'm like, whatever, this is not going to happen anyway. So, next day comes around, I'm waiting for the phone call. My attorney calls me. I come to the office, we're going to take the call here.
We're actually sitting here allowing
okay, so what time is the call?
greedy, stupid, childless.
And he goes, come here at 11. So, right before 11 o'clock, I get a call. And it's my attorney.
Stop.
Did they change? What's happened? He said, well, unfortunately, the judge was in an accident on the way to the courthouse. And he broke his leg. I know, I have never checked that. Maybe we can check that. I don't know how. I remember saying we can check it. And
what's the judge's name?
I can hold it in my mouth. I don't know the paperwork. But anyway, and I'm shit, this thing is like working like a total coincidence. So the judge this, the judge that, and they have to phone the meeting. I'm like, yes, how long? We don't know. Well, look, so, probably a week later, another call. I'm in immigration. But this come with your suitcase, ready to go home before you end. I'm like, oh my God. So before that, they had actually, they put me and my wife in two separate rooms and asked us questions that only you would know. For example, where do you keep your socks? What color is your toothbrush? What do you keep your towels about? You know, they told me, yeah. And we were legit, and they actually wanted a file with all the pictures of us in Las Vegas and stuff like this. If you haven't seen the museum cards, stuff like that. Okay. And so back then, I mean, there was no computer. People didn't know what computers like we have now. And I had to go to Kinko's and get like color photos, like they were color photos, and I had to make copies and put them in a booklet. 30, 40, 50, 60 photos from our vacation. And it cost like $5 for a different page or something like this to have printed in color. So I just find it if we go to the FBI, and then we get a card from the FBI, hang out in front of the house for like 4 or 5 days, just to make sure that I'm not going to lose it or something. All this money for nothing. And the reason they picked me because I was the one that I never ran, I paid my taxes, and I was working. I never received welfare from this country ever in my life. Ever. Not even unemployment. Ever. Yeah, anyway. It's a way of doing things. And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions. Now the day comes and they're going to deport me, big welfare, and my cousin's that thing. No, I think it's good if you need for help, but I didn't need it for help. I survived without it. I think it's great if you can receive, but it's a help. It's not something that you look at. But, you know, it's to help you in that situation. Yeah. So, but it's not something you just live forever. Right, of course. That's what it's never going to try today. It's great if you have it as a help, but it's important to use. So, we are they're calling, and I have to go to immigration. I have to go with my suitcase, and I'm refusing. They come to the house. They put me in a white van with handcuffs on me. Right to jail. In jail. 7 days in the Buffalo County jail. The Canadians are fucking with me and not sending me my passport. I waited for my passport. They know I'm in jail. So I escaped them. So the max was 7 days. So I spent 7 days in jail. I learned how to play spades in jail. And it was all kinds of characters. It was, again, like a movie. You know, you're in jail, you're looking away to those guys. It wasn't a transfer jail. But, you know, if you did something in Miami, they'll put you in Butler County and then they'll drive you to Juliet or whatever it is. There was a guy from Cuba who was had a life, he was going to go for a life sentence for cocaine. We used to play chess together. There was all kinds of characters there. Sometimes it's in the movie. Actually, in the office, yeah. And after the jail, there was no going home. So you had to leave your suitcases with them to the airport. We had my suitcases. They took me to the airport. We were like 10 minutes together. It was terrible. And I flew from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, to Frankfurt, and then whole million interactions with some things. So first when I got deported was funny because for me it's funny. I don't know. First, somehow I don't take this so seriously. You know, it's like it's happening and it's happening. So you're just going with it. You're not really processing on it at all. No, I mean it doesn't bother me. You know, it's not. I'm not worried. You think this witch doctor lady is real? Well, the things happen. So it's real. It's a coincidence. Way over. I mean, the coincidence if he has an accident and breaks his leg and doesn't have pen, and the coincidence of knowing that I'm going to be in a white van because I'm sure all the fans are the people up in a white. Yeah, both the top 90 left in white. Yeah, they maybe. You're right. But I was there when the same stuff and was next week. And I was in jail too. I mean, maybe it was coincidence. You know what? Sometimes they know it's a logical step. But you think about it a lot, though? No, I mean, back then I was really mesmerized that it is impossible. Then it is a pretty big deal if you think about it. If it really can happen, and maybe it can happen. No, but I didn't operate in that stuff. And then in Philadelphia, the long flight to Frankfurt. So I got on the plane and I was sitting in the aisle seat and I was sitting on the window. And there was a beautiful lady, she was maybe a couple years older. And we started talking on this plane and she was like, you know what, I always take sleeping pills and I don't even really good or anything like this and I don't want to fall asleep. And probably sleep for the whole flight. Do you mind changing the seat? So when you want to get out, you know, I don't bother. Okay, sure. So she sits at the window seat, I'll sit in the aisle seat. The plane takes off, and I'm fucking going somewhere. I don't know what's happening. I mean, I know where I'm going. I started doing that because I can't understand it. But I'm kind of like a failure. I'm upset, so I start having all these those flights. And I drink this. My wife got talking about called a cotton ball. It's a bottle of Baileys and a bottle of scotch. The little one. Yeah, I think was a revolution in the rock. Not that everything Alex Jones says is right. Sounds pretty good. Cotton balls. So I'm down like 8 cotton balls, and I'm trash. And even if he's not interested, he has a broken thing. And
she wakes up and goes like,
Yeah, but I'm sure you have fun.
"Oh, how was your flight?" I was like, "Oh, I'm
You weren't
sorry,
allowed
I
to
got
talk
a
to
meeting."
him. And when you
Oh,
hear
don't worry
Joe's
about
talk,
it, you know.
you may not
Yeah.
agree with everything he says.
What are you drinking there? I said, "Oh, these
But you
are cotton
definitely
balls. You should try
understand
one."
why they told you you couldn't
I
listen to
go,
those
"Try
shows.
it.
Well, that's one of the
Can
reasons
I
why
have one of
I
those
was one of
drinks
the
for a
first
tea
guests
check?"
when I came over to Spotify. Loved
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I was like, let's go.
Comes back
What did
with
they
no
say?
drink.
Well, a
Tell
lot
the
of
man
people
that
were happy with
we
our
have a stick
sponsors.
order for
Listen,
C.
regardless of what he said that's incorrect.
Oh, that was your C. Oh my God.
Alex, I know
And I'm like,
Alex
"Oh, that's a little
personally,
too
so I
late.
know
I'm
he's
already
going through.
fresh."
And, you know,
He said,
everybody
"Oh,
wants to
wow,
talk
no,
about
whatever.
mental
You go
health.
to drink."
Alex has gone
So
through
we
some
go
real issues.
at the airport.
And one of the reasons why he's gone
So
through some issues
nobody
is
leaves.
that
So
guy
the
is
plane lands,
uncovering real
and
truth. And
they
it's
say nobody
terrifying.
leaves the
Everything
plane.
come down. And he was
You
drinking
got
at
first.
first.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
see
I'm
so
like,
many lies and so
"Oh,
much
God." Two
propaganda
cops walk in.
and so
Young,
many
like,
psyops that
what
are
my
being
age?
done on people. You start seeing them when they don't exist.
One of the guys looks extremely familiar.
For Rogan to be defending Alex Jones on the basis that he suffers from mental health problems and addictions while simultaneously trashing people who write negative comments on YouTube because they're mentally ill. Paul loses with addiction problems. Anyway, I digress. Because straight after this, Tucker made one of the craziest claims I've ever heard him make, that Alex Jones is channeling supernatural
He was
energy
the guy guarding
just
me
like
to
the
take me to the airport.
prophets throughout history.
And
His
he's like,
explanation
"Oh
is that
man,
that is
I imagine you're a passenger and this is happening on the plane. People come with guns to pick you up and you start hugging the guys that are picking you up with the guns, you know. How you doing? I said, "Hey, let's go." So they take me out, they take me to the back steps, we go out and go in this little Disney VW bus with the blue lights.
Summer 2001, said planes will fly into the World Trade Centers and they would play
He
with
goes
Osama
like,
bin Laden.
"What can I get you? Want something to drink?" I said, "Yeah, I would like to pick a beer, you know, in Frankfurt. I want a beer in Frankfurt." Hot dog.
No, he's
Said, "Dude, I can only get you a little beer, but I can get you alcohol for you."
There's like no other. I mean, tell me how he did it otherwise.
And then I said that for 4 hours before I had to get together. And then the same guy came to pick me up. And now I was the last one going on the plane. So you have all these Bulgarians from the plane. Now there you don't see the shit.
It's materialism.
First of all, is the supernatural
The green van with the blue lights. Four guys with guns walking a guy up the steps. The guy is hugging one of the guards before he leaves. It's confusing, you know? And then I go in there and sit in a normal seat on the first floor. So these people. I keep it like cool, you know, I don't talk to anybody, whatever. So we land in Bulgaria, and I go to the institution. I already had my passport now, but they were calling Bulgaria. Passport is expired by like 2 years or 3 years. So, and now I noticed for the first time, this was before as well, how much people smoke in this country in Bulgaria. Everybody freaking smokes all the time. So you walk in and you go into the airport and you're going to check your papers where they actually check your passport and stamp it and welcome to whatever. And then go. That's with the cigarette in this little fucking cubicle, you know?
Crazy, little imbalanced, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean?
What the heck? That passport is 4 years old.
They're not like everybody else. And that's clearly part of what I'm not saying that everything that Alex Jones says is a prophecy from God. It's not. But that was prophetic.
Oh, there's a word for your arrest. What else do you go for? I said, "What's the warrant for?" She said, "For unpaid stipend." I used to receive a stipend when I went to university over there. So they give you money for good grades or whatever. And at the end, it's a contract. You know, once you find a job, you don't have to pay it back. But if you don't find a job, you have to pay it back.
Oh, that's cool. They pay you to go to school and get good
Well,
grades.
they pay you. It's an incentive. It's not a lot of money, but it's like, what, like, maybe over 2 years, I got like maybe $1,500. Something like that. It's like, it was decent.
Right.
It was some amount of money that I owed. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's better than here having paid $60,000 a year to go to school. You get paid to go to school.
Well, over there going to school is free. Because it makes sense. It's taking your talk. You know, it's right. Cool, yeah, that's it. You know, just go.
Right, and if you get good grades,
pay the stipend.
Right, and if you excel in the
Right.
you
Makes
make
a lot of sense.
Yeah. And then you're a good guy, and you become a boss of the company, and you run the company in a good way instead of running it in the ground.
Right.
You don't know what the fuck
Yes.
you're doing.
Yeah, you're right. Meritocracy.
So, what is it for? So for this and this, and how much is the fine? And she goes like, she gave me some number, and I'm like, that doesn't tell me anything. We are now in hyperinflation, by the way. I land in Bulgaria is in hyperinflation. And I don't know how things you can buy a lot of things.
I have a $100 billion Zimbabwe bill. Yeah.
Well, we didn't go that far. We went only to 10,000. Okay. But when I was a kid, the biggest denomination was 20. So it went to 10,000. And $1 American when I lived in Bulgaria was $1, but in the black market was 3 leva. 3. When I was landed in 1996, $1 American was 3,200 leva. So $100 was 32,000 leva. And that was a stack of money. Yeah, it was great. And they had printed this new money. It was beautiful money. Unfortunately, I can still buy it because they took it off after that. They eliminated it after 4 or 5 years. But it was a beautiful banknote. Just the way they were done. They will probably work more as a banknote with the art on it than more money with paper. And so I go over there. Well, how much is this in US dollars? That's $19.82. I said, well, can I pay it now? She said, no, you have to go to court. $20, I'll pay it now. Listen, sir, you're gonna... And I'm not going to argue with you. So I go. And I'm in Bulgaria. My dad is picking me up with my cousin. My cousin was he was a representative for Marlboro. He drives a VW Passat, like a station wagon. They painted like a Marlboro box. He's the most popular guy in Bulgaria. Everybody knows him. He's cool. He has his car. He's like a salesman. He's a marketing man. Funny enough, Marlboro does not sell cigarettes. What they do? Well, they don't sell. Marlboro doesn't sell them, but they import bootlegged Marlboro from Iraq or Iran or somewhere there and sell it. And he just markets it. And they pay him for the market. Marlboro.
They pay him for bootlegged cigarettes.
They pay him to market Marlboro.
So they're just paying.
Well, later on they started selling real Marlboro in
For
Bulgaria.
like branding, because they knew that eventually they would get real
So
ones.
basically, in all the bars, because we have a lot of bars where you can outside,
You go there and fill the bottle with cigarettes.
no, it's not cigarettes, it's umbrellas.
Umbrellas,
Ashtrays,
yes.
you know, stuff like this. So
Yeah, like Red Bull does now. for
right,
all the bars. Yeah.
exactly. Those things are free. So Marlboro is actually Marlboro should be told you to put it in the bar.
Right.
But in Bulgaria, it's the other way around. Hey, my bar is full because I have Marlboro umbrellas. Oh, you cousin, I'll give you a couple hundred for an umbrella. You know, one of those things. I hope you just listen. I live downtown in Sofia, like, so if you can imagine New York and Manhattan is downtown. I live in Manhattan. It's not that I live in Manhattan. It's right down the spectrum.
Okay.
In Europe, living in the city center is a cool thing. It's not the suburbs. Right? It's a cool thing to live in the city center. And since my parents had this house forever, they said it's out. And so I go to see the job, and it's like down the street. Got very familiar with the area. I go up there and everything. 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to the single courthouse, and there's nobody in there except there's a lady in there essentially taking my nails. And I go, hey, what's going on here? I have to see this judge. And she said, well, he was supposed to be here at 9. He's going to be at 9:37. Go downstairs in the cafeteria, and you can get an attorney there. I'm like, I get an attorney. Yeah, just go down there and they'll tell you. So go down there, 9 o'clock in the morning. There's a guy that looks like Ron Johnson from Miami Vice with a white three-piece suit, brown shirt, gold chain, gold technique, wasn't basically right on Jones. You know, squirty hair, like glasses, and a couple other guys sitting down there drinking white wine at 9 a.m. out of very nice glasses with some feta cheese, with some pepper on it, talking and drinking. And I walked in and he goes like, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "I'm chief judge in so-and-so." He said, "Oh, he's going to be here soon." I said, "Come on, sit down, have a glass of wine." I said, "I don't know, it's too early. I don't feel like it. I got to go to court, man." He said, "What are you going to court for?" I said, "I have a thing. I mean, I have to pay some money because I, whatever." And he was like, "Oh, you know what? You should go to court." "For what?" He said, "You get the lawyer. You know, if you pay me $6, and I'll cut this thing down to like $8. This is how much this inflation made the money work, because you could go to a restaurant and for $6 you can feed 5 people. I'm not kidding, in a nice restaurant too. And I go like, "No, I'm just gonna pay him and we're gonna get it over with. I don't get kind of the time, you know." He said, no, you cannot do this. He's gonna get offended. Just come up with some story. And I said, "Well, we're gonna find a freaking lawyer now." He said, "What kind of lawyer? I'll do this for you. I'll do it for $5."
Let's get serious for a moment. What are we doing
This
here?
is such a fucking shit.
Two of those enforcers.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah. Yes, that's actually his real
So,
name.
what's the story? So the story is I went to school, they gave me money, I promised to get a job here and work, and I left the country, and now I figured go anywhere. How much money? I said, "I don't know, the whole fine is so much, comes to $19.62. He said, "Well, that's a lot of money." And I'm like, "All right, it's a lot of money." Like, it was a lot of money for over there at this point. And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, it is a lot of money. So, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to approach it." I'm like, "All right, let's go." So we go up there, and how do you plead? And I was like, going to say guilty. He said, "Not guilty." And he talked to the guy, went in there, something in here, blah, blah. At the end, yes, the fine down around $9, $19, and he got $6 because he didn't know a tip, and everything was took a couple hours. So now I paid my fine, and my cousin goes like, "Yeah, we gotta go and see this guy, friend from the neighborhood. He opened up a liquor store, and this liquor store, he's the number one guy here. This was a coffee COBI. And his name was Bobby, the other one was Bobby, so Bobby. And really walk into this store, they look like you are in a fancy liquor store in the United States, with a nice teak wood inside, the glass, the liquor displayed nicely. Actually, look fancy. So this guy is like 4 or 5 floors. He was a doctor when I actually, he was my neighbor, once across the street. And he was a doctor, and he gave up his doctor's name to become a guy in the liquor store. Unfortunately, he also drank too much, and in the end, he did die from alcohol poisoning. But anyway, long story short, he went to this little restaurant, it's a local restaurant, and it's the hospital, and there's this guy that makes a salad. But you always get a good salad, and you drink the salad, people talk and drink salad. So it's not a very healthy thing, This guy comes up with this, roasted peppers and tomatoes, feta cheese, cucumbers, really good stuff. We're sitting there, we're drinking, we get fast, I'm paying the bill, I don't care because it's going to be $5 or $10. I'm teasing the guys, and we have my cousin and his wife, this guy is over with his girlfriend, and another guy who was anyway, so, and now Bulgaria is free, supposedly. You can buy a gun. So October has a gun.
Is trying to control the narrative about the past. Because archaeology is so desperate to be seen as a science, it tries as hard as possible to distance itself from any ideas that might be seen as anything out on the edge. Archaeology doesn't want to associate itself with any
We're talking about, we're downtown, shoots in the air.
reaction to
and 6, 7 bullets, 8 bullets, and we go back into the bar. And I was like, wow, that's still done, and this and that. And my cousin said, yeah, you guys see mine, I have a whatever, left for some and I'm like, what's with all the guns? I said, no, you can get a gun now. So it's fuck, that's true, but why do you have to go to a bar with a gun? You know, what's the deal? Yeah, just, you know. So, half an hour passes by, and this is a gypsy. So he walks into the bar, to the restaurant. The restaurant has like 4 or 5 tables. Fucking fancy, but really good food. So the gypsy walks in with this guy behind him, with a shaved head. Going like fucking, and the little gypsy goes like, yeah, it was done over here at that table, and walks out with the guy. Next thing you know, it's these 2, have you ever seen a Land Rover Defender? The old Defender, the square one? 2 of those pull up, and these 4 guys come out, and hit people. That's the tactical view. Come into the bar, and they come in, and in the same moment, the police comes in too. So this was private cars. We would have gone if the police didn't show up. Police shows up, they pack up the shit and they leave. We're like, what happened? So who has the gun? Well, I mean, he said, they hit him against the wall, just to put him on. Hit my cousin, put him against the wall, just to take his gun. Hits me against the wall, just to grab my balls and squeeze him like a motherfucker. I'm like, what the fuck? He said, where's your gun? I said, I don't have a gun, I didn't get the memo. Don't get smart with me, motherfucker. I'm like, alright, whatever, you know. I said, what happened? He said, well, some of you, some idiots, shot like a bunch of bullets up, and there's a 12-story building right across. I mean, you should look when you're shooting, and 2 of the bullets entered the bathroom of the last floor and cracked the sink. When this guy, who's actually a mafia guy, was shaving in there. So he broke the sink and then, you know, so you're shaving and your sink exploded. And I thought somebody was trying to whack him. Shit. And I'm like, fuck this, I'm out of here, you know. So they say, nobody's out of here, you all go to the police. I'm like, I don't have a gun, why do I go to the police? Well, you're not, but the other ones are going. So they arrest my cousin with the Marlboro car, bomb car, and he's the one that drove us, so I don't have a Bulgarian driver's license, and I'm already in trouble. I do have an American driver's license. And he goes like, I go like, well, let's go to the police station. Who's going to drive? Oh, I don't drive. His wife goes like, I can drive. It was a stick. She goes in the red. I said, can you drive? She said, yeah, but this is a stick. Whatever, get out. Like hot dog. Yeah, I said, get out. So I go in the car and I start driving. And so we're coming up with a plan. Let's go and get this guy. This is also superior. When I was a kid, I thought it was and I walked the right. It's like and we go to pick out this philosophy. Alright, so we're gonna go out and pick up my friend. He's a lawyer. So I'm driving in. Now I end up supposedly with the lawyer, cousin's wife. All of them still have successful careers for many decades. I'm driving right to the city other side of where I live, you know, like this main gas. And I get stopped by the police. There's a coordinated attack. The problem for Flint Dibble is that where's the paperwork for the car? Is that Hancock has the benefit of Oregon's massive reach. Do you have a license? Yeah. What the fuck is this? Dr. Dibble on social media. So this isn't just a battle of ideas, it's also a battle of two opposing forces for influence over archaeological narratives. So what is this right here? It says to great G and others, we see you and we'll share.
at the world just how you try to bully and censor us. Who's trying to censor you? Well, I'd argue that when people swarm me, this is a quote from Flip Dibble, yeah, this tweet. Well, there's times when people swarm me and they people online. Yeah, of course. Tweet people. Yeah, exactly. Don't read. Get involved in a discussion about some contentious issue that's public, the whole world can attack you. So try to connect that to Graham or connect that to anyone. You're just dealing with people. He's not responsible.
Well, this is actually my
I'm responsible to engage and read.
Don't
read the comments from Rogan. Imagine if Rogan tweeted something out specifically to address things people were saying in the comment section. That would never happen. He doesn't read comments, remember? But let's take a step back here for a minute because I haven't actually explained what this whole controversy is
You'll
really
get the guys out
about.
of jail. You're
Let's
in
look
big
at a
trouble.
specific example.
I know I'm in big trouble. What do you want me to do? He goes like, well, you know, I'm going to ask you now to blow to
Mainstream
fight.
archaeology believes that the indigenous Mexicans who were
The way you look,
hunter-gatherers
I mean,
had
I'm
developed
not
their
taking
own
license.
system
You
of
go to jail.
architecture,
You're going to
agriculture, engineering, and astronomy
how much is going to be
before the Spanish came along. However,
Well, it's
Hancock
going to be at least
believes that the indigenous Mexicans were visited by the
4,000
survivors
level.
of the cataclysm that wiped out the advanced civilization he believes existed
A lot of money over
12
there.
to 14,000
And I'm like,
years ago.
wow, 4,000
I mean,
level.
Flip,
I mean,
what do you
I
make
don't
of these figures? What sort of ethnic
you
groups
gotta,
do you
you
like?
gotta talk to me.
I don't
I don't
identify
know,
ethnic
4,000
groups
is
like
way
that,
too
man.
much.
It's a stone
I'll
carving.
tell you right now.
That's not how we identify ethnic groups.
4,000,
I'm not
and it's
actually
right
interested
now,
in
and you're lucky that I'm a good guy because I'm going to let you go.
the world on every continent have beards for different
So
ethnic
it's
groups.
just
It's just curious that amongst the old
a lot of money, and I don't even know the feeling of the money yet. And I pull out 8,000,
I'm just intrigued by that.
4
I
times
don't
2,000.
know people look different. Yeah, I
I pull
don't
it
know.
out, and I take the 2 back,
So
and
Hancock's
it's like,
theory
oh,
is that because there is evidence of these same bearded people across different indigenous hunter-gathering groups, he believes that all of these indigenous cultures were
you're
visited
not
by
talking
the
this
survivors
is
of
like
the
riot
same
somewhere.
civilization
This is
who have
smack
often
like
been
you're
depicted as being
old walk
light-skinned
in
or
Clearwater,
white
people are walking,
saviors.
drinking,
So one day
talking,
I'll just
going to
redirect that
restaurants,
and go back to think with the
paying
gods
off
that
the cops.
in 1995.
Right.
It's like in Mexico.
In which I
Is it
recorded
that obvious?
indigenous
I think so.
traditions
Yeah, but
about
it's not
the
like this
appearance
anymore.
of
It's similar, but it's
bearded
more.
warriors bringing knowledge after a cataclysm to
So
the
you go to
shattered
the-
survivors
This is the
of
place
that
you want to move back to?
cataclysm. In some
Yes,
cases,
no,
in
it's-
those traditions,
I mean, if you get in trouble, you're going to get in
What
trouble.
year was
knowledge
this?
bringers
This
might
was,
describe as white skin. Because archaeology
Clinton
has since taken the view
Oh,
that all of
okay.
those stories were made up by the Spanish.
Oh yeah, you know me. I never asked you, but why did they specifically pick you to be deported?
Both
Because
in
they have a
Mexico
quota.
and
So
in
when you
Peru and
want to become
Bolivia,
an
we have
immigrant, you
traditions.
sell
We have
out of
Viracocha, we have Quetzalcoatl, we have Mochica. I think it's racist of archaeology to imagine
So basically,
the magic
you come and
powers
say,
of
yeah,
the
I'm a tough
Spaniards
guy,
could
and I'm going to
impose
deport all
on
these
the
motherfuckers
indigenous
that are
peoples
illegal.
all over the Americas,
And
and they
then
just
you go
be
to the
so
office and say,
stupid that they
"What's
would
the
fall for the
motherfucker?"
story told
Yeah.
by the
Who do we
Spaniards.
have?
Of
Oh,
course,
this guy lives
these
there, this guy lives
indigenous
there, and then, but those are all the ones that are
traditions.
legal. We're not going to chase the other ones. Get those 6 months to get them.
If you're unfamiliar with this debate, and this is all new,
My ex-wife,
you can start
Catherine,
to
she got
appreciate
deported
why
from
there's so
St.
much
Petersburg
resistance to
in
Hancock's ideas
2009
here. The
or 10,
implication is
where
that
he found.
indigenous cultures around the world were saved and
This
shaped
is like a
by
long
a
time after all
surviving
these
white
years.
or
But anyway,
light-skinned advanced
so that's
culture
how I ended
that
up on this
lived on to spread their knowledge
And then
and
in
wisdom
Bulgaria, I
across
spent
the
100
world.
days.
And I see this as actually an
Exactly
example of
100
the
days.
problems here because you cite
We went
Spanish colonial
skiing
literature
the
about, say, a white
first week after we got
Quetzalcoatl.
there. We went
You talk
skiing
about
in
this
the
and
hills.
other kinds of
And it
people.
was
Yes,
the
you
end
do
of the
gotta
ski
get
season,
correct.
and the
So
hotel
are
was
you saying that the whole story of the bearded, pale-skinned Quetzalcoatl
last week.
was a Spanish invention? Yes, I am. I can show you a depiction of
So I go with
Quetzalcoatl
my boss.
during Spanish period. I can show you pictures. Here we go. This is Quetzalcoatl on the Borgia Codex. This is
First
from
we go to the
before
Cedars Hill.
any Europeans arrived in the New World. This is on a hide. The ink has been analyzed, the hides have been analyzed, and this individual has tan skin, no beard, but a feathered headdress because this is the feathered serpent. Actually, we can't see anything from that. The point that I want to make, do you think that the
And I go like, we're going to take a cab.
imposed an idea of Quetzalcoatl? I think that every single source that we have of white skin in indigenous Americas comes from Spanish sources. And therefore, I see it as
I don't know.
But the night before we go out, and, or somewhere else, and party around, getting home with this cab driver. Hey, how much will it be for tomorrow to drive me and a couple of friends to He goes, oh man. All right, come on. I don't know. And now I know the numbers. Tell me to go get a number. I know the it's going to be. You have to pay the back with me. Like, well, you can pick up somebody over there. No, I mean, I can, but I'm not going to do it. You have to pay both ways. All right, how much is it? It's going to be about $9. Oh shit, $9? It's going to go like $8? All right, I'm done. I gave him $1. This guy was weird. I mean, he was so fucking happy. I mean, this is how much his money was. It was such a hyper-inflation, right? And then we left the resort in the hotel. We go to the hotel and said, well, there's nobody here. I said, well, what I see, there's a guy in the kitchen. He said, yeah, but this is the last weekend. We're closing. And I said, so what? I said, I want like 4 rooms. Yes, 4 rooms. And he goes like, well, if you're going to eat something, you have to go and tell the chef what you're going to eat, and you're not going to order from the whole menu. So he's going to make every day either like a breakfast item, a lunch item if you're going to eat lunch here. And we're up thinking, okay, we can do that. So we go over there and we tell the guys. So we go, we get up in the morning, eat breakfast, whatever. And then we go ski. And then we ski down at 12:30, 1 o'clock. We want you to be down there with a little table, a white tablecloth, and then like 4 Heinekens, ice cold. And then 12:30, but the guys down there with the white tablecloth. It's large. It's large. Yeah.
So what made you want to come back to the U.S.?
Well, I was married in the U.S. I had a job in the U.S., a house, a car, the whole
So
nine
how do you
yards.
go about getting back after you get actually deported, like legitimately deported?
Well, you actually file a petition or have somebody help you. Like, and I had, there's another story behind it was actually our inspector. He was a senator from Pennsylvania when I dealt with him. As far as like he's a pathologist doctor, like ran Polish doctor as well. And I don't know if he practices and then he's a senator or other.
Find out RO Inspector and then like type in like RO Inspector JFK and find out what it says.
JFK autopsy.
So I know there's multiple autopsies on it. The first one that was done was like the one that they is not the official narrative.
So was the first one the one that you think was botched or?
No, the first one was the legitimate one when they brought him to the hospital, and then they immediately took him and rushed him out of there and took him back to Washington. And that's kind of like when the cover-up took place. That's when the whole story took a twist.
Well, anyway, so this guy, and it was an election year.
Okay, generally credited to Warren Commission staffer, Arlen Specter. Okay, so he was a part of the Warren Commission. Senator of Pennsylvania, this theory posits that the single bullet theory, known as the Warren Commission Exhibit 399, caused all the wounds to the governor and the non-fatal wounds to the crook. Whoa. So,
Well, that's Wikipedia. Anybody
hold on. Arlen Specter, after American lawyer, Democrat.
But he wasn't a doctor, he was a lawyer.
Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish parents,
He wasn't a lawyer.
He helped formulate the single bullet theory in 1965. He was elected district attorney of Philly in 1973. So he was one of the head guys in the Warren Commission who helped develop that bullshit single bullet theory. The theory that it went
So I actually correct what I said that he was a pathologist. He was not.
Right.
So, this is what I was in. I didn't read the whole thing. I just knew that he was.
There's so many names involved, it's hard to keep them straight.
So anyway, it was an election year, and this guy, said he's going to help. And actually, my dispensation and everything, we created a new family. And not what I mean by that. So my attorney, that I had an attorney, he had a helper, he's never with him, and then our inspector's secretary was, I don't remember her name. So, because David was dealing with his secretary all the time, they met, and eventually they got married. And he's the one who helped me come back, our inspector, by signing some kind of a petition. And I came back sometimes at the beginning of August, so I was only gone from April. It was kind of funny.
What year?
96.
So you came back in 96.
Yeah,
Plus you went to Hawaii.
No.
Okay.
100 days. Reported to Bulgaria, spent 100 days in Bulgaria during the hyperinflation, and then I got back. And it was funny because I would go to the embassy, to the U.S. embassy, almost every other day, because they told me, come tomorrow. Because that was a legit case, you know.
Right.
And my dad used to make fun of me, because I never actually unpacked. I had the suitcase like in the living room, so I'm getting shit and I gotta go to the embassy today, so I go to the embassy, and I think it was the 6th of August or something. I had purchased Jimmy Buffett. And I was Swedish one. And I could not go to the concert, so I'm mad. I'm sorry like that. Just a few days later, I go in there and I say, so is the paperwork ready? And they go like, no, we have to wait for this. We have to take an HIV test.
HIV?
Yeah. Okay, I'll take an HIV. So you have to go to this hospital. So is it going to be ready for the 6th? And they're like, why, what's the 6th? So I have tickets to the Jimmy Buffett concert. How many immigrants come in there and bitch you, hey, I'm going to listen to Jimmy Buffett concert.
Right.
So, and I did miss the concert, but I ended up coming back to the and I came back and
So what makes you want to move back, especially with all the crazy shit going on over there right now?
well, there is really no crazy shit going on right now over there at all.
Are they NATO?
We are NATO.
Okay.
Wait for it. I mean, small countries go with the winners. So as soon as NATO starts losing, we're going to drop. Same thing like Bulgaria was with the Nazis. And then the Nazis started losing, and then we went on the Russians. By the way, Bulgaria was freed 2 times by the Russians. The Russians came and freed us from the Ottoman Empire in 1876, and they also freed us in the Second World War from the Nazis. So they're not such bad people. I mean, even though yes, they are to a certain point, but I think who are the bad people? The Russians. The Russians are not bad people at all. First of all, this idea that people grow up here and you think they know when you say Russia, they get bad people, that's the worst thing that you can do.
I don't think people think Russians are bad people. They think he's a bad guy.
No, he's not. How is he a bad guy?
Well,
We're not going to talk about
he
it.
did blew up his apartment buildings in Chechnya.
And you know this.
How do you know? I had the journalist in here who was the only American reporter that was based in Russia. He reported on it. He wrote a whole book about it. There was actually evidence that they found that KGB agents were there.
What was the purpose? I don't know. I know that they blew up something.
It was a false flag for the Chechen War. They wanted to blame it on the Chechens.
But we had a lot of flags.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Americans are good guys at all, but if you want to compare them, I mean,
Well, the only thing that I'm seeing right now is that whatever he says makes a lot of sense. Whatever that he has.
right, but he's irrelevant. He's fucking
Well, he's irrelevant, but I think that actually there's a big war going on between Europe and the United States. And the war in Ukraine is the reason they want to blame on that we're going to have a huge
What's going on between the bank in Europe and the bank?
I just got some, I watched something today, so I'm really not 100% on it, so I can't really explain doing it as well, but it's something with the treasury, I was, the Kenyan treasury, so basically, when Jerome Powell makes the rates go up, the price is zero. Because Europe are still at 0%. Right. So that's then Europe wants to put that in there as a paragraph that I say he should not be citing independent sources without critiquing them because they. You want to blame it on the Ukraine. This is just sources.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely a lot of nuance there, especially when you're talking about Putin. Everyone, he's portrayed as this evil man, this evil dictator. But that's portrayed by whom? By American media. And it's just anybody who talks to everybody. It's just like a known fact in America. He's a bad guy.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. He's a bad guy because they tell you he's a bad guy. Right. And people build an opinion by somebody else's opinion. That's why I say that people are brainwashed because people don't understand. There is no better place in the United States in the world as far as opportunities. Even now, when it's so fucked up, it's still better than most places.
Yeah, and I'm not an expert on Russia or Putin by any means, but I do know that just from what I've read and the people I've talked to that have reported on it in person, that I know I had one guy named David Satter who lived over there for over a decade. He reported on this stuff, and he was actually the first American journalist ever to be 100% banned from Russia. They really kicked him out and won't let him back in. He lived there for a long time reporting on this stuff.
No, I believe it. I'm not saying there's not. But there's also people that through propaganda they actually will believe one thing and then they don't see the truth and vice versa.
Right. I mean, it's hard work to understand what the truth is. It's really hard work to cut through all the bullshit and the propaganda. And especially when you see what just came out with the Twitter files, that the FBI is working directly with Twitter and Facebook and all these social media companies.
Yeah, but I mean, you should have known that. I even knew this stuff. I think after Kennedy, even like before Kennedy, country sold out to the CIA and the nuclear complex. That was a long time ago. And Kennedy was one of the reasons why they do
Yep. Vietnam War, shit like Operation.
Because there has to think about it, how many years the United States existed and how many wars it's the only country that in the whole existence spent only like 9 years. 9 or 11 years. Google it and see how many years of the United States was did not have a war. It's less than 9 years. Yes, 200 or 200 years existence. And then they are the bad guys? I don't know. I don't know this democracy that you're spreading. The Iraqi people were not happy. They fucked up Libya. Libya used to be beautiful. People used to be beautiful city. Beautiful city. Was the Paris of Africa. And they fucked it up with whatever her name is, crooked.
True. So there's a lot of sinister shit that goes on in the shadows of the American government. It's dark.
It's all about the money.
And going back to the Putin thing too, he's one of the few guys. Something you would never see. I mean, there's other presidents that we've had where you could actually watch an interview with them talking for more than 2 minutes. It's not chopped up, where they're actually explaining their ideas and how they run their country and explain their policies and how they're set up and what their beliefs are. I mean, Obama was a kind of an articulate guy. You can kind of watch him talk. He was very intelligent. I mean, he had a book. He fucked up international, his international policy was fucked up beyond belief. But if you look at Putin compared to some of these other people that we've had recently, especially Biden, and I don't know if you've ever seen the Oliver Stone interviews with him over there. He spent a total of with Putin 4 or 5 months coming back and forth interviewing Putin. And it was a sit down where he was explaining this stuff, and Putin was explaining all of his policies, what he's been doing, what he's doing in Russia. He calls himself the son of Russia. And it was interesting because you could hear what this guy actually thinks, why he thinks that way, and what he believes in. Again, I'm not saying that he's like some saint or anything, but it says something when you can listen to a guy or a quote-unquote dictator running a country, listen to him explain what he's doing and why he's doing what he's doing.
But do you approve of the things that he said, or are they negative, or are they positive? Because
All of his documentary made a lot of sense. Everything he said made total sense to me. It seemed very logical.
I think he's a real guy. He's real. You know?
He does seem like a real guy.
Yes, he's a real guy, and I think he changed. He did. I think he's good at whatever he does, and I think when they changed the ideology after 92 from communism to the Russian Federation, you know, I think he changed as well. And actually, I know some Russian people, and I have a brother who also loves it. This is in Russia, and he's a lot of person.
Yeah, the Cold War was really, that's kind of the point where America went off the rails as far as the military-industrial complex and us developing nukes, the whole nuclear race. And, I'm reading this book now all about the creation of DARPA and all the crazy, shadowy war technology that's been developed, and like getting all the top scientists around the country and the world, Operation Paperclip, getting all these Nazi scientists to develop all this stuff.
Gardner von Braun, he was the one
von Braun, yeah, he was almost the head scientist at DARPA. But
well, he was the head of NASA.
Yeah,
he built NASA, right? Yeah, because he had all these, and he put all these German people with him.
Yeah, that looks fascinating.
You should see what it says on Gardner von Braun's.
I've heard what it is. What is it?
I think it's Psalm 19:1 or something like this. It's stationary.
He said we live on a flat earth.
And all this NASA shit is all this.
What?
Well, he said that all this stationary.
Stationary.
The earth doesn't move.
Can you find that? Werner von Braun?
Just pull up his tombstone.
Oh, yeah. Pull up Werner von Braun's tombstone. Picture of it. I would love to see this.
And that's the whole thing. That supposedly NASA is a hoax. That they use $19 billion in budget every year. What do they do? Where do they go?
He said NASA was a hoax.
Well, he didn't say it in those words, but that's what
somebody else interpreted.
There is a lot of people who think NASA is a hoax.
Why do you believe that?
Can you tell me that they went to the moon with that thing made out of coat hangers and paper clips? Come on. Have you seen the lunar module?
Yeah, I've seen it.
And then you tell me that Nixon called them the fucking home phone and talked to them on the phone on the moon. They can't even get connections in West Virginia, and they're supposed to on the moon. That is Psalm 19:1. Now look up Psalm 19:1.
Look, I'm going to be honest, I'm not completely sold on the moon thing. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, the moon video did look fishy, and I always question why we haven't been back since.
Because it's not going on the moon.
Okay. I've had people on here telling me that the moon is man-made, so I don't know what's true. But, I mean, we have satellites orbiting the Earth. Yeah, I had an astronaut in here who's been in outer space.
Come on, I had a monkey driving a taxi cab. So that doesn't mean anything. There's astronauts in TV. They say they're astronauts.
Do you think there's no satellites?
I don't think there's satellites like they tell you there are. They spin around the whole Earth and all that stuff. There's shit floating up there on weather balloons most likely, but there's not. I don't think there's. Where do they produce these things? Try to find out. Okay. Then you can build a satellite. What company builds satellites?
Okay. NASA, all of our space programs, Tesla launching rockets. There's people that have been on the space stations who have gone on the space shuttles and orbited the Earth and talked about it. Why would they be? What is the purpose of lying about that?
Well, that's a long other show this year. But the gain is that, long story short, is that we do not come from a big bang. We are not a coincidence. We live in an intelligent environment. That means that we are created by somebody. And you cannot be a big bang theory and you come from monkeys and deny the existence of God. When you make the earth round, there is no God. Because on the flat earth, supposedly, We are the only people. There's no aliens. We're created by God. The whole system is created by God. That's in the firmament, and the earth is it's not moving.
Well, there's actually a lot of legitimate, credible physicists that are actually questioning the Big Bang Theory now. Like that's
Right, they already, it's all a theory.
That doesn't mean the Earth is flat. All right, Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of His hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night display knowledge. There is no speech or language where their voice is not heard.
Yeah, but this is actually, you have to go into the old King James version, because this is actually already,
Okay.
yes, it already went.
Sorry, it's the same one.
Well, I'll find it for you. It's kind of hidden, you know. I'm not going to go into this.
I think this is fun. Why? What evidence have you seen that convinced you to believe that that's true?
Well, let's think about water. So, do you think that water finds its level? So, if I have a big bucket here and I put water in there, it's going to be level. Yes. Okay. So, what if this bucket is as big as the Atlantic Ocean?
It's going to be level where it all depends on gravity.
Okay, well, let me ask you this now. If it's not level, that means that there's peaks and troughs somewhere, let's say that. How does that water not just flow away?
Because the moon and the poles of the earth, there's gravity. It's like the earth
Sounds
rotates.
like a lot of bullshit. It's a lot simpler when you go out and you look at the horizon and it's flat as heck. It's never curved, it's never round, unless you're looking for a fisheye lens. It's simple as that. And you fly your drone like 1,300 feet up and take a picture and it's all flat. There's no curvature.
Have you ever seen the footage of those rockets or those balloons that go way up into the atmosphere and everything is curved? No.
I guess with the ones with
Have you seen the Red Bull one?
yeah, of course, that's with a fisheye lens.
A fisheye lens.
Yeah.
So why are they shooting people up in the rockets and they're coming down in these pods and they're going out there, they're pulling the
Because
astronauts
there's
out
a
of the
$19 billion budget.
But for what?
For the money.
Why would they be trying to trick people, spending all that? What's the point?
What do you think all the other people are doing with you? They're tricking you. They're having wars in Ukraine to be able to do this and that.
Right, but that's all for power and for the military-industrial complex.
For money.
To sell weapons.
Right, for money. They sell it in a different way.
And to fight over resources.
Well, NASA doesn't do anything. Gets $19 billion.
But how do they? What do they get from shooting people from faking shooting people in space and bringing them down in the pods and
Got
building
$19
rockets?
billion to be approved by Congress so they can get a budget for $19 billion. They have to show something. What else? What about the Red Hot Chili Pepper song? The one that the space is created in a basement, in a Hollywood basement. That's the moon landing.
I don't know what song that is.
Yeah, it's one of the most popular songs.
Well, look, like I said,
Californication. Californication.
listen to the space was made in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah. And then you listen to Dave Matthews with When the Earth Was Flat. And then it was like a pancake and we all were afraid if we're going to fall off of it.
So we're gonna let Dave Matthews Band Red Hot Chili Peppers.
No, but those are artists there that they tell you where are you going to be able to park to tell you to wear a piece of fucking mask and make everybody believe that. Science is scientism now. So, I mean,
That's a completely different thing.
no, but it's the other opposite of can you believe Dave Matthews and I can believe Dr. Fauci. Neither one you can believe, but I rather believe Dave Matthews than fucking Dr. Fauci.
Wouldn't you? I mean, no. I clearly, it doesn't. You can't bring Dr. Fauci into the Earth being flat. Come on, stop.
No, that's okay.
That's not fair. But I want to I heard that. I forget where it was, but I heard that the whole flat Earth thing was created on 4chan as like a troll. This guy was trying to troll, and actually some people like saw it and they started to like take hold of it and started to believe it.
Because the Earth was flat forever until the last 600 years. So the Earth became round 600 years. Before that, all the astronomers, Ptolemy, who was the biggest astronomer in Egypt, what do you think? Those people were stupid and they couldn't figure out that the Earth is not flat. Why are those stars all the way always in the same places? Why is there celestial navigation? If we are spinning around the axle with 1,600 miles an hour, actually 1,000
miles an hour.
1,000 miles an hour, and then we're spinning with over 100 million miles an hour around the sun. How is it possible that the Big Dipper has been there for the last 40 years?
Let's Google it. Often ask Google, how come if the Earth is spinning, how come we always see the same constellations above us, or the same stars?
But this is all a cabal and everything. Try to find something about the flat Earth. As soon as you start looking for something, they tell you that you're an idiot. So it's cognitive dissonance, bam.
Yes, you can fly literally over the North Pole and end up in Russia.
Yes, and
You can do this on the flat Earth too.
You can fly straight in one direction, you will fly all the way around the Earth and end up where you started.
You can do this on the flat. It's like a CD, so you just fly around like this. You fly to Russia like that. It's not much of a difference.
So then what's, if it's a flat disc, what's under it?
It's nothing. Because actually they say it's a flat disk and then it has a firmament on top of it.
Like a
And the
dome?
sun, yes, and then the sun and the moon are inside the firmament. And this is all from the Bible. From the old Bible. You gotta read the old Bible, the Hebrew Bible. It's to do this again, I'll bring material.
Okay.
And they're online. And how difficult it is to find anything online about reading about the flat Earth that makes any kind of a sense. I mean, it's a bunch of bullshit. But let somebody write something and don't just suppress it. Every time you pull up flat Earth, you have the YouTube warning underneath telling you that this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Why do they?
I agree with that. That's silly.
Sometimes on your videos, yes, I expect things underneath.
Okay, but what about ships? How come they can sail off into the distance, and after they get to a certain distance, they disappear below the horizon?
Because your eyes can see only so far. If you go out here on the beach and look at Edmond Key, I mean, Treasure Island, you know how you can see the Gulf, the water, and then like an empty, like a white space, and then the trees. Would you really get to see that? I see this every morning because I go to the beach.
When you see what? When you look
So
at
I'm looking from the beach. I'm looking south towards Edmond Key.
Okay.
And I see the island, right, all the way at the end, But the island seems to be like it's floating on top of the water. Okay. And if a boat will approach the island, the boat will go behind that floating line. There is actually like a vibrating air and moisture. And that's why you cannot see it. And this is where the sun does the same thing. The sun just goes away from you.
Yeah, but you can get a telescope and look at it. And
Like what?
at a boat going off into the horizon, right? And you can zoom in on it, and you can see it going. You can see it moving. Because obviously, you
And
have a
then you can
telephoto.
zoom in, then you can zoom in,
And
and then
then
it comes back.
still disappears. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's been tests done.
All right. Can you pull up Nikon P900? Just put Nikon P900 on YouTube.
Nikon P900.
Yeah. It says, I used to have this camera, by the way. It has a 2000 optical.
Did you find about the constellations? Okay, because the Earth's axis points at a point in the sky around which everything appears to move, including the stars. In the north, this happens to be very close to a star called Polaris, right, or the North Star, right? This constellation, and it is in the constellation called Ursa Minor, or the Little Bear, right? The Earth's axis points at a point in the sky.
It's a bullshit explanation and it doesn't mean anything. It means because the Earth axis points in the sky, So the North Star is here, that is true. But if you take a camera, if you open up a camera lens, put it in your home, if you have a nice camera, and you have cameras, open up and do a slideshow for 3 hours of the sky. What is that again?
Yes, yeah, at the North Pole.
The North Star is in the middle, and all the stars are spinning around.
It looks like a go on YouTube and find a video, like an animation that shows the
Not
Earth.
animation. Not animation. Animation, anybody can animate.
No, but it'll explain why, it'll show you visually why the stars say. Let's see what they're saying.
I know, but it's not going to be visual. It's going to be an animation that somebody created.
Exactly.
And it's not
Exactly, but it's gonna be an argument for the Earth.
Let me ask you this: have you ever seen with your own eyes, not heard from somebody, not with any proof? Have you ever seen anything that shows you this place is fertile?
There is a difference between
Anyhow,
Mike
or
Tyson
felt
and Mike
a movement?
I
You mean you can see it when you can see it when there's videos of these things
No
going up into
videos.
the atmosphere?
No videos. I'm talking as you experience with your senses that the earth is rotating.
On an airplane?
No. As you, with your own senses, experience that.
That's impossible. How can I see it when I'm 5 feet above
Me
the
neither.
ground?
That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen it in this round. When I go to the ocean, it's always flat. I haven't seen an ocean that goes on the sides like, up and down.
Right, but you don't need you need to see it to believe it.
Absolutely. Don't you?
You don't trust any of the videos or any of the documentaries
I
or
don't
any of
trust
history.
any.
You don't trust any history.
No, then I'll tell you, I do trust history. History is written by the winners. And one thing that I learned when I was a kid, when I was coming home with my history book, my dad used to take my history book and read it on Sunday after lunch, and it was the most amusing book that he has ever read in his life. Because it was written by the communists, and it was a totally different story, and it was a total bullshit. And he will sit there and tell you this wasn't true, this wasn't true, this was bullshit. History is written by the winners.
Right, but that goes for anything. You can't really know. I mean, no matter what you read in a book, how many books have you read that they're depictions of science or history, but you haven't been there to see it with your own eyes? That doesn't, just because you haven't seen it with your own eyes. It's the same thing with the
If I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't speak about it with sure about it.
Right, but you sound like you're sure that the Earth is flat.
Well, because with my own eyes it looks flat. And actually, I would like to know what kind of lubricant they use for this 1,600 miles or 1,000 miles an hour in 24 hours. Something like 1,000 miles an hour. How there is not a single shake. There must be some hell of a gyroscope, and they must be holding the motherfucker so it doesn't shake at all. Look at this. We're spinning right now with 1,000 miles an hour.
It's the same thing when you're in an airplane. An airplane's going hundreds of miles an hour.
So what if it goes in the opposite direction of the spin?
If it stops and goes the other way?
No, if the earth's going to the left and you go to the right with the airplane, what do you mean? You want to stay in one place and the earth's going to spin in the middle?
No, everything is relative. If you start flying, the Earth is rotating one way, but if you fly, that's why if you fly to California right now, it takes an extra hour to go one way than it does the other way. The wind, the atmosphere, it's all the same thing.
I mean, the wind speeds, so that's how the wind goes. But so you're telling me then, so the logic is that we have the Earth, then we have the atmosphere, we have other spheres, and then there's the vacuum. How do you understand?
Well, we have the core of the Earth, we have the mantle.
I'm going bigger than that. I'm going, so we have the globe, and then we have the atmosphere around, and these things together, right? And then when we penetrate this with a rocket, then we end up in vacuum, right? There's a vacuum.
Right.
We end the vacuum.
I guess. I'm not.
So they say there's a vacuum. That's what power just floats in the air because it's a vacuum. A vacuum is you can just push something and it goes forever because there's no resistance.
Okay.
So a vacuum is a void.
Look, I'm not an astrophysicist.
No, this is simple. You know what a vacuum is. So I can take this can and put a pump here and suck out the air and close it, and inside would be a vacuum.
Right.
So that vacuum is a void. It's a void of something. It's empty.
Right.
So if I break this seal, even if the smallest hole, that's going to suck on the air because the air wants to go into the void.
Right.
So if the Earth is covered with the atmosphere, stratosphere, whatever sphere, and then a vacuum starts somewhere. How is it sealed? Because a vacuum is sealed. It's a void.
How is the Earth sealed?
Well, how is there a vacuum? Where does the vacuum start? That's my question.
I think it gradually, once you exit the atmosphere, it starts to gradually go away. It's all the gases that are in the atmosphere.
There's certain things that do happen around certain successful people.
Something is protecting it to get no. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. It is a theory, and everybody's entitled to believe to whatever they want to. And it is, they say that great intelligent people will accept people who have two opposite theories and theories, and they will accept both of them. So in other words, we have to learn not to, when somebody says something, and this is specifically an example of the earth is flat, oh, you're an idiot. That doesn't mean it. You have to. You should sit down and research it. And usually, people that research the flat Earth,
I have
flat
researched.
earthers.
I've watched a lot of documentaries about it, and I've listened to a lot of people talk about it and try to argue for it. And I've never been convinced. I don't understand. I think it's one of those things that people. I think it's one of those things that people cling on to because they get some sort of sense of community and they believe it, and they find other people that believe it, and they make it a part of them. And they cannot be convinced any other way.
Exactly, and you know what? And that's great. And I'm not. I cannot say that I'm 100% sure. I really not 100% sure. But from the things that I see with my eyes, and the things that I feel in my senses, and the things that I've experienced in life, and been on the airplane many times, and see it from up and down, and with some maps that I have used with Google, I found out that a lot of those things don't jive. And when things don't jive, and somebody, when you search for something, is somehow hidden, because you know when you search for something, it's hidden. You know what I mean? Yeah. So why hide it if it's not hidden? And all the research about flat Earth is hidden. And everybody that says flat Earth is an idiot. It's already, they're created like every Russian
Right. So, I don't think it's the right thing to censor people who believe the Earth is flat. That's idiotic. That's the same thing as trying to censor people for talking about vaccines. People should be able to talk about whatever they want, whatever they believe in, and they should be able to debate it and let their ideas compete and let people make up their own minds.
Because when we debate, we both are asking questions, we're talking, and we might be even like creating something with a total agreement between the two of us.
Right, totally.
That's exactly what happens when you have a debate. That's what they call it. Debate.
Right.
Sit down and everybody throws in like brainstorming or whatever they call it. And that's what happens. And for some reason, here is, if you're a Democrat and I say I'm a Trump guy, fuck you, you're stupid.
Right.
The other way around, fuck you, you're stupid.
That's a perfect example.
Well, that's what they did this, because separation, they have to separate. And once they separate, we lose our power. They're very powerful.
But here's the main thing I don't understand about it. I understand the military-industrial complex. And, you give another water? The military-industrial complex, why does America start all these wars, right? There's resources involved, there's money involved, people, Halliburton, all these companies that are trying to make money and establish power and gain resources all over the world. Geopolitical chess game. It all makes it. You can trace it back to where the motivations are for doing those things, right? You understand there's corrupt players in governments, but why? Like even with COVID-19 and these pandemics, people the government trying to take more control after 9/11, trying to implement the. What was the act they implemented? Was it the Patriot Act? Right. You lose me at flat Earth because what is the government's? What are they achieving by trying to create this false narrative of the world being round? It's not even a narrative. It's like it's a religion.
So back in the day, so let me answer this question. First of all,
it's a religion. The world gains from it, is what I'm saying.
Controlling people.
But how are you going to control people if they think the world's round?
Because people are actually extremely powerful individuals with their thoughts, because they took all this power away from us, slowly but surely. By telling you that you are a coincidence and you come from a monkey. You don't come from a monkey, you are your consciousness. This is just the suitcase that you have today. When you die one day, this suitcase is going to go away, and that consciousness that gives you your energy is going to continue somewhere else. What do you think? It's just going to stop?
This is what you believe?
Absolutely.
Have you seen this happen? What evidence do you have of this?
I don't have evidence. I believe it. I don't have to have an evidence to believe something myself.
Right.
I'm not asking you to believe it.
Yes.
So
I agree. But what evidence? I mean, you're saying you believe that consciousness is the body. We weren't created from monkeys. The Darwin theory of evolution is not real.
For example,
but like what I'm saying is, you believe it because you believe it. It's something that you've never seen or experienced with your own senses. But then you're using the opposite argument for the flat Earth theory or the round Earth theory. You're saying that you don't believe it's round because you've never experienced or seen it with your own eyes, and therefore you don't believe it.
Right, because I haven't experienced it, but I have experienced spiritual things about consciousness. And I think I understand a lot more about consciousness than. So in other words,
What evidence do you have?
I'm sick. Well, what evidence I have? I have watched and read and people that are neuroscientists and do things that they are in newspapers, the actors. So I don't have any evidence. I'm not saying that I have any evidence. I also don't have any evidence that the Earth is flat. I'm saying that I don't see it being around, and all the evidence that I see points always towards flat. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you should believe it or not or whatever. And then I'm tying it in with the fact that when you have the rounder, then you have the Darwinism, and then you have this Big Bang bullshit. And when you have the flat Earth, you have God, the Creator, and in the beginning of the Bible. First, then let it be light. He creates the universe, and He creates it and creates the human. But right now, when I talk to you, your heart is beating. Are you beating your heart? Who's beating your heart right now?
My nervous system.
And who's telling the nervous system?
It's human organisms. It's the way it works. It's electrons.
And there is no higher power telling you what to do? Is somebody running this thing?
Yeah, all the cells and all the atoms and all the electrons, we're charged. We're electric. But I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I don't
You don't have to be a biologist, but what I'm saying is, the things that are happening in your body, you're not thinking about. They're happening automatically.
Right.
They're extremely complicated. If I cut you with a knife, after a while, that wound is going to stop bleeding, and it's going to coagulate the blood, and it's going to start growing together.
Right.
Who tells that body to do that?
Millions of years.
It's a higher power. You are part of that organism that you have. It's designed by somebody. Like the plants are designed by somebody. There's bees that go on the plants, and the plants spread the pollen around it. Who the fuck know about that? But you think the bees know that? Say, let's go spread some pollen.
Who do you think it's designed by?
I think it's designed by God. Or the creator, or whoever you call it. Whoever the deer, the girl, whatever.
So then how do you think we got here? You don't think that we're a part of evolution? We didn't evolve.
We were created by God, like Adam and Eve, like it says in that book that they were shuffling around for thousands of years.
So you believe what the Bible says, that we were just dropped?
I don't believe everything that the Bible says, because the Bible has been changed many times. But I believe certain things in the Bible. I definitely believe that there is a creator, and I cannot see how there is not one. And I can also understand how, you can actually control your thoughts, and you can create things with thoughts. This is what you get. That's why people that live in the ghetto, they are upset because they live in the ghetto, and every day they're upset about it, and they end up living in the ghetto. So if you pack up your shit and move somewhere else, and you start believing that you belong there, you're going to belong there. That's why wherever I lived around the world, I might have been poor, but I always lived in a good house, because I grew up in a good house. And I cannot see it less than that. But once you get a level, you only go up.
Yeah, but wouldn't that also be an effect of psychology? Being in like a positive feedback loop or a negative feedback loop? When you start out in poverty, that's why most people stay in poverty, because that's all they see, that's all they're exposed to. And you aren't exposed to positive thinking or different ideas, you kind of just get stuck in that negative feedback loop. And that's why a lot of people in bad neighborhoods around the country are...
But then you have to look into how the human mind is also. You have the ego inside you. And the ego is the thing that tells you what to do. And you can listen to the ego or not listen to the ego. And one day when you are able to separate yourself from your ego, then you can actually understand and be able to observe the ego from the side. And I would like to give you an example of that. For example, I was young, I had a short fuse. And now, because after a while, you know, you grow and you learn from experience and you correct and then you become a different person. So I didn't do this because it's not the right thing to do. I mean, I'm talking when I was 15 or 16 years old back then. It's sort of the thing. And now I can see how I can see it from the side at a certain point how somebody will piss me off and I can actually slap it. But I want to contain myself and not do it because I know this is not the right thing. So the ego tells you, the ego is always wants to buy things, do things, and harm you. And basically your subconscious mind. Right. Exactly. And that makes you do the apple. You know, when Adam bites the apple, then he becomes subconscious. And there's an apple logo, and I was thinking, it's also a big up apple. Isn't there something wrong made us subconscious of everything? Facebook and this, your back, your Rabbi, your whatever. But maybe that is the logo of the apple. Maybe you should research that. Wait. Apple phones, Apple computer says an apple is a bite from there. Right. You're saying that was the apple? And that was not a news story? They had a news story. The snake told Adam to bite into the apple, and God told him not to do it. And if he didn't see the apple, he realized that he was
zero incentive to lie. And when we're talking about these things, like, this is what I know.
apple,
It's not like it's
something
not a
that means the
motivation.
same like
Look at the amount of money they're making by
That's an coincidence.
insane.
Ask Google why Steve Jobs named his company Apple. Maybe he was God.
why do you think the logos are with the bite on the apple?
Show how much money CNN makes from.
But anyway, so what I was saying is like, and we probably cut it short.
Okay, yeah, it's almost 5 points. This is great. We should do another one where we talk a lot about flat Earth.
Oh, we can talk a lot about it.
That would be great.
I would love to. You're either thinking of the future, and the future is what you perceive is going to happen, it might not happen at all. You don't know what you think, so we're not looking at you funny because you're thinking that, because you don't know what you think. Or you're thinking, or you're thinking, man, I should have never, stolen this and this, and I feel so bad, and then, oh my God, and this is bad, and you always like a lot of people, this is the new thing that I've been observing in all these movies that you watch. Everybody is suffering.
Why is there a in Apple as the Apple logo? Nope, that's one of those logo urban legends. The reason for the bite was to clarify it clear that the fruit is an apple. Oh, okay, since with no reference, whatever.
Because he spent the money, obviously. Not only that, I've said in the
Diamond,
previous
that's
video,
what it is.
Why, if it was a cherry, do they have a bite from the cherry, so you know it's a cherry?
No, I meant if there was no bite, people could confuse it as a cherry. Because you don't take a bite out of a cherry.
You don't know the name of the company, Japanese.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Sounds like a bullshit story.
He went on this long rant on one of his podcasts about how he's being censored and how he needed his fans to show
So
up
anyway,
for him
so
and
the
fight
thinking in the
back so
past,
he could be
that
free
means
to
that
tell his jokes the
they
way he
happen already.
wants
They
without
don't need
fear of
anything.
censorship,
They're
etc.
not gonna do anything to you. They're not gonna come and bite you or hunt you. You should never feel guilty.
Right.
Why would you feel guilty of what? I mean, you should feel guilty if you want to do something stupid. You're stupid. To go and
So what are you saying? There's no reason for us to think about the past?
no, what I'm saying is that we're constantly either living in the past or in the future. And
Right.
life happens in the present.
Yes.
So if you learn to live in the present, and you can start like by meditating, making this gap when you're between the thoughts. You know, you think one thing and then you think of the next thing, but there's no gap in between.
Yeah.
And if you can, eventually, if you can take this gap and think about it and make it a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, by not thinking of anything, having an empty mind, that's the present.
Yeah.
And when you're in the present, you're 100%.
Yeah.
And that's why you like surfing, right?
Yeah.
So when you surf, you're in the present.
Not thinking about it.
Right, because you pay attention, right? And you're not thinking about the bills or whatever happened last night. You're surfing,
Right.
and this is the addiction to the moment of the present. That's why you're addicted. Like I'm addicted to play pickleball. When you play pickleball,
Yeah, you're in the zone, you're flowing.
yes, and you know when you're
Like
reckoning,
right now, we're not thinking about anything. We're just talking.
right, because
Yeah.
but when you're talking, you're thinking of the conversation that you're talking about. But as soon as you stop, you can think like, oh, what is this? And you can,
I'm not thinking. Trust me. My mouth's just moving.
But all these thoughts come, and then the other thing is, you're putting all these people in boxes. You know, you walk down the beach, and there's these cats, these blonde,
Yeah.
fat, black, green. There's a lot of the thinking. You got to look at the things. We're talking about this zone. You can learn to live in that zone, not only when you're surfing, by making the gap bigger, and you can do this through meditation.
Yes.
Then life becomes amazing. When you start from the same in life is very simple. It has its ups and downs. It's not just, you know, smooth. But it depends how you take it out.
I agree.
So that's finishing this American.
Thank you very much. I love the story, and I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of listeners will love it as well. Thank you for your time, and we'll definitely do episode 2 down the road. All right, good night, everyone.
But if you get a chance, head over to the JRE episode and scroll through the comment section. There's more comedy there than in Rogan and Schultz's comedy careers combined. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Schultz's latest appearance on JRE. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all of this, and if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and give a thumbs up if you did enjoy this video.
All right, Chip, thanks for coming, man. I just got a call from Matt Cox yesterday. He said he did a podcast with you, and it was jaw-dropping, and I had to have you on the show.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to talk to you.
It's good to be here, man. Yeah, I've known Matt for a little while. He actually came on my show, and when everything that I'm going to disclose here got straightened out, I reached out to him and told him the story, and he was like, bro, you got to come on. And I was like, all right, well, let's set it up. And his was actually the first show that I went on, and yours is now the second. So
That's amazing.
got these stories.
So, what is your story?
Well, I guess to start off, you know, a little bit about my background is I grew up in a town called Darlington, South Carolina, which is not known for much, but the racetrack that it has. Small town, and I went to school for welding. That's pretty much been my career even until right now. That's still what I'm doing now. And I met my wife in... We've been together like 20 years. So we met at a little club that was there. And, you know, it was a crazy happening because when she was in there the week before, this was like a club that everybody went to. And it had burnt down for a while. So when they opened back up, everybody was excited to go to it. And she actually went with a friend. The friend couldn't get in because she forgot her ID, so she just happened to strike up a conversation with a girl that, you know, I went to school with. So the following week, we're back out there again, and I see her talking to the former classmate of mine. So I go up, I'm like, who is that? And she's like, oh, that's a friend of mine named Felicia. You know, I met her out here last week. So I'm like, all right, you got to hook me up. And so, you know, one thing led to another. We started a relationship and, you know, got married. And that kind of, we stayed in Darlington until 2010. And then I worked for a company called Newport Steel. I'm not sure if you know that place or not, but it's one of the bigger steel companies there is, a Fortune 500 company. And they had a plant in Columbia, South Carolina. So I worked there for about 7.5 years. And I was traveling. It was about an hour and some change drive. And so then we switched, and I was like, well, let's see about moving to Charleston. And then we moved to Charleston in 2010. And I guess to kind of lay the groundwork here, because these are like key components and everything that happened, was we went to Myrtle Beach. I'm sure you're probably familiar with the Myrtle Beach area.
Oh, yeah. You see the Eastbound and Down?
Oh, yeah. Danny McBride. It's filmed a lot of that down there. A lot of Charleston, too. Some of the strip club scenes were filmed in Charleston.
One of the best shows of all time.
Yeah, he's fucking great. He does the Righteous Gemstones down there, too.
That also is one of the greatest shows of all time.
That's incredible. They bought out like a part of an old mall and turned it into like their studio.
No shit, really?
Yeah, right there in Charleston.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so a lot of people say they see him, you know, out and about around there, walking around. It's pretty approachable, too.
Does he live there?
I don't think he lives there, but he may have a place there, but I don't think he's there like full time. But it's not uncommon to see him around the area, especially there. shooting. But long story short, I come down to Charleston, and then there's this big concert that they're having at Myrtle Beach called Carolina Country Music Fest. It's the biggest one they had in a while. It was like supposed to be their version of Woodstock. It was like 3 days, or 4 really, because they added a Thursday show. And so I go down there Thursday night, straight from work. It's basically just drinking and music. That's all it was. And a friend of mine comes down there Thursday, and he's like, man, you look terrible. I'm like, well, I've had a pretty rough couple of days. And he was a former medic, so he gives me an IV, like right, straight into the arm. And there's a picture, and I'll have to see if I can find it. But I'm sitting there, I got the IV going into my arm. I still got like a beer in my hand, and you can see like all the liquor bottles just lined up on the wall behind me. And then it was crazy. And then after it's over, I get back home. Monday, I got back home Sunday evening. I'm scheduled to go back to work Monday. So I haven't even been home this whole entire time, trying to get stuff straight. I'm going to work, I get into a car accident. Probably rolled like it went off the side of the road, hit like an embankment where they were widening the road. And I mean, this car flipped probably 8 or 9 times. And it flipped corner to corner. So it's like a barrel roll. And I was just like, I didn't think it was ever going to stop. And the last thing I seen was a car up under me. It landed like directly on the road. And I thought I killed somebody. I thought they were on the road, driving. And so I'm trying to like brace myself so when I undo the seatbelt, I don't fall on my head. When I'm doing that, the car falls off and then rolls to the right. So now it's sitting on the passenger door. So I still kind of brace myself, climb out, and this car comes riding by, and he's like, damn, dude, are you all right? I'm like, yeah, I think so. So he calls, he's like, you want me to call the ambulance? I'm like, yeah, you might as well make sure I'm, okay. So I hop down, I kind of look at where I'm at, to hop down so the car doesn't roll on me then. And I walk up to the door where the guy's house was at, and he opens the door, and he's like, his earth was like 5:30. And he's like, yeah, can I help you? And I was like, man, I just had a wreck outside. I said, I just landed on top of your S10 out here. And he's like, oh, damn, that's my wife's truck. She's had that thing since high school. I'm like, well, sorry, but it's over with now. Well, that story kind of circles into, after that I had real bad back issues, like my L4, L5, L5, and S1 were just really, really bad shit. So that comes in key to what we're going to talk about now. So you fast forward to 2017. I got a friend of mine in my neighborhood that I'd only recently met him. I'd probably known him just a couple months. But he actually committed suicide. And unfortunately, me and another friend of mine was in the house like a couple doors down, and we heard his wife at the time come out screaming. And we didn't know it was them because I was actually with them earlier that night at a Mexican restaurant. So we go running down there to see what's going on. I realized it's them because I literally just left him at 30 minutes. My buddy ran straight into the house. I don't know what prompted him to go straight into the house, but he did. And then when I come in there, it was just a really bad. It was like his hands down the worst thing I've ever seen. Blood, he had shot himself in the head, and it was just awful. I mean, those images just like haunted me. And that kind of started like just a real kind of depression really between that. When I was out with the wreck, I didn't lose my job, but I lost my position. So when I got back, I had to go to a different area of the same company. It was a different area, and I didn't like that job as much. So just kind of like a snowball effect, and then that led to me and my wife actually taking some time apart. Well, when we decided we were going to split up, I was like, okay, well, you can stay at the house, I'll move out, but if you decide to meet somebody, then, I'm coming back. Because I can't pay the bills and have another dude up in there on my couch watching, football. And so that's kind of what happened. I mean, my wife's an attractive woman. She's very smart. She's got a doctorate. I mean, I knew that if it come down to it and she started searching, then she would find somebody. It was just, what was going on? And that happened. So in November of that year, she moved out and I moved back in. And at that point, we were both kind of dead set on our divorce. We were going to go have it done. I was actually going to use the divorce to pull out some money out of my 401k, because when you get a divorce, you can give them a portion of the 401k. So what I was going to do was actually get more than what I was going to give her, and then she was going to give it back to me. So I think the agreement we made, it was going to be like 60 or 70,000. I was going to pull out like 80 and get the extra on top of it. And you guys were friends. Yeah, we weren't like the best of friends, but it was it was amicable. I mean, I knew I was going to give her something out of it, because we had been in this relationship for a lot of time, and we had our issues in the past, but we always seemed to come out on the other side. But this was just at a point in time when we were just steady arguing, and we needed a break. We definitely needed a break. And so we go forward with the divorce, and probably like January or December, we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with the kids, because we're not really talking. And in doing that, we're kind of like, hey, how's things going with you? How's things going on your side? And I'm like, it is what it is. I'm not seeing anyone. And she's like, well, things aren't great here. And that kind of prompted us to start talking again. And off and on, we kind of talked sporadically for the next few months. Now, the guy that she was living with, she had moved out to another house in my same neighborhood. So it's kind of like, I'm sure it's like up here, some places I've seen. You got one big community, but about 9 different subdivisions in that community. That's kind of how ours is set up. So they were in another subdivision, but same community. And he had actually left the house. He wasn't living there at the time. And around Easter, we're like, okay, I think we're going to give it another shot. Like, we both kind of, realized that the time apart was, we did what we needed. It was time to give it another shot. We were really serious about it. We went to our mom's, spent Easter, and, we were just like, we told the family, this is what's going to happen. So when we come back on Friday night, and I was just like, all right, well, I'll get everything moved back in, but you got to tell, the guy, this is it, there's no need, you can't come back around, because they hadn't officially cut it off, but they weren't, like, on the best of terms either. And so when she told him this that night, I thought she was going to tell him Friday night. Saturday, we go to my son's ball game, or a soccer game, Saturday morning. I'm like, how do you take it? She said, he come in and went straight to bed. I didn't get a chance to tell him. I'm going to tell him today. All right. Well, unbeknownst to me, after she told him, he roughed her up, broke her phone, so I had no way to get in contact with her. Smashed a lot of stuff in the house, and a lot of shit was going on that I wasn't aware of because she wasn't able to contact me. I knew she was giving him the news, but I didn't know all this stuff was taking place. So the same guy that I spoke about earlier, who went in the house with me and my friend and committed suicide, he actually was outside of his garage, and they were coming by. And so he walks out and was like, hey, what's going on? And he said, well, nothing much. He said, we're looking for chips, and when I find them, I'm going to fucking kill him. And I didn't know this at the time. This was even told to the cops later. Verbatim, that's what he said. So when he knew that something was up, he was able to get the guy to stay there and talk to him and try to figure out what was going on. So at some point, he was able to call me, and he knew that I wasn't home because he was making my wife drive around. I wasn't home. I was at somewhere else. So when he told me, he was like, hey, if you ride by the house and you see his car here, don't stop.
Your buddy told you that?
Yeah. And at that time, the guy, was getting the axe was over there. His name was Lee. And so he's like, if you see his car here, don't stop. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but he was pretty upset. He said he was looking for you. He said, but I'm trying to defuse it. He's like, so I was just letting you know if you ride by, don't stop, because I don't need anything going down in my house. I'm like, that's fine. I said, I'm not the one with the problem. He is. I know what's going on. And he didn't know that we were officially getting back together, but I knew probably why he was upset. So I'm at my house, and I'm watching the UFC. I think it was one of the Conor McGregor fights or something like that, and I get a text from my phone, and it's him. It's the guy.
This is later that night?
Yeah. This right now is probably like 12:31 in the morning. And I get the text from him, and he's like, hey, can me and you talk? Or no, at first he said, are you awake? And I was like, yeah, I'm awake. And he's like, can me and you talk? And I'm like, about what?
He texted you from your wife's phone?
No, his phone. His own personal phone. Because he had smashed my wife's phone. And he was like, can me and you talk? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, well, look, I don't want no drama. I don't want no bullshit. I don't want to fight. He's like, if you're comfortable, we can meet at Jamie's house. Jamie was the guy that, I've been speaking about was in a lot of these situations. And I said, yeah, that's fine with me. So around the same time, my daughter actually called me because she had gotten off of work and gotten home. And my wife was using her phone, and she was like, hey, should I told him he got really mad that he left and he was Jamie's house? And I said, yeah, I know. He just texted me and asked me if I would come over here and talk to him. And she's like, well, are you going to go? And I was like, well, he just wants to talk. She's like, well, I don't know if I would go, but, he was a little upset. She said, I know you can probably handle it. And I was like, all right. Because I'm good at talking and diffusing situations. I've never been like a violent guy. I can usually talk people down. And so I go over there, and that was exactly what it was. He was more or less wanting to know, had we been seeing each other prior to her telling him that it was and I was like, well, to start with, really, that's my wife. It's not really any of your business. But to answer your question, no, because I don't want to get him upset and him go back over there angry. So a little bit of time goes by. I mean, it was heated a little bit at first at times, but by the end of the conversation in the garage, it was really just like three dudes hanging out in the garage, but just with odd circumstances being there. And so it's probably, I'd say 3:30, 4 o'clock at this time, and Jamie, whose house we're at, we're at his house. He's like, man, I'm fixing to shut it down. He's like, if you want to stay here, you can stay here. He's like, or you can have Chip run you home. He said, well, if you don't mind, he said, will you run me to the house? And I said, yeah. So we leave, and then, like, as we're getting in the car, he said, I don't know if I want to go home. He said, I know we're going to argue. And he's like, you care if we just go to your house? He said, I'm just not really ready to go home. And I was a little hesitant, but he started talking and telling me the story. And I don't know if he was trying to match the suicide story that had came up in the garage, the one I told you about earlier. But he started telling me about this guy he was in the service with, and he was former military. And they were in combat together. The guy got shot in the head, and he was trying to hold his head together. But something about the Army said he didn't do something right, didn't follow protocol, so he was discharged. And that's why he wore this specific bracelet on his wrist. I'm pretty sure he was Army. But the thing was, I didn't find this out till later, was that whole story was fabricated. He was actually intelligence. And he told the guy bad intel that led him into somewhere that resulted in that guy getting shot. He was intelligent? He was intelligent. He wasn't like in the field. The story he told me was like he was in the field when it happened. With him, like right there, hands on. But the real story after, this was over, I found it out, a couple days later. He was intelligent and he gave the guy bad intel that led him to getting shot. So either way, I'm sure it probably did still mess him up because he was genuinely upset about it. Like he was crying sitting in my car, like, straight up tears. So I could tell it was bothering him. I didn't know at the time whether the story was true or not, but I could tell it was bothering him. So at this point, I just think this dude's just like, maybe he's battling through that. He is getting the boot.
So he was an intelligence branch of the Army, or
like someone that would just be, telling somebody, all right, go here, go there, probably off to the side, working on a computer. Yeah, just like working on a computer, right? Not actually in combat. Somebody more or less behind the scenes. Okay. So like I said, he's crying, and I'm thinking this dude just really just needs someone to talk to. It's not really nothing, concerning. I never, at any point in time, felt threatened at all. So we go in my house, and we've got cameras and stuff in my house, and it's seen us coming in. And we're in there for probably another hour or two. And we're talking about different things. We got on the subject of tattoos, and he was talking about, I've got a 13-year-old son, he was like 8 or 9 at the time, but he was talking about one of his buddy's mom saying something about tattoos, and he was like, did she ever say anything to you? And I'm like, no, I'm covered in it. So I kind of like pulled down my shirt to show him this one. And you can see it, I don't know if you can see it right here. There's a scar there where I had open heart surgery. Yeah. And I had that in 2001, my senior year in high school. How old are you? 39. You're 39 right now? Yeah. You had a senior in high school? Yeah, I had what's called a DSD, which is basically like a real minute hole in the heart. They knew about it from birth. And it never affected me. Like, I played sports, drank beer in high school, like everybody else, and all that. But once I was at the point where I was getting it checked every 4 years, And I went to get a check, and they're like, ooh, that's something you don't want to hear when they're looking at your heart. And he's like, actually, what it was the hole was bigger than they thought. Somehow or another, a flat had gotten sucked over the hole. So what they were seeing was a small portion of what was actually a bigger size hole. And he said, I'm not even saying that this is like, something major, but he's like, it's better to repair it now while you're young than later when you're older. Plus, when you're older, you're going to have to pay for it. Right now, your mom will pay for it. And so we made the decision to go ahead and have it done. And, that scar has been there. When he seen that scar, he was like, damn, what happened there? He kind of pulled down the shirt. And I told him the story, the same story I just told you. So he pulls up my shirt from the bottom, like up to see it going all the way down. And in doing this, he had to see the gun because I was a CWP carrier. I had my CWP for probably a couple of years at that time. The weapon that I had on me that night was my carry weapon. I've been pulled over that weapon numerous times. The numbers run, so there was documentation that was the gun that I would, use as my carry weapon.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Smith & Wesson 9mm. And so he had to see it. I don't really see there's any way he couldn't have seen it, right there on the hip. But when he sees that scar, he's like, man, you know what? And you know how guys, when they've had a little too much to drink, they do like a bro hug or whatever, where they hug you and kind of pick you up off the ground. So he did that. And I didn't really think too much of it at the time. I just, I didn't really know how he was with alcohol. I knew he had some drinks at the other garage, and we had a few shots at my house. So I just thought he was getting, to that point. Well, then he goes, he's like, where's your bathroom? Show him the bathroom. He goes to the bathroom. And the way my kitchen is set up, so you got a hallway here. And you come out, you got a refrigerator, and then immediately curved, you got a stove, and back this way, and you got a sink. So it's pretty small. It's like 8 foot wide at the moment. I'm up against the stove when he's in the bathroom. And this time I'm actually texting my daughter's phone, telling her, like, hey, everything's good, let your mom know, not to worry. And when he comes out of the bathroom, he goes straight up to me, hand up under my face, jacks me up onto the stove. And, like, how people say, like, they had that look in their eye? Like, he had that look in his eye. And how big is this dude? He's pretty fucking big. Like, he was a jacked up dude.
How tall is he?
I'd probably say he was 6'1", maybe. Probably like 240, 250.
Okay.
I mean,
how big are you?
Not that big. I'm probably 5'10" at the most. Weight might be the same, but for different reasons. Muscle. and two, we'll get into this too, but at the time he was also on steroids. We figured that out later on. So when he jacks me up, he immediately says, like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And I'm just like, it caught me off guard because, like, other than like, it was exactly what it was. And like looking back in retrospect, I'm thinking maybe he done that little pickup thing to see if he could handle it. You know what I'm saying? See if he could pick me up, maybe, swing me around if he needed to. I'm thinking maybe that was like what he done to psychologically try to set all this up. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's just me looking back. But when he does this, it's really catching me off guard. So I'm just like, what the fuck? It's really, blowing my mind. And I'm telling him, I'm like, dude, if you don't get the fuck off me, I'm going to shoot you. And so I was able to scoop my way down off the stove, and then he kind of brings up his knee like he's going to knee me in the side. While I scoop my body to the side, he still hits me a little bit, and then he swings with his right arm. And when he swings, I can see it coming. He's holding me with his left. I was able to lift my chin up just a little bit to where it kind of clips the bottom of my chin. But when he does that, his force bringing him this way, he let go with the left hand. So we're right here, like I told you. I stepped back. I'm literally in the corner, and I pulled out my weapon and I fired. And I thought at the time it was 2 shots. It turned out to actually be 3. Immediately after I fired, he dropped to the floor. So I'm just sitting there like, adrenaline's fucking pumping. I'm like, holy shit. So I pick up the phone, I call 911, tell them what happened.
I have an emergency with Decatur Drive. I had a friend of mine in my house come in with a striking me. I had to shoot him. He was down. And the thing coming in with us right now. Yes, ma'am. He's 35, I believe.
And look, let me just say, I think it's great that Rogan is being careful now with the things he says
I'm
and
not
making
really
sure
sure.
it's
When
clear
I
when he
mean,
doesn't
in
know
the
something
face,
for sure instead of pretending
and I shot him in the chest
but
2
it's all
times.
very unusual for him.
Is he breathing?
After listening to the whole
Right
episode,
now
I
he's
could
breathing.
definitely
Right
tell
now he's
he
breathing.
was more uptight than he used to be when he
Are you
was
okay?
just on Spotify alone.
They're saying, he's breathing. I'm like, he's making noises. I don't really know if he's breathing. I can't really tell. And she's like, can you see the wounds? I'm like, well, they're in his chest. Every one of them was center mass, like all in the chest area. There was nothing anywhere else. And that was what they taught you in the CWP class too. It's like, when the threat is eliminated, then you have to stop legally because then there's no threat anymore. You can't like go up and keep shooting someone if you're on the ground. Then that changes from self-defense to murder.
Unless you're very judge.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that guy?
I've heard that story, yeah. After all this happened, believe me, anybody that had any sort of self-defense or any kind of shooting claims like that, I researched the shit out of everybody when eventually comes to happen. But so I called the 911 operator, and she's like, can you get to a towel? And I'm like, yeah.
Can you help somebody on the way? Liam, you're okay? Can you hear me? Liam, can you hear me? Liam, can you hear me? Liam. I shot him 2 times in the chest. The last thing he was trying to hit me. He was trying to hurt me. I didn't have any choice but to fucking shoot him.
Can you get a clean towel and apply pressure?
A clean towel? Yes. Yes, sir, I can. That's why I did not want to do it. Get off of me, God damn it.
Is there anybody else in the house?
No, ma'am, it's just me and him. We've been here for a couple of hours.
How long did you just shoot him?
Yes, I just did it.
Okay, where is he done right now?
It's sitting on the counter.
So for those of you who don't understand what's going on,
Yes,
let me get
yes,
you up to
ma'am,
speed.
it's sure, it's unloaded.
YouTube has this thing
And she said, so, get to the towel, put a towel over his wound. She said, we got an officer on the way. So I pull up the shirt, and I only see 2 entrance wounds, which is why I thought, again, initially I only heard 2 shots, but I guess just everything, real quick. I just didn't hear the third one, but I only seen 2 entrance wounds, so that's why I only thought there was 2. I put the towel over him. I'm waiting. There's a 911 call on line.
He's still alive?
No. Okay. Well, I mean, not now. At the time, he was breathing. He was making noise. I don't know. I've heard people say that the noise was like what's constituted like a death rattle.
And when the officers get there, they're going to need you to come outside with your hands up, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
What's he doing right now? He's still breathing okay?
Right now, he's not breathing.
So he's not breathing?
He doesn't look like it. I breathe up and down.
Can you get your face close to his and see if he is breathing?
I'm right here telling him he's making noises. He's making noises.
Is he still talking?
He's not talking. He's making noises. William, can you hear me, William? William, can you hear me? William, can you hear me? William, can you hear me, William? He's making noises and he's not responding.
I'm sure there's a copy on the internet.
Yeah, something along those lines. But, I'm waiting for the guy to get there. He comes in, and the 911 person's like, make sure the gun is unloaded and, away from you. And when you get there, unlock the door. I'm like, well, the door's unlocked. They can just come right on over there.
Yes, ma'am. I can step outside.
Firstly, the trailer that Joe wanted to play from the second best Australian review of all time.
My phone's in my ears, but I'll step outside.
Yeah, that would be fine. Joe was effectively reviewing the movie for his buddies and his audience, so playing the trailer from YouTube would fall under the fair use laws, as long as he spoke about the movie and used the trailer to compliment his
So he comes in, and he's like, all right, I got to place you, and I'm going to put you in handcuffs, and I'm not placing you under arrest. He said, but I've just got to assess the situation. So he puts me in cuffs, and about that time another car is coming up, so they put me in the back of that car. Never read me real right. So they go in the house, and at this point I don't know what's going on. That's I'd say probably like 6:30 in the morning at this time, give or take. And cars are just starting to line the block. Cop cars, ambulances, like the big SUVs, vehicles from fire departments. everything. And I mean, like, everybody's blind is just open, looking out. Because, I mean, houses are just, like, side by side.
People are waking up for work.
Yeah, well, this is a Sunday morning, but, you know, people are going to church, too, still. And, you know, they're riding by, they're seeing me in the car, and obviously they're trying to talk to me, and I can't say anything. I'm in the back of the car. My neighbor comes out the house, and she's like, I look, and she's like at the window, and she's like, what happened? And I'm trying to tell her, and some cop like made her go away. And so I'm sitting there. It was probably a couple hours. I mean, it felt like forever. And I still don't know what's going on. I see them bring him out, put him in the ambulance leaves. And then this lady cop comes over, and she at that time does read me my rights. And she's like, you know, do you understand these rights? And yeah, she's like, do you want to answer any questions? And I was like, no, not one. And so she goes away. But I don't hear anything else from anybody. And there's still just a shitload of cops in the yard. So finally I motioned to one of them. I was like, dude, I got to use the bathroom. And he's like, well, you're going to have to hold it. I'm like, no, that's not an option. Like, I'm going to either go in this car, or I can go in the yard, or we can go in the house. Like, one or the other is about to happen. So they let me out, and we go in the house. He's like, this is your home? I was like, yeah, this is my house. He said, well, let's go upstairs and we can do a change of clothes. We need to take the clothes you have on. Okay, so we go upstairs, I use the bathroom, I give him all my clothes. And he said, is there somewhere you can go while we finish doing our investigation? I said, yeah, I can go around the corner to, not the guy that was involved in all this, because he just went to bed, but another guy, at this point, he's driven his golf cart over there, and he's like sitting out in the yard, because he heard about everything that was going on. I said, I can go to his house, and I gave him the address.
They read you your rights and had you back in the car. They were letting you go to somebody's house.
Yeah, they read me my rights and said I was under arrest, but then when they let me in the house and I changed my clothes, they took all my clothes, put it in a bag, and then said I wasn't being arrested, and there was somewhere I could go to finish their investigation.
So at this point, had you explained to anybody about what happened in the house?
I mean, not as in detail. I just told him that we was in the house, and he fucking attacked me and, you know, was hitting me, and I shot him. Okay. And one of the biggest reasons, like, obviously one thing was like, well, why didn't you fight back or whatever? Well, number two, this guy was a fuckload bigger than me. But number two, I just had a surgery. Remember the issue I told you about the back? The back story and the suicide story is always kind of key components in this. I had a surgery on my back, not like a major surgery, but where they go and burn the nerve endings away from the spine. And what that does is it gives you a little relief when you have a physical job like mine. But afterwards, like immediately afterwards, for the first couple of days, it hurts like hell. But they eventually grow back, and then you have to get it done again. It's kind of a continuous process. Well, this was only a few days after having this done, so my mobility was limited at best anyway. So that's another reason why the situation happened. But I'm at the guy's house. I'm hanging out. Still don't know what, I'm thinking, well, maybe I'm not going to get arrested. I didn't know. In my mind, I'm thinking I've done nothing wrong. Like, I've done nothing to justify arresting me. I'm in my house. I was using my personal gun, like my carry gun, and he fucking attacked me and said he was going to kill me. Because, like, men, we have that bravado thing or whatever. You might text somebody something. You might even say something. But when you put hands on somebody, that's a different story. And, when you look a man in the eye and tell him you're going to kill him, I didn't know this guy. I didn't know him to be a liar, so I've got to take him at his word. And when he said that, at that point, I knew one of us probably wasn't going to make it out of that kitchen. And, it was unfortunate, but to me, looking at it was, I never looked at it as I killed somebody. I looked at it as I survived. I survived trying to be killed. That's always how I look at it. That's how I look at it today. And when the detective come to that house, after, I guess they had finished doing whatever they were doing, he asked me, he said, well, can you come in and answer some questions? I said, well, I already told that other officer, like, I'm not coming in, without talking to a lawyer. And he said, well, who's your lawyer? But at the time, I didn't really know any lawyers because I'd never really been in any trouble before. So I told him my divorce lawyer, who was actually a former cop. He was a cop for a while, then he actually went and became an attorney. So he knew him, and he's like, well, I know him. He's like, I'll give him a call tomorrow morning. He's like, we'll set up a time to have you come in and answer some questions. And I'm like, all right. I was like, I'm free to go back home. So he said, yeah, you can go back home. And I was like, well, is there any mess? What do I need to do about that? He said, well, that's not our problem. He said, that's on you. Which is actually true. The way he said it was kind of fucked up, but that's actually true. The police don't have anything to do with a mess. So whether it's a murder, suicide, whatever the case may be, after they do their police investigation, they don't handle anything as far as cleanup. You have to hire somebody.
You have to hire like crime scene cleanup.
It don't necessarily need to be crime scene cleanup because the crime scene stuff's done, but just deep clean cleaners that'll come in and do it. However, in this case, it really wasn't a lot to it because when I got back home, by this time my mom had already been notified. She lived like 2 hours away, so she had already came down there. She was there when actually I left to go to the other friend's house, so we went back together. And she come in, and I went to where it happened, and there's literally like no blood at all. It's like a little, very minute little bit, like it was smeared on the floor. That's it. Because the important thing here was with the 9mm, I didn't have like hollow point rounds or anything like that. It was like regular full metal gun. So everything, 2 out of the 3 was proven through. The third one apparently did not go all the way through. So the crime scene was very like simple, which is not. I'm not sure how they fucked all this up so bad. So when he was on the ground, the time that he was there, probably 15 minutes or so, still there was no blood on the floor. The refrigerator door was struck by one of the bullets. It hit the handle of the door, then hit the refrigerator, and then bounced over and hit a wall like probably 2 inches above my dog cage where my dog was sitting this entire time. Oh my God. Yeah. He didn't even fucking move. Like, he's a husky. He didn't wake up. So he was awake, but I mean, he's just like, he's always got this fucking just stale look anyway, just like, just looking. He didn't even budge. But I didn't even know that he went over there. Like, that's not something that I even knew at the time.
So you're saying that bullet went through him first, then hit the handle, and then went over your dog's cage?
Yeah, that's how close in proximity we were. It hit the handle, because we were kind of at an angle, so it hit the handle of the refrigerator, it hit the door, then bounced and hit a wall. Another bullet hit, I had like a 24-pack of like water like this in the side of the refrigerator. So it went into that water, probably like midways into the pack. Well, the police never found it. Part I found it after I got back.
Wow.
Yeah, and we had to call them, let them know. So they had to come back out, take pictures, bag it, tag it, and all that good stuff. So that was kind of like the first knock that they didn't really do the greatest investigation on this thing. But like I said, the blood we cleaned up with like one paper towel. So that was that. That was the extent of the cleanup outside of the damage on the refrigerator. So Monday morning, I go to my lawyer's office. He's like, we're not coming in, but you can give us the questions you want to answer, and we'll write a statement and send it back. I was like, I don't know what to do. I ain't never done this before. If that's what you say we'll do, we'll do. So I wrote my statement. We sent it in, and that was pretty much the extent of it. This was Monday morning. Tuesday, went by, didn't hear anything. Wednesday, the lawyer calls me at like 4:30 in the afternoon. And he's like, hey, he said, I got some bad news. I was like, what? And he's like, they're charging you with murder. And I was like, fucking why? And he was like, I do not know. They didn't tell me the reason why. He just said they're charging you with murder. He said, the only thing I can figure is maybe they were thinking that, you planned to get him there so you could kill him and, because you were mad at him. I'm like, they have been together for fucking months. Like, this is not like I just found this out. I was like, nobody was getting, if anybody was mad, it was him. That wasn't the situation. He's like, well, like I said, I don't know why, but I just know that they want to charge you and they want you to turn yourself in tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the local jail. So he'll think he catches you. So I'm just like, motherfucker. So I hung up the phone. I was like, I'll call you back. So at this point, I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Like, everything's racing through my mind. I was just like, this can't be fucking happening. So I start calling, people that I know. I'm like, look, who's like the best legit fucking attorney for something like this? The same name keeps popping up. Even people from states, like other areas of the state, everybody kept coming back with one name. It was a guy named Andy Savage.
Andy Savage?
Andy Savage. Really close to Randy Savage. Yeah, and that's exactly what he was. He was a savage in the courtroom. I mean, like, he's the sweetest guy you ever want to meet. But when it comes to, like, being in that courtroom, like, he's ruthless. And I can see why lawyers like him get paid the amount of money that they do.
Keep going. I'm going to change this so Austin can pull up a picture. This is going to guy's website. I want to see his picture.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Andy Savage Law Office, Charleston, South Carolina.
Randy Savage is from about 10 minutes from here.
Really?
Yeah, that's where he lives.
Wow. Yeah, that is right. I forgot he did.
He actually died literally like 5 months from here.
Yeah, you hit that tree up there, right? Yeah, that's him right there.
Andy Savage.
Yeah.
Andy Savage.
Cool.
Yeah, he's like a badass.
Yeah, that's his wife right there.
Oh, his wife almost looks like more of a badass.
You remember the case that got a lot of attention with the Michael Slager and Walter Scott? It was years ago where Slager was the cop, Walter Scott was like running away and shot him, multiple times in the back. Yeah. It like swept the country. Well, Slager had a lawyer at the time. Well, when that tape come out, that lawyer dropped it. Andy picked him up, and he actually beat the state charges. Or I say beat, it was a hung jury, which is essentially beat. You're not going to cook it. But then the feds come in and they redone it, and the guy did wind up getting found guilty. But there was a lot of controversy over that. But to break, like if you actually
he represented the cop who shot the guy in the back.
Wow. Yeah. If you read up on him with the Michael Slager case, there's a bunch of write-ups on him, and I mean, a lot of high-profile stuff that he's done. I mean,
that's kind of, I mean, we didn't follow how that case ended, but that's kind of mind-blowing that they got even a hung jury.
Yeah, it was, but a lot of that was because you only seen the video of that portion of him running away and getting shot in the back. But what they were able to actually go in and prove, and our CSI guy that wound up working on my case actually done a podcast on it, to where they found out they had proof that he was actually tased before he took off and started running, that the cop was tased, fired on taser. So there's a lot more that people didn't get. I mean, they're going off that one video. But, I was, like you at the time, I didn't know all this. I'm just going off what I see on TV, which now I look at things in a different light from everything that happened to me. But at the time, I was not doing that, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, how the hell did you even get off on that? But when you start breaking down a lot of the details of the case, I have to send you a link to that case where that CSI guy explains it.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, he explains it really well. But, I call him that day, and it's after hours at this point in time, so I leave a message. Within probably an hour later, I get a call back from his secretary, kind of give her the overview of what's going on. And I was like, she said, can you come in tomorrow? I'm like, well, I'm supposed to be going to fucking jail at like 1 o'clock. Like, what time you want to meet? And she said, be here at 7 in the morning. I'm like, all right. So my mom, me, my wife, we all go to the lawyer's office. And, massive office, downtown Charleston. Go in and, he's basically like, all right, just kind of tell me, the story. And I'm telling him, as I'm kind of telling you here the same way. And he looks at me and he's like, why are we here? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, is it an election year? Is something going on? Like, believe me, he's like, all the people that I'll have working on this, if you're not being truthful with me now, it will come out. And I was like, everything I'm telling you is God's honest truth. I was like, I'm in the very good position to where I do not need to lie about anything that's taking place. Like, I don't need, I didn't touch anything after it was done. I didn't move anything. Everything was as is. And so he's like, all right. He's like, well, tell me a little bit more. So as I'm going into detail, telling him more about my background, the guy's background, like stuff's being printed off, reports are being printed off. Like it was like something out of a movie. Like they were just getting shit done so fast. And he's like, give me 1 second. So he goes outside, he makes a phone call, he turns back in, he said, I got your surrender pushed back till Friday. She's like, I'll probably get it pushed back till Sunday, but I'm just giving us some time to continue rolling. So I was like, well, I appreciate that. A couple more days of freedom, but that's the kind of stroke that he had to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think any average lawyer can pick up the phone and push back something like that, especially, they're charging you with murder. It's not like you're shoplifting from your family dollar. So we get together and start getting character letters written. So I got to reach out to everybody that's got character, to write character letters. Even some people I had to turn away because they was like, try not to have any of them be felons. And so like 10 of those guys, I'm like, I appreciate it, but just don't worry about sending that letter in. So we get to the point, he does get it pushed back to Sunday. So, like, it's almost like just a family gathering at the house. Like, family I hadn't seen in a while. Everybody gathers at the house Saturday night, just kind of hang out. And then Sunday, it was almost like, I never thought that was like a legitimate thing. But, like, if you've seen Goodfellas, Ray Liotta hops in the car and he's like, all right, take me to jail. I'm like, that doesn't happen like that. Well, it kind of does, because if you facilitate your surrender, that's exactly what happened. Like, we hung out that Sunday, and then I got in the car, and me and my wife was in the back, and my mom actually drove me to jail and dropped me off. And I go in here not thinking, or not knowing that if I will get bond. because bond is not always guaranteed. A lot of times it's not even given on Monday. So I'm going in not knowing if I'm coming right back out. So we go in there, and I sit down, and there's like this biker-looking guy on the bench beside me, and he's sitting there, he's like, bench of shame. I'm like, yeah, I guess you could say that. And I've always just been told, like, when you go to jail, just shut the fuck up on something. Mind your own business. And so I'm trying to do that.
This is your first time ever in jail?
Yeah, never been arrested before. Wow. So it was like straight to the top of the worst list you can be in there for. I've never been arrested for anything. Like the worst I'd had was a speed ticket. And so he says that, and then they fingerprint us and take our mug shots and all that, and they send us to the holding area. And so he sits like right by me. And he's like, hey, they're just making small talk. He never asked me what I was in there for. I'd say probably like an hour or 2 hours comes by, and they grab me, him, and another kid to go see the magistrate. Well, I'd already been told that a magistrate can't grant bond for a murder. That's got to be seen by the circuit court. So I knew going in that I wasn't going to get any kind of clarification from the magistrate, but it was still the formality that I had to go. So they got us, wrist to wrist, chained down to the ankle. I'll go to the room, and they sit us down. My last name's Williamson, so I'm always like at the ass end of everything. And they call the kid first. It was like simple possession of marijuana and, PR bond. And they called the biker guy. He was like, second DUI. I got to get this, that. And they're like, okay, well, my actual first name is Wade. Everybody calls me Chip. He's like, Wade Williamson, you're charged with possession of a weapon during a violent crime and charged with murder in the first degree. And I was like, yes, sir. He's like, well, as you know, I can't get bond on that. He was like, you'll be seen by the circuit court. So I looked back, and the guy that was sitting next to me is now like slid all the way down to the other end of the fucking bench. And we get back up because I was the last one. We go back into the holding. He goes straight, he grabs his blanket, goes to like a far corner. I didn't hear from him again for the rest of the time we were in there. But some people, once more people started getting in there, they knew who I was. Because they have TVs and shit in there. Like, so they were seeing the local news. So one of the guys even said, like, you're the dude from Cane Bay. And I was just like, how the fuck do y'all know that? But they have a TV in there where they can watch the local news. So a lot of the people knew who I was. So I go in there the first night, and this is where I really kind of caught a break, because as I said, you got to be seen by the circuit court to even attempt to get bond for a murder case. And those rotate through counties. Luckily, they were in my county that week, so I didn't have to wait to see them. Had they been in another county and they had to cycle back, I could have been in there a month, however long it took them to cycle back around. Luckily, they were in there that week, and I know that I'm getting seen Monday morning. So they come and they grab me Monday, probably like 9, 10 o'clock, and I was like, all right, they're getting you for court. And they're walking me from the jail to the court, but it's like an underground, walkway. And this thing looks like a fucking dungeon. I mean, it's like something you see out of one of those movies where he's taking you to kill you or something. I mean, I'm just walking. It seemed like the longest walk ever. They put me in a room with a lot of other guys that are in there. Now, I'm still in strict clothes because I hadn't been out of the holding tank yet. And so all these guys are in orange jumpsuits. And one of the guys was like, you must be in here for family court. And I was like, well, something like that. And again, I'm not saying anything to nobody, and I'm listening to all these guys talk, and like one of them's talking about how he's thinking about cutting a plea because he set his sister on fire, and he don't want to go to trial. And I'm just sitting in the corner like, motherfucker. And another guy's telling him like how he's going to get transferred to Atlanta to testify against another guy that he knows up there. But he's really not going to do it. He's just transferring just so he can have better food. I guess the prisoners in Atlanta have better food than the one in Charleston. And then another guy's saying he's just making sure hoping he can get a glimpse of somebody that put him in there so he can try to stab him or something. I mean, it's just the shit that was being said in there was just fucking mind-blowing. I'm sure that's normal for people in prison, but as I finally called my name, so I go into this room and they cuff me up, wrist, ankle, and everything we can barely grab. And I go in this courtroom and I mean, it's fucking massive. It is the biggest courtroom I've ever seen in my life. It's like something you see on like a Law and Order. It's huge. As the bailiff's walking me to my lawyer's desk, I see all my family and everything sitting out there. And we go up and I'm standing beside him, and so of course at that time they're battling. He's presenting to the judge why I should get out. They're presenting to the judge why they want me to stay in jail. And he's like, Your Honor, had the same job for 14 and a half years, upstanding member of the community, never been in trouble, has kids, no issues to keep him in here, their states back giving their reasons, he killed a man in cold blood, this, that, and the other. And the judge looks and she goes, okay, I'll make my decision and let you know, and bangs the gavel down. I'm like, what? Anything I've ever seen, like they give an answer right there, like either granted or denied. And I look at my lawyer, I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, I guess that means you should let us know. And I don't get to keep talking, like the guy's already grabbing me and taking me back to the room to go back to the cell. And as we're going back there, I'm like, what the hell does that mean? She'll let us know. He's like, I should probably give her a decision in a week or so. I'm like, a week or so? Like, I'm hoping best case scenario to get the fuck out of here as quick as possible. And so I don't know what's going on. So I go back and I give it a couple hours and I go to the phone and I call my wife and I'm like, all right, what's going on? And she said, well, they've already made the decision. She said, they're going to give you bond. She said, but you're probably not going to get out till tomorrow because they got to process paperwork and everything. And I'm like, all right, well, as long as I know I'm getting out of here, I'm cool. Like, I can deal with it. And so she said, there's a chance you can get out today, but it's probably going to be tomorrow. Now, throughout this holding time, they are still calling people even as late as 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night that are getting out. So I'm hoping that I can get out, but I'm not like got the best, faith in the world of it. So like 9:30 comes and the door opens and I was like, Williams, fuck yeah, and I hopped off the bed. I'm like, all right, let's go. And he's like, yeah, we're transferring you to C-Pod. I'm just like, wait a minute. I was like, I'm supposed to be getting out of here tomorrow. He's like, that may be, but he's like, we got to transfer you out of here because we got more people coming in. And he looks at me and he's like, you're Leah's dad, right? And Leah's my stepdaughter. I've been in her life since she was 3, so I consider her my daughter. And he was like, yeah, he said, my wife was her gymnastics teacher. Yeah, and I'm just like, well, pleasure to meet you. Shitty way to do it, but he's like, yeah, he said we got to transfer you to C-Pod. He's like, we have a rule: so many people in holding, as they keep coming out, who's ever the one that's been in there the longest, they get transferred to the pod. So I'm just like, oh shit. So we go and I got to give them all my clothes. They give me the orange jumpsuit, the rubber flip flops, cup, toothbrush, toilet paper, 3-in-1 body wash, shampoo, conditioner, send me home. So I go in there, and there's like these 2 rooms stacked. It's like a big open area where the TV is, and then like, a door with a row at the bottom, and then stairs with a thing at the top. And it's basically just like a huge open room with bunk beds on each side of the wall, all of the way down. So I go up to the top, walk through, trying to find something on the bottom. That didn't happen. Everybody's got the bottom. Nobody wants to sleep on the top. But as I walk to the end and I'm coming back, I see the guy that said he set his sister on fire. And he kind of waves at me like that. And I'm just like, what's up, man? And I kind of pointed up top. I was like, anybody up there? And he's like, nah, go ahead. So we get up there, and I'm just still sitting there at this point. I'm looking at the ceiling. I'm just like, how the fuck am I here? Like, I just don't get it. I've done everything by the book. And the people in there were just like listening to some of those conversations. Like, it's not what most people would think. A lot of them are talking about like what they want to do when they get out, like start a business, do this, do that. And there's a lot of smart people in there. I mean, Matt Cox said, that when you put people away, like the way their brains work is just constantly creating different things. And like if there was an air vent coming down where it had cold air, they would wet like toilet paper and throw it up and clog the vent. That way the air wouldn't blow directly on it. I mean, they would figure out ways to do anything. There was a guy in there that had water in a bag, and then he had that in like a pillowcase type thing, and that was what he was using as a dumbbell. Yeah, I mean, they come up with a lot of different stuff in there to be able to get, I guess, through the day. And this one guy comes up to me, at this time, it's probably like 11 at night. And he's like, you need a job? And I'm like, huh? And he's like, you need a job? He's like, are you going to be bonding out? I was like, yeah, I'm getting out of here tomorrow. He's like, all right, well, I won't worry about putting you on anything. He comes back up again later. He's like, if you go use the shower, he's like, you know how to work the shower, right? I'm not telling anybody that I've never been in there before. So I'm like, oh, yeah, I know. I mean, I just want to let them think that, I've probably been there before. So I did go in there to try to take a shower. And what it is, they have these things that come out of the wall. Well, when you press it, it's like an automatic, detractor, and it comes out, and it only lasts for like 5 seconds.
Right.
Well, what they do is they manage to make something we can put in there to keep it from coming back. I couldn't figure out how to work that thing to save my fucking life. But I wasn't going to go ask nobody. So I'm having to take showers in like 4-second increments. To get showers at the beach. Yeah, exactly. As a matter of fact, these are like shorter at the beach. So it just seemed like maybe even 3 seconds. I mean, it just went off quick. So I managed to do the best I could, and I come out, and there's a group of guys just like sitting around the table near where the bed was. And one of them noticed, like, I do have a lot of tattoos, and the guy was asking me about the tattoos, and like every one of them in there knew my tattoo artist. So I was like, shout out to him, Eric Rowland. But everybody in there knew that, so I think they just assumed that I had been there before. So it wasn't like nobody ever threatened me or, it was anything of violence. They were actually like very cool in there. They were trying to teach like this one kid, not teach, but they were trying to preach to this one kid, like he would get his life straight when he got out. And, he had skills and he was wasting his life. So it wasn't exactly what people, I think, envisioned me doing there, but still, it's nowhere you want to be. You want to be home. And I got out the next day. Mom come and picked me up, went home, and so at this point I meet back up with the lawyer, and I'm like, all right, what are we doing? Because, I didn't do this, I didn't murder anybody. Like, the guy reached out to me. That should right there should blow a hole in any sort of premeditation, because I didn't reach out to him, he reached out to me. And all that's in text messages, in the phone, that the cops got. I was like, so I don't know what the hell they're facing this off on. He's like, I don't need.
Were you worried at this point that like something fishy could be going on with your phone or with the evidence that you had, that the cops could be, prosecutors could be fucking with it at all?
Yeah, very much so. Because I did have to give them my phone that day, and I'm just like, well, if they go deleting shit, like, how am I gonna prove it other than like maybe subpoena Verizon or something like that? But the thing was, I never really got like a clear-cut answer of why they were charging me until the next step of this was the preliminary hearing. That probably took place, I want to say it was in July. So that was kind of like the big step. He's like, we'll go to preliminary hearings, we'll see what evidence they have then, and, that's how we'll base our case. Because the preliminary hearing, they give reasons of why they charge them. They don't necessarily disclose evidence. So it's not like a trial. It's just basically they say, all right, this is what we have, this is why we charge him. He can come back and say, well, this is why you shouldn't charge him, and then the judge makes the decision to send the trial. So we go in there, and the detective that was on the case was a woman, and she was recently promoted. I was her first murder case ever. So that made me a little nervous in and of itself, and I think a lot of that may have been what led to this. I think maybe it was a little overzealous. Now, who is the detective? I'm assuming the sergeant or whoever would be the top of the county police department. Because even if she says, hey, I want to charge this guy with murder, somebody above her still had to sign off. The detective is not the end-all, be-all.
I understand, like, it's you and your lawyer, and then there's, who's one part of it? Not the judge, right? There's like a prosecutor or a state prosecutor.
Yeah, at the time there was a solicitor. They have solicitors where we're at, and that's their job. So the solicitor's on one side of the table. We're in the courtroom. The solicitor's on one side of the table. Me and my lawyer's on the other. And they're trying to just, lay out their reasons for the charges. We're debunking them. But they also can call witnesses at this time.
So, who was the one that decided to charge you with murder?
Well, the detective at the end of the day was the one that decided to charge it. Yeah, all her reports wrote up that they were going to, the evidence that they looked at, they concluded they were going to charge me. So the detective is the one that wrote up the report to charge me. I'm not sure who above her signed off on it. I'm sure somebody did. Maybe sheriff or someone along those lines.
What about that report made it not self-defense?
Well, that's what I'm going to get into here in the preliminary hearing, because in the reports that they give the pathologist gave, it said the bullet path doesn't indicate like a close contact shooting. Well, the bullet path, at least one of them, because there were three, but one of them, it enters here, and then it exits below. So how you get that is if I'm coming at at an attack mode. So it's like if you're like this, and the bullet goes straight through, it's going to enter higher, but exit lower. It's still in a straight line. It's just got a different entry and exit.
But bullets don't always go in and out of people in a straight line.
Correct.
Right?
If they hit bone, they can go, God knows where. They can bounce around inside the body. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that trajectory can get thrown off. This one, going through and through, actually proved my point more than some of them that would go a different way because it was a straight shot
going down, like charging him.
Yeah, because when he was coming back at me, that's when I fired, so it all lined up. But the way she wrote the report was like it wasn't, it wasn't conclusive to be like in a close contact shooting. Another thing was blood spatter. So during the night everything happened, I had on a white long sleeve shirt. Forward spatter is kind of like backwards, but forward spatter is what if I shoot you would come out onto me. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that right. Back spatter is what goes. No, I'm sorry, it's back spatter. If I shoot you, back spatter is what comes onto me. Forward spatter is what goes out that way. They were saying that there was no blood spatter on me, which to them indicated that we were not in close proximity to each other. But the guy was wearing three shirts. He had on like a regular t-shirt, then like a wicking, like Under Armour type shirt, and then like a longer sleeve shirt with a hoodie over top of that. So the likelihood of any blood spatter coming out of three layers of clothes is going to be very, very minimal, if not straight up non-existent, because it can't travel through all that. And again, like I said, these are steel jacket rounds. They're not like hollow points. It's going to make these massive holes. And so that was another reason why they said the charge. They said the bullet path didn't line up to be a close contact shooting. There was no blood transfer on me from the shooting, nor from me delivering life-saving measures. And I was just like, well, how are you going to say that I didn't put that towel on? Because there was nobody else in the house. It was just me and him. And when the arriving officer comes there, the towel is literally sitting on him. So I'm like, there's nobody else who could have put that towel on him but me. And I can't help it. There wasn't any blood. It just happened to be there. I know some crime scenes there's a shitload of blood. This one there was none. And so that was really it. Like there was no other, they didn't bring up anything about text message this and text that. That was really like it that they brought up. And, my lawyer's fighting back with his reasoning. And the judge even says, she looks at him and she goes, there's not a lot here. She said, but given the situation, I'm going to bind it to trial. So that means we're going to trial. So we leave there, kind of regrouping, figuring out what to do. And Andy already told me, he said, if they bind it to trial, he said, then the first thing I do is make a motion for a Duncan hearing, which is basically a hearing for self-defense. And when you do that, like in a regular trial, the burden of proof is on the state to prove your innocence. When you're doing a self-defense, it's split. The burden of proof is on you to prove that you acted in self-defense. And so that's really what we were planning on. At this point, this is like, like I said, July. We didn't hear anything else. We never went to trial again. We never done anything else. Recently, I actually started a podcast myself. It started getting some legs on it, and I had the opportunity to go to New York to talk to some guys up there. So I'm on house arrest this whole time. Like, that was part of my bond. Can't have guns, so we can't have knives.
Did they never give you any sort of idea when the trial would happen?
Nope. No idea when it would happen. My lawyer said that he was going to make a motion for the Duncan hearing. Obviously, in this point in time, they're still running tests, getting stuff back. Because SLED, like, I'm sure everybody knows this, but it's not like fucking CSI Miami. You don't get shit back in a half an hour. Like, I think it was almost a year before they got reports back from SLED. And in those reports, it showed, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, because I'm in South Carolina. Those reports indicated that not only was he on prescription pills, but he was diagnosed with PTSD. He was also on steroids, and he was also 3 times illegal in alcohol. Now, and one thing, I'm going to back up just 1 minute because I forgot about this. in the preliminary hearing, when the detective was on the stand, she lied on the stand at least 5 times. We had documented. So one, and even some of them were minuscule, but they were still lies.
This is after the trial starts?
Yeah, well, this is that preliminary hearing that I was telling you about. Yeah. I skipped over that, but it's important. She's like, in her reports that she wrote, she says she collects 2 vials of steroids from a trash can. Well, in the preliminary hearing, she said there was only 1. She also says that when the arriving officer got there, that I was so distraught that I locked the door to the house. Never happened. He walked right the fuck in, and I just come out the door. I think it was still open.
Did you question her when she said this?
I can't. This is the part where, like, this is where it's difficult in the preliminary hearing because you can't question. You can't question like that. It's not a time to like debate facts. It's just presenting evidence of why. So it's really frustrating to hear him say shit that you know are lies. And she even said that there was they were talking about, history of violence. And he said, well, he has a history of violence. And my lawyer's like, what? And he's like, oh yeah, he's not allowed at the school to pick up his son. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck? And so what happened, this is like a real crazy part. My wife works at the high school in our neighborhood. She's the guidance counselor. At some point during our separation, obviously no separation go 100% smooth, so we were arguing. She overhears my wife arguing. She goes on her own and makes a report saying, overheard an employee arguing with husband, just making note if something was to happen here at the school. That's it.
Who was the one who did this?
A school resource officer.
Okay.
So she makes this report. She didn't tell my wife. She spelled my wife's name wrong on the report. She didn't notify the principal. She just wrote it and turned it in. So that's the report that this detective was talking about. So after this is over, like, I didn't even know anything about it, so I couldn't tell my lawyer. I'm like, that's bullshit, but you don't really know exactly what's going on. So we go to the principal. This is after the preliminary hearing, and we go to what is she talking about? He's like, I've got no idea. He's like, I've never even met that man. He's like, I've seen him a few times at functions for the school because he had a daughter that cheers here, and she said, I've seen him sometimes come and pick up his son because the middle school or the elementary school where my son went to school, it's basically all right there in the same area. They have a tunnel they walk through, and they can come out at the high school, so I would go over there and pick him up. And he said, if anybody tells anyone that they can't come on this campus for any reason, he's like, number one, that's going to come from me. Number two, there's going to have to be documentation to back that up, reasoning why. There's a lot of stuff that has to be done. And he's like, I've never had any dealings with him. I've never known him to cause any issues. And he said, as far as I'm concerned, if he pulled up for the day, I would have no issue with him coming in the building, getting his son, whatever it is. And I would go up there and talk to my wife in her office. So she made it seem like in the court that I was this violent dude that wasn't even allowed to come pick up my kids from school, which was totally false. Even the report that was written didn't even say that.
Tell me the detective had a bone to pick.
For some reason. Or either she was just new at this point, she might have fucked up and she was trying to, make herself look good in there. I don't know what she was doing. I mean, I didn't know this woman. I didn't know her from Adam. I don't know if she was just trying to, why did the case look good?
Purposely change facts.
I've been asking myself that question for about 5 years. And technically, you're supposed to be in trouble for that. Like, even though that wasn't a trial, it was a preliminary hearing, but like, if you lie under oath, they're still under oath, If you lie under oath, like, that's grounds to, be fired, possibly even be fined.
Is it possible that detectives like that can get promoted from making cases like this more of a slam dunk for a prosecutor?
I think that's generally how it is. Because that's how it is for prosecutors in general. I mean, that's how they move up the ladder. They move up the ladder by putting people in prison. And, it happens a lot. People want to make it a black and a white thing. I don't really subscribe to that theory. It's a green thing. It's a money. Because if you don't have the money to get a good attorney, then you're stuck with a public defender. And that public defender is really nothing but a glorified plea bargain book. And, you take somebody that doesn't have the availability to get a good lawyer. right? Say they're in my shoes. And you're looking at 25 for voluntary manslaughter, in 10 years, good behavior is due out in 7. Somebody's going to take 7 years as opposed to possibly trying to fight it and getting life in prison. You know, and that's for all cases. That's for drug cases, armed robbery, whatever it is. And to their defense, the public defenders don't have the availability or the resources to fight it like a dedicated case member. Right? And that's where I was kind of fortunate because I even skipped over this too. I'm sorry, but when I got out of jail, the company that I worked for, they fired me immediately, right off the bat. I wasn't supposed to miss any time, but when I went back, they said, "Hey, come up to the office." So when they said that, I was kind of like, I know what's about to happen. And I go in there, and they actually told me, like, you know, we got to release you because of these charges. And he's like, you know, where are you at right now with all this? And I told him what was going on. He's like, well, I can't imagine what you're going through. And I'm like, fuck, can imagine getting fired on top of it. Like, you know, don't act like you give a shit now. Right. You know, I mean, you know, it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, but that's definitely not the case. But the fortunate thing about them firing me was I was able at that point to get into the 401k. Now, I mentioned to you earlier about I was going to give my wife a piece of that. The good thing about this company is they would give you probably 10, 15 grand into your 401k each year from part of the profit sharing. So I've been with the company 14 years. I had a pretty decent amount in there. So when I got fired, you're able to dip into that. That's how I was able to pay the lawyers off. And I paid them up front, so it was like $50,000 to take the case, another $15,000 to get started, to get the ball rolling, and then we'll get to the point here shortly where we had to bring in CSI experts to investigate stuff. All those things, just, you know, that tally started adding up really quick. But had I not been able to get to that money, you know, I'd have to do probably charge credit cards or whatever.
So getting fired was almost like a blessing in disguise.
Kind of a little bit, because I was able to get into that money and give it to them. And, you know, that after that next step, when we were going to be preparing for the immunity hearing, the Duncan hearing,
yeah, so you said they never told you when the trial was going to be, and in the meantime, you started the podcast.
Yeah, in the middle of that. Because, see, they were sending it to trial, but the Duncan hearing would go before the trial. Okay. So the trial would basically be me on trial for the state. But if you filed a motion for that Duncan hearing, then they have to be seen first. So during that time, that never really got scheduled. We applied for it, but they just never answered. So in the meantime, yeah, I started a podcast, and like I said, it grew legs, and had the opportunity to go to New York. So I had to get permission, because this whole time, all the years, I'm on house arrest. I can only leave the house for very specific things. Definitely not allowed to leave the state, at least without telling them where I'm going, what I'm doing, when I'm coming back, all those types of things. And when I asked them to go to New York, you know, they actually agreed to it. It was like, yeah, he can go. By this time, the solicitor that was on the case originally had left the office. They had another lady come in. She was only there for a very, very limited amount of time. Then she was gone. Then they had a third. So a lot of the people that were really involved in the case were no longer really around. Even the detective, she had messed up so much after what happened with my case. She's now a school resource officer at elementary school. Not a very desirable position for someone that wasn't a detective.
No, definitely not.
So it comes time where I got to go back to New York the second time. So again, I got to go back to getting permission and doing all this. And I just told my lawyer, I'm like, what are they doing? Like, let's get this thing, in for the hearing. Now, I do think COVID probably pushed it back slightly, because my lawyer didn't want to do anything via Zoom or Skype. He wanted to be in person. He's a maestro in the courtroom. That's how he does his business and his work. So that probably did have something to do with the delays. But we actually took a risk, because the CSI guy we brought down, he came to the house and he lined up. I'm sure you've seen it on the shows where it shows like the bullet tracings with the red laser beams. He lined up from the wall back to the refrigerator, then back to the corner where I was sitting, or standing. And it was perfect. Like, everything lined up just like how I said it was. And that was like a big key. That was kind of what my lawyer was like, well, this is what we need. Just prove you were where you were when everything happened. And so that was like key. And we've been holding on to that for a while. for the Duncan hearing, but it never happened. So after that second trip to New York, we asked the prosecutor if we could come there and show him everything we had. Like, just lay it on the table. And he said, I think you'll be so overwhelmed by what we can do if we take this to trial or to the preliminary, to the Duncan hearing, you won't even want to do it. And he was receptive to that. So we went, me, our investigator, my lawyer, and the
How
CSI
often does something like this happen?
Not very often. He told me, he said, I don't know that I've ever done this.
Because typically in court cases, you're supposed to, each side is supposed to disclose all their evidence, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing is, I think the evidence was there, but with him being new, maybe he wasn't, up to snuff on everything. Because the solicitor at this point is the one that's actually going to be trying the case, is trying to basically put me in. That is going to be their job.
The solicitor.
It's this prosecutor. Yeah, same thing as the prosecutor. He's the one that's going to be trying to do it.
And who is this guy? A known guy, like a well-known guy?
This guy here was actually a recently promoted guy, so he was pretty new. And I'll say that hats off to him for being receptive to this, because the first guy that was on it, I guarantee you, if we'd offered that to him, he wouldn't have took it. He had been around for a while. He kind of had a reputation of being, a hard baller, and I don't think he would have taken it. This guy, being new, I think he was receptive to the idea. And maybe he looked at it and seen that things weren't adding up. I don't know his reasoning. I never got to actually speak with him one-on-one. But when he was receptive to it, we flew down the CSI guy from New York. And again, every time he flies down, like, I'm having to pay for that. Right. Every time he comes out to the house, I'm having to pay for that. And so it's just, the bill is steady racking up. And so he comes in, we take our investigator, my attorney, and then the forensics guy. And we go to the police station and we play a video. And the video was a PowerPoint of him saying, okay, well, this is every reason that they said they were charged. One of the first reasons was, Mr. Williamson said there was a struggle, but we've seen no signs of a struggle anywhere in the house. So the first arriving officer that come in that day, they freeze frame a photo of the kitchen when he goes in. You see a shot glass knocked over on the floor, and he zooms in on it with the hand. Then you see like a Manhattan, like a rocks glass, something you drink whiskey out of, pretty heavy. It's knocked over in the corner. And then there's some other stuff moved around on the stove. So obviously that looks to be signs of a struggle. A knocked over shot glass on the floor, knocked over one on the couch. Then he goes and does a slideshow about the blood that I was explaining to you earlier, where they said their reasoning was, there was no blood transfer on him. When he scientifically breaks down the tests that have been done, actual studies of, sometimes there's not even blood transfer on bare skin, let alone coming through 3 layers of clothes. So there's not going to always be blood transfer. And then the last one was obviously the angle of the bullets. He was talking about how I was standing. The guy's in a crouched position, then it is going to have that type of angle to it. And then, of course, he brings up the fact that the guy was on steroids, was 3 times illegal drinking alcohol, and on prescription medication for diagnosed PTSD. And at that point, you could tell that they were taking the information in. They weren't just like, blowing it off, not paying any attention, looking at the ceiling. They were taking it in. So the next step is they go and see what evidence they have on me. Well, I'm not allowed to go in there because it's their evidence room, and obviously that's kind of like a breach or whatever. So I got to go. Yeah, my lawyers could. I just could. So at this point, they're coming to my house next. They're actually coming to my home. So there's like,
so during this whole thing, you're living in the same house?
Yes, I never moved. Never changed refrigerators or nothing.
You still live there now?
Yeah, I still live there now. Don't ask me why, but I had this deep feeling that at somewhere down the line, that kitchen could really come into play.
Don't tell me it's your background for your podcast.
No. Not a lot of people even knew this happened. Like for years, nobody that I had done podcasts with even knew this was going on.
Okay.
And when I started telling them, they were like, "Holy shit!" But that was kind of the idea, when I was able to tell the story, if I could kind of get some legs up under my own program, then when I could tell my story, more people would look at it. Because I think it's important, because you don't really see guys like middle-aged, blue collar workers, gun carrying, law abiding citizens wind up in this kind of situation. And it's just like, it's not the norm. And then I was arrested. It's all on the news. People are always making assumptions, especially when it came in the middle of like a separation. I heard stories from, he came in from work and caught his wife with somebody. I'm like, well, to start with, we didn't even live together. I was out of work because I had my back surgery. So like, these shit y'all are coming up with is fucking insane. But it was just, you had to deal with a lot. Like, it was a lot of pressure for that whole time. This is going on. This just got dropped in November. So this is like 4 years and 6-7 months of not knowing what's going on.
Like, it was 2 months ago?
Yes, as in the end of October of last year. So you're talking 4 years and 9 months. But that's the story that I was telling you is kind of why I got dropped, because I leave the police station, I go back to my house. My investigator is the first one to get here, and I asked him, I'm like, so what did they show you in the evidence treatment? He's like, nothing. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, there's nothing there. And so they come in, I go over the scenario that I played out with you here tonight. They're looking, they see it, and seeing that kitchen kind of really puts it in context. Because I can explain it to you, but actually standing in it and seeing it is a whole different ballgame. And, you can tell because the way he fell, he was a little bit away from the refrigerator. So if you picture you standing him up on his feet, he's right in front of me, I'm automatically backed up into the corner. So it kind of proved everything. Once they seen it, I think it really kind of put it in perspective for them. And it was still a couple months after that before we finally got it dropped. But I did get the call. My lawyer called me one day. I was at work, and he's like, what's going on? I'm like, not much at work. He's like, well, how does it feel to be a free man? And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, you're free. Charges are dropped. Case is dismissed. And I was just like, holy shit. I mean, it was the best feeling I'd ever had in my life. And I could lift it off and go, you have no idea.
Wow, man. Yeah, what did that feel like?
And like the world had been lifted off of me. And I mean, like, I'm a very outgoing person anyway. Like, I like to talk, I like to go out, I like to communicate, socialize. So for like to put somebody like me on house arrest is damn near a prison in itself. I mean, it was awful, which it was part of the reason why I started doing the podcast, because it gives you a availability to talk to people and conversate.
Were you able to talk about this stuff on your podcast?
I've never mentioned it on my show at all. Not one time.
What kind of stuff do you talk about?
What, on mine?
Yeah.
We talk crime. Well, I was thinking of doing like a true crime podcast, but then actually looking around, like everybody apparently decided to do that during COVID. So I was like, well, that's going to be hard to gain fucking traction. So
saturated market.
Yeah, very saturated market. So I put an entertainment on the end. So I called it Crime and Entertainment. And I've been able to talk to so many people, man. I've had Tommy Chong on the show. I've had Tom Sizemore from Heat, Natural Born Killers, on the show.
You got him on there?
Yes, yeah, Tommy
Really?
Chong.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of the guys that you've interviewed, like Tim McBride, Larry Mazza, Jeff Turner. We've interviewed a lot of the same people. Matter of fact, one of the big cases that I really am starting to kind of do more of. I didn't want to let those get out there too early because I had such a passion when talking about it, but wrongful convictions. And you just interviewed, or not just, but you interviewed a guy named Jeffrey Deskin from New York. And I just had him on the show. And like, there's no way or probably nobody's going to learn law faster than somebody being accused of something. And so that's really kind of what started the idea for the podcast, because I was like listening to Wrongful Conviction podcast. That's where I heard that one. And then that kind of led me into like the true crime aspect of everything. But, I'm real big on wrongful conviction cases because it happens way more than people realize. And luckily, I was fortunate enough to not have to be in jail this whole time, because I know that happens to some people. But, imagine being in jail for 5 years for something that you didn't do, or 7. Jeffrey was in there for, 16 years? Yeah. I mean, for something that you did not do. And, I mean, I felt a portion of that. I don't even want to try to put myself in his position.
There's people on death row.
Yeah.
They get exonerated.
Yeah.
15 days being boxed.
And he made a great point, and it was on your show, and I'll bring it up. He made a point. He was like, the percentages of people that are incarcerated, I think he said it was like 12 or 13%. He said, so if you put that on planes, like say, only 12 or 13%
of the population.
Yeah, of the prison population are innocent. So, if you tell somebody, plane crashes, you got a 13% chance of your plane crashing, you think you're going to see many people fly?
Right.
But people don't pay that no attention because a lot of times it's largely kept under the radar. It's largely kept quiet. Prosecutors are immune to anything, so like they have prosecutorial immunity. And again, I want to reiterate in my case, the prosecutor that finally put this thing to bed, I don't think he had any. Well, I know he didn't because he was the one who put it all together. No malicious intent to begin with, and I don't know if the detective was malicious or just not seeing it with a full set of eyes. I don't really know. But to me, it was clear cut, man, from the jump of you had a guy that was pissed off that he was getting booted out of a relationship, and he was pissed. And 9 times out of 10, I'm sure anybody that you tell the story to could attest, if somebody's not where they're supposed to be and something happens, 9 times out of 10, they're going to leave. And it was just like, to me, I didn't see how it took 4.5 years to get to that point. Unfortunately, it did. But now, I really want to become an advocate, especially for people that have been wrongfully charged or wrongfully convicted, because it's costing me a shitload of money. I'm probably knocking on the door like $100,000 in the hole. I was fired, like I said, from my first job.
Were you not able to get any of the sections back?
Not so far.
Do you guys have any plans to sue the state?
I'm trying, but the thing is, they're slick in the way that it works, because the dismissal letter is wrote as such. So it goes, while there was what's the word they use? There was reason to charge. They didn't think it would be sufficient evidence to take the trial. So that makes it difficult for somebody to sue, because with it being enough evidence they think to charge, there's a wording for it. It's escaping my mind right now. I can't even think of it for some reason. But because they wrote it that way, it makes it difficult, because being malicious isn't necessarily the same thing as being incompetent. Right. So it makes it a little harder now. Obviously I'm still looking into the possibility of being able to recoup some of that, because at the end of the day, it's like I've had to spend $100,000 on a lawyer. I've had to, I lost that job. I got a second job. It happened so quickly, with me getting fired and getting that job. That guy didn't run my background. I think he thought coming from that company, there's no reason to. And so I get hired at a sign company, like welding for, to make fabricate signs. Going good, decent money. They never asked me about, why I was, if I got fired or whatever. Matter of fact, I don't even think I told them I got fired. I think I told them I quit. But we're like 6 months into this job, right? And I did tell them that I used to work on it. They told me, like, oh, we just got a big contract with your former employer. We're doing a sign out there. I'm like, who? It was like Nucor. I was like, fuck. I'm like, of all the places to get a sign, and sure as shit, they went out there. One of the guys that worked there mentioned my name. Oh, we got a guy that works someplace who used to work out here. What was his name? Wade. Oh, yeah, I remember him. Whatever happened with that case? Did he beat it? Case? What case? Oh, he killed somebody. And so, it started traveling around the job. I know the boss knew, because when we would do jobs for Air Force bases and stuff like that, you had to have your background run before you could go on there. And whenever those come up, they never asked me to go to them, but everywhere else they would ask me to go. So I knew he knew, but I wipe that shit off your record. It is now. Okay. At the time, it wasn't. It was on there as pending. Right. Yeah, because the first job I went to try to get after that, I interviewed and I told them everything up front, everything that was going on.
Do you know any of the stats on the number of deaths that happen every year from self-defense, and what happens to the people that end up doing the killings because of self-defense? How many of them get stuck in this loop that you got stuck in?
Oh, I can't imagine. I've actually never looked into those numbers, but I would imagine it's staggering, because it's not a lot, and it affects everybody else. Like I said, I had a kid in middle school, and even now, so every time he goes to a new grade or whatever, somebody in there, because of this community that we're in, there's all kinds of people that are, kind of a melting pot. Nobody's from there, but everybody knows everything because of social media and Facebook groups in the neighborhood. Somebody goes, oh, yeah, ain't your dad the guy that shot somebody? And so he has to deal with it. Obviously there's stigma with, my daughter. She was a senior in high school when it happened. So literally a month or two after this, she graduated high school. So it kind of, had a black cloud hanging over that. And during the middle of this, and this is actually really blow your mind kind of about how this county works. My neighbor's neighbor, so 2 houses down, had an escaped and got into my yard and really messed up my husky. I'll tell you that. And we had to take him to the vet. Well, this dog had apparently bit a couple other people in the neighborhood. He had actually even bit my son about a year prior, but it was a very light bite. They were playing basketball in the yard, and it was almost what you maybe could brush off as playful, but it did break the skin. He didn't maul him or anything, but I told him, I was like, all right, don't go back down there and fuck around my dog. So when he jumps the fence and attacks the dog, this time I'm pissed because it was like, a full-on just neglect on their part of keeping that animal locked up. Well, somehow or another, the news got wind of it, and they contacted me on Facebook. I guess somebody told them, and they contacted me on Facebook and was like, hey, we want to do a story on this dog because there's a lot of kids in your neighborhood that could be potentially dangerous. And I'm like, absolutely, I don't have a problem with it. I said, but I'm not going to do it because I wasn't home. I said, you can interview my daughter. So they come out and interview my daughter, and the article gets posted in the Facebook page for my neighborhood. Well, I'm looking at it, and I figured something would come up, if somebody would make the connection, and this lady goes, I'm not sure how, but I'm pretty sure this girl is somehow connected to the guy that shot a man in his house and then claimed self-defense, and then went and hired one of the best defense attorneys in South Carolina. He says it's self-defense, but the evidence paints a very different story. I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Well, the more I learn, I'm not saying anything, I'm just reading his comments and getting posted. It's a public defender in the county that I live in. She works for the public defender. Wow. And she's on a public forum like this saying this, and somebody even said, this is not very professional. Like, I don't know if I'd be saying this. And she goes, well, maybe it's not the place to disclose these things, but I've had a few cocktails and it is really good. This is before the trial, so I'm like, if we'd have went to trial and thank God it didn't happen this way. If I went to trial and been found guilty, that would be grounds for a mistrial. She's putting it out already that, he says it's self-defense, but there's evidence points otherwise. And I don't know what fucking evidence she was looking at, because that's the thing, is what they have right now when they drop this at the end of October is exactly what they have the day of. Nothing else has been collected. Nothing else has been, taken in. All the testimonies that they got from people that were involved that night, which weren't really many, me and the other guy. I mean, he testified exactly what the guy told me earlier tonight. Oh, I'm looking for chips because I'm going to kill him. And a matter of fact, because it happened so early in the morning, when they went to talk to him that morning, he tells them, I heard it on the recording of it, he tells them straight up, he's like, listen, man, I'm going to tell you, I'm still drunk. As he's talking to the cop. And they never came back to him. Never come back to him to get another interview.
And he told them that with the first time he saw them during that day when he came to your house, I'm looking for somebody to kill him.
Yeah. Told him that. All that, and they still decided to press forward. I don't know what they seen. I don't know what it was. But
well, the reason I asked about the stats, if you're familiar with any of the stats, is because every case like this I've heard of, something similar, not to the extreme where they took a charge of first-degree murder and went so far to do it. But the other thing that comes to mind is I don't know if you're familiar with Gucci Man, the rapper.
Yeah,
he went through the same thing where he was sitting in his house with some prostitute or something, and two guys busted in the door with guns trying to rob him for jewelry or whatever. And he literally had a gun on him, shot them both, killing one of them, and he had to fight the case for a while. And he ended up beating him.
Yeah, and
but they tried to charge him with first-degree murder.
Yeah, getting robbed. And I think the Baby had something going on like that, similar to that too. The rapper, Lil Baby.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with his, but yeah, I did hear about that.
Yeah. I mean, I trust me, man. I looked up all these self-defense cases, and I got kind of an expert on, what qualifies as self-defense, what cuts it off. So like you can't initiate a fight and then start losing and then shoot the guy because then you can't claim something. So like if me and you're at a bar, right? Yeah. And I jump on you and start hitting you, and then you start reversing it and getting the better of me and start whipping my ass. I can't pull out a knife or a gun or anything until you, because once you start something and initiate it, you lose the right to something.
So that's an interesting thing for your case, though. How could they have proven that you didn't start that? Even though he was bigger than you coming at you, I'm curious. How come they didn't try to come up with something that said, "Oh, well, Chip could have easily started this,"
and maybe they were silent on it. I don't know, but I mean, at the end of the day, there wasn't anybody else that wasn't getting a story. And they had to, take my word. But I mean, again, all the evidence backed up what I said. Everything lined up perfectly. And like I said before, I was in a fortunate position where I didn't need to lie. I didn't need to say, okay, well, I need to say I was standing here or over here. I've done this or I've done that. Like everything that happened played out just the way it really happened in real time. And, luckily everything worked out in the end. But I mean, it's just the lasting impact of this is like, I wake up for years, I woke up every day feeling like there's a piano hanging over your head. Because, life in prison, even if it was 25 years, I'm probably going to die in there. Like, they're not going to give you parole. And so it's like, there's like a piano just hanging over your head every day, not knowing. It's so hard to focus on anything in the future because you don't know if you're going to have it. You don't know what's going to go on. And, we had contemplated moving. We really did. But then, there's a lot of stuff with that. And if you got to come back to do anything as far as court or talk with the lawyers, that could be, a little bit more aggravating to deal with. So we decided to stay. And I'm in the same house and same fridge. Yeah, same. Oh, I kept that fridge. I wasn't leaving that fucking fridge. I knew at some point that fridge might come into play.
I'm glad you kept the fridge.
Yeah, it's still there now. I might replace it now. No, everything's over. But I mean, it still works.
Never get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I just had a feeling that a lot of that stuff was going to come into play, and it did. And the crazy thing was like when they give me bond that first time, all they really did was make me like a built-in babysitter for the neighborhood for like a month. Because everybody knew that I was home, and everybody that knew me and knew me personally would send their kids over there because this was like right after the summer. So they would send their kids to my house to hang out all during the day because they knew I couldn't leave the house. Like, well, you can go over there. I know his dad's home. So it was like, the ones that knew me knew what happened, but the other ones that made their assumptions, I mean, they still do. Like, even to this day, if somebody hears a loud bang or something like that on the community Facebook, you'll see them say, "Oh yeah, probably another gunshot. That's probably the neighborhood's there. They had a shooting there." And somehow or another, my name always gets brought up. And one person even said one time, like, "Yeah, I remember when that happened. I think it had something to do with the dog." And they related it to the dog situation, which was totally separate. So I don't even respond to half of that shit half the time. I mean, I just keep my mouth shut because if people are going to make the assumptions, they're going to make the assumptions. But I knew at one point in time I would be able to sit down and tell my story, which is kind of like what I'm doing now with you and Matt. And it feels good to finally get my side out there because you have to be quiet while all else is going on. You want to defend yourself, but if you go out there and you don't want to say something in the heat of anger, and then it looks bad on you. Oh, look at this guy, how mad he's getting. He must have done it. And so you have to really tread water and be careful. But at the same time, now that it's over with, I want to bring light to how easy an average guy can find himself in this situation from just a detective not looking at things the way it should be looked at.
Yeah, I mean, I would be lying if I said I hadn't thought about that situation, like if it ever happened to me. It's like, what would you do? Like, that's something you want to know. You want to know how you're supposed to handle it. Like, what do you have to do? And the scary part is once the cops get involved, you don't know. It's all out of your control. Your freedom is gone. Mm-hmm. And you don't know what's gonna happen. And I've heard so many stories about the misconduct behind the scenes with police departments and sheriff's departments and the prosecutors. It's not pretty. It's scary. There's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, and that's we spoke about this earlier. That's the fucked up part about this whole thing is that's how they move up in their job.
Yeah,
it's like to me to move up in my job, I put out good products and we can sell more or steal and stuff like that. But for them, they put people in jail. And now, I'm not going to say every single person in prison is innocent. I know there's some people that definitely deserve to be there. I mean, the guy was in there when he set his sister on fire. So, yeah, you probably need to go to jail for a little while. But there's a lot of people in there that don't deserve to be in there. And I can see easily somebody getting jammed up and charged with something that maybe they had absolutely nothing to do with, but they don't have the money to hire a lawyer to fight it, so they wind up having to take a plea deal. Then they go, they do their time, they come out, now they're a felon, they can't get a job, so then they really have to do something criminal, and then they get caught again. It becomes a vicious cycle, and the prosecutors don't care because at the end of every night, they can go home. They go home to their beds. And even if it's brought to light that maybe they've done something wrong, they still don't give a shit because they got prosecutorial immunity. It doesn't matter. I mean, they'll give you 100 years, and you get that's a good for them. That's a check mark in their box. That's something they can add on their resume. I took this guy off the street. Doesn't matter if it's guilty.
Well, I'm thankful for coming and telling me story.
Yeah, I appreciate it. There's an insurance that I really need to figure out how I can be the spokesperson for these guys. It was called Carry Guard, and it's basically like, so if you pay like $20 a month, and you find yourself in this situation, $20 might get you 50 grand worth of coverage.
So an attorney?
Yeah, they'll bond you out. Then they'll get you an attorney. You get like 30% of it up front, I think is what it is. You get enough to get you out and get the attorney started on the case. Then if you win it, then the rest of it is paid to the attorney to pay off your legal fees. Now, obviously, if it goes above 50, then you're responsible for that. But there's different tiers of it. You can pay 40 for, 70,000 or whatever on up the ladder.
This is a partnership with the NRA and this company called Carry Guard.
I need to be there for
NRA Carry Guard gives you the protection you need if you're ever involved in a self-defense shooting. Once you sign up for the NRA Carry Guard insurance, you'll have 24/7, 365 access to the members-only hotline for incident reporting and emergency assistance.
You got some good fucking eyes.
They must make a shitload of money with that.
Yeah, well, it's like if you have them, and then you're in my situation, you're instructed to if I would have had it, I would have called 911 and be like, my name's Wade Williamson, I just shot somebody, come to this address, man. That's all you're supposed to say. And then they handle everything else. So like I said, they only pay it in full, obviously, if you beat the case. So if you don't beat it, then you don't get all the money.
Isn't there a situation where, like, say if you're in your car in traffic, right, and you come and there's a guy with road rage who's like beating down your window, like trying to get into your car, like trying to open your door, and you have a gun you concealed in your car. I don't think you need. Do you have a CWP to carry in your car?
No. Well,
I know it's different for states, but
I think the ruling is a CWP, you can have it anywhere.
Right.
If you don't have a CWP, it either needs to be in your glove box or in the car. Yeah.
Right. So if I'm in traffic and there's this guy who I cut him off or whatever, and he's fucking get out of his car and he's trying to open my door, beat down my window, and he hasn't got in yet, from what I've heard is that you're supposed to call 911 first. Be like, look, this guy's trying to get in my car. If he breaks my window, I'm going to shoot him and kill him. Do you know if that's true?
I know the castle law protects you at your home.
House. Yeah.
Your home, and it extends to your car and work. To your place of employment. Yeah. The castle doctrine is for your home. It's for your vehicle and your place of employment. And see, that's the thing is people always have these things of, you need to call 911. Sometimes you don't have fucking time to call 911. I mean, this shit just goes off quick. Like you said, if somebody's up there beating on your window, you're not going to have time to make a phone call. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just something you're going to have to do. And I followed so many cases like this that's mine. For instance, the kid, what's his name? Not assault rifle. One that he uses assault rifle, the young dude, the baby. No, the riot. Yeah, what was his name again? Kyle? Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse. Yeah, so I followed that one real closely because anything big like that in the news, my eyes were kind of glued to see how juries were going to look at it and stuff like that. And I mean, I feel as though he was justified in that. I mean, and usually now there's some other ones that maybe not. Like there was What I was looking at, where there was like surveillance.
The only thing with that one, I feel like, yeah, I have to like refresh myself on the whole story again. The only weird thing about that is like, if I'm that kid's parents, why the fuck am I? How old was he?
He was young, man.
I'm not sending my like 14-year-old or 15-year-old out to the fucking streets during riots with an AR.
I think the basis of it was something along the lines of his family owned a business where all this shit was going out. So he was there at the business to protect it from looters. I believe, no, but I think that was the reason why he was there. He wasn't just out in the street, for the hell of it.
Right, yeah, he was actually getting chased down at that point.
Yeah. And like I said, it's been a minute since I kind of refreshed the facts on there. But, again, like that's where it can go from murder to self-defense really quick. Because I watched a video where this guy was at a Walmart and, like, he assaulted this guy. And he hit him first. But then that guy knocked him down, knocked him on his ass. So when he hit the ground, he pulled out a gun and shot him. So that's not self-defense because, like I said earlier, he initiated him down. Right? Yeah, it's because he knocked him down. And the guy didn't even look like he was going to continue to jump on him. I mean, it was just, he did.
Did you see, I'm sure you did, during the whole riots from George Floyd, at one point there was a famous photo of this guy and his wife standing in their driveway as these people were marching down the lady trigger.
Yeah, that's another thing, man. They like the gun laws and everything.
You're not allowed to brandish them like that.
Yeah, I think there is rules. And a lot of that does go from state to state, too.
From what I understand is you're only allowed to pull your gun out when you're about to use it. If you pull your gun out, you have to use it. You can't just use it as like a scare tactic.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos online where people are like, and I think they do it more for attention, but like they'll be walking around with a damn, AK on their lap or whatever, or around their, strap or whatever, and the cops will be like, what are you doing? But they technically have the right to have it.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the guy's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going fishing, and he's got a fucking machine gun strapped.
And I'm just like, really? I mean, you don't really need it, like that. But again, gun laws too. They're trying to outlaw the AK-47.
Austin, pull up the video. It's on YouTube. There's a guy. I forget what he's called. He's called the Florida fisherman who he goes fishing with guns, and he walks like down a public sidewalk, like past a police station, with an AK strapped to him or an AR-15 strapped to him on purpose, just to see, because the cops is so crazy watching it, because the cops are just like, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's like 13 cops surrounding him. And he's like,
because at the end of the day, he hasn't done nothing wrong. Right. Yeah, and he knows that. He knows that law.
He's just trolling.
Yeah, he's trolling. That's exactly what he's doing. He's trolling.
Yes, the armed fisherman. Pull up a video of him real quick. You can see that. This one right there. That one right there. I think this is in Tampa. Yeah, full screen it. I can see why all these cops are coming out. This is good. They're not going to show. We're not going to find the one I was looking for.
I can see the concern.
It's definitely concerning. Like if you and your kid, if you're like taking your kid for a walk in the park with a guy walking on the street with an AK-47, I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's crazy that there's laws that protect you from walking from the pier to a fishing pond 3 blocks away in the middle of the city with an AK strapped to you. I mean, it's wild, the gun laws.
Yeah, and I actually, once I got arrested, they took my CWP back, or I got a letter saying they revoked it. Well, since everything's been expunged, I got it back reinstated, so they were able to give it back to me. And I had to go back to my lawyer's office and get all my guns back, because I had to give them all the other guns that I had. That was part of the release, my conditions of the bond. So like when everything got dropped, I had to go up there and pick up there's 8 guns out of his office. He's like, I hope nobody's not looking here, going out the front door. And I had to go up there. We were like bringing them out one by one, putting them in the car. But I was so nervous touching them for the first time, just because I hadn't touched one in so long. It was just like, oh shit. And of course, it's kind of a little bit of PTSD there too. The first time you put your hands on one, because the last time you did, something major happened. And
have you relived that experience at all? Does that haunt? Does that moment when you shot him haunt you at all?
It does. It does a good bit. And I still try to look at it through the mindset of, like I said earlier, I didn't kill someone. killed someone that was trying to kill me.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's kind of what I have to really keep reiterating to myself. But yeah, definitely it bothers me because I mean I did not want that to happen. It's unfortunate it played out the way it did, but you can't help but to relive some of those moments. And even though it was adrenaline pumping and everything that was going on, some of those images and everything, they're always going to be there, and that's something that even after it's over, everybody's like, oh, well, now you can breathe. Yeah, but the memories are still there, so it's so much impact on your life. And like I said, I don't necessarily know how much it bothers my son. He says it doesn't bother him, but he's 13. He's not going to tell me if it's bothering him anyway. But I know that you have to deal with it, especially like right after it happened. I mean, it was in that neighborhood. That's like I don't even know that another murder's ever happened in that neighborhood. I know there's been some suicides, but I don't think anything like that has ever happened. So of course they're going to bring that up repetitively every time. So it's kind of one of those things where you can't even let it get brushed under the rug. Anytime something happens, it's going to be brought back up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the open carry laws, I think, are pretty good here in Florida. I think you have to have a CWP. I think that's a smart way to do it. I don't know what this law is in South Carolina, but I know in Texas anybody can just carry open. You have to have any training or whatever. But my thought on it has always just been like, look, you got to take a test to drive a car. You just have to take a test to go fucking carry a gun on your waist.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
You should at least put that much effort into understanding how to work the fucking thing and how to use it.
Yeah.
And understand the laws before you just carrying that thing.
Well, like literally, like I said, when it happened, I reverted back to that class because they teach you not only do you have to like a little shape of your body or whatever, you got to hit so many rounds in there to pass. At least in what I did, you had to do that. Then you do like a written test, and it tells you all kinds of different scenarios of what is legal, what is considered self-defense, and what is past the point of self-defense. So all that's things that I think responsible gun owners should want to know.
Yeah.
I don't want just any old dude with a gun that's never fired it, never know how to work it, and being able to carry it, because that is one thing that can come dangerous. And they said even in that thing, what you alluded
like that
to
guy
earlier,
standing in front of his house during the ride with a finger on his trigger of his AR.
Yeah, fuck, you sneeze and you're probably gonna blow your wife away.
Right.
But like you said earlier, if you pull it, they tell you do not pull your gun under any circumstances unless you're gonna use it, because if you pull it out and then second guess or wait, that's when you could get it taken from you, or any other things can happen. So they say if you're gonna go to that point where you pull it out of wherever you got it at, you better be ready to use it, because at that point, that obviously whoever you pulling it on is gonna see it, and they're gonna try to take it from you and use it on you.
Right.
So that's what they instill in you in those classes. So I definitely think it's logical, and probably anybody that's carrying one should probably go take that class.
I agree, man. Thank you again for coming, man. Lots of valuable information and incredible fucking story. I'm grateful for you being here and telling everyone. Tell everyone that is listening and watching where they can find the podcast and whatever else you do.
Absolutely. We're Crime and Entertainment. We're on YouTube, Crime and Entertainment. We're on all the audio platforms as well. So Spotify, Apple, Google, Stitcher, all that good stuff. I'm trying in the works to get a documentary made about this. To really open the eyes of just how easy this could happen. And I think it's something that happened so quick that really turned my world upside down. That as I start researching, this happened to quite a few people, but people just don't realize, and I don't think they are aware of how often it happens. Because it's not like every single day, but it's enough to where you don't understand, like what we talked about here today, the impact of that. So we're going to try to put together a documentary, me and some of the guys that I've worked with from New York, and hopefully that's coming. I've had a few people reach out to me about writing a book on it. So we'll see where it goes, but again, keep going after to do all this again. It's reliving it some, but it's also therapeutic, because I think it's good to talk about stuff and get it out. So at the same time, you do have to relive a few moments, but it's also therapeutic. But just to help get the word out, I think we're going to really try to push the documentary out to do that. So I don't have a timetable on that yet, but for right now, like I said, Crime and Entertainment, we drop something every week. There's usually something for everybody on there. We've had mobsters, porn stars, actors, writers, everywhere in between. So I'm sure there'll be something in there for everybody if they want to take a look at it.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I'll link it all below.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me too.
Absolutely, man. My pleasure. James, thank you for coming on the show, man.
It's great to be here.
You've written a mountain of books.
Yes, we've written a few books.
How many terrorists have you interrogated in your career?
Probably 110.
110. And is that what led to you sort of discovering this newfound love of writing and reading?
Yes and no. I kind of stumbled into the writing, to be honest with you.
A little bit specific.
I kind of stumbled into the writing. Was the first thing that I found school for, and originally got into it originally PTSD therapy, to be honest. And my job's always had me write a lot. In interrogations, you have to write what's been on an interrogation, intel reports, a lot of those, and do a lot of research on the person you're talking to, and you do that very cover. And so, I have a lot of skills necessary to do writing. I just haven't necessarily gone that path. And when I was talking with someone at the VA about, how to make that adjustment from military to civilian, one of them had suggested looking at writing therapy and just writing out some of the areas and things you kind of struggle with. It's good sometimes to put it on paper. Even sometimes when you write up that event that happened,
Welcome.
you just write it down and then.
How are you, Kohane? How you living, Pimp?
It's quite helpful. It's kind of the point where it's like, okay, I've done that. It's helping to look what you meant. And that's when the person I was saying to the world wants to just write a book. And they're thinking, hey, I'm just assigning them busy work, and so I started doing it. And so I'll write what I want to read, that I don't see being written, and just kind of took off from there.
So it's not typical for Air Force folks to be interrogated.
No, it is not. It is not our main job at all.
Yeah. Can you explain to me the beginning of your whole journey to join the Air Force and then eventually going to Iraq and interrogating all these guys?
Sure. So I originally joined the Wisconsin Army National Guard back in 1996. I was young, 18 years, 15 years, didn't know what I was doing, what I wanted to do in life. My uncle had been in the Guard for 20 some odd years. He was active duty, he worked there full time. And he encouraged me to just go pick up the Guard, get my college degree, pay for it through them, and then if I really want to make the military a full-time career, I just cross over and do that. And that made sense to me at the time. So that's how I started in the military, was going that particular path. I was in a self-propelled Paladin artillery unit, some 6 years doing that, and then 9/11 happened. At the time, I was a student doing my fall semester for my senior year in Munich, Germany, when 9/11 happened. And at that point, I decided that I wanted to go full-time military. And so I just finished school, and then decided I'm going to do full-time. I want to go into the Air Force ranks. And it took a little while to actually cross over because it's not common to change branches. It took me about a year and a half to make that switch. And then I moved in. And then with the interrogation stuff, this is not a normal job for the Air Force. It's a special duty assignment for one, so typically you have to volunteer to go into a special duty assignment to go for that. But what happened is, when Abu Ghraib unfolded, the Abu Ghraib scandals at the prison there, we had the military guards were abusing the prisoners, and the photos and all that stuff kind of leaked onto the internet, and helped to go big problem there. It was in 2004 and 5, and that kind of really
is that when the enhanced interrogation got
no, it was separate, but this is, you have those images of the prison guards often.
Abu Ghraib?
Yeah, the prison guards were having the prisoners in different positions they shouldn't have been in. Just, they were not doing what they should have been doing. And it created a big scandal and a problem for the Army. And what happened is they lost most of that mission, and it got put on the shoulders of the Air Force. This is not a normal Air Force job, so the Air Force put out a request for volunteers to join. I joined in the second wave, so I went in the second round of it to provide people for 2 years to help augment the Army, help the system in that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, again, this was soldiers being left to their own devices and not being properly supervised and doing what they're supposed to.
And where was this prison at?
The upper grade is, I think it's like west of Baghdad area. Not too far from the airport.
Okay. I remember seeing these photos.
Yeah.
For some reason, though, I always thought that they were from Guantanamo.
No, it's all Iraq. Unfortunately, it really was kind of a spark that really ignited a lot of the insurgency too, because it just fed the narrative of, you know, big bad evil Americans coming here to subjugate them, so to speak. And it really harmed us a lot as images. But this was a big mission, and the Army needed help to manage that. So the Air Force was asked to provide interrogators for a couple of years. And I saw the call, and I read the description, thought, well, that sounds pretty neat. I need to volunteer and go do that. And next thing you know, you're signed up for this 556-day deployment, more or less. And just for the airline trip, because that's all my life will be 26 or 28 days out of that period, so it was long haul.
Now, why wouldn't we want FBI or CIA to be interrogating people like this?
Yes,
that's typically what they do, right? Like FBI, they're not interrogators.
Different. So the difference between like civilian interrogation versus military, right? So civilians, they're trying to interrogate people for collecting evidence that can be used in prosecution, right? Military interrogators, that's not our primary goal. Our primary goal is to acquire information so we can action it. Whether it's where is the weapon cache, where are they smuggling up across the border from, who is the leader for this organization or group, and then where are they staying at, where are they holding IDs, things like that. We're looking for intelligence and locations to go action on. And usually to our missions are capture goals. That's what we want. I prefer the capture part because I need fresh people to talk to. You work at change. Some of the shooters prefer the other method. Either way, you're removing the threat from the population. But again, it's very different mission set from a law enforcement because they're, again, looking for evidence, confessions, things like that to prosecute. Whereas on the military side, we don't really care about the prosecution side. We care about intelligence to go, practically back down. Yeah, so
you got deployed?
Yeah, we deployed out of we went pretty good Fort Huachuca for your training, to be honest. So that's Air Force guys, and that was the Army for the training, doing that. Having spent the other space training with the Army, and spent 6 years in the Guard, doing different training iterations with that side of the house. So I was already used to being with the Army and working with the Army. So for me, it was kind of felt more comfortable because I felt like an oddball. Being in the Air Force, having come in a different service, but I didn't start in that service. Was different. But as soon as we went through the training there, then we all deployed as group over to Iraq, and we were at Camp Copper, that's where the main prison facility at, right next to the airport there. And we basically broke down into geographical regions. So you have the south, the north, and then inside the north, it breaks it down further into different regions. So the region I covered was the Yala province, which is just north of Baghdad, the Kuwait province.
And what year was this?
We got there in the middle of October '06. And then we were there through, October '07. So we were there pre-surge, and then we were there for the whole surge. And that was a big difference, big outcome for difference. It was a big change in the war. Like I say, we were there when it was the worst. We started winning the pieces. And then when I got out, we went back home. I left the Air Force 6 months after our deployment. Time I was interviewing with one of the other agencies. And that one didn't work out there, which thank God it didn't. And
which agency?
One of the other few other agency groups, because when you do interrogation type work, you work with some groups. And so they're always looking to try to find people who are good at it and move them into their spot. I'm glad that it didn't work out that particular way, because it would put me on a different career trajectory and path than what I
ultimately did. But I still went back to Iraq for a couple more years with a couple different content design for them, triple camera.
So I can't recall off the top of my head, but 2006, was that after John Kiriakou went on ABC and talked about enhanced interrogation?
It might have been.
And was there any sort of talks in your groups, people that you were there, like about that kind of stuff? Because I know
everybody
that was
talks
kind of
about
like,
it. Well, you have that TV series 24 with Jack Bauer, right? So everyone thinks that that's what interrogation is like, just hooking up the electrodes and talking to people, and and do all those kinds of physical things to people. It's really not. Interrogation is much more about conversation. It's about a lot of words. And on the military side, we were really constrained by the rules and regulations that we had to operate under.
So you guys weren't allowed to waterboard?
Okay. That would have landed you in a world of trouble.
Really?
No. Oh, yeah.
Maybe because you guys weren't at one of the CIA black sites, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and if you're at a CIA black site, God help you if you're still considered active military doing that, because you're under different rules and regulations and what they are. They have a different set of rules that we can play by. You're under UCMJ, so we have to abide by what our box of rules are. And then it's constricting. I mean, to give you an example, if someone gets captured and we bring them in, ideally you want to put them in separation so that way they can't be coached by the other people in the prison on what to say and how to evade us.
Yes.
But to put them in separation, I gotta have a 06 colonel sign off to put them in separation just for 72 hours. And then if I want to put them in separation for up to a month, now I'm going to have my task force commanders, the two-star generals, sign off on that, just to have them in isolation for 30 days. And if I want to extend that for an additional 30 days, then I would have to have our theater commanders. So in my case, I'd have to have General Petraeus sign off on that. And I did. I had him sign off on 2 days. I had 2 guys we kept in separation for 60 days. But that just shows you some of the red tape we had to deal with. That's quite constraining. You would think that it should be a common sense thing, because in the U.S., you can put people in isolation. People in isolation in prison for years. But in war, it's considered, an inhumane treatment or prison or something like that. But it's not in America. I mean, FBI can do this. Prison system can do this, but can't do that in a war. Quite interesting the rules you have to deal with. So be very careful with perceived threats or direct threats. People can't directly threaten you. If you don't talk to me, then we're going to harm your family. Well, that's a direct threat. That'll land you in a lot of trouble. You're probably going to get weed and maybe face some use and day charge. So you have to learn how to be very good with your words and say, well, I can't. You want to talk to me, that's fine, I get it. But if you have no intelligence value to us, we're going to have to work on handing you over to the Ministry of Justice. Well, if he's a Sunni terrorist, he's being handed over to Ministry of Justice and police who are predominantly run by Shia. Life's not going to go very well for him. So I didn't threaten him, but I let him make the dots for himself. Yeah. And now he's got to prove why he should stay with me and why he's valuable enough to be kept. Because if he's not, we'll send him down to Camp Luca in the south. That's long-term detainment. And you'll just have to wait your turn to process through the criminal system. And maybe you'll be acquitted because they don't have any good evidence. But that might take you 2 years or 3 years for that to happen.
So before you got sent over to Iraq, I'm sure did you have any sort of special interest in interrogation or psychology to begin with? And what sort of training did you have to go through to learn these factors?
Yeah, so I didn't have any previous experience or necessarily desire. I would say it was a job I didn't know about. And it's a job that most people don't know about or think about. It's not a very big profession in the military to begin with. It tends to be a profession you only really need during a war. Outside of war, it's kind of challenging to do that. You end up working on the other side of the schoolhouse, which is the source operations,
where you're developing courses, recruiting and assessing people who can be employment for you, so to speak. And you do that outside of military bases overseas to make sure you're assessing threats against the facility or against soldiers operating off the base, things like that. So that's what you tend to do more on the peacetime side. As far as the training, we all went through the same training that we have out at Fort Richard, the 97 Echo course. I forget, I'll change the MOS at this point. But, it's about a 4.5 month course, and then we have a second course, enhanced interrogation analysis training, and that's where you kind of paired up more as a team, so you and an analyst working together as a team. Enhanced interrogation what? Enhanced interrogation analysis. Yeah, so in this case, because now you have an analyst that's working with you, and that's what we did. We had us as interrogated, and we had an Air Force analyst working with us, a contract analyst, and then others that formed the coverage. And the analyst is really helpful because they can do a lot of the research that you couldn't always do. I mean, you're going into the booth, you're interrogating the subject, you're talking with them, but the analyst is sometimes vetting what they're telling you on the spot in real time. Yeah. Or you're doing research of the prisoners that are coming in. So my analyst, Jeremy, he was and what would happen is when a bunch of prisoners would come in, we looked at the incoming sheet and see who's coming in, and we were able to check that. And we only dealt with prisoners that were coming in from the Diallo province. We knew our area, our province really well. And if we had new prisoners coming in from a particular village, then he would look and say, okay, what do we know about this village from the previous guys we've interrogated? And what do we need to know to further our mission in this area to go after these other guys? And that would help me know specifically what questions to go after, or maybe ask them, do you know this other prisoner? And get them to tell me a bit more about this prisoner. And I can kind of vet some of what you guys told me with this other guy. Maybe it's true, but now I can also let this other guy know that, hey, I know a lot about your area, and I know a lot about you. You're here because someone knows. So let's talk. And that was really, really helpful because, again, it's just another resource to help you on information, where to point to. And what did it teach you about breaking down the human mind? Sort of like getting into the deep dark secrets.
Yeah, the best thing I learned was from one of our instructors at the advanced school. He was a retired Special Forces warrant officer, had been interrogated for a long time, and he had a couple tours under his belt before he decided in with the school I was teaching us. And one of the things he told me is, he says, it's like, all right, it's kind of like knocking at someone's door when you start the interrogation. You get them to open the door. What you want to do is you want them to invite you in and start talking. And then once they've invited you in, you want them to kind of give you a tour of the house, tour of the room, and see everything in there. So to put it in like a conversation, when we start talking, I can either go ask you and say, where are the weapons that your organization is using? Where are you hiding them? Where are you storing them? And how you're finding them? Chances are you're not going to talk about that. But I could spend all day grilling you about this, rating you, all kinds of different tactics. But likely it's not going to work. Or I could take a different tack and just try to be more of a conversation. And just try to accept that we are adversaries, obviously, but you're still a human being. So you still have human desires and wants and needs and things like that. So let me play to that. So kind of talk with them and ask them. Just, I had one guy, he was a real big guy with the Anza Suma organization. And one of the things I talked with him was, why did you get into this? Like, what did you do before the war? So get him to talk about that. And he owned a business that is masters in economics. He actually had a good life before the war. And when I talked to him about that, I said, so why are you doing this? And his basic response is, well, when you guys came here, I lost everything. I lost my statue and position in the community because I was, singing, I was at the back garden, and I have no future employment opportunities and ability. So why would I not help you?
Right.
And that, when I kind of got to that point there, and we started talking, right? I'm not accusing him of it. I'm asking him why he feels this way and why he starts to open up to me. And And I say, all right, you're here now. There's nothing to do about that. So let's make the best of it. Who are some of the other organizations in your area where you live that are causing? Because I'm trying to rock and Argentina and other different splinter groups. They're not always working together. Sometimes they do, sometimes they work against each other. But it's also ideological, so we can be like Shia organizations that are fighting against the Sunni ones, because it looks kind of like the Civil War one. And the Sunni guys, the Sunni guys will get diarrhea of the mouth about the Shia militias and insurgent groups and everything you want to know. Well, we have a collection of parties to go after that too. It's not just that kind of one. We want to know who the other guys are that are causing problems as well, and the way they're smuggling their stuff in. Their stuff comes in from Iran. So if you want to talk with me about his own, at least not right away, then let me get him talking about the other. And as you start sharing more and start developing that bit of rapport, now I can start whittling and get a little bit more information from him. And in his case, it was more about how have you been able to outsmart? And he kind of arrogant, but he likes to brag about how smart and effective his group was, how they had outfoxed us for so many years, outsmarted us. That's great. Okay, well, how? Tell me about this. And then just kind of like, oh man, that's so fun, you guys did that. And that led to him telling a lot more than he probably wanted to. And he just kind of let them talk, and just hope them talk. It's conversational. And another really big thing to do is it's all culture. It's kind of cultures you're dealing with. In the Middle East and in Arab cultures, it's very common to sit and break bread and have a meal. And meals that you do like that, you can't really, it's not really adversaries, so to speak, in their culture. And so it's not uncommon. We've seen this for Afghanistan and some of the tribals' relationships and the way they interact. They can be sitting and have dinner together and converse normally, and then the next day they're fighting. Right? Us in the West just get there and compete. But that's their culture. And so when you can understand their culture a little bit, you start to put on with it. So for me, we would sit and have.
So you're letting you guys obviously aren't constrained and handcuffed or
no, I got an empty outside. I mean, sitting out there with the table and some shepherd and ready to go, and if they want to get pricey.
I mean, this guy can just grab his fork with his knife and just like easily off the table, doesn't he?
He wants to grab it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's like it's real. I mean, sure, it can do something to the tendency to kill you, pretty slim.
Right.
Maybe like a punch in the face if it hurt, but the guard to be honest, pretty tough. And hopefully you're going to have a little bit of your own lip stock to be able to, defend your own stuff a little bit. Alright, we never had an incident like that. You never had an incident. In a way, I was kind of surprised, but when you get there and you kind of see it, they're not getting out of this prison. So, they're, I don't want to say they're broken, but they're kind of accepted that they're here. Does that make sense?
What sort of hope do they have? Like, by answering your questions and cooperating with you, do you give them any sort of hope of being free, or what do you make them any promises?
Yes, you can do all of this. Whether you have a lot of influence in getting them out, that's kind of questionable sometimes. If the subject you talk with, the person you talk with is a high enough asset, or to say it's got really good placement and access in the organization, and there's potential that they could be recruited as a source to work for you. Maybe you can have them working doing collections for inside the camp and get their prisoners, or they may be able to get recruited by one of the other agencies to work outside camp. That did happen. It's not very frequent, but there was one-off cases where that kind of stuff did happen. Generally speaking, your objective is to get the intel. So if you have to fly these guys, make up, look at the military lawyers who cracked up these cleverly worded amnesty things, confess to all these different things, tell us about all this, your sympathy for giving to you. You can come up with a lot of those things and use those. And I mean, your job's to collect intel. You're out there to get them out of the prison. So
if it works and gets you intel, great. And once you've got everything you need, comes to house, when you've got everything you need, typically you're just transferred down to long-term detainment. That's down south at the other camp. And I mean, you can write up, you know, a letter and just explain it. I've interrogated this guy now for X number of times, it's many hours. We've talked about these different things here. Is my belief, and based on the information and intelligence we've collected at this point, he's not involved in this. Or this is not true, or he's not involved with these different things. And the person has provided substantial information to help coalition forces and help the government of Iraq and list out the litany of things they've done. And you can do those kinds of things to put that in their file for them. And then when their file is reviewed eventually by Ministry of Justice, the prosecutors, there are a lot of times where that goes a whole lot of weight and usually ends up absolving them from whatever the charge was, because when you backed up, you got the interrogator and the intel out saying the same thing. Those guys usually get blocked. And so, I mean, you can do things like that, but, you know, again, when I first got there, we had 200 to 400 new prisoners coming in a week. They captured, filtered down to our camp. And there's only about like 48 to 60 left. Not a lot. That's a lot of new people coming in that have to be screened and interrogated. And you already got 5,000 in the camp, too. So you've got guys that are already talking to you. You've got 200 to 400 new ones coming in. Now, when the surge happened, we suddenly had 30,000, not 30,000 extra troops. We had 30,000 extra infantry troops. Guys had to go kick down doors. Big difference from like support. They were just tactical killers who were left in the election, and they were just payday. And that count went from 200 to 400 to 600 to 800. That's a lot of people coming in. And our interrogation numbers didn't go up. Like, we didn't get more interrogators to offset that workload. We just had to work more hours and handle it. So there'd be times where you've got 16 cases you already handled, 16 guys you handled, and you check the chief's claims like, sorry, man, but here's 5 more new ones. So how do you get through that? You know, and I'd have trouble getting ways of just line up and have like 6 guys and interrogate in one night and just kind of making really quick assessments for us. And you kind of sort of interrogate that community section. Who's going to be reasonably cooperative that I can talk with and has intelligence that's worth my time to explore, and who's not. Because I don't have time to spend days or weeks trying to break someone down. Unless they're really high value, we're just not going to necessarily put that kind of effort into it. Because, again, 16 people showing up every week. And I still need to get actual intelligence on the ones I have. So you're going to balance the time.
Do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic?
No, I do not. And you wouldn't have been allowed to interrogate in Arabic even if you did. Pardon me, based on the rules and everything else in place there. We had to work through an interpreter. So all of our interpreters were U.S. citizens, usually like secret or top secret clearances. But your question had to be asked in English. Interpreter would interpret it in Arabic, and then they would interpret it back and back to you. That's how it had to be done, because all of our interrogations were pre-recorded and monitored. So other agencies could pop in to just check and make sure you're abiding by the rules and regulations, do spot checks, and they have to hear that you are asking a question in English, because they may not speak Arabic. And if you do speak Arabic, and you could be asking questions about insinuations that you're not asking insinuated to. And languages mean different things in English there. That can show with every very clear reason. Very little, it's very cut and little bit. There's after that 2005 Detainee Treatment Act that Senator Feingold and Senator McCain
Interesting.
Yeah, not fancy.
Now, what did you learn from, say, your first interrogation you ever did over there until like your 100th interrogation?
Yeah.
So, what did you learn personally about the people, and what did you learn? You learning about yourself, the human mind, or how did you evolve?
So So probably about 110 or so, maybe people, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but it's probably in total about 550 interviews, I think, over maybe about 2,100 hours it takes. And it's a lot of time to spend with these guys. My first interrogation, what I learned is these guys will lie through their teeth to get out of what they got apprehended for. Is they're just gonna lie, incessantly. And it's kind of your job to figure out, okay, what are they lying about? How can I turn this lie into something I can work with? And a lot of it goes back to trying to recognize that your adversary is still a person. And if they're a person, they've got needs, wants, and desires. So how do you work with needs, wants, and desires to your advantage to get what you need? Because again, different than a criminal, I'm not trying to prosecute them. I don't care if it's guilty. I care if they didn't tell everything that you should catch the killer to come and to remove these violence from this promise to me. You can't end the violence in the cities and the villages if you don't remove these people from it. And that's what's number one goal. Get them out of there, figure out where the weapons are coming in from, who's financially supporting them. And in terms of finance, my God, are they clever. They are so clever with the finance. One of the guys I talked about in my book, the book I wrote about my experiences on that.
Which book is that?
That was an interview with a terrorist. I didn't think no one here, but that one, one of the guys who got apprehended lived in Germany for about 6 years from Cuba, and he came back to pick up his wife and then smuggle her back out of Iraq back to Germany. He got caught on a random checkpoint that special forces threw up, and his name and information is on be on the lookout with the gold, and that's how he got caught. But how we acquired this information was wild. So what happens is, when you get money into Iraq, it's fun and support these guys. Different charitable organizations in Europe and elsewhere, what they do is take the money to get people going, their cause, whatever. You buy really expensive vehicles, high-end BMWs and Mercedes, talking $106,000 vehicles. They ship them into Kuwait, and then someone on the other end receives them. They pick them and drive them up to Baghdad, and then they want to keep them. Either they're sold, and then that money that they make from the sale of vehicles is now used to pay the salaries of the fighters for the different organizations, or used to buy weapons and like that. It's a way of smuggling in money without doing through normal banking systems. That's the wall network.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that we use it for is car bombs. So when you see a BMW 7 Series driving up near a convoy or heading towards a gate, one of the military gates to come on the base, you're not really going to think that this BMW 7 Series, brand spanking new, is a car bomb. You're thinking that beat up jalopy over there that's riding a little low on its suspension is a car bomb. You'd be right, it usually is a car bomb. So those high-end vehicles had much better luck at getting really close to the gates before they would set off the bombs. And when you set off 1,000, 2,000 pounds car, and a deal like that, it costs them right. So what happened is, when one of those incidents happened, we look at all the evidence and stuff, right? The vehicles. So you find the VIN numbers for the vehicles, you put it all down there, you keep track of the VINs, and then when they did a raid on someone they thought was tied to the SIM network, they discovered all the paperwork for the vehicles that were coming in, and they traced one of those vehicles to a car bomb to its manifest. And then from that shipping manifest, they had the end destination in Germany. We shipped it. So we put that guy's name on a boat. And that guy got caught in Cuba, prisoner, he had the whole thing. Now he's in there. He had no idea how he found out. That's how it works. And that's just one method that they use for smuggling in money.
Right.
And they've gotten way more clever now. I mean, obviously everyone knows about crypto. There's other ways where they use SIM cards. You can load money on SIM cards and phones and things like that. So you can do that and move that. Because it's very easy to put the SIM cards, dump $1,000 on things, and then move the SIM cards down and hand them out. and then they can go change some money and do what they want. And it's all done under the radar without the banking system knowing about it. And it's very, very hard to track.
Was there one interrogation that you did that sort of led to some sort of big win for you, or like a big victory for your team? Is there one that sticks out in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of them like that. So my guy that we caught in Germany was a really big one, because as we unraveled that case, we started to, we had ideas on who else was involved in Europe, in other countries, and in other regions of the world. And so we started filtering in these names. I was just saying, well, why would this, why did this person here talk about or mention X, Y, Z? And my prisoner would respond back, well, he doesn't know about this, or he's not involved with that. Well, my guy just inadvertently acknowledged he knows this guy, and this guy is involved in the organization. So where we thought we weren't sure if he was involved, now we know he's involved because our guy who is involved confirmed. And they don't realize that that's right. And so that was a big win for us, because it wasn't like the sexy weapon task or you have to send in a lot. What it was, though, was that it was a big win for uncovering the massive web of financing that was happening, financing the organizations and the money flowing in. And that was really big, because if you can drive that up, it makes it a lot harder for them to pay their fighters and to acquire weapons and do things and buy people. So it was a big deal to kind of bust it. But it wasn't directly adjusting things inside of our back. Like, I guess like we would think we were watching. But it had a big impact on the overall mission. Okay. Because they're drawing up the money. And we're identifying a bunch of things in Europe really until we can know that. Right. That was a really big deal. But my approach was kind of on Iraq. Right. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Was there any specific interrogation that fucked with you psychologically? That kind of like gave you, I mean, you mentioned now that you obviously have figured out a way to combat your PTSD with writing and different kinds of therapies, but is there, what part of your job over there was the most disturbing?
The most disturbing is just seeing these guys. You have the capture package, get the intel package, what we have on this, right? What we have on. It's pretty disturbing stuff. These are not nice people. It's not like this is some drug dealer or some gang member. These are really hardened terrorists. I had one guy, his organization had kidnapped a son for a tribal chief, a local tribal chief. And they were trying to hold him. They wanted to basically ransom the kid. And he got the father to pay up the money. I think it was $100,000 or something. And so they got the money. And they said, okay, well, your son's in the front of this car, in this location here, he's off the news, they got the money, here's the location of the vehicle, and your son's in the trunk. Your son wasn't in the trunk. The problem was your son's in the trunk in like a bunch of different pieces. And this is how they think and operate. And now I have to, interrogate this guy. Obviously, you'd like to, be physical with someone like that, but you can't. You gotta divorce yourself from that and try to figure out how do I be buddy friends with this guy to get info, information to go kill and capture his buddy. And that's kind of hard to accept and do it, but you have lots of situations like that. There's that one, there's this other one, there was a bunch of some Iraqi cops were working for one of the units that we worked with as sources providing them intel and everything on the road. They got outed. Somehow the guys in that village discovered he was marking them. He was feeding them information on them to the answer. And so when they figured it out, they captured the 4 guys, but they do their little videos. There's little videos. So, here's a video of them getting their heads, kind of, sawed off with these knives, and then they're just sticking their heads around like soccer ball. You're an animal. And, now we've got the guy that was responsible for it, and he's this guy, and try to get him to fun.
Where are they taking these videos?
A lot of times at the time, a lot of this stuff is being posted to YouTube, before YouTube, and YouTube coming out. So there's other kind of websites where they put these things on and share these things out. And it's a terror weapon. Because what they're trying to do by doing a first attack like that is demonstrate to the local population that this is the price of cooperating with Americans. So cooperate with social forces. And it's killing us, and nobody wants to work with us. And when you say, well, we can protect you to help you, they just say, well, we'll help you stop. Yeah, you can help you stop.
Right.
How do you help us? Until nobody starts talking until we eliminate those guys. And that's why they do all those corporate things. But, you have to see a lot of this. You have to be involved in a lot of this and questioning and talking with these guys. And if you fail to ask the right question, people can get killed. We had one operation, I mentioned in area of combat choice, where we got actual intel on where a very large weapon cache was going to be located at for one cell that we were targeting. And this new unit had just been in country a couple weeks ago, right? Out of Cuba. And we told them this particular route has got IEDs and car bombs on it. They want you to go drop to this where they're going to hit you. And the Alexander was laid out.
This is what this guy was telling you?
Yeah, that's how our president told us. Look, don't go this way. He's actually a very cooperative guy. He's passed polygraph prisoners. He's passed all of that stuff, so we usually keep his own straight. He tells us, here's where this stuff's going to happen. And to take this other path. So we passed it on to the unit that's in action. And this new unit, they just got in there, they're there to, slay bodies and take names. They just want to fight. So they want to get in there. So we told them all that, and they're like, well, hey, this is where the fight's at, we're going to advance contact and engage. You got it or not, because we'd rather you go this way. The other route here, not get ambushed and actually get the weapon sighted in, seize the weapons and the explosives, because that's more important than your firefighter. But that's not the path they chose. So they went their way, and they got involved in a couple fights, and they got ambushed twice, and we lost 6 guys. And that's fine, because it didn't have to happen like that. And the fight lasted long enough to use the damn weapons.
Why didn't they listen to you guys?
They don't believe prison. We don't believe that he tells the truth or whatever, and so they just want to do their own. It's kind of frustrating because it is a prison. You have to trust that this prisoner who's going to try to offer is getting into it. And it's kind of hard to accept.
It's kind of like just defeats the purpose of your job. So.
Because in this case, we proved out that, our guy was actually right. They helped validate his future stuff because now everyone believes him a whole lot more than they did before. We passed the polygraph twice. That wasn't enough for some people. But when the car bomb and the ID were off in the exact switching locations he said they would, well, now they kind of believed him a little bit more. And his subsequent information was a lot more credibility. And other times, just forget to ask a question. Right? I mentioned this in the interview was, I had a 15-year-old kid that we were interrogating. We don't usually interrogate kids. Let's take that spot, place an ID on the side of the road, one of the units on patrol saw it and yapped it. And
how old is he?
15. And so we can't hold him very long. We only can hold him for 3 days or 7 days, something like that. And we gotta let him back out to the family, right? And so, I have the guy, we're doing different tactics of trying to, scare him into cooperating and talking, and, the target was his bar and street bars. They ran this big IED cell up in northern Baghdad area, and that's what we were trying to grapple with.
How did you figure that out?
We had a lot of intel on the family in this area. It was just at the edge of the Diyala province in Baghdad proper, so that region up there is a lot of IEDs and car bombs going off, and kind of the doing it. And we know that from different signals intelligence and intercepts, things like that. So we had an idea of who they were, and when we kept the kid, and okay, now we know. So we want to know where they are at. And he's concerned with, he wants to give us a location because he's concerned that, if we go to where they're at, that we're going to killing his father. Look, dude, I can't talk to dead people. I want to talk to live people. So tell me where they're at. Tell me how I can capture them. Have a conversation. And we go through and get a location, point out where it's at, so tell me about details of it. And you just forget sometimes to make sure you get everything. So when a door opens, is it open in or out? And does it have a lock on the top and on the floor and in the center? You need those kind of details. With all those little pieces of information. Same with windows. The windows have with bars on them. The bars on the outside, on the inside, are they built into the wall? You got to know all those little nuanced questions and things. It's whole little things you need to make sure you kind of go through when they start cooperating and taking it. Because if you don't get that information right, when the unit goes to action, they may try to bust the doors in, and so they see the doors can go in, and so they use the ram as they go, we'll just ram it to go in. But if there's locks on the tops and the bottoms, they're not going to know that they have a shotgun to slug there to bust it open. So when they start ramming this thing, it's going to take them a couple of hits. And those couple of hits are going to delay your entry in seconds. Those 3 seconds are typically all they need to wake up, grab their weapons, and start engaging. So you want to go in with lightning speed and do that. And in our case, my answer missed one of the questions on a walk, and the unit got in the house, which coming like an extra 3 to 5 seconds to get in. That's all the time they needed
to grab their guns.
Got the guns and start shooting. And next thing you know, we're in a firefight. So one of our guys got his arm shot off, another guy got shot in the chest plate and survived. But after the gunfight was going on, the stand on the ground like, screw this, I got 2 guys injured, we've got a gunship overhead, just have them level it. And so, hit with a missile and flatten the building. Problem solved, right? So,
an airplane dropped the bomb?
No, a helicopter. Yeah, so, the suspects who acted, Tyler and his sons were building out his IDs and stuff like that, they're dead. They were taking off the checkbook, so they're dead. Problem is, we also nailed his grandmother and his mother and his brothers and sisters in the house too. On collateral damage. They were there to fight. And so after that, you gotta get the unit takes all the pictures. Everyone, you need to go back to this with all these pictures of him PID his family. Now that sucks, because I gotta go ahead and have him PID his dad and his brother and make sure that they are, we actually got the right guys. But here, you promised him if he gives you the information on where they're at, you're not gonna kill him. Well, you broke that promise. And now you break the promise, you have to wipe out his entire family. So, kind of like burning hatred next to his eyes. Yeah. It's like, we just made a terrorist. Hands down. And you don't think about it at that moment, at that time. Because as soon as I'm done talking with him and confirm that we got the guys, I'm already on to the next interrogation. And then the next, I have like 3 or 4 or 5 of these things. And just a repetitive cycle over and over and over. And before you know it, an entire year's gone by. You do. And you don't really even think about a lot of it. It's not until you come home and things start to slow down and you start to have problems. And for me, I didn't encounter a lot of those kinds of problems until probably like 2014, 2015, when things really started to get bad. Because at that point, right now, I'm out of Iraq, I'm out of the intel stuff, I'm not working in Europe doing that anymore, I'm back home, I'm completely out. And when I'm completely out and have the time to think, that's when you start processing all that stuff and go, wow, where did it go?
You just explained the hit on that kid's family who was making the IEDs and dropping the bomb on the house. How often would it take having some guys bust into somebody's door and get the wrong guy, kill the wrong people?
I don't know. I mean, I suspect it happens more often than you want to admit. So when U.S. forces go into do these things, we're not just like going up to your house and just killing a pin, throwing in the room and just letting them go off and kill it. I'm sure that's probably what a lot of the Russians and Ukrainians are doing in their fight. But that's not how we fought. That's not what we do here. And by and large, our guys are pretty good about identifying who they are when they're entering and going in at night. You go in at night where you can intercept the area pretty quickly and to do it. But things happen. You can't always account for them. And one of the things that was hard for me, except was accepting that part there, and just realizing that at the end of the day, the enemy gets a vote just like you do. And their vote is almost always going to go against you. And when that vote's cast, it's 10. The fight's going to happen. And sometimes people are going to get caught in the wrong place one time. You can do everything you can to mitigate that. You can do everything you can to try and avoid that. But at the end of the day, the enemy still chose to fight. His father and his brothers chose to fight. They chose to participate in this insurgency. They chose to make these IEDs, these car bombs, and make themselves a target. And in fact, the government of Iraq and try to destabilize the region. That was their choice. So, unfortunately, their family was present at their, was present during the capture, and they chose to fight when the kids were in the room to go present. That's out of our control. And that's hard to accept. It's hard to accept that that's what happens. But it took years for me to kind of just get to the point where you just accept that the enemy gets their own vote too. And it's almost always going to be against it. And so you can't control your actions, you can't control theirs. But it is important. I mean, like, the war is ugly. It is not something we want to romanticize or embellish talk lightly about. It should be avoided and be a last resort. But when it's time to go to war, it's time to put the war face on and go to war and kill the bastards and wipe them out as fast and quickly and efficiently as you can so you can end it. You shouldn't be trained to do that for years and decades like that. It's not good. Nobody wins this kind of war.
Getting home and having time to think and time to reflect on the things that were happening. And how long did that take for that to sort of kick in and for you to really start to feel the psychological effects?
So first time I came back from Iraq, it was weird because my last night at our camp, we were getting rocket and bombs that night. So I'm sitting there in my bunker thinking to myself, man, I'm going to get blown up my last 2 hours in the camp. And then, 4 days later, you're walking around the brand new mall. How do you equate that? You're sitting here where you got, lots of motors in your face, and the alarms going off, the CDAMs, incoming alarms going off. And then you're walking around the brand new mall, people are sipping on their drinks, and walking around like nothing. In World War II, you had that shared experience, right? Everyone had to ration. Everyone was making a sacrifice for the war. In Iraq and Afghanistan, nobody sacrificed. No one asked to pay extra money in taxes. No one asked to ration anything. They weren't being drafted and impacted like that. So society was very divorced from the reality of what was happening. Right? So that was a little hard, but I didn't have as much time to really reflect and think about that until after I left that whole world. And then you kind of start to realize nobody has had a clue what's going on over here. They don't realize the threat that they're doing it, fighting, constantly handling. They're just ignorant. They're just not aware of it. But you are. And now that you've left it, you see how everyone's like, how can they be so divorced from reality? It's real hard to rationalize and kind of deal with, but it kind of gets to a point where it took me years to kind of get there. I still struggle with some of it now, but it's just accepting that, again, the enemy gets their vote on it, and that there's a time in the season to kill and a time in the season to heal. And you kind of have to figure out, I think we talked about this yesterday, that as society, we're taught that you live in a certain way, you have to do a certain way. And then when you go to war, that's it. That's all fine. Now it's this kind of savage nature of us versus them. And that's not how we're taught in society. And so when you come home, you have to put that aside and go back to this normal person supposed
Fit into society.
Right. And that can be a little harder than adjusting to it. And some people do it better than others. And some people just really kind of struggle with it. I don't know if it's situation, training, what really causes some people to struggle with it more than others. Sometimes it's just an accumulation of everything that's seen and done. I struggle with it a lot, and I think that as long as you're willing to constantly talk about it and seek different help and alternatives, that can really help you eventually find some peace with it. You gotta have to make peace with it. If you don't, it's just what you feel alive, or eventually and that's unfortunately a lot of veterans doing, but you can't do that.
How long did it take before you started moving into different types of therapies to combat your depression or your PTSD?
So originally, the VA allows to go the pharmacology route, right? So that's the first choice. But the problem is a lot of those drugs, all they do is numb the problem. They just put a band-aid. I remember when we were in Iraq, we were super stressed out about jobs, all that crap you have to see all the time and just all the time, and then on top of it, you still got these freaking rockets and bombs in your base, and dealing with that, and you got issues at home, you got your management you guys come, maybe they're good, maybe they're not, so it was quite stressful. They had these combat stress clinics you can go to,
over there.
Yeah. And I remember going there, and one of the psychiatrists, giving me a prescription for Lexapro. Man, I wish I'd gotten that when I first got to Iraq. That made me like the oldest detached interrogator I could possibly be.
What kind of drug is that?
So Lexapro is an SSRI type drug. So what it basically does is it suppresses your emotions. Your dog could die in just like that. You just moving pain. Really kind of deadens you a little bit. And in our job, that was quite helpful to kind of deaden some of that. So that way you could just really do this not shit and kind of get through without losing your mind.
Like a painkiller type drug. Do you find that
often? Painkillers are mine. I don't know, but Lexapro is it's a pretty common antidepressant type drug that they use. It was pretty helpful.
Antidepressant.
Yeah, so you do that, although there's other stuff that I think works better. Again, the VA is very common.
Is there anything else you can do to get out of there? Like, can you get out and like go for a run? Can you go to the gym?
Yeah. No, I mean, so yeah, when we're in so you're at the base. I mean, you got the MWRs, you got the gym. You can go for a run around the camp if you want, different things like that. But at the end of the day, you're kind of trapped in that camp. It's all you do that. I mean, my guy's got to leave his life. I'm way too valuable to leave his life because there's only so many freaking interrogators. And they're in Iraq, and they're endless supply of business. So they would love nothing more to keep us strapped to a chair with an IV feed bag as possible, just to keep us interrogated,
Click on that what is Lexapro do for a person, Austin. Down.
Oh, yeah.
Used to treat depression and generalized anxiety disorder. It is an antidepressant that belongs to a group of medicines known as SSRI. Never heard of it.
I mean,
those things will fuck you up.
They can. But there's all kinds of other side effects to those kinds of drugs too, from just deadening your cognitive ability, your sharpness a little bit. Special side effects. You can do, there's lots of different issues and problems that with this kind of drugs. But this is what the VA does, because that's what they are allowed to give you and do. They're not able to say, hey, let's try medical marijuana, let's try ketamine, let's try these melatonin block injections.
What's interesting too, this is what they find that most of the school shooters in this country, or the people that shoot up public shootings, mass shootings, they're on these things.
Yeah, because it works very well, or they actually have the opposite effect where they'll like almost like exacerbate these like kind of tendencies. So it's like they get a really good care in talking with them and understanding how people respond with autism. And the problem with kids' minds are constantly growing, and they're not set.
Right.
So when you introduce drugs, SSRI drugs that mess with the chemical balances in their brain, you're kind of jacking up that development.
Yes.
And it's really dangerous. That's why they talk about marijuana actually on people who are, I think, under 25 or 23 actually can have really bad problems in the brain. Like actually leads them to get all schizophrenia or bipolar.
Yes, there's that's been shown. Yeah, there's lots of psychedelic drugs that have fucked with kids that have done it too much.
And it damages them because I think it's cool and fun. They want to continue to do that. And we society like, oh, well, it's marijuana, that can be addictive. No, it's not about getting addicted. It's about altering their psychology, their mind, their development.
This is something I talk about all the time too, because if you look at, I don't know how big the percentage is, but it's got to be more than 80% of kids in America that are like in their teens that try Adderall.
You know why? Here's the problem. We don't let kids be kids. We want to have boys they're noisy, they're loud, they're energetic, they're physical. That's how they are viewed, right? We stopped having kids have recess and play and just be boys, just be kids.
Right.
We want them to all be like these neutered little saints that just sit there and look nice and just yes ma'am, no ma'am, and do cool. But that's not how their brains are played.
Right.
That's not how psychologically they're built. And we're not letting them do that, and combat that you have to follow that all and try. And then you screw them up mentally because now they don't know how to they become teenagers and young adults. They don't know how to interact with other people. Normally and say, hey, you and I, we could be politically opposite or totally disagree, but we can still be friends and still have a beer. That's okay. Just because you're a Dolphins fan and I'm a Bucs fan doesn't mean we have to kill each other. I mean, that's we have to get back to that kind of mentality. It's okay to disagree.
Right. Yeah, it's scary to think about what kind of effect that's having on people. That combined with the, social media, people just communicating through phones and through text messaging and, watching videos. Even with war today, like people now just watch what happens. And I don't know if this is the first war, the Ukraine war, the first one that we've had just a front row seat view.
Absolutely real. That stuff's going on there, and I see what's happening, and I see that so many people are just getting named from, and employers, shrapnel, things like that. And you're part of our whole society that's just going to have all these people get pain and injured. And you're just watching on the front row and brutal. Like I'll see these pictures of a copter dropping, a hand grenade on a couple of soldiers unsuspectingly in his pants and go off. And, you can read the comments and just see everyone is just cheering it on. And it's like, those are two people then, okay? Those guys just got maimed and injured from a hand grenade, maybe killed. They may be the enemy, but, let's not celebrate their death.
Right.
And we're desensitizing ourselves to the point where we're not seeing our color teams as humans, and it's just like video game monster. It's like, okay, well, Ukraine was just a giant video game, right? Video game. And it's like, no, it's not a video game. Like, you people on their end, and they have families, they have, have mothers and wives and kids, and I don't, it's just strange seeing how our society's evolved using social media to just cheer this kind of stuff on, cheer the killing of other people on. Like, it's almost like Roman gladiators, where everything would cheer people getting, killed in this gladiatorial arena. And it's kind of like, well, Twitter's our gladiatorial arena. Let's jump on here and see on the Russian or Ukrainian side and watch people getting killed and cheer up. Those are passions.
Yeah. So the thing that really gets to me is that none of these people that argue about Ukraine and Russia and all the wars that are going on now, most of them have no experience of war. You know what I mean? A lot of it, all of the knowledge they have.
They're not volunteering to go over there either.
Right.
Because they can.
They have no experience of anything real, anything like they have no actual first-hand experience of anything. All they can do is just read articles, watch videos, depending on who they follow or they listen to. And it's so, that makes it so bizarre that they're willing to fight to the death on this digital platform about something they read or some video they watched, and they just decide to adopt this idea, and they're going to die on that hill because of that video they watched, because they trust that person.
I hope that at the end of this stuff that, there's some good efforts put forward to try and help these guys mentally and psychologically recover from this stuff. Because we did not do a good job of that exiting Iraq and Afghanistan, helping vets just transition from that into something new, right? And helping people feel SSRIs and antidepressants isn't the way to survive it, because you just don't want you can be productive members of society, so how do you help them feel and get better? I was listening to I saw a 60 Minutes episode that Dakota Myers did. He's a Marine Medal of Honor recipient. He did a 60-minute episode on that self-ganglion block injection, SUV injection. It's basically a nerve in the neck here that they do a nerve block on. So when someone gets triggered, right, the brain sends that fight or flight signal down to your heart and you dumps adrenaline, gets you kind of riled up and going. But when they numb that nerve and they do that block, when that fight or flight happens, it goes down and hits the block and bounces back. And it's almost like resets you a little bit, gives you that kind of quiet things down. It's just like explain is when you're in that moment, you feel like everything's kind of closing in, like you just have that anxiousness, that feariness. The STD and idea injection, it's just kind of like home. And how I feel, right? And what allows you to not be jumping into the no peace, right?
What is the injection? What are they injecting?
So they're injecting out my cancer blood block. Because you're like there's 2 doses on either side. They don't do one at a time. So it sometimes it can be pretty space, like a little number just for an hour or 2 in the day. And sometimes you only need one injection. It can last you, a year, 2 years. Sometimes maybe 3 or 4. It depends on how your body responds to it and kind of the severity of the trauma too, because the brain has gone through a lot. It has its synapses are very wired for certain things that trigger all the time. You have to kind of redo that now. So the STD is really good for helping to block those triggers, that give you that extra fuse, so to speak, and help quiet it down a little bit. But you still have to do the rewiring of the brain, and that's where you see some guys using some of the different psychedelic drugs, for the Mexico and whatnot, and that helps. Actually is a really good one.
Yeah.
The mushrooms they do.
Not mushrooms, it's like MDMA.
Yeah. I haven't done the MDMA one. I've done the ketamine one. I think that works really good. There's different ways of doing ketamine. There's oral and there's
probably you were one of the first people to try some sort of special therapy in Tampa.
Yeah, the ketamine.
That was ketamine.
The way he does it, you're out for 4 years, you're out. But you can, if you're gonna fall asleep into this thing. You're not like hard. But it can be good or it can be very bad. And so one of the things he does to help ensure that you're out, that it works out good for you, that's actually a bad one too.
Right.
I'll be like, one doctor, that worked out well. But he does such a benzodiazepine, happy drug. I used to care for interrogations. That's how we get interrogations, pharmaceutical interrogations, because there's a character with a food pharmacy and you just give them a happy drug and they'll just fill it in.
Right.
And then when the drug wears off, they don't even realize what they did. And they're find out files they use.
Yeah, they just want to run around and give everyone a hug.
So yeah, that's a good procedure interrogation personally. So he took a little bit of that before he did ketamine. And then when I did ketamine, when he would do that about 15 to 25 minutes usually before I kind of wake up from it. Man, I'll tell you, that's the craziest trip in the world. It's literally like being in the movie Inception in the crazy. So when you're what kind of a drug falling into you're falling into like a dream and then a dream and a dream.
Right.
And I swear to God, I could be down for 15, 20 minutes and I feel like I've been gone for years. Like, whatever, it's insane.
What exactly does ketamine do to you? How does it work? What is the mechanism of action?
Yeah, and basically a lot of this stuff kind of helps the brain to kind of rewire itself a little bit too. When you have a trauma, like say for instance, for me, one of my big triggers is smell. Because I work in camp, 5,500 sweaty, dirty, smelling people, and that's a lot of feces and food and mess, right? So a trigger for me was dirty diapers, believe it or not. As soon as I would smell dirty diapers from one of my kids, it would just, put me right back in the camp. Or if I'm walking, like when I was working in Chicago, and I walked on a sidewalk and walked past an alley, and I felt some of the traction there, just instantly you're back. You feel like that trigger right there, because that for me that was my trigger.
Yeah,
they say rewires me.
They say scent is the strongest sense tied to memory.
I believe it. For me, that was the big one. One always scent. They smell certain scents, and that for me would always kind of transport me there. And there was this other song, it was Gwen Stefani's song, Sweetest Spirit. I get on the bus to go from, we lived on Camp Striker and we worked on Camp Crop for about an hour and a half apart. So we were a little bus that would take you over back and forth. So me and our kids, every day, for like 12 or 13 straight freaking days, we would hear Gwen Stefani's Sweetest Spirit. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, I'm listening to this Sweet Spirit song as I'm diving into the freaking camp this 5,000 years.
Whenever you hear that song,
I think about that every time.
Okay. So it's slow down.
What is it? A psychedelic? You can do it orally, or you can do it.
Stop right there. Right there. A K-hole is when a high dose of ketamine leads to intense feelings of disassociation. This can cause feelings of being disconnected, holding the ability to speak and move around people. One way to think about a K-hole is a state between intoxication and a shock.
Absolutely. So I never had that when I did the IV one. Or you put the tabs on like dissolve and you can do your body that way. I've had a couple of those with that because it's weird. A couple of normal life like this, and then suddenly it just flew away and it wasn't needed. I'm like, holy crap, this isn't real, this is all fake. What is real, what's going on? And you just kind of like morph from one thing to the next. You don't really know what's going on.
Right.
You just know that nothing's real, that life isn't real, and that everything you've imagined is fake. And it's kind of scary in a way. And then the couple of times that happened to me towards the end, I just kind of like found myself eventually in this black, empty space where there's no sound, there's no heat, there's no cold, there's no nothing. Just complete and absolute empty. And then I would wake up. And that was kind of very disassociating because kind of scary in a way.
Yeah.
It's really like you died. Like, oh my God, I'm dead.
And what is this doing to your brain that is rewiring it and getting rid of that hypervigilance?
There's probably better ways for neurologists to explain from what I can. I just know that when I have done it, I don't feel that nervous, crazy jitteriness like I do. It's like reset. Sometimes it's months, sometimes it's more than a year.
Okay.
It's a reset. I don't know how the resets the mind.
And do you do the nerve injection paired with the ketamine?
I've done that. Personally, I've done that. And I think that works best because it's not enough to just heal. It's not enough to just block the nerve. You got to fix the mind. And it's not enough to fix the mind. You got to also solve the body part. That's where the key. And that's really love.
So is it by injecting the nerve, is that what eliminates the bad trips, like the anxiety?
No, so what'll negate the bad trips and from the experience is benzodiazepines.
Okay.
And he would do that. When he goes to IV, ketamine, he'll do that first, and then right after that, he goes to ketamine.
Okay.
It's instantaneous.
Okay. So explain how that the nerve injection.
Yeah, so what that does is it's kind of like probably 27 night, just walking through city street with loud noisy, and suddenly it's quiet. It's just kind of slows things down.
And it's what it's doing is sort of just inhibiting your fight or flight.
And it won't completely, it doesn't 100% stop it, but it doesn't. And you're like, hey, that's not so bad. I don't need to be ducking in and shit or reaching for a gun like that. It's okay. But just at that moment, you need to kind of come at me. And I think for a long time, we don't allow veterans and people to explore that and to look at these other homeopathic ways to treat people or these other ways of looking at that because
no money in it?
well, no, it's not that there's no money. There's lots. I think there's plenty of money to be made in this stuff. The problem is, it comes back to FDA regulation. So in the 70s, they kind of outlawed a lot of drugs, and you had marijuana was illegal, you had LSD, ketamine, things like that became illegal drugs. And when they were illegal, there was no further study. And so you're missing like 40 years worth of scientific study and research on these drugs to see how they actually do affect the mind and help people. Right? Whereas other countries, they continue to evolve and develop that. And that's why you see veterans and other groups going overseas to be treated for that.
Yes.
They do use it.
Recently I read something I didn't even, I was completely ignorant to, was that overseas in countries in Europe, they use testosterone therapy for depression and anxiety and ADHD, and there's a whole slew of conditions that they can treat with hormone therapy, like testosterone or estrogen for women.
Yeah, if you're short,
and that's unheard of in America. It's unheard of because it's cheap. Testosterone is so unbelievably cheap.
It's like if there's a cure for cancer, we'll never know about it. Just being our money involved in treating experience. But why did you start the cure? Okay, well, the cure for this is half $1 million.
Did you try LSD or mushrooms?
I got tried LSD. I've done the microdosing on the mushrooms. That's real hard to figure out your dosing levels. I haven't always spent enough time anyway, what's out for you. I mean, you don't need a prescription so you don't do that. I just haven't really considered it. I tried it once, fine, turned at a time. Just kind of feel like I really wasn't able to focus and do anything and work. So I just haven't spent a lot of time thinking like that. I'm too. It's like a couple of different days to try something to do it, but hey, well, this didn't work. We'll lose another day.
But nothing worked as good as sitting down and writing.
Well, yeah, the writing is, I think, basically a long-term fix for me. That helps a lot because you gotta find something that you can still support yourself and family, right? You don't want to become dependent on disability pension or handouts. That. You gotta give yourself a production member of society. And I think for me, writing has been great therapy. You get people in there, but I still need support.
Here's an odd question. Do you think there are people out there, or have you met people out there that can go through countries in Iraq and Afghanistan and have no problem, kill people, slaughter people, do the things you did, interrogate people, and then just come here like nothing happened? Yeah, just completely flip the switch. Not do any sort of thing. Therapy or anything like that.
Yes, definitely people like that. And sometimes people
such a patriotic night is as excited as
it's so crazy to get some pressure. For people are just borderline. And other times you'll have people like that and they have no problems. And then all of a sudden you'll have a problem, down the road. Say a family member dies. Suddenly they just like, or the father takes the family back because he just went to many things and just and that does happen. I think it's kind of hard personally to imagine that people can go through all these things and not be somewhat damaged, compromised a little bit. But a lot of it comes down to how well you can cope with it and deal with it and process it. And how much you've been involved in all of that, how long you've been kind of doing that kind of stuff. I think a lot of people who been involved in, you got special forces guys and military guys who have done 5, 6, 7 deployments and spent 5, 7, or 8 years in the war. I don't know that a lot of those people survive 10, 20, 30 years into the future. I think we see a lot of people suicide. Somewhere along.
Yes.
One of my friends had committed suicide not last was December of 21. Yeah. December 2021. So in our shop, the graduate degree sponsor in the same class. He went to work for Blackwater and Triple Canopy in the CNC world for 7 years. He was involved in a handful of shootings. Fine on the outside. His wife, house, kids, everything seems fine. Got a good job, $200,000-300,000 a year jobs, and making good money for all the right sections. But deep down inside, he's just like, he wouldn't talk about it prior to and then he kind of went down a little bit from there. And then, but you wouldn't want that from him. He just walked by, had a grab your teeth box. But these 2 points in the head, I hit those points too, but I just never act them. I feel myself, I feel through those letters, through those points, and you just want to touch this, going through this line, and not feeling anything that's doing it. And then some of these other guys, that is real. Take one of my their medications that helps me counter this. They have their other benzodiazepine type drugs, kind of like a kind of like alcoholism or the last time they're going to take you from that religious woman, brain got moment to, okay, life's not that bad. You know what I mean? And sometimes that's just
similar to those drugs we're taking over to.
No, not at all. You live the autistic benzodiazepines. Yeah, I mean, you're not again, just to kill you with the is your pharmacology approach to everything. And it doesn't let you look. You know, like, I mean, again, I want to try to use Oxford. I'd like to think I'm a very smart person. The problem is, when I'm taking the medication with the DOJ, I don't have that sharp mental acuity which I need, right? And so I have it. And that part of me, nice, sociable person to be around. I'm not an asshole. My wife can bear, she can be around me, and coworkers like being around you. But then I'm senior positions at a corporate, or I don't take it, and I'm sharp as a tack. I mean, I'm like really, mercenary mindset. I want enough nice person to be around. And that kind of can lead to bad experiences at your job. Eventually you're going to get fired, right? When you act like that.
So when you started writing all these books, incredible collection. What sort of approach did you take? Did you just start kind of writing down your own experiences, thoughts you had, memories you had?
So the first book I wrote was Interview with Paris. That was my experience in working at For me, that was taking my diary more or less. I kept my journal. But I needed to have some way to get out crap out of my head at the end of the day. I didn't get it out of my head. And I started getting shy on just sharing what was. I don't think of you as even monsters. I remember coming back from my year I was gone, and being at church, and someone at church said, so you're going to rectory. Like, the expression on people's faces says it all. Like, they have this, like, wow, this person was a monster. I don't want to talk to these people, move away. It's just that they don't know what we do. And the image at that time, I said 2007, the image everyone has of interrogators is Abu Ghraib. Torturing people, waterboarding, all the other horrible things. That's not what we did, but that's what they taught us. And so for me, I wanted to be an important one because it's called for you to find, we talk to the enemy. That's our job. Talk directly to the enemy every day and find information and try and find this stuff. I wanted to try and humanize it. And from there, I said, all right, well, if I'm going to continue writing, I got to write about something. So I see this book straight away, which is a very long story. You can just create out of your head, and make it up. But you gotta create something people want to read. So I looked at it and said, well, what do I want to read? And what is not doing for me? And for me, I like to read books like Tom Clancy's Right So Much. That was one of my favorite books to read. The problem is, there's not a lot of books like that, where you talk about the time or days and division of a combat. It's just not a style of writing that a lot of people pursue. They always like to pursue these small Army Rangers or Navy SEAL or Green Brain. Someone's always road this or that. It's just small something. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's very entertaining. They explain it really well with trap characters and creating that and doing that. But I like the Tom Clancy style where you get homage and divisions on divisions. It's Soviets being across and NATO having this big old fight. So I started creating those kind of things and writing doing that. And my last government job, I worked over
sort of like fictionalized.
Yeah. So I worked at U.S. European Command for almost 3.5 years. And that's in Stuttgart, Germany. So I worked in the intelligence group, and I worked as again the intelligence operations manager. So more like finding people, hunting, tracking, finding foreign students that are coming in and out of our AOR. But that kind of job, on the inside staff, you're actually exposed to our plans that we're developing to counter, say a Russians invade across and they're going to attack and they're rolling the how they use them. We have war plans. Everything in some of that work and I see a lot of it. And so, I've been around that. John and I write a book on Russia invading, in this case, Ukraine or their country. And just start creating different series and creating books about big conflicts that nobody's writing and doing that kind of style like France. And so, well, let's try and do that ourselves. And so we did. And it's like anything, you get better with more practice. So my early books and stuff were pretty good. I think our stuff now is obviously better. That's because I've written 30 more books since then. So you're going to get better. Yes. And you start to learn how to craft better characters and how to create more realistic scenarios. And that's one of the trick with writing. How do I create a character that's so real that it triggers you? Like, you read this joke, this person's like, total, anti-American, whatever. If they're Russian POV, they need to be a Russian POV. It's funny things like Russian. Right. Otherwise, you just create a carbon character. If you have a perfect figure, well, they need to act as a political figure you're trying to create. You need to create a little character. So when you have that and you have these scenarios that are very realistic what actually happening on the whole, you start to get a really good book. And then it's just about, continue to walk through the scenario and say, okay, well, what new technologies can we incorporate and that stuff in? How would this scenario play out? Do the whole what thing.
How much research do you have to do to make this stuff real? Like, for example, to find a Russian's point of view or a politician's point of view.
What's an interview? Great way to do it. So if you want to know about Russian POVs or their perspective, listen to Sergei Lavrov talk. Like listen to him. He's a Russian foreigner. So you listen to him talk at different conferences at UN, anywhere. Every time listen to how he talks. He's crazy. Portrays XYZ. Listen to how President Putin portrays how that's going to give you a good insight into that mindset, that thinking. You can watch Russian TV shows and programs you can watch and kind of see some of that insight. And that helps you better gauge how to respond and act. So when you write the scenario, write the book. Do you understand Russian? No, I don't. I have subtitles. Okay. But I also have a really big video that too, so I can throw out different questions that I have certain people I can think for and
So you have to go through, you have to understand so many different types of people's perspectives to write these fictional stories.
You want to do it good, yes.
And you want to do it good, right? But you want to make it as realistic as possible.
The technology is actually much harder to get than the people's perspectives. Technology can be quite challenging.
What do you mean with technology?
Okay, so if you're following your first Armor Brigade combat team out of the 30, and you know what they're putting. So first you know what the equipment is, rounds for the ranges, techniques. So you have that done, and you start getting that to all of the units in the U.S. that you're going to use and operate, whether it's Army, Air Force, Navy, and a lot of things. Well, now who are you fighting? So now you need to look at that layer of equipment too. Now are you incorporating the allies? And what do they do? And do they let people have any allies? And all this. So before you know it, you've got quite a lot of different types of equipment you're trying to incorporate and use and figure out, well, can this work? Does it work? What's the range of these air missiles that those Chinese aircraft would use versus what we would use? So, because you can't have, you're going to write different engagements, you need to make sure you're writing them with the weapons that can actually do that kind of engagement. Otherwise, you're going to have inconsistency problems. And that's just the part of the detail getting technology right.
Has it ever come across to you when you were writing a story, or even after you've written a story or a series of stories, that holy shit, my stories are coming true?
Oh yeah, this one here, man. Battles with Ukraine. We wrote that back in 2017, and it's been unfolding, an unmitigated nightmare unfolding ever since.
How many books are in that series?
Total 6 books in that series.
And what got you started on that series? What made you want to start that?
Sure, so I needed to come up with a new series. And said, all right, well, let's look at World War III. What's going to be the next biggest war? How would this shake out? And I pretty much looked and said, well, it's going to be Korea, Taiwan, and Ukraine, Korea, and Taiwan. It's going to be one of those three.
Okay. Or Taiwan.
Yeah, one of those three. And said, all right, well, what if we have this secret pact between...
Sorry. What made you think that?
Well, based on my experiences working at US European Command, just the stuff I was around and seeing how everything was playing out and knowing what was going on kind of behind the scenes. And when I saw how things were unfolding in Ukraine, when I was there before Maidan, and then just seeing how things unfolded in Iraq and in Libya and the whole Arab Spring and our reactions to everything, it kind of like opened your eyes up. You just start seeing our actions from a different perspective. You know, because normal everyday people see actions taken one way or another, but when you kind of work in those secret control realms, you kind of get a better perspective of what's really going on. Why are we doing X, Y, Z? Why did we suddenly turn on Gaddafi? There was no reason to turn on Gaddafi, and look what we have in place. Was this really a good decision? You know, it's still a fucking state.
Right.
Was this really what we wanted? That goes right there. And it also creates another problem for us too, because Gaddafi gave up his weapons, his WMD program, and stuff he had in exchange for normalized relations with the United States, and he did that willingly without having to be invaded. And then what's his response? What was our response? You know, less than a decade later, he topples the regime. So that's why John Bolton will say, we want to use the Libya model. Really? Okay, so we want you to give up your weapons and actually start. Then we're just going to destabilize the regime and replace you once you've done that. Okay. What dictator is going to go on with that? Right. And what nation is going to go on with that? Poor crazy. Right. And at the end of the day, I mean, maybe behind the curtain, Pax Americana is what we really want to pursue. That's fine. Don't say that out loud and tell people. And then make sure your economy and your country is positioned to support that. You know, we always say might doesn't make right. When we talk about Russia and China interacting with their neighbors, that really applies to them. It does not apply to us. Might always makes right when it comes to the United States. We're going to do what we want to do. If we want the resource, or you're threatening access to our resource or our allies, we're going to fix the problem.
You looking at NATO and seeing what was going on between NATO and Russia.
Yeah, just looked at that and said, all right, well, I see NATO is, it just doesn't have the capability to deploy forces in a reasonable amount of time. We're now discovering NATO's weak in that way. They can't rapidly deploy anything. They don't have forces that are operationally ready to react. So in the U.S., you have the 82nd Airborne, you can have most of the division deployed really quickly. They don't have like quick reaction forces like that. A lot of their stuff relies on the U.S. being able to move them and get them to 20 to 20 feet. They don't have large stockpiles of munitions to support or sustain combat. Okay. The British Ministry of Defense has recently saying that if they got to fight right now with Russia, they have weeks worth of munitions. And a lot of those supplies probably won't even last weeks now because they've given so much of it to Ukraine. Yeah, the Secretary General for NATO was saying that almost begging countries to start mass producing multiple times what we can generate, and just really rapidly. The U.S. produces just under 86,000 a day. So the Defense Department's in the process of scaling it up by 5 times that number. The problem is, you have Ukraine burning through like 3,000 to 7,000 rounds a day. So they're cooking through our entire year's production in about 14 to 21 days. Full year production is being blown in 21 days. So the way that's being supplied and supported right now to continue what they're doing is eating out of our war chest. So we started 5 to 6 million rounds in inventory. Well, we've already burned 1 million in the first 9 months of the war, and we've now allocated another 1 million more. So we're already dipping that into our own stock. So bad now that we are pulling our reserve inventories we keep in South Korea, so that war with the top. We're pulling our munitions out of our stockpile out of there. And now we're pulling our stockpile out of Israel to send to Ukraine. Well, the problem is now, should things kick off in those other regions, we don't have those inventories to supply our forces going. That's a big problem. And depending on his scaling up the production, work production right now, but we are looking at like 12 to 18 months or more just to get up, up from 86,000 a year up to almost 500,000. But 500,000 isn't even enough. That's only enough for maybe 4 or 5 months worth of fighting. But what about the rest of it?
So when you started writing Battlefield Ukraine, you said you chose those countries, and what was the premise? What was the premise of Battlefield Ukraine?
Yeah, so the premise was basically is that the Russians and the Chinese decided, this is the time to dethrone the West, to knock America off the pedestal, and take charge. And by collaborating and working together, they will move to do that. So the first stage was moving forward in Ukraine and getting the Russian government to essentially do what they did, and to recognize these regions, and then say
of Ukraine,
say basically tell them, all right, these are now recognized. We're going to request that NATO move its forces out of Eastern Ukraine, and if they're not moved out of Eastern Ukraine on this set time, then we're implementing a no-fly zone, and we will forcibly evict them. And the war starts when we just kind of laugh it off. It's like, whatever, what Russian soccer is. And we hit that timeline, and we hit the no-fly zone, goes into effect, and whatever, so we have some F-16s fly right through the no-fly zone, and they get shot down. And then the Russians are like, okay, it's game on, and then they just unload, and they're gone. And the first part of the book is just very reacting to it. It's just trading space for time, to basically buy time for the rest of NATO to react, U.S. forces to get moved over to Europe so you can get them into place and try to stop them at the need for this. And so the fight kind of evolved right there. And that's where it started. That's not where it ends. So that one kicks off there. If China really wants to grab Taiwan and Southeast Asia, they need another conflict. So that's where you get the North Korean kick off. And now you get that war to really happen. So now the U.S. has got to respond there in Korea, and we're responding with NATO. Now we're really fine. Now you're free for China to go in and grab Taiwan and anything else they want, because there's nothing that we have that can stop them. And so the book really follows this whole, the first couple of books, the first 3 books in the series, really just a going crescendo, just body blows against the West, and just having to react. And then the second half of the series is, we finally reacted, we've now caught our breath, we're now rallying the West to unite together to combat and push back. And so that's the second half of the book. Eventually, because they just overstepped. But the first part of the year, there's going to be fights. You're going to lose a lot of land in the first part of the year. It's like World War II. The first year was really bad. Second year was a little worse. The third year was much better.
Right. And when you start to see what's going on right now, we started moving with our February last year when this whole thing kicked off. What were you thinking? How I mean, obviously it was a little bit different because it was kind of like we sort of instigated that. We started building up tons of weapons, putting a ton of money on the border.
We didn't have clear vision. What was and if this happens, what are we going to do? So Joe Biden was telling them, exposing all the information, and saying, hey, we know you're going to attack India, these sanctions, and then he phrased and said, well, it depends how much land they take, or what they do. No, it's never been how much. If you really wanted to deter them, obviously sanctions to deter them, you should have just told them, say, look, you're not going to invade Ukraine. There's this memorandum that says when Ukrainians beat up their nuclear weapons, that the United States and you would protect their territorial integrity. My president did not. We are going to war with you, and we are going to send U.S. forces in there, and we are going to invade. Well, that would have been the shot across the bow of Russian invade. Now, that might have worked, but if it didn't work, then you've got to be willing to back and actually have to follow through on it. That's what happened with Syria. You know, we abolished the red line in Syria, and then famously didn't follow through. Well, that's told the Russians, you know, and then again, it didn't happen. And you know, so in the lead up to Afghanistan, that was all falling apart. The Taliban had to abide by a series of agreements in order for U.S. forces to stay a lot longer, probably to bomb the hell out of them. But when we walked back those agreements that we were supposed to hold them to, and just kind of walked away, they ran over the whole system. And when that happened, everyone looked at that in Europe and said, wow, okay, America literally gets 4 states in 10 days. Gone. Like, wow, 19, 15 years, we managed 65 billion worth of weapons and equipment there. Imagine we had that right now for Ukraine. What difference that would make? But we invented that. And that said, again, we sent multiple messages through multiple generations that we're just not going to honor their minds. We're not going to honor this. And so Putin saw that and said, well, whatever. We're not going to defend it. We're not going to attack this. We're not going to stop. And we rolled back. And what are we doing with this? And we're doing peace, not support. And we're giving Ukrainians weapons, but not enough to win. Not enough to lose. It's just stalemate. And, you know, it's sort of quite cut out. You know, Mr. Powell, Mr. a bunch of people, also be quite cut out. We're not in this to win and help the finish win. We're in this to lead the Russian and just lead your military back. You know, that's what we're doing. That's the strategy, that's what, you know, the Senate majority section is saying, you know, we're saying a fraction of our GDP fractions of GDP doing. But, and from a, you know, a taxpayer strategic, you know, perspective, that makes a whole lot of sense. You know, listen to Danny Crenshaw talk about that, and, you know, look at what we're spending and what we're getting. It's like, I get that from that perspective. But you're also talking about you're a human being, okay? You're using the Ukrainians as to implement your desired outcome on Russia. Well, what about them? I mean, don't they have a say in this? I mean, you're pushing these guys to continue to fight, and because the politicians said go along with it, I mean, it's getting this financial and support. You can't divorce the fact that Ukraine is the most corrupt country. Just because the Russians invaded doesn't mean that went away.
Right.
It did not go away. There's a very number of people who have already been fired because of that, like the current defense secretary. He's still there, but he's like at the epicenter of a lot of corruption where, you know, hey, I need to buy these water bottles for my soldiers, so I'm going to buy them from you for $10 a bottle, right? And then, you know, there's obviously the cheap tax across the board.
Right.
I mean, that's just running rampant content.
You see recently Saudi Arabia put like $400 million in Ukraine. That just happened. Saudi Arabian diplomat was just there meeting with Zelensky. And now that has an effect on the rest of the world because China's already basically stated their stance with Russia because they're already doing business with them with oil and so whatever. and now Saudi Arabia has aligned with the U.S. But I think China depends on Saudi Arabia.
They're just trying to play the
I saw this video. I gotta pull up this video. I gotta send this video to you, Austin, and you gotta play this thing. The way this guy on, I think this was Instagram. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the.
Now, it's different humanitarian. Yeah, there's a difference between humanitarian and military and reconstruction stuff.
Oh, it's humanitarian.
They're not gonna get weapons. They're getting weapons across the world. Like, I feel like they talk about Ukrainian Patriot missiles, right? Patriot missiles cost a lot of money too. $3 million cost.
Right.
It's not exactly a good return on investment to be using $2 million missiles against some of these drones, fraction of that price. But the other thing is Saudi Arabia has these things. So Saudi has spent the last 3 or 4 years dealing with Houthi rebels being backed by Iran, for using drones too.
Right.
Saudi Yemen. Yeah. So they're possibly drones from Yemen across Saudi Arabia and then hitting their refineries and with the drones. Well, they're using Patriots to counter a lot of these stuff too. So we have a problem where a lot of people use Patriots, and that's great. But we don't have the industrial capability in place to mass produce missiles to keep those things supplied and going.
Right.
That's the problem. And so we have a lot of users of it, but they're also using it. Saudi's using Patriot missiles quite frequently. And now you're going to have Ukraine who's going to produce Patriot missiles at an astronomical rate. We're not going to be able to keep up with it.
Right.
And it's the same problem with artillery guns. Anti-tank, missiles, javelins, and HEMLOS, Stinger. We don't have the industrial capability to keep breaking that kind of apart. So that's one thing we do write about in the books a lot, is we really kind of reinforce and talk about that, integrate that into the struggle. Like there's a couple spots we talked about in the Monroe series, the video, like in this series, and then in when we're fighting things. And one of the generals is kind of like, sir, you don't understand that it's that artillery round, the tank round is being made in this factory. They've then been loaded onto a plane and flown to this airport here, put on a truck and driven 200 miles worth of fun, and being shot out the tube of a tank 4 days later. That's how grave this situation is. It's going from factory to being shot out the tube in a week. Wow. That's not a good system. That's not a lot of inventory.
Right.
It's called just-in-time shipping. That's not good for building and manufacturing. That's not good for us. And I tried to build that into the different seasons. Right, it's realistic. That's what they're facing right now, where you have these massive shortages of ammo. You run out of bullets. It's not like Hollywood where you just have an endless supply of basic equipment. You can only carry so much ammo on you, and when you run out, you gotta have more. So someone's gotta bring it and get it over there, and that means someone's gotta be able to drive that ammo down some road that's hopefully not going to get shot up and hit the drones to get to you there. Right. And when you have 5,000-6,000 guys in a city like in Bakhmut, they're chewing through ammo, you need a lot of supply runs. And meanwhile, you got drones hitting them, artillery hitting them. I mean, kind of a mess. And then everything gets blown up.
Are you familiar with the War Dogs movie? The two guys out of Miami who basically got that $200 million arms deal to supply.
I haven't seen it, but I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Supply the Afghan army with munitions, and they sourced it all from Albania, a factory that ended up all being Chinese ammunition. So they repackaged it. There was some sort of law that was put in place through Obama where they couldn't buy any sort of embargo on Chinese munitions, but they just repackaged it and got rid of all the Chinese markings and they sold it. And all the ammunition was great, by the way. It worked perfectly. Even the army guys that basically were there using it and stuff like that, they basically said there was nothing wrong with it. There was no misfire, nothing at all. And the main guy, anyways, I had that guy on the podcast, fascinating. So, this is the video that I was just talking about. Okay. play that often?
This is Prince by Salvador Farah, one of the top Saudi diplomats meeting Zelensky in Ukraine yesterday, right after announcing $400 million in maritime aid to Ukraine. The reason that this is such a big deal isn't the size of it. After all, Ukraine has gotten almost $1 billion in total aid since the invasion. The reason it's such a big deal is because it has put China in a very tricky position. You see, up until now, Saudi Arabia has been mostly neutral so far regarding its stance on the invasion. But with this new $400 million package, it's becoming clear that they're siding with the West. This is very concerning for China because last week it debated sending suicide drones to Russia as part of an arms deal. Now China is faced with two options from neither of them. Option one, China sends weapons to Russia to alienate themselves from Saudi Arabia, a country essential to the energy and economic growth. China will also likely be facing even more economic sanctions from Western countries and become further isolated, hurting China's economy. Or option two, they don't send weapons to Russia and end up burning the bridge from one of their biggest economies, which will put even more pressure on Russia and push things closer to the Ukraine. I'll be keeping a close eye on China to see what they do in the coming weeks, so follow for updates.
This guy makes great videos.
What's the name of his channel? Or his page?
Quiver or something? Too small, I can't read it. You sure we got this guy out. Quiver quantitative. Okay, honestly, man.
It's interesting. So I see that. I think it's like I was starting to get to think he's doing that. So we've been insane to keep his work going. Okay? So we thought that we could bleed the Russians dry and kind of impose their time, crack them over the course of this first year. That was what we really thought. And now we're figuring out that it's actually us who are starting to have a look. So from the Chinese perspective, if they can keep the war going, the longer they keep the war going, the weaker we become. Because we're just going to spend more and more munitions that we can't readily replace. And as long as we're doing that, we won't have those munitions available, which is an incredible threat, should they make a move on Taiwan at some point.
Right.
Yeah, I think when the other guest a while back had said something about how his idea was that we believe that the Chinese, if they're going to make a move on Taiwan, they probably would look to do it towards really close to the run for 2024 election.
Yeah, it was Andy Ducey.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, the single month side of it. So, probably right. But what you're really see limitations when they're kind of ready to make that move is when a series of these large flying helicopter assault ships. So we have these.
We are making
the Chinese are
building.
Yeah, right. So they've been working very hugely on building blue water navies, looking to go beyond the coastal area.
Okay.
But like we have these, you look at like USS America, USS Wasp. These are large helicopter assault ships that U.S. Marines are using their helicopters or landing assault vehicles, things like that, to take the force and move them to do an amphibious invasion. That's really what the Chinese have lacked so long. So they have a new type of warship that they've been building for quite some time. They're doing a whole string of them. I want to say like 3 or 4 of these landing helicopter assault ships done, and they have like this is more on the construction right now. And then there's a couple other versions of it that are larger as well that they're building. When those ships are done, that's when you're going to, that's what I think you'll start to see some serious movement. So that's kind of what they need to go over to get there. Because otherwise, they have a whole lot of smaller boats that can move across, and they're not saying they couldn't do it. Probably the way they're going to invade is have a lot of people fly in normally, like the civilians into China first, a lot of special forces will go in clandestinely like that. They'll wait until the appointed time, then they'll coalesce together, pick up the weapon packages, and go to execute their operations. Meanwhile, I wouldn't be surprised if you end up with a handful of these roll-on, roll-off car carriers. Other cargo ships already kind of have been maneuvered into port, where they'll just roll these ports straight up. The ports instantly snag the port, and then you'll have a lot of helicopters that'll come across the straits, right on the water to land and try to grab and secure certain positions, coastal areas, before you actually have an invasion force hit. But what would really help since that, and make that a lot more likely to succeed, is if you have more of those helicopter assault ships completed.
Okay.
And you get a few more of those done, and then you use a few other vessels, and you might be able to kind of win Taiwan safe. And so, there was an Air Force general recently talking. He was saying he believed that this will probably kick off sometime more in like 2025. There's others that believe it's 2027. I think it's probably going to be probably between the September, October of 2024 and probably before the end of 2025. It's probably a definite window. That's what I would say.
That's going to happen. Yeah. And what are we going to do? What about the action?
Depends.
Nancy Pelosi's already there.
It depends, like, well, it depends when. Does it happen under Biden, or does it happen in either his second term or someone else's term? That's going to be interesting to see. And it also depends on how things play out in Ukraine between now and that time too. Because if we're still getting bled dry, we're not going to be able to intervene. We can say we are, but unless we want to go toe-to-toe with the Chinese and use our Navy, really the best weapon we would have would be our subs and our Navy and trying to close the strait and keep them from supplying the Chinese. But there's so many of the weapon systems that are needed to do that are not, that the Chinese have bought them. They're not being given to them yet because we are either diverting weapons that are completed close to Taiwan being diverted to Ukraine, or they're getting put to the back of the queue to be built because we need to build stuff for Ukraine. And all they're doing is weakening them. You know, it does talk about giving Ukraine F-16s, F-16 Vipers, the latest model that they have. They're really great aircraft. But these were fought and slated for Taiwan. And there was a lot of effort to try and actually take the Taiwan F-16s and give Ukraine. But hey, the way you're going to deter Taiwan from getting invaded is to make Taiwan a porcupine. A really big, mean, savage porcupine. And if you can make it so costly that they're not, that for them to invade, they won't. But you can only do that if you're willing to give them ship missiles, aircraft they need, air defense they need, the artillery systems like the M109 Paladins, the self-propelled artillery guns that I used to work on when I was in the Army side. They need those, and those are being diverted to Ukraine. And so much of the munitions stockpiles are going at it, we're not placing them in Taiwan like we need to. And so it comes back to the priority. And if this is what we want to do as a country, right or wrong, I'm not an elected person, that's just not my choice. But if the choice is to intervene and do all this, then we need to scale our industry to meet the requirements. And that's not happening. We need to go to General Motors and Ford and Tesla and say, hey, that's great, all these good cars, but we need you to shut down half your line and convert to manufacturing artillery shells, missiles, armored vehicles, and equipment. Because we need these things. You guys start scaling up. And we're not retooling the economy to work on economy to support and sustain that. And there's the rest of our allies. This is my biggest gripe with what's happening in Europe is you don't see NATO stepping up to the plate. The British are great for this. Love my British friends. But they're great for giving these wonderful, tough-sounding speeches and then going to have afternoon tea afterwards and feeling they did something. Well, where's the action to follow through on? Where is the scaling up of your industry to meet the demand for this conflict?
Right.
The British actually had to shrink the size of their army because they couldn't meet the recruitment goals. That's not a good situation. You're a year into this war in Ukraine and you're shrinking your army, and you should actually be doubling it. Right. You should be scaling up production of munitions, and aircraft, and weapons, but you're not doing any of it. And they're not even spending more money on defense. In Germany, all the NATO countries are doing it. This is the problem. If we're doing this into supporting this war in Ukraine, and you guys haven't even transitioned to a wartime economy. Well, guess who did transition to wartime economy? The Russians, a year ago. And they have factories running, mass producing this stuff 24/7. And they're just continuing to scale and get more and more of their production going that way. And we don't really have a good read on how effective our sanctions are and things going on in China.
My friend Jack Murphy was on here a couple weeks ago. He did a report basically on the CIA conducting sabotage inside of Russia, or not inside of Ukraine, but all inside of Russia. Going after factories. There's been all these fires, all these railroads, these trains getting derailed, all kinds of crazy things going wrong. Russia's been sort of like brushing them off because they don't want to acknowledge that it's some sort of foreign adversary doing it, because they don't want to lose morale for their people and their troops. But Jack confirmed through a number of vetted CIA sources that it is a NATO country working through the CIA working through a NATO country to do this stuff. So they have some sort of plausible deniability. So wild story.
That's our country very good at doing that kind of stuff. We're very good at proxy words.
Yes.
And the concern I have with all the proxy words is when we were in Iraq, right? So we had a lot of ROTHSCHILD was supplying weapons to fight us. And a lot of our guys got killed with those explosively foreign penetrators, EFPs. And that was when they were interfering, right? China actively interfering in that war against us. We didn't have Russia providing Al-Qaeda to the tune of $100 billion of weapons and munitions, intelligence, support, and all that kind of stuff. We just didn't. And my concern is when you're waging a proxy war, to be against another superpower, and everyone can, they know we're doing this. What's going to happen in the next time we go?
Ladies and gentlemen,
so say there's another conflict or war in Africa or in the Middle East or somewhere else, right? What's to say that Russia is not going to take their own revenge on us?
Right.
Put up. Because when we were in Vietnam, the Russians messed with us for years in that war. And cost us a lot of people. Supplying the Vietnamese weapons, aircraft equipment, technical expertise, and we lost a lot of Americans from it. And when Russia went into Afghanistan, we returned the favor. But now we have restarted that proxy type actions in the Ukraine. So you guys expect we'll just do sanctions? They just didn't stop them from invading Ukraine. Hey, that didn't even work. So the only thing to stop them is military. It's a nice, beautiful planet. We all don't need to destroy each other and blow each other up over some of these conflicts. There's easy ways for us to negotiate and figure out how we can solve this without trying to kill them. Well, you gotta want that to solve it. There's such a
gap in humanity between the people that are doing the fighting and the psychopaths that are running the country, the diplomats and the people that make all these decisions and are making all this money and trying to advance their political careers by doing X, Y, and Z.
I mean,
neoconservative like Victoria Nuland and her husband.
So Nuland, like her husband runs the Institute of Celluloid, that John carry on and always talking about proximity. They always cite the Institute of Celluloid. Well, her husband is one of the founders of this thing, and they're kind of the architects for the surge in Iraq. And just the perpetuation of the whole invasion there and doing that. And it's frustrating because it's the same frustrated people who are pushing and realizing so let's not continue to use the same failed policies. Let's try a different approach, right? It's like when I'm interrogating a really tough individual. I can beat my head against the wall trying the same approach. I say, you know what, this isn't working. Let's try something different. We can still meet our objectives. We can still try a different approach. With Russia, why we didn't have to pursue this complete adversarial relationship. We keep saying, well, Russia is invading all these foreign, invading the neighbors and all this stuff like that. the borders of NATO have not. Russia didn't expand its border with NATO. NATO expanded its border for it.
Right.
That's not,
Yes. But it's all defensive, right? It's all.
that's what you're saying. It's all defensive. Well, here's my question: why can't Russia be part of NATO? Why not?
That's a good question. Why not?
Why not? Because people say, well, we're Russian. I know.
Well, NATO is designed
to counter Russia.
defend Russia, right?
Yeah.
By definition.
So let me
that's
ask
what
you
it is.
this. Okay, so we can say, why can't Russia be part of NATO? Well, you have Greece and Turkey. Those two nations have hated each other for thousands of years. They have fought just countless wars against each other. They are also both put into NATO, jammed in there together, and they can't fight anymore. They can't fight. They're not able to fight each other in open conflict because they're part of NATO. They're members. They have there's a process for them to have dialogue and disputes and handle these problems and go through things like that. And so when we have this issue with Russia, Russia has become an aggressive and adversarial against the U.S. since 2008 when they first intervened in Georgia. And it's been aggressive like that ever since. But it was aggressive like that because that was up to that point we were continuing to encroach and advance on their border. And they said, well, if we're going to advance on our border, we need to fight. If we're not going to be part of this community, we're going to be with the man. And that's why we need buffers.
When they invaded Georgia, do you remember who wasn't? I'm gonna fuck this up, but wasn't the leader of Georgia somebody that we were paying like some incredible salary?
I was in Iraq at the time when that happened. It was kind of funny because the farm I was working at had a whole ton of Georgians stationed at that farm because they were in Iraq with us in 2000, I think. And when the war happened, all 3,000 of the Georgians within like a day were flown in and brought into Baghdad and put them all on C-130s and C-17s and C-130s. So they were in Iraq, and then a few days later, they were back in their own country fighting to fight the Russians.
Yeah.
And by intelligence and tell them, say, hey, those anti-aircraft guns you have, why don't you move those to this valley over here? Let's move this one here, and just wait and see what happens.
Right.
And then next thing you know, the Russians played this fine thing with that. So there we go. They didn't have that capability. But they also got steamrolled. The Russians just steamrolled right through them, and they had to make they got a ceasefire stuff.
Right.
I believe on the outskirts of Felicia.
I'm not remembering this right. I don't remember if it was Georgia or was it governor of some sort of state in like southern Ukraine. But they found out, this guy actually posted on his Facebook page his salary or what he was paid. And America was paying him like $250,000 a year. And he was being paid more than the governor of Massachusetts.
I hope you know that we're making history every time we do one of these fucking
What
arenas.
the fuck?
Musicians know the sound.
No wonder there's such a bad taste in the Russians' mouth when we are so balls deep in these places that are surrounding Russia.
Yeah. I look at it this way: the existential threat to the United States for like the next 50 years is not Russia; it is actually China. And that's where the focus is on the Chinese question. The focus is there. So why couldn't there have been a way for us find a way to work with them, bring them into our sphere of influence, our fold, instead of having them as an adversary, bring them in with us, and get Russia to align with us, China. They have a huge border with us. That's children. The other dictators that we're friends with
Who are we friends with?
all across the Middle East, man. All about
What's his name?
Netanyahu. He's elected. We elect him, whether we like him or not. He's an elected official. This country has a democratic election. His political party nominates him to the prime minister and puts their coalition, and they win. And so that's not a good thing. Yeah, I like them, or maybe some people do, but he's elected by his people there. You can look at NBS in Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah,
Gulf Kingdoms. You got all the Middle East there at the Albuquerque. And we have the oil down in South America, in Venezuela, and they wanted to reduce sanctions and move all that stuff away. Why? So we can use their oil. But this is a horrible dictator, and we isolated them and crippled their economy with sanctions and kind of got them down and weakened them in hopes that he would eventually leave. But now we're going to remove all that so we can pump up his oil industry so we can produce the oil for us. But why don't we just produce oil here? Why do we need to do that?
That makes sense. What you're saying makes perfect sense to why there's no reporting on that proxy war in Yemen with Saudi Arabia and Iran.
It's been going on for almost a decade now.
And maybe you can explain this to me. This was something I was talking about a lot tonight. Why is there a war between Iran and Saudi Arabia happening in Yemen, which is the other way?
They can't fight each other. Not directly. The U.S. is actually kind of a shield between them. We have naval air bases blocking some of those areas in the Red Sea or in the Persian Gulf. So you have a lot of oil traffic moving in and out there with all the
Yemen?
No, through the Strait of Hormuz going into the.
Can you pull up a map? Pull up a map of with that whole area, Austin.
Yeah, you'll see a whole string of military bases, U.S. bases on there, and so if the Iranians try to go across there and do that, they're going to run into conflict. Whereas if they go through Horn of Africa, which is there down in Yemen, it's got a little push in Saudi Arabia. There's no issue. The government toppled that we were backing, and now it's just kind of free fall.
Okay. So they're coming in the back door.
Right. Because if you look at Abu Dhabi, we have bases, we have a whole new passport.
Where's the car? That's where the World Cup was. Okay, I see it.
But that whole area is just very localized. Whereas if you go what's interesting, so we sold Abrams battle tanks to Saudi Arabia, and the amount of actual expense in these tanks being used in combat by non-U.S., non-German forces, right? So if you're using YouTube, some of the videos like Saudis using Abrams battle tanks in the war in Yemen, those are not the same kind of tanks that we use. Sure, right? But then there's armament. So what makes an American Abrams so deadly and formidable is the type of it's a concentrated material used in making the armor. And we don't get that to anyone. That's no ally. Israel doesn't have it. They're buying Abrams from us. They're not getting that. No one gets that. That's a special U.S. only thing. And it helps our tanks always have a competitive edge to their firearms. So when we're getting tanks to Ukraine, we're not giving them the same equivalent that we use. We're only giving them this which doesn't have that same quality armor, doesn't have some of the same weapon technology and anti-firing systems that our stuff has. But that's what makes our tank special. That's not starting to fail. We're not going to do that because it's going to get destroyed at some point. If you happen to work, you're going to lose putting in the war. We don't want to fall in because they will take that and they will take back and they will analyze what it is. And before you know it, them and the Chinese have it. Right. Just like when we lost the South Fighter over in Serbia and then the Kosovo-Serbia War in 1999. Well, parts of that was fought, to the Chinese embassy. And coincidentally, we had an errant bomb destroy the Chinese embassy. We didn't want that stuff falling into other people's hands. The technology, the shell of it, what the completely exterior of it, we don't want them to reverse engineer it. So it's the same thing with the tank technology. And it's just not going to be the savior everyone. And then you're going to have this logistical nightmare trying to get parts for these tanks. And they're not touching a lot of tanks either. Not enough of and then the same with the Germans, they're not sending in like the top of the line muscles. And the British are sending theirs, they're sending their tanks in defenders in 14. 14, I mean, it's not even a battalion of tanks. What are you going to do with 14? And you combine how many, if it's under 30 U.S. programs, and you say, guys, they're not serious about winning this conflict. If we're going to, I mean, it tells me as our intervention, if you're going to go to war, you go to war to win. Don't go to war to lose. We haven't won, if you look at it, we haven't won a war since World War II. We'll win a lot. We win most battles that we fight. We still lose. And that just sucks. I mean, I spent, as you say, I spent most of my late 20s and early 30s in Iraq. 3.5 years of time in that country, on that mission, trying to win this thing and make this thing work. And then to find out years later, everything was a lie, get us there. And then you guys didn't give us the tools and allow us to win it. Or they walked away. Because what did we just do? I sacrificed all those years of my life. You know, you heard about the burn pit issues that a lot of us vets are having to deal with from that stuff. So when you capture, right? You capture people with cell phones, right? And laptops and computers and things like that, right? That's what has to get destroyed. So how do we destroy this? Burn it. So when you're burning lithium-ion batteries, that causes a problem. You'll get fluoride gas and other kinds of toxic materials. And they didn't like, tell us about this. They didn't give us proper protective material when you have to do it. So you have to burn these materials. We got burn toxic materials every shift. You're breathing in this kind of stuff all the time. And it causes long-term health effects. Like for instance, I was 31 years old, and I had to have double hip replacement at age 31 because shortly after I got back from my last time in Iraq, 2 months later, the vacuum closed out of nowhere. It's my hip. It's where the blood flow to the bone just stops. The bone becomes the limb break. And so both my hip bones just became the limb break. And I've had to have them replaced. And the bad part is when they did the left hip, they didn't do that one correctly, so I had to have a revision surgery. I had to do it again. So like 2 years later, I had to have that replaced again. Except when they did the revision, they broke the part of the bone off and it healed in the wrong spot, and then pushing into cluster nerves. And then they did something. They didn't put the proper joint head on there, ball head on the rod, and it's too small, so now it's kind of like vibrates on the bone. Oh, it's pretty painful. I know that you can get to have it done a third time. Hip replacements are pretty painful surgery to have, and they leave you in the hospital for rehab. They leave you down for a little while.
Are you doing this in the VA?
I will the next time. I didn't do it the first time. The first surgery I had to have was actually done in Germany. I was working in Germany at the time. And I had the revision done once in Chicago. But, I'm going to have this like, done a freaking time, and because we're stuck dealing with these physical problems and issues now from this war. And this crap is going to play that for decades, and I'm not going to want this. Other guys, right? Like, Biden's son died from brain cancer. That is completely tied to the burn pit stuff. Really? Yes. His son died from a type of cancer, and a lot of it is that he was a lawyer, so he was an interrogator. We had 4 lawyers assigned to our unit on different ships, and so we worked with them all the time. And they always said, guys, can't do this, the law's not common, like things like that. Right. Are you allowed to do this strike or not? Those lawyers sucks. You got to fight over it, but you got a lawyer next to you. That's what we're at these days. But his son was a lawyer over there, and so he was exposed to the same materials that I've been exposed to everything else. Wow. And so he, he had cancer died. There's people who know this have had that cancer. I know one of our friends from our church, he retired from the military for a lot of different super slow crap. But he was over there, that cancer for a number of years before he retired. And he ended up doing that same type of cancer that Biden's son got, brain cancer. And he hung on for a while. He hung on for years, he died in about 2 years ago now. But
And this shit's all from the burn pits.
materials, just don't know if you're really appreciating stuff. Just like the Vietnam guys, they had that H nose, so they took 4 days to go just raining down on it. So, they know what's going on. They exposed it.
That's really awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, all the different types of cancers. Oh my god, kidney cancer, lymphatic cancer.
They just passed this new burn pit legislation, so that was really good because the VA was notorious for like denying everything. Wow. Yeah, it's really that quick. It's another time bomb. It's in our body when it explodes. No, but it frustrates me because if we're going to go to war, then give us a clear-cut objective, what we're to accomplish, and then give us an exit strategy and define what winning is, and know what the objective is, what we can work for. Give it a
Like, is it the case with proxy wars like the one in Yemen? Is it true that the dynamic is basically we want to be helpful to our allies, Saudi Arabia, because we need them, they need us. We want to maintain the relationship. So we want to basically look like we're doing everything we can to help them, but we don't really talk about helping them. We just want to make it seem like,
so plus sinister of that. So
that's why you don't give them the best tanks. You give them loose.
well,
Look,
yeah,
we're
but
giving you this.
it's even worse than that. Okay, so with Saudi Arabia and Yemen, right? Do we really want them to win? Not necessarily. Because if as long as this fight is happening, and Saudi Arabia is having a losing tank, losing equipment like MRAP and armored vehicles, and having to expend missiles, Patriot missiles, and all kinds of things like that. That is that's a continuous source of supply, of demand. It's kind of like a drug deal, right? He doesn't want to kill you by giving you too much drugs. He wants you addicted and coming back for more. So if Saudi Arabia is fighting the Houthis,
The more they owe us, the more we give them, the more they owe us.
well, more they owe us, but they need replacements. They're losing equipment, they need to buy more from us. They lose that equipment, they keep buying more from us. Well, if they're having to buy equipment from us to make sure they don't lose to the Houthis, if Saudi does something we don't like, we now have a little more leverage on them. Well, okay, maybe we are going to put these weapon sales on hold. And that devastates them because they built their army around our privilege. And so when we choked off the supply for parts and servicing and everything else, that means they're going to comply. So with that piece, it's Ukraine, putting your kids to spend everything they have, and Uncle Sam's going to come around and do a pretty bad. With everything wasted. And because they don't have any of their own indigenous equipment that's depend on ice, you cannot control your ability to defend the nation by turning the supply spigots on and off if you don't comply. By the other weapons and artillery and munitions, things like that. They're also partnering with South Korea to buy a lot of their armored vehicles and equipment, and they're going to own the business systems, and they're open to flying different belts. They want to be independent.
Right.
Poland has a horrible history of being screwed by Cal. And they want to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. So,
have you ever watched all the film Putin interviews?
Yes, it's really interesting.
What did you think about that?
That's really interesting. I mean, I think Alex has his own stance and image of things, but again, I'm not trying to side with Putin or whatever it's like. I just like studying people, and I like learning what makes them tick and why countries and wars and things happen. Yeah, I think it's brilliant. And because as a writer, someone's trying to create these books, and I want to, create, book 2 or book 3 for this series. I use those resources to help me better understand the conflict, better understand the scenario. In this particular one, so in Monroe Doctrine, one of the things we really expose and look at is the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. And this is where they have China's big manufacturing country. What they want to do is link their factories with markets around the world. So you have a constant supply of customers. That keeps them going. So Belt and Road is basically a global infrastructure plan where they will come in to say, country, a poor country, Central America, somewhere along Central America. And they will say, all right, we will help build and finance a deep water port, which will